Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 1910 to Chapter 1995. Falling in love with you, transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. It was very embarrassing to admit that he had been cuckolded and that the only 2 children in the harem were not his. Therefore, Xianxia had no choice but to kill the 2 children in secret. Ningxu rubbed his brows. There was no such thing as being a thief for 1,000 days and not guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. If he wasn't careful, he would be caught and the children would be harmed. If she didn't help take care of the children, they wouldn't live for more than 2 days. However, Consort Xian didn't seem to want her to get close to the children. Therefore, for her own safety and for the 2 children, she had to deal with Xianxia. After Consort Xian finished her confinement, she would have to return to her Pepper's Hall. What should she do with the 2 children? Consort Xian didn't know that the emperor wanted to kill the 2 children. Should he tell Consort Xian the truth? However, if he didn't tell her, Consort Xian would be stupid. Tell her, don't tell her, tell her, don't tell her. Ningxu decided not to tell Consort Xian first. No woman would be able to accept that she had been defiled for no reason and had even given birth to a child. After Consort Xian finished her confinement, Ningxu returned to Pepper's Hall and left the female doctor and the servant girl who knew martial arts behind. It had been a long time since he had his own palace. After a period of recuperation, Ningxu no longer felt short of breath. He slept until the sun rose and ate and slept well. This was a happy life. Now that he was fine, Ningxu began to torment Xianxia. When he was free, he would bring tonic soup to Xianxia's palace and ask Xianxia to recuperate more and not eat pills. Pills were harmful to the body, blah blah blah. Xianxia looked solemn and righteous, just like the aggrieved and indignant imperial censors in the imperial court. Just looking at him made one's appetite turn. Empress, just take care of the harem when you're free. I know what I'm doing, Xianxia said indifferently. It was as if his entire body had been frozen. Ningxu, who didn't know how to read people's faces, still said, Your Majesty, these alchemy skills are all lies. It's definitely not good for the body. If taking elixirs can really make people immortal, why didn't so many emperors become immortal? Instead, they lost their lives early. Xianxia rubbed his eyebrows. Was the empress blind? Didn't she see that he was very angry? Enough, we don't want to hear about these things. If there's nothing important, don't disturb us. Just stay in Pepper's Hall. The harem is already in a mess, why are you still bothering us? Ningxu had a bitter expression. She bowed and said, Even if I make your majesty unhappy, this concubine still has to say it. Your majesty, don't take those pills anymore. It's really bad for your health. Xianxia was speechless. Was there something wrong with his empress's head? All right, you can go now. Xianxia waved his hand and said helplessly. It was pointless to get angry at such a brainless person. Ningxu immediately smiled like a flower and asked, Your Majesty, you won't eat dawn in the future, right? When did he agree? Xianxia was about to explode with annoyance. Go back to Pepper's Hall. This concubine knows that you're angry, but since your Majesty is angry, this concubine still has to say it. Your Majesty, don't eat dawn. It's really bad for your health. Your Majesty, what are you howling for? I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Xianxia couldn't help but facepalm. This empress was getting more and more stupid and pedantic. Your Majesty, this concubine and your Majesty are husband and wife. This concubine can't just watch you eat dawn that harm your health. Xianxia, F***ck, it's really hard to describe meeting such an idiot. Your Majesty, you have to agree to this concubine's request. Ningxu was still pestering him. Xianxia said helplessly, all right, this concubine knew that this concubine has a place in your Majesty's heart. Ningxu immediately beamed with joy. Xianxia, wretch, Ningxu left with a satisfied expression on her face. She had successfully persuaded the emperor. Xianxia rubbed his forehead tiredly. He took out a box from the drawer and opened it. Inside the box were perfectly round dawn. Xianxia took one and swallowed it. This dawn could replenish one's energy. Sometimes, when Xianxia was tired, he would take one out and eat it. It was quite energizing. Ningxu walked out of the palace and met an old Taoist priest in a Taoist robe. The old Taoist priest had white hair and a youthful complexion. He was brimming with energy. They met on a narrow path. The old Taoist priest sized up Ningxu, then flicked his horsetail whisk. "This humble Taoist greets your Majesty the Empress." Ningxu raised her eyebrows and asked, "How did you know that I'm the Empress?" She was dressed very simply today. In this humble Taoist's eyes, the Empress is surrounded by golden phoenixes, and the cries of phoenixes are loud. In this world, only the mother of a nation can have such luck, the old Taoist priest said enigmatically. Who in this palace didn't know that she was the Empress? The old Taoist priest wasn't the least bit curious about Ningxu's identity. Ningxu nodded. "You're really capable." This humble Taoist priest previously thought that you were a swindler and even asked His Majesty not to eat your dawn. Now it seems that you're someone with real ability and not a half-baked swindler. Then I'll leave His Majesty's health to you in the future. The old Taoist priest was speechless. Was it really good to be so honest? Since this humble Taoist has entered the palace, this humble Taoist will definitely put His Majesty's health first. Ningxu nodded. Can you give this humble Taoist priest a pill? This humble Taoist priest wants to try it and see how effective it is. The old Taoist priest was very reserved. He took out a bottle and handed it to Ningxu. Ningxu smiled. "Thank you, Taoist priest." Ningxu returned to Pepper Hall. He poured out a pill and placed it at the tip of his nose for a sniff. The pill was scarlet red and mixed with gold. There should be cinnabar. Could the gold be gold powder? Ningxu was speechless. It smelled like pine. It should be pine branches that had been burned to ashes. Did he really put all sorts of things together? "Your Highness, do you want to eat this thing?" Shi, who was at the side, saw Ningxu playing with the pill in his hand. "Your Highness, this thing can kill people." See, even Shi knew this. Everyone knew that drugs weren't good, but once you ate it, you couldn't quit. A moment of joy was also good. This humble Taoist priest doesn't want to eat it. Ningxu put the pill into the teacup. The pill was dizzy and its color was black and red. Ningxu poured the pill from the bottle into the teacup and put the bottle away. "Go and pour it out." Soaking in water, the smell of the pill became stronger and more pungent. Shi took the teacup away. A palace maid hurried in. Ningxu bowed and said, "Your Highness, something happened to concubine Xian." Something happened to the two children. Ningxu rubbed his head. It had only been a few days and something had indeed happened. Ningxu rushed to concubine Xian's palace and heard concubine Xian's cries the moment he entered the palace. Ningxu stepped over the threshold and walked into the room. The imperial physician was taking the pulse of the two children. The two children were lying side by side on the bed. Their faces were red and they were motionless. Concubine Xian stayed by the bed. She was out of her wits and couldn't stop wiping her tears. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. Ningxu walked over and asked, "How are the children?" The imperial physician hurriedly stood up. Ningxu cupped his hands. "Your Highness, the children are just suffering from the cold." "They are fine." Suffering from the cold? They thought they were poisoned. However, it was the beginning of spring and the weather was still very cold. How could the children be suffering from the cold? However, there was a big problem now. If the children's fever did not go down, they might not be able to survive. If the fever continued, they might turn into fools. "Your Highness, what should we do?" "What should we do?" "My children." Imperial concubine Xian's face was pale. She probably had not recovered her energy. Imperial concubine Xian was out of her wits. When she saw Ningxu, she subconsciously relied on Ningxu. When she was pregnant, it was Ningxu who took care of her. When she was in confinement, it was also Ningxu who took care of the children. Nothing happened until now. She had only taken care of the children for a few days and was already exhausted. Now that something happened, Imperial concubine Xian's heart was pounding. It was as if she was being tortured in a pot of oil. Imperial concubine Xian's tears were like a tap. She was extremely tired. Imperial physician, quickly prescribe medicine. Take off the children's clothes and use water to wipe their bodies. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up. Ningxu said to the palace maids who were in a daze. Ningxu asked the female physician and the maid who knew martial arts, how do you take care of the children? The female physician looked at the crying imperial concubine Xian and said softly, Imperial concubine Xian usually takes care of the children personally. Ningxu understood. Imperial concubine Xian did not trust her people and sent them away. The two children were wearing a lot of clothes. If they were to catch a cold, it would only be at night. Ningxu touched the blanket on the crib. The blanket was very beautiful and had beautiful patterns embroidered on it. Ningxu pressed on the blanket. The inside of the blanket was very fluffy. When he pressed on it, it formed a thin layer. It did not seem to have much weight. Ningxu looked back and forth at the thin blanket. Scissors. Xier brought a pair of scissors from the house, and Ningxu cut open the quilt. Inside the quilt was not snow-white cotton, but rather some old, blackened cotton and cotton seeds. The imperial physician prescribed medicine. Ningxu asked the female physician to boil the medicine. Ningxu touched the two children and injected some spiritual energy into their bodies. The two children furrowed their brows in pain and whimpered in pain. My son, my son. Imperial concubine Xian leaned on the bed and cried uncontrollably. Ningxu was annoyed when he heard that. Stop crying. Younger sister, you should rest for a while. Crying here will affect the imperial physician, palace maid Ningxu said. Help your imperial concubine to rest. Imperial concubine Xian was supported by palace maids, and the sharp voice of an eunuch sounded from outside the hall, the emperor has arrived. Imperial concubine Xian immediately cried and shouted to Xianxia, who walked into the room, Your Majesty, save our children, Your Majesty. Xianxia said coldly, Why did something happen again? What are you doing as a mother? Imperial concubine Xian was stunned for a moment, and then cried out with grievance, This concubine has been taking care of the children all this time. I don't even wear clothes. Your Majesty, you have to believe this concubine. Xianxia looked at the children whose faces were red from the fever, and then looked at Ningxu. What are you doing as the empress? If something happens to the two children, I will hold you responsible. Why are there so few children in my harem? What? In the end, he just wants to put the blame on me. Ningxu bowed. Your Majesty, don't worry. The two children will definitely be fine. That better be the case. Xianxia did not even look at the babies on the bed and turned to leave. Imperial concubine Xian was dumbstruck. She staggered and sat down on the chair. She covered her mouth and cried. Why is the emperor so cold and heartless? Does he not care about the two children at all? They are the eldest son and eldest daughter. They are the children that Xianxia will be a father for the first time. Why is it like this? The female doctor slowly fed the boiled medicine to the children. Ningxu sat on the chair next to imperial concubine Xian, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he said, Do you know why the emperor has such an attitude? Imperial concubine Xian's neck stiffened. She turned her head and looked at Ningxu. Her eyes were confused and innocent. She really did not know why it was like this. Ningxu said indifferently, Then do you know who the emperor likes the most in the harem? It's Minjiaoyi. Imperial concubine Xian thought about it. It was not that he doted on Minjiaoyi. At most, every time he had sex with Minjiaoyi, Xianxia would stay the night. The other concubines would leave after sex. Moreover, the emperor would leave in the dark. Yes, it's Minjiaoyi. Do you know how much he dotes on her? Ningxu said with a smile. Only Minjiaoyi's children are the emperor's children. Imperial concubine Xian shivered. She vaguely understood something, but she still did not understand. She asked, Is it really like this? Do you know why the children in the harem are always miscarried? They are always miscarried for various reasons. Do you know the reason? Do you know why I tried so hard to protect your children? Imperial concubine Xian was stunned by Ningxu's words. Her face was filled with shock and her voice trembled. No, it can't be like this. It is what you think. The emperor does not want children to be born in the harem. Other than Fu Min's children, the things the emperor gave you before were all for abortion. It is my responsibility as the empress to have no children in the harem. Ningxu stared at imperial concubine Xian. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing? Imperial concubine Xian was stunned by the huge amount of information in Ningxu's words. The emperor actually wanted to kill her children. Which family didn't want to have a prosperous family? The emperor actually wanted to kill her children? Xianxia doesn't believe it. It's not like this. Imperial concubine Xian couldn't accept it. Why would the emperor do this? Because of love. Love is unique. Ningxu had a smile on his lips. What the emperor wants to do the most is to disperse the harem for Fu Min. Disperse the harem? Imperial concubine Xian's expression looked like she was laughing and crying at the same time. Empress, you must be joking. How can there be such a thing? There has never been such a thing in the past. The court will not allow such a thing to happen. In the future, when the power is highly centralized and the emperor can decide life and death with one word, when the court is the emperor's alone, do you think such a thing won't happen? Imperial concubine Xian asked, what is it for? Because of love. Imperial concubine Xian was dumbstruck. It's for Minjiaoyi. What right does Minjiaoyi have for the emperor to do this for her? Why? We are all the emperor's women. We are all the emperor's women, but it doesn't mean that the emperor loves everyone. Ningxu was incomparably calm. I'm telling you this because I want you to take good care of the children. The children are what you can rely on. Just read a novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. Ningxu hadn't told Consort Xian that this child wasn't Ao Tianzi's. Otherwise, Consort Xian would go even crazier. Consort Xian twisted her handkerchief. No wonder His Majesty is so cold to Xianxia and the child. It's all because of Minjiaoyi. Ningxu, this has nothing to do with Minjiaoyi. How can it have nothing to do with her? If Minjiaoyi hadn't seduced the mistress, His Majesty wouldn't have done this. If it wasn't for Minjiaoyi, His Majesty wouldn't have treated Xianxia's child so coldly. Esteemed Empress, why are you still speaking up for Minjiaoyi? Consort Xian's voice was a bit shrill, as if she was directing all her hatred towards Fu Min. If His Majesty dotes on you so much, will you be happy? Ningxu said indifferently. In this harem, thunder and rain are the emperor's grace. Who can say no? Minjiaoyi is favored, how can she say no? But. Consort Xian gritted her teeth and twisted her handkerchief. Then whose fault is this? Does Xianxia deserve all this? You're not the only one who has suffered all this. This consort has always been regarded as an unqualified empress. You've already given birth to 2 children. Think of the children that were aborted before, Ningxu said indifferently. If Consort Xian was receiving the same treatment as Fu Min, she would definitely be overjoyed. In this harem, no one had a choice. Their fate depended on someone else's words. In this harem, there was no winning or losing. The loser was -1, and the winner was -1. In the end, it was still 0. The winner was the emperor who looked down on the harem. Consort Xian was so angry that she panted heavily. Xianxia can't accept this, Xianxia can't accept this. What's there to be unhappy about? You have 2 children and you still want the supreme honor and favor. It's not good to be too greedy. Raise the 2 children well. Even if something happens in the future, you still have the 2 children to rely on. Ningxu really wanted to roll his eyes. Don't forget that your 2 children are still lying in bed. We don't know if they're dead or alive. If you have the time to hate Minjiaoyi, you should take good care of your children. In the end, it was all because of that cucumber, Ao Tianzi. By the time Ao Tianzi burped, the harem would be in harmony. They would gather together to play mahjong, leaf cards, or concubines. The man was already dead, what was there to fight for? What was there to fight for? Your Highness, what should I do? If anything happens to the 2 children, it's the same as taking my life. I don't want anything, I just want the 2 children. Concubine Xian cried uncontrollably. I don't know if it's safe in your palace. Bring the child to this consort's pepper hall and bring him back when he's better, Ningxu said. This imperial concubine Xian was a little hesitant. Now she finally understood how difficult it was to give birth to 2 children. She might not even have children in the future. If Fu Min did not give birth to a child, her child might inherit the throne. If she went to the Empress Palace now, what would she do if she couldn't get the child back? Imperial concubine Xian was not stupid to stay in the palace. The Empress had told her so many things, she was pretty much on the same boat as the Empress. Imperial concubine Xian could not bear to give away the child that she had painstakingly given birth to. The child is still sick, it's not good to move him like this. Moreover, Your Highness is precious. If the child passes the illness to Your Highness, it won't be good. Imperial concubine Xian tactfully rejected Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. All right then. Take good care of the child. The child can't take it anymore. Female doctors can be trusted. Things like brewing medicine have to be trusted. To tell you the truth, this kind of thing is not rare. You have to be careful in the future. If our conversation today reaches the Emperor's ears, both you and I will not be able to live. Moreover, the 2 children will not be able to live either. I have the Tan family behind me, so I can survive for a while. However, I don't know if your family will give up on you, Ningxu said calmly. Imperial concubine Xian's face turned green and white. I know. I won't speak carelessly. I'm leaving. After Ningxu left, Imperial concubine Xian stood up with the support of the chair. Ningxu bowed. I respectfully send Your Highness off. Your Highness, Imperial concubine Xian finally gave birth to the child after much difficulty. Now, something has happened. If something happens to the 2 children, the Emperor will reprimand you again. Xi'er was very melancholy. The children in the imperial harem had to face so many disasters. In order to enjoy glory and wealth, the prerequisite was that you had to survive. To be able to avoid all kinds of schemes, be able to give birth safely and successfully grow up was simply a miracle of life. Ningxu sighed slightly. Ao Tianzi's imperial harem was really exceptionally difficult. It was fine if the emperor was heartless, but an affectionate emperor was really unbearable. There were all kinds of restrictions in the imperial court, and he had to protect his chastity. The emperor felt that he had been wronged several times. We just want to be together with the person we love. Why did the heavens give us so many women? *CK those women. In short, everyone had their own difficulties. Ningxu returned to Pepper Palace Hall and ate and slept well. In the past few days, Ningxu had been sending Xi'er to check on the children. The children had a fever repeatedly. The temperature would drop, but not long after, the fever would rise again. Ningxu sighed. If imperial concubine Xian, as the mother, didn't allow others to interfere, she really would have interfered. The children were able to survive until now mostly because of Ningxu's spiritual energy. There was definitely a problem with the repeated treatment. It all depended on when imperial concubine Xian would make a decision. Ningxu took out an empty pill bottle and then used rouge to make her face a little red. She then dripped some water into her eyes, making them slightly red. Ningxu went to the old Taoist's palace and found the old Taoist. Taoist, I've finished all the pills you gave me. Do you still have any? The old Taoist was stunned. You finished all the pills I gave you so quickly? Yes, 3 times a day, once in the morning, noon, and night. After eating this, I feel that my muddled mind has become much clearer and more energetic. If I don't eat it for a day, I'll feel like I'm in debt. The old Taoist was speechless. Was she eating pills as if they were rice? Seeing Ningxu's eyes turn red, the old Taoist couldn't help but be speechless. Previously, she had advised the emperor not to eat his pills. Now, she was eating them more fiercely than anyone else. Imperial concubine, you don't need to eat them so frequently. When you're tired or sleepy, you can eat one. The old Taoist said. Don't treat them like candy. Oh. Ningxu's face was slightly red. Isn't this for nourishing my body? I just want to nourish my body. The old Taoist almost instantly understood. She probably wanted to rely on pills to nourish her body and give birth to a child. Ningxu said, Taoist priest, do you have an enhanced version? That is, one with better effects and a heavier amount. I want to recuperate my body as soon as possible. No, the golden core is like this. The old Taoist's mouth twitched. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Cannon Fodder Female Supporting Character Counterattack. Nope. Ningxu was very disappointed. The imperial physician said that I shouldn't rely on pills to recuperate, but I think pills are very good, so I want them to be more effective. There are many ways to treat illnesses in this world. The imperial physician only uses herbs to treat people, but this humble Taoist uses immortal items, said the old Taoist. Ningxu agreed wholeheartedly. You're right. Do you have any pills? This humble Taoist refined some not long ago. Golden pills are hard to come by, Your Majesty, so you should eat them sparingly. He didn't care about things that were easy to come by, but he cared about things that were hard to come by. The old Taoist wanted to make his products into high-end products that people couldn't get their hands on. I'll give you 3 pills and give the other 5 to His Majesty. Refining pills isn't easy. Every time this humble Taoist refines a pill, a lot of this humble Taoist's cultivation will be depleted. Oh, I see. But 3 pills is enough for me to eat for a day. Ningxu was a little unhappy. Can you increase the dosage so that 1 pill can last me a day? The old Taoist was speechless. Immortal items can't be changed just because you want to. Your Majesty, please don't be rude to immortal items. Ningxu was a little unhappy, and her eyes turned even redder. Then I might as well drink pills. The old Taoist was speechless. What's the Empress doing here? Xianxia walked into the hall and sized up Ningxu and the old Taoist with a meaningful look. Ningxu saw Xianxia's suspicious look. Instantly, countless black lines appeared on Ningxu's forehead, and the corners of her mouth twitched. What's with Xianxia's look? Is he suspecting that there's something going on between me and this old Taoist? Xianxia was getting delusional from being cuckolded. This humble Taoist greets His Majesty. The Empress is here to ask for pills. Elixirs? Xianxia looked at Ningxu. The Empress also takes elixirs. Your Majesty, we are husband and wife. After eating it for a few days, I feel that it's not bad, so I came to ask for more from the Taoist priest. It's just that it's not easy to get medicinal pills, so I still want to ask for more. Ningxu said in a dignified manner. We are now poison buddies. Xianxia looked at Ningxu and asked, the Empress is still in the mood to ask for pills. How is the child? Ningxu immediately curled her lips and said with grievance, Xianxia has a headache. It's very painful when Xianxia is in pain, so she can't care about other things. After eating Taoist priest's pill, Xianxia doesn't feel so painful anymore. How is the child? Xianxia took the pills from the old Taoist. There were fewer pills in the box than usual. Why are there fewer pills? I gave a portion of it to the Empress. The old Taoist was pleased to see the noblest person in the world fighting to eat the pills. Then I'll give Xianxia's portion to Your Majesty. Ningxu reluctantly took out her own pills. Your Majesty, please eat more. Xianxia will ask Taoist priest for more next time. Xianxia will take her leave. Ningxu left in disappointment. Xianxia looked at Ningxu's back and said to the old Taoist priest, next time the Empress comes to ask for more, there's no need to give it to her. It's an immortal's item. Every bit used is a bit less. This humble Taoist understands. The old Taoist priest said indifferently. He was neither servile nor overbearing, looking like an immortal. It was good to have someone fighting over something. It was delicious to have someone fighting over it. Xianxia felt even more uncomfortable when he saw the Empress fighting over his pills. These were his things. Ningxu returned to Pepper Hall. A palace maid came to report that Consort Xian had brought the 2 children to Pepper Hall. Your Majesty, please save Xianxia's children. Consort Xian knelt on the ground and sobbed. Ningxu took the children. The children's faces were already very sharp and their breathing was weak. Ningxu touched the children's heads and found that they were running a low fever. Ningxu quickly placed the children on the bed and said to Consort Xian, who was crying uncontrollably, go wash your face. In just a few days, Consort Xian had lost a Lot of weight. She was also extremely haggard. Her face was sallow and she didn't wear any makeup. She didn't look like a graceful and luxurious imperial concubine at all. The two children had been running a fever for the past few days. They were even lighter than when they were born. When their clothes were unbuttoned, their chest bones protruded out. It was a shocking sight. Xianxia transferred some spiritual energy into the two children and had the female doctor and she boil medicine. When there was no one in the palace, Xianxia took out the fever pills and ground them into a fine powder. He put the powder into a spoon and mixed it with some water to feed the two children. Xianxia was worried sick about the two children. He was even more worried about them than their own mother. He used a handkerchief to wipe the two children's bodies. Those who survived a great disaster were bound to have good fortune in the future. With Xianxia taking care of the two children, Consort Xian could finally rest and sleep. After enduring for a few days, Consort Xian couldn't take it anymore. In addition, she had just finished her confinement and her body had reached its limit. Consort Xian was afraid of Xianxia, but she had to rely on Xianxia. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Xianxia with the children. Xianxia stayed by the bed for the whole night. The temperature of the children's bodies dropped a little. The children's expressions were also less painful. With more careful care, the two children didn't have a recurring fever anymore. They could even open their eyes occasionally. Consort Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The children were finally fine. When the imperial concubines in the harem found out that the two children were fine, they all had complicated feelings. When they saw that Consort Xian had children, they were all envious and jealous. Of course, this included Fu Min. Fu Min really wanted a child, but every time Xianxia slept with her, he would give her medicine to eat. She also secretly asked the imperial physician what kind of medicine was in it. The imperial physician said that it was medicine to nourish the body. Of course, it also had contraceptive effects. This medicine was given by Xianxia, which made Fu Min feel very disappointed and upset. One night, she said to Xianxia, "Your Majesty, Xianxia wants a child. When I wait for your Majesty every day, Xianxia wants a child to accompany Xianxia." When Fu Min said this, she was already prepared to face Xianxia's anger. Unexpectedly, Xianxia readily said, "All right, give birth to a child that belongs to us." Really? Fu Min was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. We will give you what you want." Xianxia kissed Fu Min's forehead. Xianxia thought that since there were already two children in the harem, and the two children's bodies seemed to be getting better, even if Fu Min was pregnant now, it wasn't a big deal in the harem. Moreover, with his protection, Fu Min would definitely be able to give birth to the child smoothly. Those two children were really lucky. No matter how they died, they wouldn't die. He would just let these two children be the shields for Fu Min's child. When the time came, he could casually find a reason to kill the children. Xianxia ate a pill and hugged Fu Min affectionately. He should give Fu Min a child. Otherwise, Fu Min would be too lonely. He couldn't dote on Fu Min too much, lest it attract the criticism of the court officials. Moreover, Fu Min's father was only a minor official. If he doted on Fu Min too much, Fu Min's father might be unlucky. Therefore, Fu Min's favor couldn't be compared to the lack, but it was more than enough. Just read a refreshing novel. Xianxia and Fu Min started to make babies. Xianxia also stopped giving Fu Min contraceptive soup. However, because of this, Xianxia ate a lot of elixirs because he could only work harder by consuming elixirs. Xianxia sometimes felt a dull pain, especially when he was about to release. It was so painful that Xianxia gasped. Fortunately, Fu Min's period was delayed after a period of time. It was very likely that she was pregnant. After a period of time, the imperial physician took her pulse. There was already a pulse. She was pregnant. Xianxia was holding a rattledrum and playing with the child when she walked into the hall. She bowed to Xianxia and said, "Nyang, Minjiao Nyang is pregnant. The emperor is very happy and has bestowed many things to the palace servants." Xianxia's expression didn't change. He put down the rattledrum and said, "She's pregnant. Has it been confirmed?" "The imperial physician has confirmed it." "Your Highness, now that Minjiao is pregnant, what should I do about my child?" Concubine Xian wrung her handkerchief worriedly. The emperor doesn't care about your child, Ningxu said casually. Concubine Xian, so heartbreaking, Min Zhaoyi is pregnant. Her child will be endlessly favored. What about my child? My child will also be the son of the emperor. Concubine Xian rubbed her forehead. She was very tired. In this harem, she was treading on thin ice. Any wind would make her heart jump. Min Zhaoyi's pregnancy made Concubine Xian feel very uncomfortable. It was normal for her to feel indignant. Ningxu held the baby's hand and touched the baby's skin. He heard that touching the baby's skin more often would make the baby smarter. Hasn't she always been endlessly favored? Ningxu said casually. Your Highness. Concubine Xian was about to cry. You are the master of the harem. You and the emperor are married. The emperor doesn't care about you and treats Fu Min as the love of his life. What right does Fu Min have? She was born in a small family and her father is just a small official. There is no such thing as love. You should take care of the baby now. Ningxu shook the rattledrum. His heart didn't waver. This was the feeling of not loving. He didn't care and didn't care. Nyang Yang, if Fu Min's child inherits the throne in the future, will we still be able to survive? Now that she had a child, Concubine Xian had to think more about her child. It was also because of her sense of crisis. For the sake of her own life, what was she so eager to do? You're only pregnant now. Why are you so flustered? Ningxu put down the rattledrum and looked at Imperial Concubine Xian. Imperial Concubine Xian was so skinny that her chin was sharp like a snake spirit. Right now, Imperial Concubine Xian was under immense mental pressure. Ningxu reckoned that Concubine Xian was suffering from postpartum depression. Fortunately, the child she gave birth to was not liked by the child's father. Now that the woman Ao Tianzi liked was pregnant, Concubine Xian's heart felt like it was being fried in a pan of oil. The worry and pressure made Concubine Xian very uncomfortable. Ningxu sighed. The women living here were really keen miserable. For the sake of their families, once they fell out of favor, the harem would worship the strong and trample on the weak. At that time, their lives would be even worse than those in the palace, and they would have no choice but to fight for it. Right now, you're only pregnant. We don't even know if it's a boy or a girl. You should take care of your body. Don't be so worried. Ningxu looked at Concubine Xian's chin and felt his heart itching. It was too sharp and made him feel uncomfortable. Empress, I'm so worried. Concubine Xian's tears fell again as she spoke. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears and felt like she couldn't stop crying. She was indeed suffering from postpartum depression. Ningxu said to the female doctor, prepare some nourishing things for Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian is worrying too much. Concubine Xian sighed. Ever since she gave birth to the child, the emperor had never visited her again. After giving birth to the child, he didn't reward her at all. There were many rumors in the harem. Every time Concubine Xian heard about it, she would get angry. She even punished the palace servants in her palace. It was because of the rumors. Concubine Xian really couldn't understand why the emperor didn't give her any face at all. He didn't even reward her with anything. She didn't do anything to anger the emperor, so why did the emperor treat her like this? As long as Concubine Xian thought about it, she felt terrible and couldn't help but want to cry. Ningxu looked at the crying Concubine Xian and didn't know how to comfort her. If a person wanted to live well, it was better to be ruthless. If she asked for too much, she would end up living a bad life. Ningxu looked at Concubine Xian silently. She asked in a small voice, Empress, do we need to send some things to Min Zhaoyi? After all, Min Zhaoyi is pregnant. She wanted to reward Min Zhaoyi with something. Ningxu said indifferently, Min Zhaoyi doesn't have anything she wants. There's no need to send it. If something were to happen, Ao Tianzi might get angry and kill the entire harem. She frowned. Empress, is this okay? Empress is the empress. Rather than trying to gain a reputation for being magnanimous and not being able to get rid of it when the time came, it was better to do nothing now. Ao Tianzi couldn't find a reason. Since Min Zhaoyi is pregnant, Ben Gong should go see her. Ningxu stood up. Help Ben Gong dress. Ning Shu arrived at Fu Min's palace. Although she was pregnant, Fu Min still bowed deeply. Ning Shu supported Fu Min. You're already pregnant. There's no need for such formalities. Many thanks for Empress's grace, but this concubine cannot be disrespectful to Empress, Fu Min said reservedly. Ben Gong likes that you're tactful. No wonder His Majesty likes you so much. Sit down, don't stand, Ning Shu said with a smile. Concubine Xian looked at Fu Min and the decorations in the room. Her heart was sour. Her palace was good. Moreover, she was a concubine, while Fu Min was just a jowie. Ning Shu looked at Fu Min. Because she was pregnant, Fu Min didn't wear any makeup. However, she was still a rare beauty without makeup. She appeared even more gentle and moving. However, her face was a bit pale. Since you're pregnant, you don't have to come to Pepper Palace to pay your respects in the future. Ben Gong won't give you anything. When you successfully give birth to children, Ben Gong will reward you. There are so many people in the palace. You have to pay attention to what you eat and wear. There are so many people in the harem. Be careful, Ning Shu instructed Fu Min. Hearing Ning Shu's words, Fu Min said gratefully, many thanks, Empress. This concubine will definitely be careful. Ning Shu made a sound of acknowledgement. Then Ben Gong will be leaving. No need to see me out. After leaving the palace, concubine Xian twisted her handkerchief and said to Ning Shu, Nyang Nyang, Minjiao's palace is even more luxurious than this concubine's. It exceeds the standards and breaks the rules. Rules, His Majesty is the rule. Don't take these things to heart, Ning Shu said unconcernedly. It was better to go back and take care of the two babies. As for the child in Fu Min's stomach, he would think about it after Fu Min was born. I wonder what His Majesty has been busy with recently. How is his body? Ning Shu couldn't help but sigh. Poison friend, how many pills have you eaten? This book came from XHTML. Imperial concubine Xian stewed a bowl of tonic soup and used it as an excuse to meet the emperor. Imperial concubine Xian had not seen Xianxia for a long time. Please search for the most complete version. The fastest novel, however, after the medicine was sent into the hall, she came out with an empty bowl. She didn't see Xianxia at all. Then, the chamberlain found an excuse to ask concubine Xian to leave. The moment concubine Xian returned, she cried so much that Ning Shu's heart went numb. Right now, Imperial concubine Xian only wanted a little bit of care from her husband. However, her husband's heart was as hard as stone. When Imperial concubine Xian was asleep, Ning Shu had injected her with needles. Imperial concubine Xian's qi and blood had stagnated. Concubine Xian didn't sleep well and her hair fell off the pillow. Ning Shu fiddled with her hair. There were quite a few strands, and if concubine Xian didn't take good care of her hair, she might suffer from postpartum hair loss. If that happened, she would lose a lot of hair, and concubine Xian would go crazy. Ning Shu pricked concubine Xian's acupoints and put away the silver needles. She had done everything she could. If concubine Xian couldn't get over this hurdle, there was nothing she could do even if she blamed herself. The pain of childbirth, the deprivation of a woman's vitality, the destruction of a woman's body, the physical and psychological pain was incomprehensible to men. Imperial concubine Xian stayed in Ning Shu's pepper house. Her excuse was to take care of the child. Now that the child was better, Imperial concubine Xian didn't seem to want to take the child back. It seemed that concubine Xian had other plans. After all, Ning Shu was the empress, the legal wife, and the child was the legitimate son. Ning Shu returned to his inner palace. The two children were sleeping. Their faces were thin, and it was not easy to raise them to be white and plump. Xia rocked the crib. When she saw Ning Shu, she stood up. Your Highness, the little prince and princess are asleep. You should rest early. You must be tired from taking care of the children. Ning Shu looked at the baby in the crib and nodded. The next morning, concubine Xian came to pay her respects to Ning Shu. However, her complexion was not very good. She looked a little absent-minded, as if she had not woken up yet. Ning Shu took a sip of tea. Consort Xian didn't sleep well? I'm fine, I'm just a little dizzy. Concubine Xian rubbed her temples. Find an imperial physician to prescribe some blood-nourishing medicine. Your body hasn't fully recovered after giving birth, so you should take care of yourself, Ningxu said. Thank you, Empress, for your concern. Empress? Concubine Xian bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. If you have something to say, just say it. Ningxu put down his teacup. Your Highness, this concubine wants to let the child grow up under your care. When Concubine Xian said this, her eyes were filled with tears. Ningxu raised his eyebrows slightly. He wanted the child to have the status of a legitimate son. Ningxu smiled and said, I am the official mother of the children. All the children in the harem are my children. Since that's the case, let the 2 children stay by my side. Of course, you are the birth mother of the children and can see them at any time. You can also stay in my Pepper Hall Palace. I can't take care of the 2 children, so you should stay by their side. Thank you, Your Highness, for your grace. Concubine Xian immediately knelt down helplessly. Only the Empress could save her now. Moreover, the Empress didn't have any children. Her child would be under the Empress's care and would have the status of a legitimate son. In the future, he might even inherit the throne. Concubine Xian had knelt on the ground for a long time and felt dizzy. She almost couldn't kneel anymore. Ningxu said, Get up. Don't kneel anymore. Your body needs to rest. You've been kneeling for a while and your face is pale. Thank you, Your Highness. Concubine Xian stood up with the help of the palace maids. She was a little out of breath. Ningxu frowned and said, What exactly are you keeping in your heart? No one will feel sorry for you if you ruin your body like this. I'm fine. I just feel flustered and short of breath. My body feels weak and weak. Concubine Xian said. It's a psychological problem. Ningxu, Ao Tianzi was a magical pill. He couldn't be bothered to say more. Ningxu finished his breakfast and watched the nanny feed the 2 children. Concubine Xian looked at the 2 children kindly. Only when she looked at the 2 children could Concubine Xian calm down. Ningxu had children and everything was fine. He didn't leave the house every day. The concubines in the imperial harem didn't come to greet him either. Everyone did their own thing. Ao Tianzi rarely came to the imperial harem. Even if he did, he would go to Fu Min's palace and then leave. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, according to the rules, those who should come to Ningxu's palace didn't come. Moreover, there were 2 children in Ningxu's palace. Ao Tianzi came to Ningxu's palace because he wanted to be abused. Anyway, the rules in the palace were very loose and the atmosphere was very strange. Everyone was guarding their own palace. Why not visit? There were also concubines who sent things to Fu Min's palace. Ningxu held his forehead. If something happened to Fu Min, these concubines might be in trouble too. If they still had ulterior motives, they would end up badly. The hearts of the imperial harem were too complicated. Ningxu couldn't say much. What surprised Ningxu was that it had been surprisingly peaceful recently. There were no assassinations. Could it be that Ao Tianzi had given up on killing the 2 children, or was it to distract others? No matter what Ao Tianzi thought, it gave Ningxu a chance to breathe and gave the children a chance to grow. How is Minjiaoyi? Ningxu asked Shi'er. Nyang, the imperial physician will take Minjiaoyi's pulse regularly, Shi'er said. This servant doesn't know how Minjiaoyi is now. Minjiaoyi nurtured the fetus in her palace every day. She didn't see anyone and didn't have any contact with the women in the imperial harem. Although Fu Min didn't cause trouble, she wasn't a fool. What did the imperial physician say? Ningxu asked. This servant doesn't know. The one who takes Minjiaoyi's pulse daily isn't an ordinary imperial physician from the imperial hospital, but an imperial physician, Shi'er said softly. This servant didn't find out any useful information. Ao Tianzi was really attentive. The imperial physician was the emperor's personal imperial physician. It seemed that he was afraid that the imperial physician from the imperial hospital would do something to Fu Min if he took the pulse of a concubine in the imperial harem. He really protected Fu Min so tightly that nothing could leak out. Ningxu stroked his temples and smiled slightly without speaking. Consort Xian didn't bother to speak. Everyone was infuriating. Sometimes, it was easier to feel jealous. Consort Xian rubbed her forehead. Her body was very uncomfortable. Ningxu no longer paid attention to Fu Min's matter. He transferred some spiritual energy into the two children's bodies. The two children had already recovered their energy. They opened their mouths and babbled, reaching out their hands to take things. The children were almost 3 months old. They were white and tender. When their eyes moved, they looked very cute. However, when they made a fuss, they were very annoying. When one cried, the other would also howl. Like a competition, the cries were louder than the ones before. The cries traveled very far. It was simply a demonic sound that penetrated one's brain. It was very distracting. Ningxu was speechless. Children were really maddening existences. However, she seemed to have an unbreakable fate with them. When they cried, no matter how many people there were, they couldn't coax them. Ningxu could only silently recite the clear mind incantation to calm the children down. This book came from XHTML. If Ao Tianzi was annoyed by their crying, he might kill them in a fit of frustration. Please search for the most complete version. The fastest novelette was not his child who was crying in his territory. Who knew how angry he would be every time the child threw a tantrum? Only Ningxu could pacify him. Concubine Xian was both gratified and upset. She was upset that her children were close to others, but she didn't have the energy to take care of the two children. As long as Consort Xian thought of Fu Min who was favored and then thought of her own treatment, it really made her feel indignant and uncomfortable. Imperial Concubine Xian rubbed her forehead. When she was combing her hair in the morning, a large amount of hair fell out. This made Imperial Concubine Xian very frightened and uncomfortable. She found an imperial physician and took medicine to recuperate. The most important thing for a beauty was to have a head of thick and beautiful hair to be considered a beauty. If her hair was too little, she couldn't comb her hair into a bun. She couldn't even wear a golden hairpin or jade ornament. When Concubine Xian drank the medicine, she didn't hesitate at all. If she became bald, she wouldn't have the chance to make a comeback. Ningxu was feeding the two children some fruit juice. Now that the children were 4 months old, they could start to eat some supplementary food slowly. The two children grinned at Ningxu. Their eyes were clear and innocent. Nyang nyang, nyang nyang. She hurriedly walked into the store. What's wrong? Ningxu put the bowl in the palace maid's hand and asked, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Nyang nyang, Minjiaoyi had a miscarriage. Shi said after catching her breath. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. What's the situation? I heard that the baby's heartbeat has stopped, and the baby is no longer alive. The imperial physician prescribed medicine to remove the blood clot, so that the lifeless baby can be aborted, but Minjiaoyi refused to take the medicine no matter what. Shi was a little out of breath when she spoke. Nyang nyang, the emperor is currently in a terrible rage. He said that he wants to investigate thoroughly. Ningxu frowned. The fetal heartbeat had stopped, and the child had stopped developing. The child was already dead, and the pregnancy had automatically stopped. There was something wrong with Fu Min's child. Ningxu guessed that there was an average chance that the child would not be born. Even if it was born, it might be a weak and sickly child. Previously, Ao Tianzi's kidney qi had leaked out, and he had been supported by pills. She usually took pills very fiercely, and the pills were filled with heavy metals. Even if she was pregnant, there might be a problem with the child. The smile on Consort Xian's face didn't disappear. She turned her head and wanted to talk to Ningxu. Seeing that Ningxu was staring at her, she immediately withdrew her smile and said awkwardly, Nyang nyang, now that something has happened to Minjiaoyi, will it affect us? If you keep beaming with joy and let the king see, you'll be in trouble. Ningxu snappily said. Oh. Ao Tianzi was probably fuming right now. If she went over now, she would definitely become his punching bag. Ao Tianzi's heart was throbbing with pain. He might even kill all the women in his harem. I'd better not go. Ningxu picked up a child and shook a rattledrum to tease the child. Consort Xian looked at Ningxu carefully and asked, Consort, are we not going to see Minjiaoyi? You want to go? Go ahead. Ningxu said nonchalantly. Consort Xian hurriedly shook her head, Empress is joking. Although Consort Xian wanted to see Fu Min's miserable state, she knew that Ao Tianzi was furious now. Whoever went would be unlucky. The premise was that they had to follow the empress. There was some kind of queen of artillery in front of them. The concubines in the inner palace were all paying attention to Ningxu's Pepper Palace Hall. Clearly, they were waiting for Ningxu to make a move. Only then would they have a reason to go see Fu Min. No one dared to face Ao Tianzi's wrath alone. Fu Min refused to drink the medicine. She hugged her stomach in pain. Her stomach was already a piece of dead meat. Ao Tianzi advised Fu Min to drink the medicine. If she didn't take the medicine, some of the things in her stomach would flow out, which would eventually cause harm to her body. However, Fu Min cried and said that her child was fine. She couldn't drink the medicine. Fu Min was already very, very careful. But why couldn't she protect her child? Fu Min was now in endless pain. Fu Min's behavior made Ao Tianzi so angry that he was about to explode. However, he couldn't get angry at Fu Min. He was so angry that he flipped the table. Holding back his anger, he persuaded Fu Min to drink the medicine again. Min'er, we will have children in the future. Listen to me and drink the medicine. Seeing you like this makes me uncomfortable. Fu Min looked at the honorable man with regret and pain. Her eyes were filled with tears. Men don't cry easily. A proud man seemed to be about to cry now. Fu Min's stomach was in pain. Warm blood flowed out. Fu Min's face was pale. In the end, she drank the medicine. Then, she was in so much pain that a lump of bloody flesh flowed out. Ao Tianzi looked at the thing in the basin. He could even see the outline of the child. Now, it was dead. Ao Tianzi's heart exploded with a vicious aura. He wanted nothing more than to destroy the world. Looking at the unconscious Fu Min on the bed, Ao Tianzi clenched his fists. With a flick of his sleeve, he headed towards Ningxu's pepper hall. He needed to vent. If he didn't, he would go crazy. These women in the harem, these vicious women in the harem. Ao Tianzi wanted to skin these women alive. His Majesty has arrived. The eunuch's sharp voice sounded outside the palace. Ningxu hurriedly asked the nanny to take the child away and tidied his clothes. Soon, Ao Tianzi entered the palace. Concubine Xian was sitting near the door. When Ao Tianzi entered, she quickly bowed. Ao Tianzi was filled with anger. His eyes were red. He looked down at Concubine Xian and didn't let her get up. Concubine Xian was half squatting. Under Ao Tianzi's cold aura, her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her body was shaking. Impudent thing. My child is gone. How dare you wear such beautiful clothes? Ao Tianzi roared. He raised his hand and gave Concubine Xian a heavy slap. Concubine Xian didn't react quickly and was slapped to the ground. Half of her face was swollen. However, she couldn't care less about the injury on her face. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I'm guilty. Concubine Xian's voice was filled with fear and sobbing. Ao Tianzi kicked Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian groaned. Ao Tianzi roared, scram. Yes, yes. Concubine Xian got up and walked out of the palace. She staggered out of the palace. She looked terrified. When Ningxu saw this, he took a step back. Ao Tianzi's violence made Ningxu's heart turn cold. Your Majesty, how is Sister Minjiaoyi? Ningxu took 2 steps back and asked. You mean Minjiaoyi? Her child is gone. Ao Tianzi took 2 steps forward. Ningxu said gloomily, is the Empress happy? This book came from XHTML. From Ao Tianzi's expression, Ningxu knew that if she said anything wrong, Concubine Xian's fate would be set in stone. Please search for the most complete version. The fastest novel. Ao Tianzi was here to vent his anger. Evidence? What the hell was that? Ningxu's expression was sorrowful. She shook her head and said, Your Majesty, I have never thought of it that way. I have no children, so I hope that the younger sisters in the imperial harem can help you have more children. The Empress is really my good Empress. Does the Empress not know about Minjiaoyi? Ao Tianzi took 2 more steps towards Ningxu, and Ningxu took 2 steps back. Ao Tianzi coldly said, Empress, why are you retreating? You must be feeling guilty. Ningxu was speechless. What does your majesty want Xianxia to say? Say that Xianxia caused the death of Minjiao's child? Ningxu raised her head and looked at Ao Tianzi. Your majesty, you can investigate this matter thoroughly. If this matter has anything to do with me, I will step down. I don't deserve to be the empress of this country. You think I don't dare to do anything to you, don't you? Ao Tianzi's expression was ferocious and contained boundless anger, causing people to be intimidated. Ningxu said, You are the emperor. You can do anything. But Minjiao's matter has nothing to do with me. I know you are sad. Ao Tianzi's face twitched as he glared viciously at Ningxu. He was such a coward, such a coward. An emperor should look down on the people and kneel before him. He should raise his hand and point at the rivers and mountains. He should have 3,000 beauties in his harem. He should be a person of power, wealth, and dignity. But she couldn't even protect her own child. Ao Tianzi clenched his fists under his long sleeves. Looking at Ningxu's face, he really wanted to slap Ningxu. How did you manage to be the empress? The harem has been plagued with problems time and time again. If you don't want to be the empress, I don't mind replacing you. Ao Tianzi gritted his teeth. It's all because of the empress' incompetence that so many things have happened in the harem. It's this concubine's incompetence. I'll leave everything to His Majesty. Do you really think that you're scared out of your wits just because you scolded me? If you really want to remove the empress, why don't you do it? What are you blabbering about? Are you trying to scare me? Ningxu's submissive attitude did not appease Ao Tianzi. Instead, it made his heart burn with pain, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. The empress is forbidden from entering Jianfeng Palace. Without my permission, she is not allowed to take a step out of the palace. Ao Tianzi flicked his sleeves and left. Ningxu bowed. Xianxia respectfully sees off your majesty. Your highness. Xier looked at Ningxu. What should we do? Minjiao had a miscarriage and her highness was grounded. People who don't know the truth will definitely say that her highness caused Minjiao to have a miscarriage. Ningxu didn't really care about being grounded. Ningxu was worried about something else. He was afraid that Ao Tianzi would use this opportunity to clean up his harem. Ningxu sat on the chair and took a sip of tea. Xier was very melancholy. Your highness, this servant doesn't feel too good. It was very bad. A storm was brewing. Ningxu went to the side chamber to see Consort Xian. Consort Xian was crying on the bed. There was a footprint on her clothes. Your highness. Consort Xian's personal palace maid bowed to Ningxu and looked at the crying Consort Xian worriedly. Ningxu walked over. Are you all right? Your highness. Consort Xian raised her head. Half of her face was swollen. The 5 fingerprints were all bruised and swollen. It was a stark contrast with the thin face next to her. Ningxu was shocked. Ningxu closed his slightly open mouth. Let the imperial physician prescribe some medicine for you. Find an imperial physician for your master. Yes. Your highness, Xianxia has been wronged. Consort Xian couldn't even speak clearly. Moreover, when she spoke, half of her face was pulled. It was so painful that Consort Xian's saliva flowed out. Consort Xian looked really pathetic now. I've been grounded too. Therefore, I've been wronged. You've only been beaten. I'm afraid that some people might even lose their lives. Ningxu sighed. You've been beaten. There's no use crying like this. It was completely useless. Consort Xian hammered her chest. I've been wronged. Everyone in the harem is wronged. Don't cry. If you cry, the children will cry too. The emperor doesn't like the 2 children. Don't throw yourself into the crossbow at this time. Consort Xian shut her mouth and hiccuped. Her tears flowed down her face. Her hair was messy and stuck to her swollen face. She looked especially pathetic. The palace maid who went to find the imperial physician returned and said pitifully, Your highness, the palace has been surrounded. We can't leave. Oh, I've been grounded. Ningxu thought that Ao Tianzi had casually said that she was grounded. He didn't expect that he would arrange for guards to guard the door. Then let the female physician get some medicine for you to rub on. Ningxu said to Consort Xian. I can't leave here. Go back to your palace. This way, you'll be able to find out about the situation in the harem. I understand. Consort Xian took a deep breath. Ji Xiang, comb my hair. How could she expect this man to dote on her and pamper her? Even if Consort Xian wanted to deceive herself now, she couldn't do it. Consort Xian was blocked. Consort Xian said directly, I'm Consort Xian. Even if I want to return to my palace, I'll be stopped. The emperor only said that you're grounded. He didn't ground me. The guards looked at Consort Xian, whose face was half swollen, and looked at each other. However, Consort Xian still forced her way out. Consort Xian didn't look like she was full of remorse now. She was much more energetic. People had to see reality clearly. Without so much expectation, she could become stronger. Ningxu looked after the two children and rocked the small bed. Recently, Ningxu had to take good care of the two children. Fu Min had lost her children. Ao Tianzi might want to kill the two children. If the two children died in her palace, even if Ao Tianzi wanted to depose the empress, the courtiers wouldn't be able to stop him. She was the empress of poison. If she lacked etiquette and didn't set a good example for all the women in the world, she would definitely be deposed. Ningxu's expression was cold. She had to kill Ao Tianzi quickly. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to keep her position as the empress. Even if Ao Tianzi was a soft man now and was taking good pills, he was only in his 20s. His body was strong, so it was impossible for him to die in a short time. She couldn't endure Ao Tianzi. At night, Ningxu asked a servant girl who knew martial arts to guard the bed. Ningxu placed the two children on the bed and stayed with Ningxu. Ningxu didn't sleep. She released her mental strength to cover the entire palace. Only when someone came, she would be able to sense it. In the middle of the night, the entire palace was quiet. A secret guard in black entered Ningxu's palace with his head covered. Ningxu opened her eyes in the dark. The harem was really Ao Tianzi's fish pond. The concubines in the harem were all fish on the chopping board, killing each other. The women in the harem couldn't fight back at all. This book came from XHTML. Ningxu held his breath and listened to the subtle footsteps of the shadow guards. Under the surveillance of his spiritual power, Ningxu could clearly see the movements of the shadow guards. The shadow guards directly stabbed their swords into the two small beds, but they missed. They looked at the big bed and slowly moved to it. They wanted to kill the people on the bed, no matter if they were adults or villains. They could say that there was an assassin in the harem. Anyway, they would be dead anyway. Ningxu sprinkled a handful of powder on the three shadow guards. The maid who knew martial arts immediately jumped out and fought with the three shadow guards who had lime in their eyes. There's an assassin. Catch the assassin. Ningxu shouted loudly, breaking the silence deep in the palace. The guard guarding the door frowned and rushed in. He said at the door, Your Majesty. I rushed in. Then the guard began to knock on the door. The maid fought with the three shadow guards. Because Ningxu sprinkled lime before, the shadow guard's eyes hurt and kept crying. It was not impossible for the maid to deal with the three shadow guards. Besides, Ningxu's fine needles assisted. The three shadow guards in black knew that something was wrong and wanted to retreat. Ningxu hurriedly said, Catch one. The maid hurriedly stopped one. Ningxu injected a fine needle into the shadow guard's knee. The shadow guard's knee hurt and immediately knelt down. He was restrained by the maid. The guard came in and saw the shadow guard being controlled. The shadow guard bit the poison sac in his mouth and immediately died. His body softened and fell to the ground. The maid looked at Ningxu. Ningxu held the child in horror and said to the guard, Go and report to the emperor that there's an assassin in the palace. Go quickly. Yes. A guard went to report to Ao Tianzi. The others stayed in the room and waited. Ningxu coaxed the crying child. He lowered his head and looked cold. Not long after, footsteps sounded outside the room. Ao Tianzi entered the room and saw the man in black lying on the ground. He frowned. Were the shadow guards so useless? He couldn't even kill women and children. Your Majesty, I almost didn't get to see Your Majesty. Ningxu stumbled and fell to her knees in front of Xianxia. Your Majesty. Ningxu's voice was very sharp, piercing Xianxia's eardrums. What's going on? Xianxia frowned and asked, Your Majesty, what's the matter with this man in black? Xianxia was really pretending to be innocent. Ningxu immediately sobbed and said, Your Majesty, there's an assassin in the palace who wants to kill me and my child. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for me. I'm the mother of the country and live in the depths of the imperial harem. Who on earth wants to kill me? Xianxia ordered the guards to drag the body away. Check carefully and see if there are any clues. Your Majesty, if I didn't have a maid who knows martial arts by my side, I'm afraid I would have been beheaded by now. I won't be able to see Your Majesty again. Ningxu looked frightened. Your Majesty, I'm really afraid I won't be able to see Your Majesty again. Xianxia was indifferent to Ningxu's words. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Ningxu ignored Xianxia's indifference. She wiped her tears and chattered about how she couldn't leave the emperor. Xianxia looked at Ningxu and said, Empress, think about it carefully. Did you offend someone? Did they risk their lives to enter the palace to kill you? On my table, your father used slaves to harm the people and even killed the victim's family. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Ningxu's mind. She said fearfully, I'm innocent. My father is also innocent. He was going to make an example out of the Tan family. If something happened to the Tan family, her position as the empress wouldn't be stable. She would be banished to the cold palace. Whether you're innocent or not, we will send people to investigate. You stay in Pepper Palace and are not allowed to go out. Xianxia flicked his sleeves and left. Ningxu released a fine needle and shot it into Xianxia's back. Xianxia felt something prickling his skin, but the feeling was fleeting and disappeared very quickly. Xianxia turned to look at Ningxu. Ningxu was holding the child in her arms. She was panicking and at a loss. When she saw Xianxia staring at her, she immediately said, Your Majesty, my father is really innocent. Please show mercy. Xianxia flicked his sleeves and left. Your Majesty. Ningxu shouted mournfully. Your Majesty. Ningxu's mournful voice gave people goosebumps. Ningxu felt like the world owed her an award. Ningxu touched her neck. Her vocal cords were in pain. Your Majesty. Xier cried as she helped Ningxu up. Ningxu was at a loss. After the guards left, Ningxu hurriedly drank some water. Her throat was about to smoke. Xianxia returned to his bedroom and saw that only 2 of the 3 hidden guards had returned. He was so angry that the blood in his chest was surging. The hidden guards who were proficient in all kinds of martial arts were still unable to kill a woman in the palace. The 2 hidden guards who were covered in ash knelt down and begged for forgiveness. This servant was careless and was sprinkled with lime. The lime entered my eyes and burned painfully. Xianxia looked at the 2 hidden guards whose eyes were red. The lime entered their eyes and couldn't be washed with water. It had to be dripped with oil. Xianxia frowned and looked a little impatient. You may leave. The Empress actually prepared lime in advance. Xianxia couldn't guess whether Ningxu did it intentionally or not. In the middle of the night, Xianxia felt dizzy. He took out an elixir and ate it. Let's wait for the matter of killing the 2 children. What did you find out? We found out that the ink of the painting that Li Guiran gave to Minjiaoui was mixed with musk. The hidden guard said. Li Guiran? Xianxia didn't remember this person at all. There were too many women in the harem. Most of them had only seen the emperor once or twice. Then they wasted their youth in the palace. Xianxia slammed the table. Bold woman. She shall be sentenced to death. Xianxia was so angry that his chest tightened. His heart was beating very fast and piercing. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and spat it on the memorial in front of him. Master? The hidden guard shouted at Xianxia. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his finger. He was stunned for a moment. He actually spat out blood. Sure enough, it was because of anger. Xianxia took out another elixir. He relaxed and didn't let his emotions get agitated. "How is Minjiao now?" Ao Tianzi asked. His mouth was filled with the taste of iron. Ao Tianzi drank a mouthful of tea and spat out the water. Her Highness Minjiao woke up. After drinking the medicine and eating something, she went back to sleep. She seemed very sad. Ao Tianzi rubbed his forehead. What could he do in this situation? The child he was looking forward to was gone. Li Guiran's painting wasn't hung in the room at all. It was impossible to say that Li Guiran's painting killed the child in Fu Min's stomach. 39/39163/L Fu Min didn't use anything given by anyone in the palace except Ao Tianzi. Even if it was given by Ao Tianzi, Fu Min would check it. Fu Min didn't dare to be careless when it concerned the child in her belly. Fu Min had to accept the things given by the concubines in the harem out of respect, but she didn't know how to use them. How could Ao Tianzi not know about it? But now, he urgently needed someone to vent his anger and die with the child. Weren't all lives in Ao Tianzi's hands? The next day, Li Guiran was tied up and tortured in all kinds of ways. He didn't want Li Guiran to die. Who told you to give Fu Min something that could harm the child? Li Guiran was neither a human nor a ghost before she died. Her death was extremely horrible. Not only that, the guards wantonly entered every concubine's palace, even the palace maids, and found some strange and dirty things. A large number of palace maids and eunuchs were involved. Some concubines in the harem found some spice to liven things up. In short, they dug out all the things in the harem and exposed them to the sun. After Li Guiran, another batch of concubines was unlucky. Li Guiran's experience made the concubines in the harem tremble with fear, fearing that such things would happen to them. They were anxious and wanted to complain to Ningxiu, but Ningxiu was now grounded and couldn't even leave the palace. The concubines had no choice but to kneel outside Ao Tianzi's palace and beg for mercy. The harem was so big that even the mother of the country was grounded. Many concubines, palace maids, and eunuchs were implicated in this incident. For a time, there were wails everywhere. During the court session, many courtiers tried to persuade Ao Tianzi not to make such a big scene. There were too many people involved. The concubines in the harem were their relatives, the daughters of their families. Ao Tianzi was furious. Why are there so many dirty things in your harem? I want children. Look at what these virtuous women have done. They didn't hesitate to hurt my children. Ao Tianzi was so angry that his heart ached and he had the urge to vomit blood. The courtiers didn't dare to say anything. If Ao Tianzi didn't participate in the consort selection, he wouldn't have so many women in his harem. Naturally, this wouldn't have happened. With so many people fighting over a single cucumber, they had to defeat their enemies in order to obtain the final victory. Anyway, it was the woman's fault. Ao Tianzi swallowed the fishy and sweet liquid in his mouth. He couldn't help but clutch at his clothes in pain. The eunuch quickly asked, "Emperor, what's wrong?" Ao Tianzi waved his hand as he clutched his chest, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. "Your Majesty, please calm down." The courtiers all knelt down and kowtowed to Ao Tianzi. Ao Tianzi's face was flushed red. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood and slumped weakly on the dragon throne. Cries of surprise filled his ears. Ao Tianzi was completely plunged into darkness as he saw a figure swaying in front of him. When he woke up, there was a group of concubines kneeling beside his bed, led by the empress. When Ao Tianzi saw Ningxiu, he was instantly enraged. Wasn't this woman grounded? Why was she released now? What did she think of him as the emperor? Your Majesty, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. If anything happened to you, what would happen to me and my sisters? Ningxiu cried and said. He didn't want to see these women now, but these women still came to him. Did they want him to die faster? Ao Tianzi's heart ached as if it was piercing his heart. His heart felt terrible. Seeing these crying women, Ao Tianzi was very impatient. He shouted impatiently, "Get lost! Get lost! All of you are grounded. Don't go out if there's nothing important." Ningxiu looked sadly at Ao Tianzi and said, "Your Majesty, let me stay here to take care of you. You're sick. Don't be angry anymore. The imperial physician said that your Majesty's heart hurts because of liver congestion. Don't be angry. It's all my fault. I didn't manage the harem well. But I really didn't do anything to Minjiao. Your Majesty, please investigate. Ningxu knelt and kowtowed. Ao Tianzi's face was pale. He clutched his chest and said, "Get lost. Your Majesty, it's all my fault. Please calm down." Ningxu kowtowed in fear and trepidation. Ao Tianzi was about to explode because of Ningxu, who was as stupid as a pig. He only got angry when he saw these women, but they didn't know what was good for them and kept hovering in front of him. What a scam. Ao Tianzi was so angry that he wanted to die. Ao Tianzi couldn't even control his violent mood. His heart pounded and the veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to explode. Your Majesty, I'm really worried about you. I want to stay here to take care of you. I wanted to call Minjiao over, but she's in the middle of her confinement period. A woman's health is the most important thing, so I didn't call her over. Ao Tianzi listened to Ningxu's incessant chatter. He was so irritated that his head was about to explode. When he heard Ningxu mention Minjiao, Ao Tianzi's heart suddenly jumped violently. He was afraid that these women would reach out to Fu Min while he was sick. Ao Tianzi took out some pills from the box at the head of the bed and swallowed one with his eyes closed. With the help of the eunuchs, he staggered to his feet and walked towards Fu Min's palace. Ningxu immediately asked, "Your Majesty, where are you going? Do you want me to follow you?" "Shut up. You're not allowed to follow me." Ao Tianzi roared, his voice cracking. Ningxu immediately stopped, feeling wronged. "Your Majesty, I'm worried about you." Ningxu followed Ao Tianzi with a group of concubines. Ao Tianzi turned his head and looked at Ningxu with eyes as cold as ice. "I said, don't follow me. Is it because you don't listen to me? Guards, kill these people." Ao Tianzi roared, clutching his chest as blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. The imperial concubines and concubines were dumbstruck. Then, they dispersed in a hubbub. Ningxu's face was pale as she quickly left. Ao Tianzi wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. There were bright red bloodstains on the handkerchief. When they arrived at Fu Min's palace, Fu Min, who was sitting on the bed, didn't want to talk to Ao Tianzi. However, when she saw Ao Tianzi's appearance, she hurriedly got off the bed. She didn't even have time to wear her shoes. She covered her mouth and cried. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Ao Tianzi was helped to sit down by the eunuchs. Seeing that Fu Min was still barefooted, he said, "I'm fine. Don't cry. You're still in confinement. Be careful not to hurt your eyes. Quickly go back to bed." The eunuchs called the imperial physician over. Ao Tianzi said to the imperial physician, "Check if I've been poisoned." His heart inexplicably hurt and he even vomited blood. 39/39163/L Ao Tianzi felt that his body was strong and healthy. How could there be a problem? It could only be poison. The imperial physician quickly knelt down and took Ao Tianzi's pulse. After taking his pulse repeatedly, he finally said, "Your Majesty, there is no poison. Speaking of poison, Your Majesty has a slight pill poison. Other than that, there is nothing serious." Ao Tianzi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that he was not poisoned. He asked again, "Then what's wrong with my heart? Why did I cough up blood?" The imperial physician took his pulse carefully. "Your Majesty's heart might be failing. It should be because of anger during this period of time. I'll give you some prescriptions. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, please don't take any more pills. Pills have cinnabar. Although they are useful, it's not good to take too much of them. Some of them are harmful to the body. These toxins will settle in the body forever." The imperial physician took out a silver needle and used it to touch Ao Tianzi's blood. After a while, the silver needle changed color a little. It lost its previous luster. The reason why the silver needle changed color was because of the heavy metal in the pill. It was mercury, which was very harmful to the body. Ao Tianzi looked at the slightly discolored silver needle and frowned. "I understand. Go and boil the medicine." He had to find a way to cure his cough-up blood. His heart was in too much pain. Ao Tianzi expected the pill to be poisonous. However, he had to rely on the pill now. There was no other way. Even if he knew that it was a little poisonous, he would still take it. The pill could make him energetic. A little flaw was acceptable. Your Majesty, don't be angry. I'll take it that I have no fate with this child. In my next life, this child will be reincarnated into a good family. He has nothing to do with the sisters in the harem. Don't do this for me. I can't bear it. Fu Min said. Ao Tianzi was the emperor. He was the emperor of the world. He was not an ordinary man. If this went on, Fu Min would become a vixen who charmed the country. Fu Min had read many books. She knew that in history, there were many cases where countries were destroyed because of women. These women were called beauties who brought disaster to the country. Men played and lost the country. Then, they let women bear the responsibility. The emperor was not a woman. The one who made the decisions was not a woman. How could it be a woman's responsibility? Fu Min knew that Ao Tianzi did this for her. He even wanted to clean up the harem. However, it was a little unrealistic. Since entering the harem, Fu Min had hidden some of her thoughts in the bottom of her heart. Ao Tianzi grabbed Fu Min's hand. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'll protect myself and you. This won't happen again. Fu Min's eyes were watery. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meeting Your Majesty is the fortune of this concubine. Ao Tianzi drank the medicine that he had just brewed and then rested in Fu Min's palace. Ningxu returned to Pepper Palace Hall. Consort Xian, who still had half of her face, was waiting for Ningxu. She bowed and asked, Consort, how is the emperor? Ningxu saw that half of concubine Xian's face was purple and blue, and said, the emperor's heart was attacked by anger. It's nothing serious. Imperial concubine Xian only made an O sound and said to Ningxu, Noble Lady Li, Sun Ningxue, and Wu Jieyu were all killed. Other than the three of them, what else? Ningxu asked. I killed a few palace maids and eunuchs. Fortunately, Ao Tianzi was sick. Otherwise, if this continued, wouldn't a large number of people in the harem die? Consort, this concubine almost scared people to death. How much longer do we have to live like this? Concubine Xian thought that she had angered Ao Tianzi and had even been slapped until half of her face was swollen. Who knew when she would be killed? Ningxu drank a mouthful of tea and had the wet nurse bring the two children over. Looking at the two white and chubby children, concubine Xian smiled no matter how distressed she was. No matter what, she still had two children. They were children that she had painstakingly given birth to. No matter how much Fu Min was favored, the children were still not born. Thinking of this, concubine Xian felt that she had a lot more to strive for in life. Ningxu put down the teacup and picked up the two children to play with for a while. Xi'er walked into the palace and said to Ningxu, Nyang Yang, there's news from the residents. The servant who hit people is from the third branch. Moreover, he just entered the residence not long ago. Now, that servant has already disappeared. He did hit people, and he did kill an entire family, Xi'er said. Ningxu facebombed. What did father say? We must find that servant who hit people. Who gave him the right to use the Tan family's name? It's a manservant who follows the second young master of the third branch. Xi'er said, Master said that he might have been used by someone to deal with the Tan family. This servant has already passed on Consort's words to Master, asking him to restrain the servants in the residence and not let people who don't know enter the Tan family. Ningxu rubbed his forehead. In this era, the ones who suffered the most were women. Even a manservant dared to hit a commoner with no status. No matter the time, the ones who suffered were the people at the bottom. There were grievances that couldn't be redressed, and there were grievances that couldn't be spoken out. Therefore, everyone wanted to climb up. Consort, Master asked Consort to be careful in the palace. The emperor has been acting strangely recently. Xi'er rubbed Ningxu's temples. Ao Tianzi wasn't acting strangely. The fruit of his and Fu Min's love was gone, and he ate too many medicinal pills, so his temperament had changed. Consort. Xi'er moved closer to Ningxu's ear and whispered, Master found out that the Taoist priest in the palace has a residence outside the palace, and there are many 12 or 13-year-old girls in the residence. The old Taoist priest is so. Vigorous, 11 or 12-year-old girls? F*ck, old bastard. It's not what you think, Your Highness. According to the information Master obtained, Taoist priest wants the blood of these girls. In order to maintain the purity of the blood, these girls are not allowed to eat anything. They can only drink dew. Xier said. Only drinking dew? Wouldn't they starve to death? Ningxu was dumbfounded. Ningxu frowned. She didn't know if Tianzi knew about this. It wasn't easy to own a house in the capital city. Don't think that the price of a house in the ancient era wasn't expensive. It was very likely that Tianzi had bestowed the house. Now, the old Taoist priest was very popular in front of Tianzi. Everyone in the imperial court knew that the emperor favored the believers from outside the palace, and that they could live forever by eating medicinal pills. Even if he wasn't sure whether the old Taoist priest's actions were instructed by Tianzi, Father Tan didn't dare to do anything. He might end up offending Tianzi. In any case, Father Tan was often scolded by Tianzi recently. With such an obvious political trend, Father Tan hoped that his daughter would be more careful in the harem. At the same time, he also wanted to investigate whether Tianzi was behind this. He didn't dare to rashly expose the truth. How did you find out? Ningxu asked. Recently, there have been many cases of young girls going missing in the capital city. Ningxu was speechless. 39/39163/L. It had been quite a few days since Tianzi started taking pills. How many people would starve to death, only drink dew? Fairies, let the old Taoist drink dew every day. Let Tianzi drink dew every day. Even menstruation can be the source of disaster. Take my menstrual strip and drink it. I guarantee you will live longer. Any race that vented their strength on the weak and coward in the face of a strong enemy would be finished sooner or later. When the war was over, they would vent their patriotism on the women who had betrayed their country and the women who served the enemy. They would tear off the women's clothes, cut off their hair, and parade them through the streets for the public to see. They would let you know the consequences of not being patriotic. This kind of thing was not unheard of. What a bunch of patriotic young people. It can be saved. I will think of a way to get Father to restrain the people of the third branch. Everyone is of the same origin. If something happens, can the third branch get up? Dream on. In ancient times, it was popular to implicate the 9 generations. Not to mention the 9 generations, the 3 generations could completely destroy a family. Ningxu asked Xier to report to the Tan family. Tianzi recuperated in Fu Min's palace. The next day, Ningxu gathered a bunch of concubines and went to Fu Min's palace. They said that they wanted to see how the emperor's injury was and would not leave until he allowed them to. Tianzi was annoyed when he saw these women. He directly asked them to go back and stay in his palace. At this time, they still wanted to fight for favor and make their presence known. Did these women have any heart? Tianzi was so angry that his heart hurt. The sisters in the harem came to see the emperor. Emperor should see them. Fu Min said, let them be at ease. They are very worried about the emperor, just like how I am. Don't think about them. They have too many thoughts. You don't have to speak up for them. Tianzi said. Emperor, the empress is here. If I don't let her in, I don't know the rules. Fu Min said. Seeing Fu Min in such a difficult position, Tianzi couldn't help but say, I won't make you wait for too long. I won't let the women in the harem bully you again. I won't let you live your days at the mercy of others. You and I will be like an ordinary couple, treating each other with respect. Fu Min forced a smile. Tianzi was an emperor. Sometimes, she didn't dare to be too willful. Sometimes, she didn't even dare to say certain things out loud for fear of offending Tianzi. They weren't equal. Fu Min quickly left the room and walked in front of Ningxu. Ningxu bowed. Xianxia greets the empress. Get up. Ningxu said. Fu Min's face was a little pale and haggard. She had yet to recover from her miscarriage. Minjiaoyi, are you feeling better? Fu Min bowed and said, I'm much better. No need to be so courteous. Ningxu felt that Fu Min's qi and blood were a little weak. Her face was so pale, and Tianzi was sick. Instead of recuperating in his own palace, he ran to Fu Min's palace. With Xianxia here, would Fu Min still be in the mood for her confinement? Ningxu walked in with a group of concubines and bowed to Xianxia on the bed. Instantly, the room was filled with the smell of cosmetics. Xianxia even felt that these women had ruined the tranquility of Fu Min's palace. They were extremely vulgar. Ningxu walked to the bedside and asked Xianxia, "Your Majesty, are you feeling better?" "I'll feel much better if the Empress doesn't come to bother me," Xianxia said. Ningxu's smile didn't change. She said without complaint, "Seeing that your Majesty still has the strength to talk back to me, I'm much more relieved. Your Majesty's body is fine." Xianxia felt very uncomfortable facing this Empress. It was an indescribable feeling. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. She was enduring it. Either she loved him or she had other requests. Xianxia thought of concubine Xian's 2 children, who were now being raised by the Empress. Could it be that the Empress felt that she had a bargaining chip and wanted to help the younger children to the throne? How could the Ao family's world be given to a nameless son of a secret guard who only had a serial number? Dream on if you want to rule the Ao family. Ningxu saw Xianxia staring straight at her as if he was poisoned. She couldn't help but touch her face and ask, "Your Majesty, is there something on my face?" Xianxia snorted, "I've seen it too. Go back." Ningxu quickly bowed and nagged Xianxia to pay attention to her body. Xianxia ignored Ningxu's words. He regretted not getting Fu Min pregnant earlier. Previously, he made Fu Min use contraception because no children were born in the harem. Even if she was pregnant, it was impossible for the child to be born because she wasn't a descendant of the imperial family. In order to protect Fu Min, he didn't want her to show off too much. Xianxia's previous plan was to get rid of the imperial harem so that no one could threaten Fu Min's existence. This way, no one would say anything no matter what he did. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Ningxu bowed and shot out a ray of energy from his finger under his long sleeve. The destructive power of the fiery sun shot into Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia felt as if his forehead was stung by something. He had been stung by something before, and now he had this feeling again. He touched his forehead, but there was nothing. Xianxia scanned the people in the room. Xianxia waved his hand at the Empress and the imperial concubines who were bowing respectfully. Ningxu retreated out of the room and bowed to Fu Min, "Farewell, Your Majesty. Minjiaoyi, you should cultivate more. This kind of thing is the most harmful to a woman's body." Ningxu said. As for whether Fu Min listened or not, Ningxu didn't care. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern." Fu Min pressed her body and squatted a little, appearing very respectful. "Get up." After Ningxu and the others left, Fu Min got up. When she got up, her face was a little pale. Xianxia said, "You are so cautious. With me here, you don't have to be afraid. Your Majesty is also concerned about me." Fu Min was slightly out of breath. "She did that for me." Xianxia shook his head. "You think she is sincere, but I have seen through the women in the imperial harem." Fu Min didn't say anything. The pain of losing her son couldn't be overcome for a while. The imperial physician said that it was because of her weak body that she couldn't keep the child. Fu Min was a little exhausted. Especially when Xianxia was here, Fu Min had to take care of him. Tired, very tired. There was no woman in the imperial harem who wasn't tired. The emperor really dotes on Minjiaoyi. Concubine Xian sighed. The emperor always stays in Minjiaoyi's palace when he is unwell. Our emperor only trusts Minjiaoyi. Ningxu didn't comment. What was there to dote on? Concubine Xian was originally in confinement, but now she had to take care of Xianxia. Besides, the two of them couldn't have sex in their current condition. 39/39163/L Ningxu didn't have any feelings for Fu Min. The women in the harem had no choice. Those who were favored had no choice. As for the plot, Fu Min asked Xianxia to send these concubines back to their families, probably because she felt that the cold palace wasn't a place for people to stay. They would either die or go crazy. In comparison, it was better to send them back to their families. Moreover, they would have relatives to protect them. However, Fu Min didn't expect that the emperor's women would never go home, let alone remarry. Who would dare to want the emperor's women unless they were tired of living, even if the emperor didn't want them? What if these women went home and couldn't bear the loneliness and cuckolded the emperor? Therefore, Ao Tianzi killed all the women in the harem. Those who drank poisoned wine, those who hanged themselves hung themselves, and those who slit their throats. Anyway, they couldn't live. From several contacts with Fu Min, Ningxu felt that Fu Min was a woman who knew how to adapt to circumstances. At least on the surface, she didn't act presumptuously because she was favored and didn't look down on the empress. It was natural for her to be complacent after gaining power. However, Fu Min was still able to stay calm. Her temperament was good. Thanks to Ao Tianzi's protection, Fu Min should be the cleanest woman in the harem. There were some things that couldn't be envied. As for the child in her belly, it was entirely because of Ao Tianzi's health. Your Highness, have the assassins in the palace been caught? Concubine Xian recalled that an assassin had entered Pepper's hall. Ningxu asked. No. This matter would definitely be left unsettled. Ningxu didn't take this matter to heart. Those who could enter and leave the palace freely must be Ao Tianzi's secret guards. After dealing with Ao Tianzi, would these secret guards be of use? Ningxu also thought of another thing. That was, the two children who were almost half a year old still did not have an official name. They only had nicknames and did not have official names on the family tree. No, she had to quickly let the two children register. Otherwise, when the time came, even if they inherited the family tree, without a name, they would not be recognized by the family. The imperial family was also a big clan. However, he had to find Ao Tianzi and ask him to name the two children. Not to mention the two children, he had to give the boy a name. The two children still didn't have a name, which showed how much Ao Tianzi disliked them. Have you thought of names for the two children? Ningxu's concubine Xian asked. Consort Xian was stunned for a moment before remembering that the two children didn't even have proper names and weren't listed in the genealogy. They were illegitimate children. Consort Xian's expression changed. Your Highness, now that the two children are growing up under your care, Your Highness should make plans for the two children. Ningxu nodded. This consort naturally knows. As for the boy's name, this consort will think of a way to have His Majesty bestow a name. As for the girl's name, you should think of one. You are the child's mother. Fortunately, you were born with great difficulty. This concubine thanks the Empress for her grace. Concubine Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Consort Xian thought for a while and gave the girl a name, Xiao Lei. Xiao, a little bamboo, represented modesty, politeness, determination, and motivation. Lei, a flower bud, represented blooming and hope. Ao Xiao Lei, Ningxu looked at the words on the white paper. When the time comes, when the emperor bestows a name to the boy, we will go to the imperial jade butterfly together. Many thanks, Your Highness. Consort Xian bowed. Luckily, the Empress was here. If it was her, she really wouldn't know what to do. If the child couldn't go to the imperial jade butterfly, it wouldn't be able to prove her identity. Without identity, she would be no different from a servant in the harem. How could Consort Xian accept the fact that the child she gave birth to was like a wild child? The next day, Ningxu went to Fu Min's palace to visit Ao Tianzi again. This time, Ao Tianzi saw that Ningxu came alone and didn't bring a large group of people, so he was slightly less angry. However, when he saw Ningxu's face, Ao Tianzi was still very angry. Ningxu looked at Ao Tianzi, whose eyes were slightly red, and bowed to ask, Your Majesty, are you feeling better, Ao Tianzi? Didn't you see me yesterday? This concubine's heart is not at ease if you keep asking. Ningxu said without complaint. This concubine greets the Empress. Fu Min bowed. Ningxu reached out to help Fu Min up. He touched Fu Min's pulse with his finger. She had a blood deficiency and weak vital energy. She didn't recuperate well. Ningxu said gently, This concubine sees that Minjiao's face is a bit pale. This concubine has donkey hide gelatin, which is very good for a woman's body. This concubine will have someone send some over. Fu Min's face revealed a smile. This concubine thanks the Empress. When Fu Min smiled like this, there was a faint luster in her eyes. It seemed that there was sincerity in it, which made people feel comfortable. Xianxia saw that Ningxu was actually chatting with Fu Min and ignored him. He said coldly, "What is the Empress doing here?" "This concubine came to take a look at your Majesty's body. Your Majesty's forehead is red." "What happened?" Ningxu looked at Xianxia and asked. There were red marks between his eyebrows and the bridge of his nose. "It should be caused by pinching the bridge of his nose." "Nothing happened to me." Xianxia didn't have a headache for the whole night. Whenever his head hurt, he would pinch the bridge of his nose. Moreover, he ate several medicinal pills in one night. It was very uncomfortable to have a headache. Ningxu made a no sound, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this concubine came for a matter. The two children are now half a year old, but they don't have proper names yet. So, Your Majesty, please bestow names to the children." The two children didn't have a baptism ceremony or a 1-month-old celebration. Until now, they didn't have names. There was no way around it, although they weren't of the Ao family's bloodline. Hearing this, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He pulled the corner of his mouth and sneered. "We'll talk about names later. You want to be on the Imperial Jade Butterfly? Dream on. As long as you're on the Imperial Jade Butterfly, you can enjoy the royal treatment. If you're not my child, you can eat my food." Forget about being a father, Xianxia would never be a concubine. Xianxia's refusal was expected by Ningxu. He knelt and asked Xianxia to say, "It's not easy for the two children. Your Majesty, please bestow names to them." Zhen said, "We'll talk about this later. Empress, you're dismissed." Xianxia's expression became more and more ugly. His whole body was filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Ningxu had no choice but to retreat first. After Ningxu left, Fu Min said to Xianxia, "Those two children are also the emperor's children. It's time for them to be on the Imperial Jade Butterfly. Only the children you give birth to are Zhen's children. Zhen doesn't recognize those two children." Xianxia's brows were filled with ruthlessness. His head was aching faintly. Xianxia couldn't help but pinch the space between his eyebrows. Fu Min reached out and rubbed Xianxia's head. "It's this concubine's incompetence. This concubine couldn't protect the two children. However, they are the emperor's bloodline after all." Fu Min couldn't describe what she was feeling. Thailand's busted female streamer's new erotic video was exposed. She pounced on the male lead so hungry. Please follow the official WeChat account and watch it online. It was a great honor for Xianxia to treat her like this, as if he had set his mind on her. But seeing him treat others so coldly, she wondered if she would end up like this coldness one day. Fu Min, who lost her children, fell into a sorrowful state of mind. In short, she was always worried about gains and losses and liked to overthink. Fu Min rubbed Xianxia's head, but the headache didn't ease at all. Instead, it became more and more painful, as if there were needles pricking his head. Consort Xian had been waiting for Ningxu for a long time, wanting to hear the emperor's name as soon as possible. Seeing Ningxu's sullen face, her heart sank. Is the emperor unwilling to give them names? The emperor refuses. We'll talk about this later. Ningxu picked up the teacup and drank. Consort Xian looked a little dazed, puzzled, and confused. Why does the emperor treat me like this? What did I do wrong? The biggest mistake was not letting the children be born. These two children should have turned into a pool of blood. Now that they were born, it would only make Xianxia very angry. Xianxia was expected to be unhappy about being given names and receiving royal treatment. It was also obvious that he didn't give them names. Ningxu didn't want to tell Consort Xian that these were not Xianxia's children. The fewer people who knew about this, the safer it would be. There are other ways to solve this, Ningxu said directly. Ningxu went to find the clan head and some of the imperial family's highly respected Xianxia. She said that the emperor's heirs had withered. Now that he finally had two children, the emperor didn't bestow them names, nor did he give them the Imperial Jade Butterfly. He didn't want the two children to have any names, so it wasn't a big deal. Moreover, they were twins. The dragon and the phoenix were auspicious, which was a good sign. He asked the patriarch and some elders to help persuade the emperor. The elders had to give face to the empress, so they went to the palace to persuade Ao Tianzi. Ao Tianzi received the elders in the imperial study. When he heard these people's request, he was speechless. He didn't expect the empress to go to the clan. The empress was really racking her brains for these two children. The more this was the case, the more Ao Tianzi refused to give the child a name. After all, the child was not a member of the Ao family. Ao Tianzi directly rejected the clan's request, saying that he would give the child a name when he was older. This child had suffered from many illnesses since he was young. What if something happened to him after he was given a name? It was hard to say about Ao Tianzi. This child was not the son of the Ao family. Not to mention that the concubines in the harem were all served by secret guards, which was against the moral principles. If the officials of the imperial court knew about it, they would all jump up and remonstrate with him, calling him a fatuous emperor. The people of the clan looked at each other. What kind of reason was this? Thus, the old clan leader said, "The emperor's children are indeed withered. He can give the child a simpler name. There won't be any good fortune. In any case, the child has the jade butterfly. If he didn't go, he wouldn't go." Ao Tianzi felt uncomfortable all over. Why are these people blabbering when they don't know the truth? Not only did he have to wear a green hat, he had to wear it on his head. "Your Majesty, when the two children have the jade butterfly, they might be able to have a prosperous family," the old clan leader said with a trembling voice. There was a custom among the people. Families without children would buy little girls so that when they had children, they could give birth to their own children. If it was a boy, the adopted little girl could become a child bride. Ao Tianzi rubbed his eyebrows. He had a terrible headache, as if something sharp was stabbing his head in his head. Ao Tianzi took out an elixir and ate one. His eyes were a little red, which made the members of the imperial clan frown. Why was the emperor so obsessed with these things and favored those foreign believers? There were many nobles who pursued immortality and wanted to enjoy glory and wealth forever. However, these people usually died earlier than anyone else. The old clan leader used his walking stick to hit the floor and said, "Your Majesty, you can't eat these things anymore." The old clan leader was thinking for the entire clan. After all, the Ao family was the royal family. They had to work for the benefit of the royal family. The world belonged to the Ao family. In fact, the world was controlled by the aristocratic families, and the royal family was the biggest aristocratic family. If Huang Shan died from eating the elixir, the Ao family would have no heir. He had to let the little girl in the harem have the jade butterfly. Ao Tianzi was very annoyed. A group of officials in the imperial court kept talking, and now the people in the ancestral temple kept talking. Did they all want to force him to death? "Your Majesty, give the little prince a simple name. This way, he won't lose his fortune," the old clan leader said. Ao Tianzi felt that he was in trouble. His head was about to explode, and there was a fire burning in his heart. He directly swept the things on the imperial table to the floor, and the people in the room immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Your Majesty, please think for the Ao family. Your Majesty has no heir, and the imperial court is not stable. Even if something happened, the harem would have an heir, and it wouldn't stop the bloodline of the emperor." All Ao Tianzi wanted was to fight for the best things for Fu Min. He wanted to leave all the good things for Fu Min. If Fu Min gave birth to a child, he would make Fu Min's child the crown prince. Only then can this world belong to the Ao clan, and not to a bastard. I am the emperor. No matter what I do, I have my considerations. Everything is beneficial to the country. You don't have to say any more. Ao Tianzi didn't want to give the two bastards in the harem a name at all. In your dreams. It seemed that the empress in the harem was going to be removed. She was always stirring up trouble. Ao Tianzi rubbed his forehead. The large group of people in the room was simply annoying. The clan members present couldn't figure out why Ao Tianzi didn't want to give the child a name. Could it be like what the empress said, that the emperor only recognized Minzhou's child, and the child wasn't even born yet, and he was even planning for a child that didn't have a shadow? What could the clan members say? Your Majesty is just a name. Your Majesty is in the prime of his life, and there will be many heirs in the future. The more heirs, the more prosperous the family will be. Ao Tianzi laughed in his heart. So what if it's prosperous? Isn't it a fight for power? The old clan leader said, when it's prosperous, there will be more choices. Only through fighting can we determine who is the most suitable person to sit on the throne. If the one sitting on the throne was an incompetent or fatuous person, if he could protect the Ao family's world. The fight in the royal family was just to select the most suitable person to become the emperor. Courage, wisdom, strategy, fate, all of these were indispensable. The old clan leader was speaking the truth. The emperor climbed the stairs of bone step by step to the throne. If he wanted to enjoy supreme power, he had to endure the loneliness at the top. If he wanted to wear the crown, he had to bear its weight first. Ao Tianzi couldn't bear to let his and Fu Min's child fight with others. Moreover, he believed that his child would definitely be a wise emperor. That was how he felt. He didn't need his child to endure this. The cruelty of the royal family didn't want his child to experience it. The bold video of a child with a huge chest dripping with fragrant sweat and 2 feet of balls almost overflowing. Please follow the WeChat public number EI New May 222. Ao Tianzi's heart ached at the thought of his unborn child, a lump of flesh and blood. His heart ached more and more. Ao Tianzi clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Everyone saw Ao Tianzi's face turn red as if blood was about to drip out. Ao Tianzi spat out blood. Because of the noise, Ao Tianzi had a headache and took 2 pills in a row. Ao Tianzi's head and heart ached. Ao Tianzi spat out blood, which scared everyone. Could it be that he was poisoned or that there was something wrong with his body? The emperor was still so young. Everyone wanted to find an identity for the only prince in the harem. I'm fine. Ao Tianzi felt better after spitting out blood. Let's not talk about this anymore. Your Majesty. Everyone knelt down and cried. They insisted that Ao Tianzi name a jade butterfly. Now that Ao Tianzi was spitting out blood, what if he suddenly died? In order to protect the Ao family, they must let Ao Tianzi have a legitimate descendant. Ao Tianzi panted heavily and glared at the people kneeling on the ground. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. He picked up a brush and dipped it in the cinnabar used to mark the memorials. He was so annoyed that he wrote down the word mediocre, the word for mediocre. I'll give you this name. Ao Tianzi said coldly. With so many people here, if he didn't give them an explanation, they wouldn't let it go. Damn it, he couldn't say that the child wasn't his. It was so frustrating to be the emperor. Although it was a word for mediocre, it was still a name. The boy's name was Ao Yong. I have another secret edict. Ao Tianzi wrote the edict and stamped it with the imperial seal. Ao Yong will never inherit the throne. The people looked at each other, but they still accepted the edict. Ao Tianzi rubbed the space between his eyebrows. After the people from the clan left, Ao Tianzi swallowed another pill. Now, whenever Ao Tianzi felt uncomfortable, he would take medicinal pills even more frequently than before, which made the group of clansmen very worried. Those who ate pills all died early. Just like that, the 2 children got a jade butterfly. The eldest prince was called Ao Yong and the eldest princess was called Ao Xiaolei. He could be considered a member of the royal family. When imperial concubine Xian saw the word Yong, she was stunned. She covered her mouth and started crying. Why did the emperor give the child such a name? When ordinary people saw the word mediocre, the first thing they would think of was vulgar, muddle-headed, and incompetent. Concubine Xian was very sad. It was already the greatest victory for the child to be able to get on jade butterfly. Mediocrity can be muddle-headed, but it can also be mediocre. Mediocre means mediocrity. The middle finger is not biased, and mediocrity is not easy. The way of the mean could also be understood as the way of the sovereign. Consort Xian raised her head and looked at Ning Shu. Really? That's true. Although the word mediocre seems ordinary and even has a demeaning meaning, it's not the case when you think about it carefully. There's no need to be sad. Perhaps our emperor has high hopes for the child. Of course, Ning Shu was just spouting nonsense. Ao Tianzi gave him the word mediocre just to mock and belittle him. Why did Ao Tianzi bestow him a name so easily? Could it be that Ao Tianzi was plotting something? Ning Shu personally asked the clan members, but they didn't say anything. Ning Shu asked the eunuch who served Ao Tianzi. Of course, he didn't serve Ao Tianzi personally. After bribing him a little, the eunuch said that there seemed to be a secret edict. A secret edict. The secret edict was definitely in the hands of the Ao clan's clansmen. It was impossible to snatch it openly. He didn't know what was written on the edict, but it was very likely to be related to Ao Yong. Ning Shu returned to his pepper hall and lined up the people who were going to the imperial study. This thing could only be in the hands of the clan's princes. If the secret edict didn't allow Ao Yong to inherit the throne, then there were plenty of princes in the clan. They could just adopt one of them. What would Ao Yong have to do? The secret edict was a big problem. Ning Shu propped up his chin and looked at the two white and chubby children in the cradle. He didn't know if they could withstand the coming storm. In the middle of the night, Ning Shu slipped out of the palace in his night clothes. He went to each of the princes' mansions to look for the secret edict. He didn't even let the old clan leaders' mansions go. Finally, he found the secret edict in the mansion of Prince Li. As soon as he saw that it was Prince Li, Ning Shu understood most of the situation. Damn, Ao Tianzi actually gave the secret edict to Prince Li so that Ao Yong wouldn't have the chance to become the emperor. Prince Li had 3 sons. Moreover, the eldest son was skilled in civil and military affairs. He was even more handsome. If Ao Tianzi died and didn't have an heir, he would be the most likely person to inherit the throne. He felt that Ao Tianzi seemed to have realized something and was preparing for a rainy day. He seemed to be calculating something. Ning Shu used his spiritual power to scan the mansion inch by inch. Finally, he found the secret edict in the plaque in the main hall. Ning Shu looked at the secret edict to see if it was real. However, very few people dared to fake an imperial edict. The handwriting was Ao Tianzi's, and there was also the seal of the nation. The reason why he recognized Ao Tianzi's handwriting was because there was an imperial edict in Pepper's hall. After getting the item, Ning Shu avoided the night patrolling guards of Prince Li's hall. With the help of his spiritual power, Ning Shu returned to the palace. Of course, there were also various kinds of excuses. There were many secret guards hidden in the harem. With the help of his spiritual power, Ning Shu bypassed these secret guards and returned to Pepper's hall. With so many people watching, Ning Shu suspected that he was being watched when he went to the toilet. Back at Pepper's hall, Ning Shu glanced at the imperial edict. He opened the incense burner and threw the imperial edict inside. The cloth emitted smoke and began to turn black. Ning Shu drank tea and stayed by the incense burner. He opened the window and let the smoke out so that it wouldn't choke the children. Your Highness. When the servant girl who was sleeping on the table saw Ning Shu sitting beside her, she immediately stood up. How did she fall asleep? She glanced at the child in the cradle and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the child was fine. Ning Shu grunted in acknowledgement. Without the imperial edict, Ning Shu's heart was much more at ease. It was best to be able to openly inherit the throne. The reason why he did so many things was to let Ao Tianzi have a suitable way to die. A young emperor's sudden death would inevitably cause waves. But what if Ao Tianzi died from eating pills? What if his body was emptied by pills? There would always be a fig leaf to let people have a reasonable explanation for the emperor's death. Moreover, the imperial physicians had advised Ao Tianzi to eat less pills more than once, but Ao Tianzi refused to listen. When the time came, it would be revealed that the emperor had imprisoned young girls for the sake of the young girls' pure menstrual cycle. It would cast a layer of color on the emperor's death. Oh my, I'm really worried sick. Ning Shu wanted to proclaim himself king, but the group of clansmen of the Ao family would definitely eat her up. Even if they didn't have any children, there were still other clansmen. It wouldn't be the turn of an empress to ascend the throne. The mixed-blood female streamer forgot to turn off the camera after live streaming. Her private life was exposed. Please follow the official WeChat account to see the female May 222 online. Besides, Ning Shu wasn't sure if Tan Yusen could be the queen. If she couldn't be the empress, she could be the regent empress. These people still had to kneel when they saw a woman. Wahahaha, Ao Tianzi used more and more pills. He had to take them when he had a headache and when his heart ached. Once he got angry, he would feel weak all over. Ao Tianzi used a lot of pills. Every time old Daoist refined some pills, Ao Tianzi would finish them quickly and ask for more from old Daoist. Old Daoist had always thought that the rarer something was, the more expensive it was. But Ao Tianzi's speed of eating made old Daoist feel uneasy. Pills were made of clay balls. If it was too easy, it would arouse suspicion. Ao Tianzi was furious when he heard old Daoist's excuse. His face and eyes turned red. He said that if old Daoist didn't refine enough pills, he would chop old Daoist's head. Old Daoist was speechless. During the court session, Ao Tianzi was opposed by the courtiers. No matter what Ao Tianzi wanted to announce, there would be objections. Sometimes, there would be a stalemate. Ao Tianzi's head hurt. He was so angry that he vomited another mouthful of blood. The courtiers were scared to death. If the emperor vomited blood because of anger, they, the courtiers, should bear the crime of disloyalty. They waited outside the bedchamber for the imperial physician to come out. After a long time, the imperial physician finally came out. He was caught by the officials and asked how the emperor was doing and whether it was serious. The imperial physician said, "His Majesty is a little overworked. His body is a little weak." In other words, his body was hollowed out. An impatient person said directly, "His Majesty vomited blood. What happened to make him vomit blood? His Majesty is just suffering from excessive internal heat. I'll prescribe him some medicine. His Majesty will be healthy again after some rest." The court officials were skeptical. What do you mean by vomiting blood due to excessive internal heat? Even if they didn't know anything about medicine, they could tell that Ao Tianzi's body was like an inflated water tank filled with hot water and magma. The imperial physician was crying in his heart. The emperor had taken too many pills. Now, the emperor's body was like a water tank with holes all over. Even if he poured water into it, it would not be able to hold any water. Moreover, the pill poison was still dormant in the body, which was why the emperor's head was so painful. In modern terms, heavy metals damaged the cranial nerves. The imperial physician felt that Ao Tianzi's body could not hold on for much longer. The vitality in his body was about to leak out. To the outside world, he could only say that the emperor was in good health. Otherwise, the emperor would be the first to kill him. The courtiers stood guard outside the hall. When Ao Tianzi woke up, they were sent back to their respective homes. Ao Tianzi clutched his chest. He could feel his own body. Could it be that the after-effects of taking the elixir had arrived so quickly? The more pain he felt, the more he would eat. The more he ate, the more his body would be unable to bear the pain. It was a vicious cycle. "Call Minjiaoyi over," Ao Tianzi said to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch did not dare to delay and went to Fu Min's palace. When Fu Min heard that something had happened to Ao Tianzi, she went to Ao Tianzi's bedroom without looking at the children's clothes she had sewn. As soon as Fu Min walked into the hall, she saw Ao Tianzi sitting on the bed dejectedly. His eyes were clear and bright, but they were filled with melancholy. His monarch aura had softened a lot, making him look like an elegant scholar. Fu Min's heart softened. It hurt a little. "You're here." Ao Tianzi smiled at Fu Min. Fu Min's tears immediately fell. "Your Majesty. Sit down. Let me take a good look at you," Ao Tianzi said to Fu Min with a pale face. Fu Min sat on the bed. "Your Majesty, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Ao Tianzi wiped Fu Min's tears. "I'm afraid I can't make it. I don't feel at ease leaving you alone in the harem. Take this will. If I really pass away, you will be the Empress Dowager. No one can do anything to you." Fu Min was stunned. Ao Tianzi was so young and in his prime. How could he not make it? "Your Majesty." Fu Min's tears fell on Ao Tianzi's hand. "I just regret not letting you have a child earlier. If I pass away, you'll be so lonely." Ao Tianzi thought he had plenty of time to plan, but he did not know when something went wrong. Hearing Ao Tianzi's words, Fu Min felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. "Your Majesty, please don't let anything happen to you. I'm scared." "Don't be scared. Even if I really pass away, I won't let the harem women hurt you." Ao Tianzi held Fu Min's hand. You're the woman I love the most in my life. Fu Min's hot tears fell on the back of Ao Tianzi's hand. She could not control her emotions and wanted to wail. No, I'm scared. I'm scared. When Fu Min thought of Ao Tianzi leaving her, she felt as if her spine had been pulled out. She was terrified and helpless. Fu Min never thought that Ao Tianzi would pass away so soon. It was said that emperors were either short-lived or killed. But Ao Tianzi was so young. Especially when Ao Tianzi was still making plans for her. Fu Min's heart was extremely complicated. She loved this man, but she also knew that this man did not belong to her. She had to swallow all the bitterness. Her life was not up to her. She loved and feared Ao Tianzi. I'm a little tired. Put away the imperial edict and leave. Ao Tianzi closed his eyes slightly. Fu Min was reluctant to leave. She kept crying and looked extremely miserable. But Ao Tianzi felt that the current Fu Min was a beauty he had never seen before. Let's go. Ao Tianzi smiled and waved at Fu Min. As soon as Fu Min left, Ao Tianzi's face darkened. He ordered the chamberlain to call the general in charge of guarding the imperial city. The order was to capture all the concubines in the harem, except for Fu Min. The general was dumbfounded. What was wrong with the emperor? Even the empress? Kill without mercy. Kill the 2 children as well. Ao Tianzi said directly and decisively. He killed the concubines in the harem and the mother of the nation. Was it really okay to kill them without even giving them a charge? Would he be wiped out when the time came? The imperial court and the harem were closely related. If he was not captured by these concubines, their families would hate him to death. He had offended almost half of the imperial court. The general cursed in his heart and quickly knelt on the ground to wake Ao Tianzi up. Ao Tianzi felt that his body could not take it anymore. It was a feeling that he could not continue. These concubines in the harem were extremely vicious. If he died, no one would protect Fu Min. Fu Min was also a person with clean hands. Although she was well-read, she was not a scheming person. That imperial edict could only give Fu Min an outstanding position in the harem, but it could not guarantee that she would live well in the harem. He could only eliminate these women. No matter who became the emperor in the future, Fu Min would be the empress dowager with an outstanding position. Ao Tianzi knew that the concubines in the harem were jealous of his love for Fu Min, so he could only eliminate them. Thailand's busted female streamer's new erotic video exposed pouncing on the male lead. I'm so thirsty. The brigadier general tasted bitterness in his mouth. What Ao Tianzi was doing was shocking. Although he didn't know why Ao Tianzi was crazy, he didn't dare to be crazy. He wanted to kill all the concubines in the imperial harem without being charged with any crime. What would the history books say about such a thing? Moreover, the concubines in the imperial harem also had their own families. Although they were married to the emperor, they still represented the power of the aristocratic families. After offending so many people, he couldn't stay in the imperial court anymore. Which official was absolutely clean, his official career had come to an end. The brigadier general didn't want to be fooled by others without any reason, even if Ao Tianzi was the emperor. Your Majesty, you can't do this. The brigadier general knelt on the ground and pleaded with Ao Tianzi, this may destroy the country, and it's not justified. I'll let you do it. If you succeed, I'll make you a general and you'll have military power. No one will dare to do anything to you. Ao Tianzi knew what the brigadier general was worried about, so he directly offered him a great temptation. From the brigadier general to the general, it was a qualitative leap. I sigh. The brigadier general left the imperial study and hurriedly sent several soldiers to each family to report the news. Anyway, he couldn't be the only one to take the blame. Moreover, he had reported in advance, so these families shouldn't point the finger at him. Maybe the courtiers would remonstrate to death and this matter would be left unsettled. At the same time, he also arranged for the guards to capture the concubines in the imperial harem. Since neither side dared to offend them, they could only capture them first without harming their lives. The brigadier general cursed in his heart, wondering what was wrong with Ao Tianzi. Your Majesty, the guards are here to capture them. Xia ran in a panic. Ningxu was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. This was the final moment when the dagger was revealed. Ningxu wrapped one child in cloth and carried the child on his back while holding the other in his arms. The guards came in and said, "Your Majesty, sorry to offend you." A guard came over to grab Ningxu. Ningxu coldly said, "I will leave by myself." After exiting Pepper's hall, he encountered other concubines. These concubines were all dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. They were being held by the guards and were struggling with all their might. Their hair and clothes were in a mess, and most of them were terrified, not knowing what had happened. Especially when they saw that Ningxu had actually been captured, they were even more horrified. One after another, they cried for Ningxu's help. The sudden change caused these concubines to panic. Ningxu gave a meaningful glance to the maidservant beside him who knew martial arts. The maidservant understood and immediately attacked the bodyguard beside her, holding him back. Ningxu immediately ran towards the imperial study with the child in his arms. The guards behind him were all chasing. When the other concubines saw that Ningxu had run away, they immediately scratched and bit the guards who were holding them, leaving scratch marks all over their faces. The guards felt the pain and let go of these concubines. These concubines who were caught all ran in the direction Ningxu had run towards. That was the imperial study, where Emperor Ao Tianzi was. Fu Min heard the commotion outside the palace. There were the cries of children, the frightened voices of women, and the clanging of weapons. Fu Min tightly clenched her handkerchief and asked, "What happened?" "I don't know. I saw the guards capturing the concubines," the maidservant beside Fu Min said. Why would they capture the concubines? Fu Min vaguely felt that Ao Tianzi wanted to do something, but more than that, she felt that it was impossible. Why would he do such a thing? This was something that would shake the imperial court. Fu Min took out the imperial edict under the pillow. In addition to the imperial edict, there was also a jade pendant. This jade pendant was carved with a huge dragon, and it was black jade, pure black. Ao Tianzi said that if there was danger, she should take out this jade. This was the power that Ao Tianzi gave her, the power to protect her. Fu Min's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to leave the palace, but her legs felt like they were filled with lead. Did Ao Tianzi want all the women in the imperial harem to be buried with him? Other than that, Fu Min really couldn't figure out why Ao Tianzi would do such a thing. Ao Tianzi gave her the imperial edict and some secret power. Did he want to kill all the concubines in the imperial harem? But the empress of a country was buried with him. This was something that had never happened before. Fu Min was very confused and didn't know what to do. She also felt very heavy. The cruelty of the imperial family was displayed in front of Fu Min for the first time. Ningxu knelt outside the imperial study and pleaded with Ao Tianzi in the hall. "Your Majesty, please let me go. I don't know what I've done wrong." Ningxu's shrill voice made the child in her arms wail. Mixed with Ningxu's voice, it gave people goosebumps. The noise made Ao Tianzi in the imperial study unusually irritated. Ao Tianzi took out a pill and ate it. He closed his eyes to rest. When he opened his eyes again, he was much more energetic. "General Wu, kill the empress. The two children are making so much noise." "Seal their mouths," Ao Tianzi said coldly. He was already at the end of his rope. He really had enough of the imperial harem's coercion. Anyway, he was going to die. He knew what the empress was thinking. She wanted Ao Yong to inherit the throne, so he issued a secret edict in advance. Even before he died, he had to make these aristocratic families suffer. General Wu was speechless. F***ck, F***ck, the emperor must be crazy. Ningxu was still wailing outside. Many concubines didn't care about their image and knelt on the ground. They also followed Ningxu and shouted, "Please forgive us, Your Majesty." For a moment, the shrill voices outside rose and fell one after another, mixed with the cries of children. "Go and kill them," Ao Tianzi said coldly. General Wu couldn't disobey the edict. He walked out of the imperial study and pulled out his bright sword. "I'll kill whoever cries again." The concubines present choked and could only sob and hiccup. General Wu didn't feel good. These concubines could successfully reach the imperial study door because he went easy on them. These concubines came to beg for mercy. In any case, they were husband and wife and could be considered as people who shared the same bed. The emperor's heart might soften. but the emperor wasn't moved at all. This made General Wu a bit tricky. If it was a concubine with conclusive evidence who committed a crime, General Wu would directly kill her. But these were dozens of concubines. General Wu didn't dare to take the blame. He could only threaten them. He hoped that the courtiers who were notified would hurry over, as well as some imperial princes and clans. Old Man Tan was the first courtier to arrive. He saw Ningxu kneeling under the scorching sun in the front. She was carrying a baby behind her and holding a baby in her arms. She looked very embarrassed. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like a graceful and elegant mother of a nation. The courtiers who rushed over all knelt and begged for mercy from Xianxia. Some courtiers who were more straightforward directly questioned Xianxia about the crimes these concubines in the imperial harem had committed. This book came from XHTML. More and more courtiers joined the crusade. Of course, the daughters of their families were included as well. What kind of nonsense was this to capture him for no reason at all? Seeing that all the courtiers had arrived, General Wu heaved a sigh of relief. This farce should be over now. What was the difference between Xianxia and a tyrant now? Why, with a creak, the door of the imperial study opened and Xianxia walked out. Xianxia was tall and big. He stood at the door and looked down at the concubines and courtiers kneeling at the bottom of the stairs. He looked very cold as his eyes swept across Ningxu and the two children at the front. As soon as Xianxia came out, the courtiers and concubines began to plead for mercy. Xianxia's face was still cold. General Wu had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Your Majesty, this matter." Before General Wu could finish, Xianxia pulled out the sword at his waist. A snow-white sword shadow was reflected in General Wu's face, making him speechless. If he continued to blabber, the emperor might just stab him in the heart. He couldn't resist or it would be a rebellion. Xianxia dragged the snow-white sword and walked down the stairs step by step like he was taking a stroll. He walked in front of Ningxu. Ningxu's knees moved. She knew that Xianxia hated her. Xianxia raised his sword and stabbed Ningxu. Everyone exclaimed. Ningxu held the children and tilted her body to avoid Xianxia's sword. Damn, she felt that Xianxia wanted to skewer her and the two children on a stick. Xianxia saw that Ningxu still dared to dodge and was about to stab again. The other courtiers rushed in front of Xianxia and stopped him. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Ningxu's voice was sorrowful. "Your Majesty, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Get out of my way. If you stop me again, you will be punished for treason." Xianxia was furious. "I want these women to be buried with me." The women in the harem were originally the emperor's private property. When the emperor died, it wasn't strange for the concubines in the harem to be buried with him. If the emperor was a little more ruthless, he might even find 3,000 virgin boys and girls to be buried with him. The courtier was also mentally exhausted to the point of death. "Your Majesty, you are in the prime of your life. How can you kill these concubines to accompany you in death?" Xianxia didn't look like he was dying. "Kill them all." Xianxia's eyes were a little scarlet. Originally, he only wanted to kill these women so that he wouldn't have to deal with Fu Min when he died. Now that these courtiers were all important courtiers, although the court would be in chaos for a while if they were all killed, there would be someone to replace them. There wasn't a moment when Xianxia didn't want to kill these courtiers who were always against him. The way to be a ruler was to balance the forces of all sides. However, when it came to the interests of the family, these courtiers would tacitly collude together, even if they had disagreements or grudges. Xianxia wanted to be a wise ruler. He wanted to be a saint. He wanted to create a powerful and prosperous era. However, the aristocrats and clans were all encroaching on land and controlling a lot of the country's resources. If he wanted to dig meat out of the hands of the aristocrats and clans, these people would join forces to fight against him. Moreover, the court was controlled by these people, causing Xianxia to be unable to issue many of his decrees. The court didn't have his own people. Xianxia had been looking for people to replace these people, but these old farts wouldn't be replaced. If they died in this coup, it would be much easier for the Ao clan to ascend the throne in the future. Xianxia knew that he didn't have long to live, so he dragged so many people with him to fight underground. Ao Tianzi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He aimed his sword at the courtier in front of him and directly pierced through the courtier's stomach. Everyone was stunned. The official who had been stabbed in the stomach also looked at Ao Tianzi in a daze. How could the emperor kill him? Kill him, kill him. Ao Tianzi pulled out the sword. Blood splattered on Ao Tianzi's body. His dragon robe was stained with blood, which made him look even more terrifying. The courtier fell to the ground. He didn't die for a while, but he lay moaning in a pool of blood. Ao Tianzi's sudden move stunned the imperial censor, who was usually ready to die. His lips trembled and he didn't dare to speak. Ao Tianzi laughed coldly. Looking at the cowardly courtiers, he felt unprecedentedly happy. All the grievances that he had suffered in the past were released. Kill them all. Ao Tianzi said to General Wu, I won't treat you unfairly. General Wu was stunned. Oh my god, how did things get out of hand? Previously, he only wanted to kill the concubines in the imperial harem. Now, he wanted to kill the court officials as well. General Wu's legs trembled for a moment. He didn't dare to take the bloody sword that Ao Tianzi handed over. General Wu knelt on the ground and shouted, Emperor, please reconsider. Please reconsider. If the concubines in the imperial harem died, he would be hated. Now that he killed the court officials, he couldn't do it. He didn't have the guts. He was just a lowly general. If he really killed them, Ao Tianzi might push him out to appease these families. He might even say that he rebelled and killed the court officials and concubines. Would his entire family still be able to survive? Although General Wu was a general, he still had some political awareness. Loyalty and patriotism alone weren't enough to make people listen to the emperor wholeheartedly. If he couldn't even protect himself, there was no need to think about glory and wealth. Do you want to defy the imperial edict? Ao Tianzi looked at General Wu coldly. General Wu wanted to faint. Was he wrong to inform these courtiers in advance? They were going to put the blame on him again. General Wu felt like he was in a difficult position. The courtiers were all stunned. Oh my god, the emperor wanted to kill them. In the future, the concubines would be used as bait. Of course, there were also women in the imperial harem who didn't come because they wanted to protect themselves. However, most of them came, and they were all in high positions. The scene was very quiet for a while. The sound of children crying made it even quieter. Emperor, let go of my father. I'm willing to die. Ningxu immediately shouted. As soon as Ningxu died, the concubines all cried. Some of the concubines who had never been favored in the imperial harem cried even more sadly. The court officials who were stabbed in the abdomen died in pain. This made the courtiers present feel sad. Looking at the darkened Ao Tianzi like a killing god, an imperial censor suddenly stood up and shouted at Ao Tianzi, fatuous emperor, killing people is second nature. You can't distinguish right from wrong. You're going to have a bad ending. You killed me. Even if I die, I'll continue to call you a fatuous emperor. Ao Tianzi was completely shameless now. He didn't care what the future generations would say about him. He was going to die anyway. Wouldn't it be great to drag these people down to play? Only then would the people he prepared have a chance to be promoted. This book came from XHTML. Ao Tianzi looked at the imperial censor, who was spitting all over the place, and walked over with his sword. The other officials wanted to stop him, but they knew that humans were made of flesh and blood. Stabbing them would definitely hurt and kill them. The imperial censor was horrified, but he had no choice. The kneeling officials looked at each other and decided to stop him. If they were killed one by one, it might be their turn. Without lips, the teeth would be cold. Everyone held Ao Tianzi back. Ao Tianzi roared, "Get out of my way." Ningxu couldn't let Ao Tianzi go on like this, so he directly detonated the energy in Ao Tianzi's head. Ao Tianzi's face turned red, and his expression suddenly became sluggish. In the end, he collapsed, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Everyone was scared out of their wits. If something happened to the emperor, they would be rebels. They didn't want to fight with Ao Tianzi. Something like this had never happened before. The emperor and the officials pushed each other, and the emperor fell to the ground. The officials surrounding Ao Tianzi immediately fell to their knees. There were so many people just now, and they didn't touch Ao Tianzi at all. Imperial physician, imperial physician. The eunuch scrambled to find the imperial physician. Ao Tianzi was lying on the ground, and no one dared to approach him. They were afraid that they would be accused of regicide, which was a crime punishable by 9 familial extermination. General Wu was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded, let alone General Wu. The concubines didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw Ao Tianzi with his eyes wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. The imperial physician ran over with a box, panting heavily. Seeing Ao Tianzi's shocking death, he carefully checked Ao Tianzi's pulse, breath, and heart. Finally, he confirmed that Ao Tianzi had died. The imperial doctor said that the emperor had passed away. The concubines all cried, not knowing if it was because they had escaped death, or because they were going to be widows at such a young age. The imperial city rang the funeral bell. Fu Min heard the emperor's funeral bell, and her expression became sluggish. She covered her face and cried, not even daring to see Ao Tianzi. Seeing how the emperor had died, the clan members asked if he had been poisoned. The imperial physicians examined him and said that Ao Tianzi wasn't poisoned. If the medicinal pills were considered poisons, then they were. According to the eunuch who served Ao Tianzi had to take medicinal pills several times a day. When he felt uncomfortable, he ate a lot of rice. He must have eaten too many pills and depleted his body. In the end, his body collapsed like a building, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. As for the murder of the imperial concubines and courtiers, it was left unsettled with Ao Tianzi's death. Ningxu was a little afraid that Ao Tianzi would suddenly say that all the women in the harem were unfaithful. If that happened, the entire court would not tolerate them. Soon, the entire imperial city was covered in white mourning clothes. Everyone was dressed in plain clothes. As Ao Tianzi's legal wife, Ningxu had to wear a sackcloth on her head. She led the concubines in kneeling in front of Ao Tianzi's coffin. Ao Tianzi's death was sudden, but fortunately, there was a coffin. Ever since the emperor ascended the throne, he had been building coffins and tombs. Otherwise, how could so many tombs of emperors be built in a single day? If they dug up Ao Tianzi's corpse after he died, it would have smelled bad. Ao Tianzi only had a 1-year-old son. There was no one to mourn for him, so Ningxu and the child's mother, concubine Xian, were the ones to mourn for him. They found a few juniors from the clan to pay their respects to Ao Tianzi. Concubine Xian clung tightly to Ningxu. She was very confused about Ao Tianzi's death. Not only her, but the concubines in the imperial harem were also confused. It was as if they had lost their backbone. When Ao Tianzi was alive, they did everything they could to please him and the emperor. Now that Ao Tianzi was gone, there was no need to please anyone. However, the concubines' lives were still lonely. They did not know what to do every day. A country could not go a day without a ruler. Ao Tianzi's death put the matter of a new ruler on the agenda. Of course, Ao Tianzi's son was the rightful heir. However, he was still in his infancy. How could such a child manage the country? The Empress Dowager probably had to carry him to court. Something like a hen taking over the throne might happen. Moreover, the royal family had already received Ao Tianzi's secret edict that Ao Yong would never inherit the throne. Therefore, the clan had to find someone else to inherit the throne. Of course, the ministers wanted the child to inherit the throne. The relationship between the emperor and the ministers was like the east wind suppressing the west wind. There were powerful emperors, and there were also emperors who were bullied by the ministers. Moreover, the rightful heir was the rightful heir. Ningxu was dressed in plain clothes. She listened to these people arguing without saying anything. Anyway, she was a woman who did not have her own opinions. They could say whatever they wanted. For Ningxu, all the dangers were gone now that Ao Tianzi was gone. It would be best if the child could inherit the throne. If not, the new emperor would not do anything for the time being because the child was too young. Therefore, no matter what, she could not escape the title of Empress Dowager. Ningxu knelt in front of the coffin and looked around. Fu Min did not come. She could kneel in front of the coffin at first, but then she fell ill and could not get out of bed until now. She probably could not accept Ao Tianzi's death. King Li did not agree to appoint his youngest son as the emperor because of Ao Tianzi's secret edict, which stated that Ao Yong would not be allowed to inherit the throne. Besides, King Li also had his own selfish motives. His eldest son was the most promising candidate to inherit the throne. After the uncle died and the nephew inherited the throne, it was equivalent to being adopted by Ao Tianzi. Moreover, his eldest son was 16 years old. He was very good in all aspects and could take on great responsibilities. Since it was a secret edict, it was taken out. However, when Prince Li came back with the edict, he found that it was missing. Prince Li's heart beat like thunder and his head was dizzy. Where was the imperial edict? Where did the imperial edict go? Prince Li's whole body went numb. He thought of the military ministers and nobles waiting for his imperial edict. If he could not take out the imperial edict, would it be a fake imperial edict? Oh my God, Prince Li felt that his entire person was not too good. In the end, Prince Li used the excuse that it was a verbal edict. Verbal edicts, everyone thought that Prince Li was using this as an excuse to prevent the child from inheriting the throne. People from the clan found Prince Li and asked him what happened. Where was the imperial edict? Prince Li felt bitter in his mouth. It was missing. Everyone, are you king kidding me? After Ao Tianzi was buried, the new emperor was confirmed. It was the infant Ao Yong. The young lord state was weak, and it was an opportunity for the aristocratic family to develop. Ningxu was neither sad nor happy. She still had to carry the child every day and go to court early in the morning. She could not sleep in the winter regardless of wind or rain. If Ao Yong had not become the emperor, he would have thrived under the care of so many concubines in the imperial harem. This book came from XHTML. Ao Yong became the emperor, Ningxu became the empress dowager, and Ningxu was the empress. She was the mother of the country and the official mother of the child. Ning Shu should be the one to carry the child to court. Please search for the most complete version. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios concubine Xian was so happy that she cried. Her child had inherited the throne and all the hardships she had suffered before were nothing. However, the child had 2 mothers and 2 empress dowagers in the palace. This was a bit awkward. Concubine Xian tried her best to suppress the unwillingness in her heart, but the child had already been placed in the empress' lap. Back then, she had no choice but to let the child follow the empress. Now that she had made it, concubine Xian's thoughts became active again. Ningxu wore a grand phoenix robe and her hair was combed into the empress dowager's makeup. Her hair was covered in pearls and jade, and her lips were red. She carried Ao Yong onto the altar and completed the prayer. She told the heavens that the emperor had changed. Then, after a series of ceremonies, Ao Yong became the new emperor of the great Zhou dynasty amidst the crying of the child. Ningxu's arms were numb from carrying Ao Yong. It wasn't that they were heavy, but that they had to maintain the same posture. Ningxu began the arduous morning court journey. He had to wake up early in the morning and dress very formally every time. He had to wake up early to get busy. Because the emperor was young, the court officials asked the emperor to assist the ministers. Then, the various parties elected 5 regents. Ningxu was speechless. 5? Are you kidding me? It was easy to distribute these powers, but when the time came to take them back, it would cost him his life. Moreover, it was his own father. Ningxu said lightly, Minister Tan is not qualified to be an assistant minister. The servants committed a crime. His salary will be deducted for half a year and he will face the wall for 3 months. Father Tan was stunned. He knelt down to thank the Empress Dowager. It was supposed to be an assistant minister. Why did the Empress Dowager punish his father? Ningxu carried Ao Yong, whose eyes were wide open. Occasionally, she reached out to pull Ningxu's hair. Ningxu had no choice but to take back his hair expressionlessly. 5 assistant ministers is too many. How about this? I have decided on 3 assistant ministers. The first is Li Wanya, the second is Li Gu, and the third is Scholar Gu. Appointing a prince as the representative of the royal family would at least guarantee the Ao clan's position in the royal family. Between the prince and the emperor, Grand Secretary Li would represent the aristocratic clans while Scholar Gu was a scholar from a humble background. For Scholar Gu to be able to reach the position of a scholar, his resources were already considered a miracle. Actually, it was a three-way situation. The most surprising one was Scholar Gu. However, being able to become the regent was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single bound. Even Ao Tianzi couldn't rule by himself. As a woman, the chances of her doing as she pleased was close to zero. Moreover, there were people rushing over to help. For the sake of power, this was the only way. This was a temporary measure. Ao Yong couldn't do anything now. He couldn't even say a word. Empress Dowager, you mustn't do this. The courtiers all knelt down. Of course, some of them had failed and were unwilling to do so. Ningxu appeared to be in a difficult position and said, if you have anything to say, tell the three regents. I am a woman and do not know much about court affairs. After confirming the regents, Ningxu immediately began to shift the responsibility. If you have something to say, go. If not, leave the court. The eunuch shouted. The courtiers had no choice but to acquiesce to the three regents. Out of the 5 regents, 2 were suddenly reduced. The silly and sweet Empress Dowager was really interesting. Ningxu's scalp was hurting because of the child. After the court, he gave the child to the wet nurse. Old Man Tan returned to the mansion and told his wife about the situation. His daughter made an example of him. Mrs. Tan was instantly stunned. Half a year's salary was nothing. The family had a shop. Now that her daughter was the regent Empress Dowager, she actually made an example of her father. She thought that the Tan clan was going to rise. Do you want me to go into the palace to find the Empress Dowager? Mrs. Tan asked. She was embarrassing her father. Don't go, don't go. The loss of a city and a pool is nothing. The emperor is still in his infancy and we don't know when he will be in power. The one sitting on the dragon throne now is your daughter. The Tan clan can't be in the limelight. Old Man Tan shook his head and said. Although there are regents, we still have to go through the Empress Dowager. Old Man Tan said. Tan Yusen was killed in the cold palace. Old Man Tan immediately resigned and went into seclusion to protect his family. Old Man Tan was also a decisive person. Ningxu returned to the palace and saw that Fu Min, who had never left the palace, had actually come to his palace. Fu Min hurriedly bowed to Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Get up. Are you feeling better? Fu Min immediately said, I'm much better. Thank you for your concern, Empress Dowager. Ningxu asked the palace maid to bring the donkey hide gelatin. Take it and eat it. This thing is good for women. Fu Min's face didn't pale. Moreover, Ningxu felt that Fu Min had instantly aged a lot. She didn't look angry. Ningxu only wanted to say that when she was angry, no one would care about this harem. Square dancing should be done. Square dancing should be done. How should they play should be done. Fu Min asked the palace maid to accept the donkey hide gelatin. She bowed and said, Xianxia thanks the Empress Dowager for her grace. Thank the Empress Dowager for always forgiving Xianxia. Sit down. What are you here for this time? Ningxu asked Fu Min. Fu Min bit her lips. Should she take out the imperial edict or not? To be honest, Fu Min didn't want to take out the imperial edict. The Empress Dowager was the regent Empress Dowager. If she became the Empress Dowager, she would be suppressing the regent Empress Dowager. It's nothing. Xianxia is here to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Oh right, the late emperor gave Xianxia a name list. Xianxia thinks that it should be given to the Empress Dowager. Fu Min's palace maid respectfully handed the name list to Ningxu. Ningxu put down the teacup and took the name list. It was a list of imperial court officials. These people weren't outstanding. There were even some county magistrates. This name list is? Ningxu asked Fu Min. This is a talent cultivated by the late emperor. The imperial court is controlled by the aristocratic families. The late emperor asked Xianxia to give it to the new emperor. Fu Min said. Ao Tianzi valued Fu Min very much. Empress Dowager, Xianxia wants to set up a Buddhist shrine in the hall. Fu Min said, the late emperor passed away. Xianxia's heart is unsettled, so Xianxia eats vegetarian and chants to pray to the late emperor. Ningxu heard the hidden meaning in Fu Min's words. Fu Min was here to show weakness. She said that she didn't care about anything and wouldn't do anything. She probably wanted to ask Ningxu to be magnanimous. Ningxu smiled. If you live well, the late emperor will be at ease. It's not impossible for you to set up a Buddhist shrine. You should come out more often and interact with the sisters in the imperial harem. After all, the late emperor passed away. The sisters in the imperial harem will see you all the time. You'll be in the palace for the rest of your life. There's nothing you can't cross. Moreover, Fu Min didn't harm anyone in the imperial harem. There was no enmity between them. At most, she was favored by Xianxia. Now that everyone lost his favor, they didn't worry about scarcity but about inequality. At most, they would be mocked. Wasn't she favored before? Wasn't it the same now? Fu Min also smiled. The Empress Dowager is really benevolent. Thank you, Empress Dowager. This book came from XHTML. Benevolence. Ningxu felt complicated when she heard Fu Min praise her. If Fu Min knew that she was the one who killed Xianxia, she would probably want to perish together with her. Please search for the most complete version. The fastest novel. Ningxu smiled reservedly. It's alright, it's alright. Ningxu asked, other than this roster, what else did the late emperor leave you? Fu Min was slightly taken aback. She shook her head cleanly and said, he didn't leave anything. The emperor must have left the list for the sake of the country. Ningxu saw that Fu Min's expression was a bit unnatural. Although it was only for a moment, Ningxu still caught it. Could it be that Xianxia left something for Fu Min, since Xianxia knew that he was going to die and even wrote a secret edict in advance that Yong could never inherit the throne? It was possible that he had given a secret edict to Fu Min. Could it be that this secret edict was to depose her as the empress or something? If she were in Xianxia's shoes, she would definitely think of ways to protect Fu Min and give her a way out after knowing that she might not make it. Therefore, Ningxu guessed that Xianxia must have left something in Fu Min's hand. This was very simple. He just needed to sweep through Fu Min's palace. Even if there was an imperial edict, if it was not an imperial edict to depose the empress, Ningxu would not say anything. Moreover, Xianxia was not completely powerless. The shadow guards from before had also stopped attacking. Ningxu smiled. Fu Min couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and bowed to Ningxu before leaving. Ningxu nodded. Don't lock yourself up in the palace all day. Come out and walk around. A person's life is very long. The infighting in the harem was much calmer without Xianxia. Of course, the concubines were also much more indolent. They didn't know what to do at all. She tried her best to gain the emperor's favor. Now that the emperor was not around, she would occasionally drop by, embroider some flowers, or make some food. In short, if he didn't find something to do, he would be bored to death. If nothing unexpected happened, these imperial concubines would only die of old age in the palace. They were in the prime of their youth, and the oldest was in her 20s. However, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. There were groups of servants, and they all wore luxurious clothes. Their days were very leisurely and carefree. Consort Xian carried her daughter to Ningxu's palace and said that she missed her younger brother. Ningxu didn't say anything. Imperial concubine Xian looked after the two children. From time to time, Imperial concubine Xian would glance at Ningxu. When Ningxu noticed her, she would quickly retract her gaze. Ningxu. If you have something to say, say it. Consort Xian awkwardly said, the Empress Dowager is truly perceptive. Ningxu just looked at her. Consort Xian said, Empress Dowager, I am the child's birth mother. I know. I know that you are the child's birth mother. Oh, do you want to be a regent? Do you want to hold the child in court and sit on the dragon chair? Ningxu could tell what concubine Xian was thinking at a glance. Consort Xian's face trembled. She was extremely embarrassed. I don't have such rebellious thoughts. It's fine if you have such thoughts. Since you want to hold the child in court, then go ahead. I will also rest tomorrow. Don't think that waking up in the middle of the night was a great honor. It was completely a tough job. When the child grew up, he would definitely want to be in power. The court originally had assistant ministers and the Empress Dowager. As the emperor, it would be strange if he felt good. He was suppressed both internally and externally. He might even cause the Empress Dowager to die suddenly. Ningxu never dared to look down on human nature, regardless of whether it was evil or good. She was just a nanny now. When the time came and she retired, she shouldn't think that she could do anything she wanted in court. Consort Xian's eyes lit up. A mother's status depended on her son. It was simply wonderful to be able to make the courtiers worship her. Leave the child here. Come back early to bring the child to court. If the courtiers ask, tell them that I am sick and not feeling well. Ningxu said lightly. Since she would give her whatever she wanted, did she really think that it was fun to just sit there? Yes, I understand. Consort Xian left happily. That night, Ningxu arrived at Fu Min's palace. However, before she could enter, Ningxu stopped in her tracks. This was because there were several secret guards protecting Fu Min in the palace. Ningxu was speechless. Could it be that Ao Tianzi handed over all his secret guards to Fu Min? It was to protect Fu Min. These secret guards were weapons that could do anything. Ao Tianzi's hands were also powerful. Ningxu frowned slightly and leaned against the wall. Ao Tianzi really gave Fu Min a lot of things. He was the only love. Even if he died, he would plan for Fu Min. It looked very affectionate. For others, there was a kind of scum in the world called affectionate scum. Except for the person they loved, everyone else was scum, just like pigs, cows, and sheep. That was why Ao Tianzi didn't have any psychological burden to let the secret guards protect the concubines in the harem. Ningxu released his spiritual power and scanned Fu Min's palace. Fu Min was already asleep in the bedroom. In her sleep, Fu Min's face was covered in tears. For other concubines, it was just that the emperor was dead. They didn't even dare to treat the emperor as their husband. However, for Fu Min, Ao Tianzi was her husband. Ningxu scanned and found something under Fu Min's pillow. It was an imperial edict. It should have been given to her by Ao Tianzi. There was a black jade pendant hanging on her chest. She put it under her clothes and wore it close to her body. It should have been given to her by Ao Tianzi. Ningxu was speechless. Sometimes, there was no point in being jealous. Ningxu was indifferent. If it was Tan Yusen, she would probably be jealous. Moreover, she was Ao Tianzi's legal wife. However, he didn't leave anything for her and even wanted to kill her. The difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. It was just like a deep hatred. With the secret guards guarding Fu Min, Ningxu turned and left. She didn't need to sneak into Fu Min's palace. She could just ask directly. After returning to his palace, Ningxu lay on the bed and went to sleep. He could sleep in tomorrow. The next day, before dawn, Xier whispered to Ningxu, Empress Dowager, old concubine Xian is here to hold the child. Ningxu didn't even open his eyes. He just said, let her protect her child. Xier carried the sleeping child to old concubine Xian and said, Old concubine, Empress Dowager told me to tell you to protect the child. I know. Old concubine Xian took the child gently. The child in her arms was not only the emperor, but also her child. Her precious child. Old concubine Xian walked step by step from the side hall to the shining dragon throne under the gaze of the court officials. Facing the attention of the court officials, old concubine Xian was very nervous. Her muscles couldn't help but tremble. The distance to the dragon throne was very far. It took her a lot of effort to sit on it. The palace maid helped old concubine Xian tidy up her long dress. This book came from XHTML. Old concubine Xian sat on the dragon chair cautiously with her back straight. All the officials were staring at her. Old concubine Xian was so nervous that she couldn't control the muscles on her face. Everyone cheered 3 times and then greeted old concubine Xian. Old concubine Xian's voice trembled. Rise. Prince Li, one of the regents, immediately asked, Old concubine, where is the Empress Dowager? Old concubine Xian spoke nervously and her voice was unstable. Old concubine Xian was just a woman. She thought about how her son was being held by another woman when he became the emperor. She also wanted this kind of glory, but now she was so embarrassed that she was sweating all over. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. The Empress Dowager is not feeling well and asked me to bring the child to court. Everyone, please speak. Old concubine Xian said with a stiff smile. The officials looked at each other. The eunuch shouted, "If you have something to say, please speak. If not, the court is dismissed." Finally, Scholar Gu stood up and said, "Old concubine, the Rong tribe has been harassing the border of the Zhou dynasty. The weather is getting colder and they will cross the border into the Zhou dynasty to rob. These barbarians didn't know how to produce themselves. They only knew how to rob. The army stationed at the border needs food, but the national treasury is empty. We can't make up our minds." Scholar Gu said. Among the three regents, Scholar Gu stood up to speak. The other two regents stood there calmly. Scholar Gu was the weakest among the three regents. Old concubine Xian was speechless. Old concubine Xian was completely dumbfounded. What did she know? When she heard about fighting, old concubine Xian was frightened. She thought for a while and said, "What's the result of your discussion?" There was no money in the national treasury. What was the point of asking her? Old concubine Xian felt that she shouldn't have come. This kind of thing should be left to the Empress Dowager. The officials were silent and looked at old concubine Xian. Old concubine Xian's butt was numb. She also held the child and her arms were sore. She couldn't hand the child over to the maid beside her. She felt so bad. She didn't feel so good. Old concubine Xian's mouth twitched. The eunuch next to her saw that the atmosphere was too awkward and couldn't help shouting, "If you have something to say, please speak. If not, the court is dismissed." Everyone was speechless. Didn't he say it already? Old concubine Xian was very hungry. With so many people looking at her, she was under a lot of pressure. We'll discuss this matter again. End the court. Old concubine Xian stood up. Her buttocks were numb from sitting. There were several times when the child frowned in his sleep. Old concubine Xian was afraid that the child would wake up and make a fuss. If that happened, the situation would be very awkward. When old concubine Xian left, she almost stepped on her long skirt. After leaving the palace, she hurriedly passed the child to the person beside her and shook her arms. She really couldn't take it anymore. When she arrived at Ningxu's palace, she found that Ningxu was leisurely eating breakfast. The Empress Dowager was really too leisurely for her embarrassment. Ningxu drank the porridge and asked the pale-faced old concubine Xian, "Do you want to eat?" "Thank you, Empress Dowager." Old concubine Xian was indeed hungry and had something to say to Ningxu. The palace maid added more bowls and chopsticks. Old concubine Xian asked Ningxu, "Do you usually read the memorials?" "I won't. The three regents will talk about the important matters during the morning court session," Ningxu said calmly. The danger was that the memorials to impeach the three regents would not be sent out. They might even be used to eliminate the dissidents. Ningxu wanted to read the memorials, but the Empress Dowager was only there to take care of the child. Old concubine Xian felt a little happier. Otherwise, she would have thought that the Empress Dowager deliberately did not tell her that there would be such a thing in the court session today. What happened? Ningxu used a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, rinsed his mouth, and spat into the spittoon. It's said that the barbarians have some friction with the border. The weather is cold and the border needs food. However, the treasury is empty. Old concubine Xian said sadly. Even if they wanted money, they couldn't take it out. This was an unsolvable problem. Ningxu only said, "If you can't take it out, there's nothing you can do." "There's nothing you can do." Old concubine Xian rubbed her forehead. "Empress Dowager, I don't feel well. I can't continue the court session tomorrow." She didn't want to be involved in this kind of thing. It was a matter of national importance. Old concubine Xian felt that she couldn't bear this kind of pressure. If she made a wrong decision, she would be scolded by the whole nation. She should raise her daughter in the harem and raise her daughter to be favored by the heavens. She only had one daughter, the emperor's younger sister. She hoped that she could have a happy life in the future. Ningxu said calmly, "You can't go for a day?" "Empress Dowager, you cancelled me." "I know what I'm worth," old concubine Xian said unnaturally. Ningxu smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you during this period of time. I might be too tired and need to rest." Old concubine Xian was speechless. "Take it as helping me." Old concubine Xian heard Ning Shu's words and didn't insist on refusing. Old concubine Xian felt that Ning Shu wanted to avoid this matter. He would wait until this matter was solved before he went to court. Then, he would throw this matter into her hands. Old concubine Xian felt that the Empress Dowager Regent was a hot potato. Seeing Ning Shu leisurely, old concubine Xian felt uneasy. Why did she have to go to court for the Empress Dowager and then hide behind her to enjoy, for a few days? It was old concubine Xian who went to court. The court was discussing the border issue. The court was in a mess, which made old concubine Xian dumbfounded. She was so tired. Moreover, old concubine Xian had to make the decision while talking. Although old concubine Xian didn't know much about national affairs, she would definitely not do something that would bring trouble to herself. Old concubine Xian smiled and smiled again and again. This matter was discussed for a few days, but there was no conclusion. Ning Shu did what he should do in the harem. He didn't care about old concubine Xian who was being roasted in the fire. Old concubine Xian was exhausted. Fu Min didn't expect that the Empress Dowager would come to her palace. She immediately stood up to welcome her. Ning Shu walked into Fu Min's hall and smelled the smell of sandalwood. There was a Buddhist shrine in the room. It seemed that Fu Min was using her time to believe in religion. Fu Min took out the best tea in the palace and brewed it for Ning Shu. Ning Shu smiled and drank it. Then, he said, "Take out the imperial edict that the late emperor left for you and let me see it." She didn't need to hide it. Fu Min's expression changed. Obviously, she didn't expect that Ning Shu would know about the secret edict and see through her lie. Fu Min said with an unnatural expression, "Empress Dowager, I don't have an imperial edict. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. I know a little about the harem." Ning Shu said gently, "The late emperor has passed away. The concubines left in the harem are all pitiful." This book came from XHTML. The concubines in the harem weren't that pitiful. At most, they would be widowed and live a life of luxury. At most, they would be lonely and cold. It was much better than the situation of ordinary people who didn't have enough to eat. Fu Min's expression was conflicted. Finally, she took out the imperial edict and explained, "This concubine has never thought of letting the imperial edict see the light of day." Ning Shu took the imperial edict and opened it. Xianxia had conferred Fu Min the title of Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, she was one generation above the Empress Dowager. Ning Shu closed the imperial edict and returned it to Fu Min. "It's just the title of Empress Dowager. Ijia doesn't care." "Thank you, Empress Dowager." This concubine has never thought of being Empress Dowager. There was no difference at all. Empress Dowager was just a title. It couldn't bring Fu Min anything. Moreover, Xianxia was already dead. Other than the imperial edict, is there anything else? Ning Shu looked at Fu Min and repeated, "Is there anything else?" There was also the secret guard organization. But Fu Min shook her head. "No. Is that so?" "Yes." "Then Ijia will say it directly." The late emperor had secret guards. But after the late emperor passed away, the secret guards were nowhere to be found. "Do you know?" Ning Shu said indifferently, "This organization is used by the imperial court to control the sources of information. I know the late emperor gave it to you. Please give it to the emperor. As the emperor, he can't be deaf and blind, unable to see or hear anything." Fu Min bit her lip. Her expression was conflicted. This was given to her by the late emperor to protect her. Ning Shu said again, "Ijia has no ill intentions towards you. I don't want you to lose your life in vain. Ijia can leave a few secret guards to protect you. I know what you are worried about." Fu Min sighed. She didn't dare to fight with Ning Shu. Ning Shu was now the Empress Dowager. Fu Min took out a black jade pendant from her collar. "It's this." Ning Shu took the jade pendant that still had Fu Min's body temperature and smiled slightly, "Thank you. Don't worry, Ijia will protect you. Moreover, you don't have much enmity with the people in the harem, so you don't have to worry about them doing anything to you." "Thank you, Empress Dowager." It could be said that the Empress Dowager had already cleaned out all the things the previous emperor had given her. Ning Shu put away the jade pendant and said, as for the shadow guards outside the hall, let them protect you. Fu Min was surprised that the other party knew about the existence of shadow guards. Fu Min's impression of Ningxu was very deep and unfathomable. It was a little frightening. Ningxu took the secret guard organization and locked the jade pendant in a box. When the little emperor wanted to take power, he would give this thing to the little emperor. In the future, he would be able to enjoy the rest of his life. In any case, having a bargaining chip in hand was always a good thing. Old concubine Xian really didn't want to go to court anymore. She directly told Ningxu that her body couldn't take it anymore. Anyway, she was looking for an excuse not to go to court. Ningxu didn't say anything. When these people saw that others seemed to be sitting high on the dragon throne, they were envious and jealous. She could sit there until she vomited. The next day, Ningxu got up in the middle of the night to do it. Then he carried the child to court. Now the child could sit and crawl. But because court was very early, he was basically sleeping. He could only be carried like this. Old concubine Xian didn't have as much strength as Ningxu. She carried the child like this for more than 2 hours. Now old concubine Xian's arms were sore. If you have something to report, the court is dismissed, the eunuch shouted. Scholar Gu stood up again and said, Old concubine Xian, the Rong tribe has been harassing the border of the Zhou dynasty. The weather is getting colder. These Rong tribe will cross the border and enter the Zhou dynasty to plunder. Now the army stationed at the border needs food, but the national treasury is empty. We can't make up our minds. Ningxu expressionlessly replied with an O and asked, Do you need grain or silver for the army rations? Silver, and the soldiers' pay needs silver, Scholar Gu said. Ningxu's mouth twitched. He said lightly, That's because we don't lack food. If we really lack food, we should ask for food, not silver. There were more or less people who embezzled the soldiers' pay at the border. Many ruffians asked the imperial court for money every day. Now that the weather is cold, the soldiers need cotton clothes to keep warm. These all need money, cabinet elderly said. Oh, Ningxu replied. Then, have you thought of any countermeasures? The soldiers' pay has to be distributed, Princely said. The army stationed at the border is related to the Zhou dynasty's border. Oh, then distribute it. Ningxu's expression was cold. But the national treasury is empty, Princely said. If the national treasury is empty, it's useless to tell me. I can't make silver. The 3 regents are dealing with all kinds of things, but nothing is solved. Then you throw the problem to me. What do I need you for? I'll just be the regent and empress dowager, Ningxu said coldly. We are incompetent. The 3 regents knelt down. All the court officials knelt down. Ningxu chuckled in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at the sleeping Ao Yong. He wondered who the father of this child was. He wondered if there was one or several secret guards who helped Ao Tian's concubine. TSK, Ningxu ignored the court officials kneeling below and started to think. We are incompetent. Please forgive us, Empress Dowager. The court officials wailed again. Ningxu said, Forgive us. Get up. It concerns the safety of the border. I still dare to report that the soldiers' pay should be distributed. Otherwise, the Rong tribe will kill and rob the border again, Princely said. Ningxu just said, the border generals are still incompetent. If it was the old Ningxu, if they dared to stretch out their claws, he would directly chop off their claws and beat them until they were scared. But the Rong tribe was a nomadic tribe. Especially in winter, there was not enough food. If they encountered cattle and sheep, it would be a matter of extinction. Hunger and survival instinct would make these people desperate. In order to fill their stomachs and survive, they would do anything. Ningxu just said, It will be the emperor's first birthday soon. The court officials were speechless. So, how could a child's birthday be related to the border matters? Empress Dowager. Princely said helplessly. Ningxu said, All of you have to prepare generous gifts and present a birthday gift that can satisfy the emperor. Scholar Gu was so anxious that his face was sweating. The Empress Dowager was too unreliable. She was asking for a birthday gift for the emperor in the court. If the border matters couldn't be solved, the people at the border would be the unlucky ones. Empress Dowager, this matter can't be delayed any longer. If it is delayed, it will cause a mutiny in the military camp. Scholar Gu bowed and said. Scholar Gu was really anxious. Because he was a scholar from a poor family, he knew more about the hardships of the people. This book came from XHTML. Ning Shu almost knew what was going on with the border army. The emperor was far away, and many ruffians bullied the people even more than the Rong tribe. Bullying their own people and fighting among themselves was what people were best at. When some soldiers fought with the Rong tribe, they were defeated. The national treasury was empty, and they had to raise money to support these people. We don't have money. Since the Rong tribe can break the city wall and rob every time, it's better to exchange something with them than to let them rob. We can give them food, tea, and silk, but the Rong tribe must also give us something of equal value. It was boring to kill people in a war. If they wanted to fight, they should fight an economic war. If they wanted something, they could exchange it with iron ore and coal mines. It was difficult to train a person to be excellent, but it was easy to raise a person to be useless. They could give him whatever he wanted. What they used to need to exchange with their lives could now be exchanged with their own things, such as tea, silk, exquisite ceramics, and the things they could enjoy in a rich country. If they were disobedient, economic sanctions would be directly imposed. Empress Dowager, do you mean to open trade with the Rong tribe? Scholar Gu immediately understood what Ning Shu meant. He shook his head and said, Empress Dowager, you can't do that. If you open the door to the merchants, they will value profits more than the country. You can't do that. Among the scholars, farmers, businessmen were at the bottom, and their status was not very high. Ning Shu said lightly, of course, if you are from the imperial court, in fact, the emperor's birthday gift is very simple. That is, to build a trading station on the border. Of course, you will pay for it. Since the border army has nothing to do, let's fight a trade war. We will know whether it works or not after trying it. Besides, the people on the border can't afford to be destroyed. Soldiers are also people. Let's reduce the loss as much as possible. Ning Shu said very straightforwardly, anyway, there is no money in the national treasury. No matter how frugal the harem is, they can save the soldiers' pay. Ning Shu said with a smile, if we can build a trading station, when the emperor grows up and knows that it is your intention, he will be very touched. No matter whether it succeeds or not, there is nothing worse than the current situation. The courtiers, did he want them to pay for it? Birthday gift? A trading post required a lot of money, and it seemed that the Empress Dowager wanted to do something big. But who would go to the border to supervise? Those border guards were not to be trifled with, and they might not be able to return. Empress Dowager, I'm afraid that a trading station has been established, but it may be very chaotic. The prices of things are chaotic. The Rong tribe is uncivilized and rude. When the time comes, people's lives can't be guaranteed. Prince Li directly pointed out the hidden dangers within. Ning Shu said, therefore, I would like to ask everyone to come up with a specific constitution, price, and trade war laws. As for the issue of security, isn't there a border army stationed there? Nyang, this might not work. Prince Li was very helpless. Although the trading post sounded good, it was very difficult to implement. Ning Shu said with a smile, Your Majesty is looking forward to the birthday gift. It has to be built quickly. Now the Rong tribe is ready to move. It must be built before winter. The courtiers were very unhappy to have them contribute money and effort. Ning Shu said, How about this, I will take out my salary over the years and some rare jewelry. The sisters in the harem will also add bricks and tiles for the trading post. Scholar Gu bowed and said, We accept the decree, but we don't have much family property. Do it according to your own ability. Just be a part of it. Ning Shu said. Some princes, dukes, and ministers lived very comfortably. They had a lot of property and only knew how to ask people for money. I hope you can come up with a constitution soon. As far as I know, these places still have resources, especially the river under the Tian Shan mountain. There are high-quality jade stones in it. After being polished by the flowing water, the high mountains and flowing water become jade stones. Those high mountains covered in snow. I hope that one day, these places will be included in the territory of the Great Zhou. Ning Shu stood up and said loudly, Even the Rong tribe has to bow down to the Great Zhou. Ning Shu spoke passionately. The courtiers below knelt down. They were worried. They were reluctant to take out their money. It was like a knife cutting into their hearts. After the court session ended, Ningxu quickly handed the child to Xier. He shook his arms. The child was getting heavier. It would be a bit tiring to carry him in the future. Ningxu tidied up his treasury and took out the banknotes and some gold jewelry. The gold could be melted, but some jade stones could not. Ningxu gathered the concubines in the harem and asked them to donate some money. There was really no mouse in the treasury. These concubines heard that it was a birthday gift for the little emperor and gave face. Some of them took out some. Fu Min gave more, a banknote worth 10,000 taels and some jewelry. These were all given to me by the late emperor. Since the treasury is tight, I will take them out. Fu Min said. Ningxu nodded. I thank you on behalf of the people at the border. Fu Min smiled shyly and then returned to her palace. She stayed in the palace all day and did not come out. It was probably because she had not recovered from the pain of losing her loved one. This matter was carried out in an orderly manner. The courtiers chipped in money. The aristocratic families donated more money. Adding on the donations from the harem, it was more or less enough to build a trading post. The problem was who was going to supervise. The environment at the border was bad. If there was a conflict with the army, it was possible that they would not be able to return. So who was going? When Ningxu asked who was going, there was complete silence. Fine, Ningxu really wanted to go, but it was impossible. There was no world source at this time. There was definitely no world source in the palace. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The courtiers all lowered their heads. It was bad enough that they had to endure the pain of donating money, but now they had to do such a dangerous thing. The journey was long and they would not be able to return for a year. In the end, Scholar Gu stood up and said, I am willing to go to the border. Scholar Gu was the weakest of the three. He had no aristocratic family to rely on. In order to convince the people, he had to do something. Moreover, the treasury could not take out any money. This method was not good. Scholar Gu felt that the Empress Dowager wanted to shift the responsibility. The imperial court did not spend much money and yet they had to do such a big project. Don't make it too complicated. It can shelter you from the wind and rain. It can hold many stalls. In fact, it is not much different from a market. Ningxu said directly, I will send a team of people to protect you and give you a death exemption medallion. If you encounter a special situation, act first and report later. Gather more carpenters from the civilian population. The army can be used too. Soldiers trained for 1,000 days to be used in an hour. Soldiers who could kill enemies with a spear and plant rice in the fields were the best soldiers of the country. I understand. I will definitely accomplish my mission. Scholar Gu said. G-Cup Female Idol's first video V valiantly wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the official WeChat account. Female May 222, press for 3 seconds to copy, You are an assistant minister of the Great Zhou dynasty. You have worked hard and contributed greatly. You must take care of yourself. I and the emperor will only recognize you 3 as assistant ministers. Ningxu instructed Scholar Gu. Ningxu sent a group of people to follow Scholar Gu to protect the weak official Scholar Gu. He then asked, is there any family's younger generation who wants to go out to gain experience and bring a group of people to the border to take a look? Scholar Gu was scared to death. He quickly bowed to Ningxu and said, Empress Dowager, the situation at the border is complicated. If I have to take care of all the young masters, I'm afraid I can't take care of them. Scholar Gu didn't have a good impression of the second generation of these aristocratic family officials. They were so arrogant and bossy. If something were to happen to them, that would be called a scam. It was because of the complexity of the border that Ningxu wanted to let the various families get involved and restrain each other, so that Scholar Gu would be safer. No one would focus their attention on Scholar Gu. But seeing how disgusted Scholar Gu was, she gave up. I'm just a woman. There are some things that I don't understand. Scholar Gu, please don't take it to heart. When Scholar Gu left, Ningxu saw him off and said, Scholar Gu, you can enjoy the scenery beyond the Great Wall. Perhaps it is not suitable for crops, but the resources are definitely not good. When the time comes, Scholar Gu will publish a book that will be famous through the ages. Scholar Gu took the imperial edict from Ning Shu's hands, cupped his hands, and got into the carriage. The team had everything they needed, from dry rations to herbs. Everything had to be taken into consideration when traveling. Ning Shu let out a long sigh. Finally, he didn't ask for military funds. As for the cotton-padded clothes, he could use the scraps of money to make them and send them to the border. It was likely that there were many generals at the border who filled their pockets, but this kind of thing was beyond their reach, so they were helpless. However, the ordinary soldiers did not receive much pay. He had killed the enemy and bled, but in the end, his money had been deducted. These things could only be done slowly. Besides, there was no fish in clear water. Greed was fine, but there had to be a limit. The soldiers under his command were pitiful and sinful, but in the end, he had to eat until he was fat. Forget it, there was no need to worry about it. During court sessions, Ning Shu was like a puppet sitting on the throne. He coaxed the children and listened to the court officials quarrel. In the end, he would say that there was a regent to take care of the ministers. If he didn't solve the problem, why would the regent come? In any case, Ning Shu was trying to push the blame to someone else. What's the point of asking me about everything? Ao Yong could sit and crawl now. He was very lively and cute. The father of the child had not appeared yet, and there were no rumors on the streets that the child was not Ao Tian's biological son. However, this was a hidden danger. Who knew when it would erupt and even destroy the entire harem? Ning Shu took the jade pendant and summoned the head of the secret guards. It was a dull and sinister man. When he saw the jade pendant in Ning Shu's hand, he knelt down on one knee. Ning Fan pondered over what to say. He couldn't just say it out loud. That wasn't good. Ning Shu said, "This jade pendant was given to me by Min Jiaoyi. You can ask Min Jiaoyi about this. The late emperor established this organization to monitor the affairs of the world. Therefore, please continue to serve the royal family." Got it. The head of the secret guards said sinisterly. He was full of hostility. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a person who had killed people. Ning Shu felt that the head of the secret guards must know Ao Yong's background. After all, it was the secret guards who took care of the harem, but he didn't know which secret guard it was. Could it be the person in front of him? Asked directly, Ning Shu felt that it was necessary for him to master a secret that could see through other people's thoughts. Even if he couldn't, he had to learn hypnosis. The sinister secret guard grinned. When he smiled, it was a fake smile. He said, "I will definitely assist the emperor well." Ning Shu narrowed his eyes slightly. "I can't guarantee your loyalty. After all, you are the late emperor's man." Damn it. Could it be that this guy had defiled the harem except for Fu Min, loyal to the imperial family? The secret guard said, "This organization was taken over by the successor of the imperial family." It seemed that Ao Tianza had also taken over this shady organization from his ancestors. But who exactly took care of the harem's concubines? Ning Shu's mouth twitched. If he didn't kill him, he would kill him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee that such a large secret guard organization wouldn't leak any information. If this matter was spread out, the imperial family and the entire aristocratic circle would become a laughingstock. It was estimated that thousands of years later, they would be treated as a joke. This kind of affair deep in the palace was the most popular gossip of the common people. Ning Shu silently cursed in his heart. "Then I ask you to send some people to protect Scholar Gu. If something happened to Scholar Gu, the tripartite balance of power would be gone. Can I trust you?" Ning Shu looked at the expressionless secret guard and asked. "Loyal to the emperor." The secret guard said again. "Go." Ning Shu waved his hand. "Yes." The secret guard disappeared in a flash. Take one step at a time. Before Ao Yong grew up and became an adult, this kind of situation had to be maintained. Wait until Ao Yong grew up. Even if Ao Yong knew his background, he would suppress this matter for his own life and the throne. In short, there were many restrictions, and this organization had a lot of information. It would be a pity to destroy it. More importantly, Ningxu didn't know about some secret strongholds at all. She could only use this jade pendant to command the secret guards. Ao Tianzi died before his ambition was realized. He was directly killed by Ningxu. Ningxu regretted that she couldn't find the world's origin in this world. And she didn't have a way to go out and find it. If she searched for something with great fanfare, it would give people an excuse. How could ordinary people know about the world's origin? She was mentally tired. Scholar Gu went to the border to supervise the work. Elderly, Li Wenye, and the officials of the imperial court worked out specific rules and regulations for the trading post. There was also the issue of the price. Li Wenye meant that the royal family was in control of the trading post. If ordinary businessmen were allowed to expand, it would be bad for the country. Maybe the businessmen would want to make more money for their own pocket and do something harmful to the country. No matter what industry, the top was unshakable. Besides, money made the world go round. Li Wenye did this to protect the Ao family. Ningxu nodded and gave a specific rule. Ningxu was worried about the affairs of the imperial court. These concubines in the imperial harem gathered one by one. They would hold a flower exhibition, get together to embroider, gossip about various things, or talk about the famous young men outside the palace walls and so on. Ningxu was speechless. F*ck, life is really F*king good. It took half a year for the trading post to be completed. The trading post was very big. Because the imperial court had issued a decree, they agreed to trade with the Rong tribe and the surrounding tribes. The premise was that they could offer something of the same value, such as cattle, sheep, jade, and agate. /BK 1 second little Shua section net. Org, a wonderful novel for free, even things like horses could be traded. However, ordinary people could not exchange for horses. They had to go to a designated place to exchange for them. These horses were used as war resources. The ordinary people at the border were frightened by the Rong tribe. Even if the imperial court decreed that they could trade with the Rong tribe, they did not dare to. Later, some bold people slowly traded with the Rong tribe. They found that some tea leaves of poor quality, or the extra rice at home, or cloth at home could be exchanged for some jade and some fox fur. When these things changed hands, they could get several times the profit. As a result, more and more people came to trade, and the local merchants took the lead in joining the trade. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this. As the saying goes, all businessmen are evil. Although the Rong tribe people were tall and strong, and the men who pulled the horses were powerful and majestic, they could not compete with these businessmen. There were often cases of cheating and fighting, but they were all suppressed by the border army. In fact, the trading post had not been repaired yet. These people began to trade in the open next to the trading post. When Scholar Gu saw the prosperous trading post, he was secretly delighted. Compared with the previous war deaths and the huge annual expenditure, this was a relatively small friction. This could be considered a great contribution. Moreover, the imperial court would collect taxes on these transactions. When the time came, the national treasury would be abundant, and the living conditions of the people would be better. He hoped that the ordinary people could eat and wear well. Scholar Gu's family was not in a good situation. His mother sewed for others for him. Scholar Gu was not sure whether the Empress Dowager did not want to pay the soldiers or let the aristocrats spend money to celebrate the emperor's birthday. Scholar Gu looked at a Rong tribesman wearing animal fur and holding a ceramic vase in his hand and praised it. The Rong tribesman was tall and powerful. At first glance, one could tell that he was a rough man. However, he praised the delicate ceramic vase with an intoxicated look. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. These things couldn't be made by the barbarians. For these barbarians, having such things was like keeping up with the trend. If the trading post was successful, more people would come here, and they would need a place to stay. At that time, there would be all kinds of wine shops and fireworks. Scholar Gu was also a smart person. He quickly circled the land around the trading post. This was the land of the imperial court. If they wanted to build on it, they would have to ask the imperial court. When Scholar Gu returned to the imperial court, almost no one could recognize that he was the regent, Scholar Gu. He had lost a lot of weight. He was dark and skinny, just like someone who came out of a refugee camp. However, Scholar Gu's eyes were very bright. He reported to Ningxu about the trading station. There were already people trading at the trading station, and those who had foresight were the first to pay and stand at the trading station. Scholar Gu said that salt should not be traded in large quantities. Scholar Gu saw some people secretly trading salt at the border. There wasn't a lot of it. It should be the common people's own salt. They were exchanging it for some jade and fur to make a profit. However, this kind of thing seemed to be the most popular thing in the Rong tribe and the surrounding small tribes. Scholar Gu also suggested that these merchants must have a certificate and must not smuggle at will. Ordinary people must not participate in the transactions and must pay a heavy tax. The higher the tax, the more ordinary people would be scared away. If everyone was opportunistic, who would plant crops? Who would raise silkworms and weave cloth? Farmers and craftsmen were the foundation of a nation, especially now that it was the age of agriculture. The bubble economy would burst at the first touch. Empty talk would harm the country. Ningxu looked at the dark Scholar Gu in surprise. This guy was quite capable. Ningxu nodded. Let's do as Scholar Gu said. Each class does their own thing. Another advantage of the trading post was that the surrounding small tribes had adapted to the trading post. If economic sanctions were imposed one day, it would be very effective. Ao Yang's first birthday party was quite grand. She was crawling around on the dragon throne, babbling and drooling. She had done what she needed to do. It was probably time for her to leave this world. He sighed again. The origin of the world. He found 2 world origins in the last world, but they were not mature. It was not certain whether it was true or not. He didn't know how it was hatching. Mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu felt that he hadn't heard 2333's voice in a long time. Now, they basically didn't communicate during missions. In the past, when Ningxu was 250 and hadn't started working, the system would still say something. Now, it basically didn't speak. With 2333 silence, Ningxu felt that 2333 was preparing some big move. 2333, damn, what do you want me to do? I'll send you to your death, okay? Ningxu laughed. Do whatever you want. I'm a tolerant person. Leave this world. Ningxu's head shook, and she appeared in the system space. She lay down on the sofa. Oh my god, I'm so tired that I'm about to cry. She had to pretend to be nice to people. Most importantly, no one could blame her for Ao Tian's death. She didn't kill the king, and the person who entrusted her didn't kill the king. I just don't know if Tan Yusen will blame me. After all, I was blinded by hatred. When I woke up, I went back to look. Damn, I don't have a husband anymore. Ningxu was afraid of encountering such a situation. He felt that it was a thankless task. Ningxu added some agarwood from the incense burner. Smelling the agarwood, he calmed down and began to absorb the pure soul energy. Ningxu opened his eyes and looked at his soul. It was bouncy and smooth to the touch, like jelly. His soul was stronger. Ningxu was very happy. Every bit of strength was accumulating and taking root. Maybe when he looked back, he would have grown into a towering tree. Ningxu opened the status panel. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Points card, 157, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul points, 8 health points, 7 wisdom, 10 luck, 11 charm, 5 spiritual power, 8 martial strength, 9 aptitude, 7 faith, 114080 merit, 592750 soul strength, 49 authorization ticket, none law comprehended, water law pure heart, none tools, calm halo, heart calming pill, faith halo, amulet 4, upgraded amulet 2 honorary titles, war god empress, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, intermediate martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, intermediate embroidery skill. Halo, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader halo, grass blessing, lifelong friend, Meow Meow Meow's blessing. Healer, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty-in-law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, by Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing. Completed Tan Yusin's wish, deal with Ao Tianza. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward, 10 points card, 8 attribute points, 70% soul strength, 5800 faith, including previous world's accumulation, 2000 merit. A bold video of a child with a huge chest dripping with fragrant perspiration and large balls about to overflow. Please follow the WeChat public number EI New May 222, long press for 3 seconds to copy. 70% of the power of the soul, 2000 merit points. Ningxu looked at the merit points this time. It was actually 2000 points. No matter what he did to get 2000 points, since it was given to him, he had to take it. Even if it was a snack, 2000 merit points would take a long time to eat. Wastrel. Can you hold back your desire for good food and give me the merit points? 2333 asked. Ningxu nodded. What do you want the merit points for? You have to let me know about the good things so that we can have fun. Merit points can build a golden body of merit, but you are a quest taker. You can't put too much merit points on yourself. If you have too much merit points, you will be rejected by the plane. It will disturb the plane and make the quest difficult. 2333 said. Look at the other quest takers. Which one of them put their merit points all over their body? Ningxu said, oh, you want to make a golden body of merit? No, I just feel that it is a waste to use merit points to eat snacks. 2333 said. I am rich now. Please call me Sister Hao. Ningxu said proudly. 2333 changed the topic. There is a person called Ronghua who sent you a message. Ronghua, isn't that the person behind the auction house? Oh, what did he say? Ningxu asked casually. He said that he wants to meet you at the restaurant. 2333 said. He is probably at the restaurant now. Oh, I will go there later. Ningxu set one of his attribute points. When he went to meet, he had to be prepared. Name, Ningxu age, 27 level, Super Quest Taker Points card, 157, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul, 8 plus 1 life, 7 plus 1 wisdom, 10 plus 1 luck, 11 plus 1 charm, 5 plus 1 spirit, 8 plus 1 force, 9 plus 1 aptitude, 7 plus 1 faith, 114,0080 plus 5800 merit, 592,750 plus 2000 soul strength, 49 plus 8 authority ticket, none lock comprehended, water rule pure heart, none items, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, level close combat technique, minor achievement in peerless martial arts, level poison technique, beginner. Business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, level embroidery skill. Aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, lifelong best friend, Meow Meow Meow's blessing. Healer of the dying, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty-in-law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, communication between races, by Sanyang's blessing, heart of the brave, Wang Ying's blessing. Speaking of which, when was Mei Ziqing going to return the ticket to her? What if she encountered something that she couldn't solve on her own? Ningxu quickly opened the chat system and sent a message to Mei Ziqing. Where's my authorization ticket? What authorization ticket? Mei Ziqing replied, oh, I remember now. I don't have an authorization ticket at the moment. I will return it to you as soon as possible. If you don't believe me, I can send you my status panel. Authorization tickets are not easy to obtain. Can I say that I don't have one? Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu deeply suspected that his authorization ticket was going to be wasted. If there was no other way, he could look at the store to see if there were any authorization tickets and buy one for himself. Now, he had to go settle the matter of the auction house. Let's go to Water City, Ningxu said indifferently. Let the storm come even fiercer. He wanted to see what kind of person this young noble Rong Hua was. When Ningxu arrived at the restaurant, the hall was full. Moreover, they were all shop owners of Water City. Si Tian and Shu Bai sat opposite each other drinking tea. Occasionally, they would look at the people near the window. Young noble was a slightly elegant title. This young noble Rong Hua gave people a feeling of femininity. The way he looked at people didn't have good intentions. Although he was handsome, he had a feminine temperament. Young noble Rong Hua gave people a bad feeling. He was like a poisonous snake. Ningxu walked into the restaurant. Immediately, countless eyes shot towards him. For a moment, Ningxu became the focus of attention. Ningxu looked around the hall and even saw Hongyu. Hongyu, it seemed that this Hongyu was related to this young noble Rong Hua. Everyone stood up. Ningxu cupped his hands. Greetings, city lord. Ningxu nodded. He saw a man near the window. It seemed to be young noble Rong Hua. Young noble Rong Hua turned his head and met Ningxu's eyes. His eyes were somewhat malicious. Being stared at by him felt like he was confronting a snake. He's a ruthless character, Ningxu thought. Young noble Rong Hua looked at the drop-shaped law mark between Ningxu's eyebrows and confirmed Ningxu's identity. Young noble Rong Hua didn't invite Ningxu. Ningxu just stood there. Si Tian stood up and said, City Lord, Rong Si Tian will introduce you to young noble Rong Hua. Young noble Rong Hua rarely comes here. It's normal that you don't know him. Ningxu thought. Young noble Rong Hua walked over and said with a polite smile, I've heard a lot about you. Young noble Rong Hua raised his eyes and looked at Ningxu. He put down the teacup in his hand and said, I haven't been here for a long time. I didn't expect you to change here. City Lord, please sit down. Ningxu thanked him and sat opposite to young noble Rong Hua. Young noble Rong Hua looked at Ningxu and asked the waiter to prepare some good tea and snacks. I couldn't get in touch with you before. Young noble Rong Hua made a pleased gesture. Ningxu took a sip of tea and said, I was doing a task. I didn't know you were waiting for me until I came back. He couldn't have come to see you without completing the task, right? There was no smile on young noble Rong Hua's face. There was a kind of gloomy feeling. Especially when he looked at people, it gave people goosebumps. It was estimated that this person was a dark magician. Why are you looking for me? Ningxu asked while drinking tea. Everyone in the restaurant was staring at Ningxu and young noble Rong Hua. Young noble Rong Hua said, I came for the auction. It's them who are not sensible. Ningxu smiled faintly. The water droplets on her forehead glowed with a soft luster, making Ningxu smile like this. It was as if she was holding a flower and smiling. Speaking of this matter, it's my fault. I'm not very proficient in controlling the law. Since the other side was being polite, Ningxu was also being polite. Then when will the city lord be able to completely master the law? Young noble Rong Hua slightly frowned. He had never seen anyone who directly said that they were not good enough. Of course, it was just an excuse. She just didn't want to open the barrier. Judging from her temperament, this woman was not very fierce, but he didn't expect her to be so harsh. Her gentle and peaceful temperament should be the temperament given by the law of water. But she was very tough. /BK, wonderful novel to read at any time, mobile users please visit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Young Master Rong Hua was not satisfied with Ningxu's explanation, and everyone knew the reason. It's reasonable to say that those who are chosen by the law will not have bad qualifications. Why can't they even solve a barrier? Of course, it was a slap in the face to Ningxu, saying that Ningxu was incompetent in Water City. Ningxu narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't know who this young Master Rong Hua was. She heard that he was quite powerful, but it was related to Ningxu's interests. Ningxu couldn't back down. Ningxu still had a smile on her face. It can be solved, but when I was reinforcing the city's enchantment, the two enchantments got entangled. So, I'm afraid that if I remove the enchantment around the auction house, the entire Water City will suffer. I'm incompetent, I don't have a way. Young Master Rong Hua's eyebrows became more gloomy. and his voice was somewhat feminine and low. So the city lord means to close the auction house permanently? How can it be closed permanently? When I'm proficient in the operation, I can solve the auction house's problem. Besides, what good will it do me if the auction house is closed? It will also reduce my taxes. Ningxu explained. In essence, this matter was not good for Ningxu. Young Master Ronghua stared at Ningxu, but Ningxu still smiled reservedly. It's useless to look at me, I'm not familiar with the operation. Ningxu picked up the teacup and drank some water. If you don't mention the loss, I won't let it go. It was obvious that the auction house was unfair in this matter. They didn't collect too much. According to the rules, it was still within her jurisdiction. Protecting this city, even if there was no merit, there was still hard work. Why did they bully her? Moreover, the tax was simply a drop in the bucket for the auction house's income, so they shouldn't be greedy. Unfair. Young Master Ronghua picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip of tea, frowning. He thought that his appearance would make the other party give him face and directly open the barrier of the auction house. After all, this was the city of water, and it was not a good idea to use force. Could it be that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger, so it was not afraid of him at all? Was it because he was powerful and fearless, or was it because he had never heard of him? The situation was in a deadlock. Ningxu put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Don't worry, when I'm proficient in the operation, I will solve the matter of the auction house as soon as possible." Don't worry, child Ronghua. Young Master Ronghua certainly understood the meaning behind Ningxu's words. Ningxu didn't want to let him go. A city lord of Water City couldn't even handle the water enchantment of his own city. How could he be a city lord? Young Master Ronghua's expression was a bit gloomy, staring at Ningxu like a viper. If it's really so difficult, you can give up the law of water imprint and let someone with the ability inherit it, instead of evading it like this. I know what you're thinking, but if you do this, it will only show your incompetence. Ningxu smiled and said, although I can't figure out why the law of water would choose such a stupid person like me, I will try my best to master the law completely. I will try to solve the matter of the auction house, but not now, because I have to be responsible for the entire Water City. If something happens, I won't be able to bear the responsibility, so I can only let the auction house suffer. Young Master Ronghua narrowed his eyes. This feeling was like a viper spitting out its tongue. Water City Lord, let's both take a step back. It's not good for you to do this, because in the eyes of others, the City Lord of Water City can do whatever he wants. At that time, who would dare to do business in Water City? Hong Yu, dressed in a red dress, fluttered over, looking incomparably beautiful. Ningxu glanced at Hong Yu. Didn't he expel Hong Yu from Water City last time? How come she appeared again now? This was really interesting, wasn't it? Hong Yu apparently also remembered the last time she was expelled, and her face turned ugly. She said lightly, "It's better to let me be the peacemaker and let this matter go. The Water City Lord will remove the barrier, and young Master Ronghua will not pursue this matter." Ningxu sneered. How could these words put the blame on him? It seemed that the auction house's actions had been erased, so why was it sealed? These people were well aware of it, but they all blurred it. Hong Yu appeared here not to be the peacemaker, but for the law imprint on her forehead. If she happened to be killed by young Master Ronghua, then the law imprint would belong to Hong Yu. What made Hong Yu so sure that she could get the law imprint? Could it be that young Master Ronghua disdained the law imprint and would give it to her? Ningxu sighed, looking very helpless. I really don't have a way. Why don't you have a way? In your own city, you have absolute control. Here, you can do whatever you want. You can kill whoever you want. If you want to break the barrier, it's just a matter of raising your hand. Why do you have to keep making things difficult for the auction house? Hong Yu's voice was sweet, but her words were a bit scorching. If Ningxu said that the entire auction house was sealed because of the lack of taxes, it would make Ningxu seem petty. Ningxu smiled, then, "Miss, why do you keep making things difficult for me?" I said that I can't do it. Maybe the law you have mastered is very simple, but mine is the law of water, which is ever-changing. It's normal for me to not be able to master it in a short time. Do you think you can break the barrier of the auction house with a raise of your hand? Please break the barrier. I believe that the auction house will be grateful to you, and young Master Ronghua will also thank you. Ning Shu didn't know if Hong Yu had anything to do with this young master Rong Hua, but since she was so eager to join in the fun, it most likely had something to do with her. More importantly, she wanted to take advantage of the situation. Taking advantage of the situation in her territory, Ning Shu's mouth twitched. Did she look easy to bully? Ning Shu looked at young master Rong Hua and said, I heard that the auction house seems to want to move out of the water city. Did the people in the auction house tell me this news? Of course, this is my mistake. When the barrier is solved, the auction house will move out of the water city. Ning Shu smiled, trying to avoid the topic. Young Master Rong Hua looked at Ning Shu and said, So, City Lord doesn't want the auction house to be in the water city? Of course not. I certainly hope that the auction house can be prosperous in the water city, so that I can collect more taxes. It's a mutually beneficial thing. The auction house said that they don't want it to be in the water city. When this matter is solved, the auction house's business can still be prosperous. Ning Shu pretended to be polite to young Master Rong Hua, while observing the expressions of the people in the hall of the restaurant to guess their feelings towards this young Master Rong Hua. There must be people here who knew the Rong Hua company. Shu Bai and Si Tian couldn't help but shake their heads, and their faces were a little dignified. Read the refreshing novel. Read the wonderful novel at any time. Mobile users, please visit the latest chapter of the Canon Fodder female supporting characters Counterattack. This chapter is. If you think this chapter is good, please don't forget to recommend it to your friends on QQ Group and Weibo. A video of a child with a huge chest dripping with fragrant perspiration and large balls almost overflowing with courage is online. Please follow the WeChat public number EI New May 222, long press for 3 seconds to copy. 1 second Little Shua section net. Org, a wonderful novel for free. Ning Shu was also tired of such a confrontation, so he asked young Master Rong Hua, Are you the owner of the auction house? If he was the boss, then he didn't know the situation of his employees. If he embezzled the rent, it was very likely that he got it into his own pocket. I'm not the boss, at most, I'm just a shareholder. Young Master Rong Hua said. Shareholder? Most likely, he was the boss. Otherwise, why didn't the owner of the auction house appear? But a person who joined the gang came to make trouble. Ning Shu pointed at the teacup with his finger, smiled and said, Since you are a shareholder, then do you know the operation of the auction house? I don't know. Young Master Rong Hua said directly. Ning Shu directly said, I'm the City Lord of Water City. I'm responsible for protecting the safety of Water City. And preventing the turbulent power of law from rushing into the city and threatening the safety of the city. Because of this, I can receive the taxes of Water City. Young Master Rong Hua looked at Ning Shu, his eyes were as malicious as a poisonous snake. So, did the people of the auction house not pay the tax, and you want to seal the auction house? They did. Then why did you do that? Since the auction house can also generate tax for you, why did you do that? There is no reason. City Lord, please give me an explanation. No, I didn't. Because the auction house didn't pay my taxes, I wanted to seal the auction house, but I didn't expect to fail. It was connected to the entire city's enchantment, so I didn't dare to touch it. Ning Shu directly said that they didn't pay her any money, merit, and faith. Hong Yu frowned, the tax can be discussed, but you directly sealed other people's shops, this is how arrogant you are. I have asked the auction house many times before, whether it is only a little tax, and the people of the auction house only pay a little. Ning Shu looked at the beautiful Hong Yu and said, Don't pretend to be generous in front of me. If your city doesn't pay taxes or doesn't pay you enough, what will you do? You don't have the right to point fingers at me. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. What does this have to do with you? Didn't I already throw you out last time? How can you still have the nerve to come here? You want my law imprint, but I won't give it to you. If something happens to me one day, I will destroy this thing, and I won't leave it to you. Ning Shu smiled and said reservedly, Come and snatch it. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? Hong Yu's face trembled as she coldly said, Do you really think you're so great? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a law imprint? Yes, I can't do whatever I want, but I'll be happy if I can make you jealous. Ning Shu said indifferently, If you want to watch the show, then stand aside and don't talk nonsense, or I will expel you. Hongyu took a deep breath, her chest was heaving up and down. She was flustered and exasperated, but she soon calmed down. You seem to have more courage than I thought. A junior scolding a senior, you are very arrogant. Young Master Ronghua said as if he was spitting out his snake tongue. Ningxu looked calm. There is a senior who wants to snatch the things of the juniors, always thinking about the things of the juniors. This is an enemy, what's the point of talking about seniors and juniors? If someone wanted to snatch something, would he have to give it to them? Hongyu wants to snatch my things, and I want to protect my things. It is normal for us to oppose each other. Just like the auction house, they don't pay my taxes and treat me like a beggar. Why should I guard the safety of the auction house and watch the auction house make a lot of money in my place? I don't even get to drink the soup. What do I want? Tell me, what do you want? Young Master Ronghua slightly narrowed his eyes and squeezed out a laugh from his throat. It's just about the faith power, and the faith power I can give you. How much is missing? I will give it to you. It's just that I didn't expect that some people would be so short-sighted. For a little profit, they would do such a short-sighted thing. If you want to become a strong person, you should have a longer vision, girl. Ningxu smiled and said, thank you for the warning, but please pay back what you owe me before the auction house. Young Master Ronghua could not help but shake his head. Sometimes, money was not a problem. Since young Master Ronghua said that he would pay, naturally he would pay. He still had the money, but he did not like Ningxu to do this. Hongyu saw that young Master Ronghua seemed to be about to compromise, and could not help but frown. Young Master Ronghua. Young Master Ronghua raised his hand to stop Hongyu from speaking, but Hongyu's face was full of dissatisfaction. 2333's voice appeared in Ningxu's mind. Through the system, Tian told me that you should not have a conflict with a strong person. If young Master Ronghua gave the auction house the tax in front of so many people, it means that you and him have completely turned against each other. You have to think about it. Tian said that young Master Ronghua is a very strong person. It can be said that he stands higher than many task enforcers, and has been looking for a new level of strong person. He said that you should not offend a person for a little profit. A lot of things can't be solved with money, but offending someone for a little profit is not worth it. Ningxu grinned. She was really honored that young Master Ronghua came to see her, a small shrimp. Young Master Ronghua seemed to want to pay the money, as if this matter was the fault of the auction house, but if she received the money, it meant that she had a bad relationship with a strong person. However, if he were to wither away, he would have to release the auction house. Moreover, without him, he would still get less. If he had more, he wouldn't get a single cent. Perhaps the next time she went to collect taxes, she would still get 100,000 yuan like she was a beggar. Ha ha ha, Ningxu could be said to be in a dilemma. If she offended a strong person, then the previous tax would be a bit mysterious. Ningxu slightly narrowed her eyes and looked at young Master Ronghua. Young Master Ronghua and Ningxu looked at each other across the table. During this time, some people came into the auction house, and all of them had the law mark on their bodies. It was estimated that they were the law incarnations and came to watch the fun. Young Master Ronghua frowned and looked at the beautiful Hongyu, but Hongyu's face was expressionless. Ningxu also looked at Hongyu. These people should have been called by Hongyu. Haha, staring at her every day was not tiring. Young Master Ronghua, it is not appropriate to give them money directly, and the auction house is closed for a period of time. There is no business at all. Hongyu said directly, does young Master Ronghua want to compromise with a small city lord? Young Master Ronghua looked at Hongyu gloomily. Who are you? Who are you to tell me what to do? Even your master is not qualified to intervene in my affairs. Hongyu's expression was a bit embarrassed, but she still reluctantly said, I am just telling you out of kindness. Thailand's busiest female streamers' clothes almost couldn't cover the video. Please follow the WeChat public number EI May 222. 1 second Little Shua section net. Org, a wonderful novel for free. Hongyu kept jumping up and down, making young Master Ronghua very unhappy. Of course, he would not give Hongyu any face. A law incarnation stood up and said to young Master Ronghua, the woman sitting opposite you is vengeful. Even if you give her money now, she will only think that you are easy to bully. Moreover, this is not the first time she has used her position as the city lord to do such a thing. She often drives people out of the city of water. This time, she will use this method to threaten you. Ningxu looked at the man. There was a mark on his hand, which should be a law mark. At this moment, he was looking at him in a very bad mood, as if he had eaten his rice. Ningxu looked at him indifferently. Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Don't jump out in a hurry to be someone's errand boy. If these people were not found by Hongyu, Ningxu would twist their heads off and kick them like a ball. I'm telling the truth. Don't you think you can do whatever you want because you are the law of water incarnation? The man sneered. Ningxu did not get along well with the law incarnations and seemed to be hated by them. Of course, there were many people who were envious and jealous of him, but more people were familiar with Hongyu. It was not impossible to rule out that some people liked Hongyu. Ningxu chuckled. What does it have to do with you? I've never seen you before, and I have no grudges with you. Why are you stepping on me like this? Do you have to step on others just because you want to please someone? I'm just here to serve justice. The man said. If you have so much free time, go help the old lady cross the road. Now, they were just here to make things more chaotic. More and more people entered the restaurant, and the hall of the restaurant became a little crowded. Young Master Ronghua's face became more and more ugly. He looked at Hongyu and said, You are more annoying than your master. Hongyu smiled faintly. Young Master Ronghua, I'm just trying to save your face. You're also a powerhouse. Now that you've compromised with a junior, and I don't even know where this junior came from, what prestige do you have left? What does it have to do with you? Young Master Ronghua's face was gloomy. Ningxu propped up his chin. The current situation had turned into a three-way battle. How interesting. As for Hongyu, she seemed to be joining the fray. As for her goal, of course, it was for the law imprint on her head. More and more people came to watch the show. Even Alwan and the Time City Lord Cheongsam man came over. This matter seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Hongyu seemed to be deliberately making young Master Ronghua lose face. It would be better if young Master Ronghua got angry and directly killed Ningxu. Behind Hongyu, there was a master, and young Master Ronghua would not rashly attack Hongyu. What he was afraid of was the master behind Hongyu. From the beginning of the auction until now, it was originally a matter between Ningxu and the auction house. Now that young Master Ronghua had come out, Hongyu had seized the opportunity, and young Master Ronghua had been used. No matter what happened, if Ningxu died, Hongyu would be able to obtain the law imprint, and if young Master Ronghua compromised on this matter, then Ningxu would have offended young Master Ronghua. In short, Hongyu wouldn't lose out no matter what. Ningxu leisurely looked at the noisy scene, and wanted to see how it would end. Young Master Ronghua was not a person who could be easily tricked. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Hongyu's neck. Who do you think you are? I don't need you to tell me what to do. You are not your master, so why are you showing off in front of me? Hongyu still smiled. Young Master Ronghua, you'd better not do this. If I die, I'm afraid that the happiest person would be that person. Hongyu's eyes were fixed on Ningxu, who was watching the show from the side. My purpose is the law imprint. If I get the law imprint of water, I will naturally treat the auction house well. Once I get the law imprint, the enchantment of the auction house can be solved with just a wave of my hand. She's just trying to blackmail you and raise the price. Hongyu said. Hongyu directly stated her purpose. You don't need to pay any extra faith power to solve the auction house's problem, and I get what I want. This is a win-win situation. Alwan sneered. Hongyu, you don't even want the fig leaf now. You want the law imprint so much that you've gone crazy. Hongyu's neck was being grabbed, so she turned her head with difficulty and saw Alwan. She frowned and said angrily, You speak as if you are so great. Facing Ningxu, Hongyu had a condescending attitude, but facing Alwan, who had always wanted to surpass her, Hongyu became angry out of shame, and more importantly, it was a kind of hatred. Alwan snorted and looked at Hongyu with some disdain. So what if you get the law imprint of water? It doesn't mean that you are powerful just because you have the law imprint. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at Alwan. Alwan must have built her own world. He wondered if Hongyu had built her own world. Hongyu's face turned red from Alwan's sarcasm. She bit her lip and looked at Alwan. I hate your high and mighty appearance the most, as if you are so great. Ningxu pulled the corner of his mouth. When Hongyu was with him, wasn't she also high and mighty? People didn't care about you, but you said that people looked down on you. Would they lower themselves to care about you? The Xianxia man of Time City opened his folding fan and said to the gloomy young master Ronghua, let's talk nicely. This is not a big deal. Don't make it complicated, and don't be used by others. The Xianxia man said to Ronghua. Ningxu immediately gave the Xianxia man a thumbs up. Good guy, next time I will help you get a girl. The Xianxia man glanced at Ningxu and looked at Ronghua. Hongyu is also Wenyan's woman. Young Master Ronghua smiled and squeezed Hongyu's neck. Hongyu was a little uncomfortable. Am I afraid of Wenyan? It's not good to fight like this. They could not see the person, only hear the voice. Everyone heard a hearty male voice, and then a man appeared in front of Ronghua and Hongyu. This man grabbed young Master Ronghua's wrist and forced him to let go of Hongyu. Young Master Ronghua's pupils shrank. Wenyan. A beautiful woman like a flower should be cherished. Don't treat her so rudely like you. It makes me sad to see her like this. Wenyan said with a smile. Young Master Ronghua snorted gloomily and let go of Hongyu's neck. Hongyu moved her neck uncomfortably. There was a black mark where young Master Ronghua had pinched, and it seemed to be corroding her soul. Young Master Ronghua shook off Wenyan's hand. Wenyan immediately grabbed Hongyu's hand and touched it. Sure enough, it's more comfortable to touch a girl's hand. It's disgusting to touch a man. Young Master Ronghua's gloomy face became even more gloomy. However, when Wenyan held Hongyu's hand, the black mark on Hongyu's neck disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, Wenyan helped Hongyu heal. Thailand's busted female streamer's new erotic video is exposed. She pounced on the male lead. I'm so hungry. Please follow the official WeChat account and watch it online. 1 second Little Shua section net. Org, a wonderful novel for free. Wenyan was a man in his 20s, wearing casual clothes. He was tall, had picturesque eyebrows, and thin lips. He gave off a romantic vibe. Wenyan kept touching the cold Alwan. Oh, Alwan, you're here too. Alwan only nodded slightly at Wenyan as a greeting. Wenyan looked around and finally set his eyes on Ningxu. He walked in front of Ningxu and carefully sized up Ningxu. He touched his chin and said, You're a little short, and your face is average, but your temperament is not bad. Follow me. Ningxu, Hongyu was not surprised by this situation. She can follow you, but you have to give me the water law imprint. Wenyan was famous for having tender feelings for the fairer sex, and he especially liked powerful women. Just like collecting stamps, Wenyan usually would not make a move on women. He seemed to have tender feelings for the fairer sex, but in fact, he did not put women in an equal position at all. It was like in his garden, he wanted to enrich the flowers in his garden. Proud snow plum, clivia, graceful peony, romantic rose, in short, the more he collected, the better. Ningxu only had one feeling in his heart. A stallion man was not simply a lecherous demon who could not move when he saw a woman. He admired women like flowers. Ningxu just smiled. I don't date. Wenyan raised his eyebrows. Who said I want to date you? Follow me, and I can try my best to ensure your safety. I admire beautiful women, just like I. Like flowers. I don't date girls. Of course, I won't do anything to beautiful women. Wenyan's eyes and lips were very fickle. Ningxu, F***ck, this person was really, it looked like this person was Hongyu's backer, but was this kind of person really reliable? Ningxu said lightly, oh, then forget it. I only date, not flowers. That's enough, Wenyan. She doesn't want to be a flower in your backyard. It's wrong of you to force her, Hongyu said. Hongyu's expression was a little irritable. Wenyan sighed, if there are flowers to pluck, pluck them. Don't wait until there are no flowers. Young Master Ronghua looked at the romantic Wenyan and said directly, what are you doing here? It's so lively here. What's wrong with me coming to take a look? Are you the only one allowed to come and not me? Wenyan shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands as he spoke. Dressed in casual clothes, he looked like a sunny and handsome man with a slightly evil aura. His appearance was pleasing to the eye, at least compared to the dark Major Ronghua Gongzi. He looked more comfortable. Young Master Ronghua made a snake-like sound. Wen Yan also made a snake-like sound. The two of them laughed at each other. In short, the restaurant's main hall was filled with people. The current situation was uncertain. If a fight broke out, it would be a good show. The restaurant's owner, Xu Bai, felt unwell. Ning Shu looked at young Master Ronghua and asked, "Why did you choose to settle it downstairs? This kind of thing can be settled by just the two of us. How can we let so many people laugh at us?" Young Master Ronghua looked at Hong Yu. Hong Yu smiled and said, "Because I booked all the rooms upstairs." "Oh, haha, why are you showing off your wealth?" Ning Shu twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at young Master Ronghua. "Brother, I don't want your money. I'll open the enchantment so that I can disgust her." Young Master Ronghua twitched the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything. Of course, Ning Shu was just joking. Wen Yan said, "You really have a character. Go, open the enchantment and let us see the charm of the city lord of Water City." Ning Shu tilted his head and said, "Do you think I'll open it just because you said so? And I'm powerless now. I can't open it." Young Master Wen Yan raised his eyebrows. "So you haven't fully mastered the law? Then it'll be much easier for me to take the law from you. Don't forget, this is Water City," Ning Shu said without changing his expression. He didn't say that he was ruthless, but he was still ruthless to the enemy. What was there to be protective of the fairer sex? Wen Yan rolled up the sleeves of his casual shirt. There was a walnut-sized black hole in the palm of his right hand. What was this? Was it the power of the law of darkness? "You took my law imprint for Hong Yu?" Ning Shu asked Wen Yan. The law imprint was a good thing, and Wen Yan was willing to part with it. Of course, what Hong Yu wants the most now is the water law imprint. If I don't give it to her, who else can I give it to? If you follow me, I can also not take your law imprint. I'm still very good to women. Of course, the premise is that you are my flower. Wen Yan smiled and grabbed Ning Shu's face with his black hole. Ning Shu took a step back and pointed his finger at Wen Yan. Wen Yan's body was covered with an enchantment, but Wen Yan quickly removed the enchantment. A pair of slender hands with distinct joints stretched out. There was a black hole in the palm of his hand, which made his hand look like a miracle. Ning Shu wanted to expel Wen Yan from the city. Wen Yan's body was a little out of control, but he quickly stabilized his body. There is a limit to the power to expel. Your power is not as strong as mine, and your soul is weak. Ning Shu touched his chin with his finger. Are you sure you want to fight here? Wen Yan, fighting is forbidden in the city. If the judge is attracted, everyone here may be unlucky. Young Master Ronghua said gloomily. It doesn't matter. I can deal with it before he comes. Wen Yan moved his wrist. The black-clothed Grand Elder hovered above the restaurant, lowering his head to observe the situation below. Through the tiles, he could clearly see the situation inside the restaurant. He didn't say anything and just watched silently. Ning Shu smiled slightly. Running to my place and robbing my things, this is not good. Wen Yan did not speak. One of his hands reached for Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu tilted his head to avoid Wen Yan's hand. As soon as he got close to Wen Yan's hand, Ning Shu felt a dark force integrate into his soul. It was full of suction, as if it was going to be sucked into his palm. It seemed that there was a big world in Wen Yan's body. Now that everyone was a soul without a physical body, there were many restrictions on the use of the law of water. However, this was the city of water after all. Ning Shu and Wen Yan were evenly matched. Hong Yu tightly pursed her lips and clasped her hands together, looking a little nervous. She probably felt that the law of water imprint was about to be in her hands. Al Wan frowned and wanted to make a move, but the Cheongsam man stopped her. It's useless to go up. It will only make the situation more chaotic. Al Wan said indifferently, I have no relationship with the law of water incarnation, but I don't want Hong Yu to get the law imprint. Al Wan jumped out and joined the team against Wen Yan. Al Wan, you treacherous woman. You are just afraid that I will get the law imprint. Hong Yu also joined the ranks. Thailand's busiest female streamer's clothes almost couldn't cover the video. Please follow the WeChat public number EI New May 222. Falling in love with you, transmigrating Cannon Fodder female supporting character counterattack. The restaurant was in a mess. Shubai looked at her restaurant that had become a place for fighting and could not help but rub her forehead. Tian frowned. Such a big commotion must have attracted people. Shubai said, I'm more concerned about who's going to pay for my restaurant's losses. Alwan, what does this have to do with you? Why are you interfering? Hong Yu said angrily as she fought with Alwan. Alwan appeared calm and indifferent. Hong Yu, you're always competing with me and jumping around in front of me every day. If you can't get the nomological imprint, you'll be tormented by jealousy forever. You always treat me as an imaginary enemy. If I don't do anything, won't I be hated for nothing? Hong Yu gritted her teeth. You're afraid that I'll get the water nomological imprint, and the water nomological imprint restrains your fire nomological imprint. That's why you jumped out in such a hurry. Now you're not even protecting your noble and elegant image. Disgusting woman. Alwan said indifferently, I've never said that I'm noble and elegant. Of course I'm not happy for you to get the water nomological imprint. Furthermore, with your temperament, you're dreaming if you want to get the water nomological imprint. You can't get the nomological imprint's recognition. Alwan attacked Hong Yu. The bright fire nomological imprint between Alwan's brows reflected a beautiful fiery color in the beautiful room. Alwan's expression was cold and the fire between her brows burned brightly, making her look especially noble and elegant. When Hong Yu saw this, she felt extremely uncomfortable and was even more determined to get the water nomological imprint. She hated Alwan's appearance in front of her the most. Because she was not as strong as Alwan, her powerlessness turned into hatred for Alwan. Sometimes, the aura between people was just so strange. Alwan and Hong Yu were born to be unable to get along well. Their style of doing things, their speech, and their actions were different. Hong Yu's attacks were ruthless and she was practically gnashing her teeth. Her entire person was filled with resentment. Alwan was calm and relaxed, looking more imposing than Hong Yu. Ningxu was almost sucked into the black hole in Wen Yan's palm several times. Wen Yan moved his neck, clearly annoyed that Ningxu kept dodging. He stretched out his hand and the black hole in his palm exploded with a strong suction force, sucking the surrounding tables and chairs into his palm. Just like a black hole, these things were sucked away to God knows where. Ningxu was pulled towards Wen Yan by this attractive force. A large saber appeared in Ningxu's hand and rushed towards Wen Yan. He raised the saber and waved it towards Wen Yan's hand. Wen Yan's hand was cut off at the wrist by the large saber condensed by Ningxu. Wen Yan looked at his wrist. The incision was neat and tidy. Because it was his soul and state, it would not bleed at all. In the end, it was his soul that hurt a little. You've got guts. Wen Yan reformed his hand and a black hole appeared in his palm. The soul power in his hand was gone. I thought you were a flower in front of me, a little wild flower, but it seems like I have to destroy you ruthlessly. Ningxu held the crescent blade with his hands on his waist and said, I am the famous chicken cutter. Ningxu glanced at Wen Yan's crotch and chuckled. Looks like it's not a flower, it's a pepper. Wen Yan appeared in front of Ningxu in a flash and put his palm on Ningxu's forehead, trying to take away the law imprint. Ningxu operated the law of earth. The law imprint trembled slightly and directly bounced Wen Yan's hand away. Ningxu looked at the black hole in Wen Yan's palm and pointed his palm. A huge water column rushed towards Wen Yan's palm and the black hole swallowed the water. Since you like to suck things so much, I'll give you more. Senior Grand Uncle looked up at the enchantment. He actually attracted the law outside the city of water. It seemed that he really wanted to die. The city lord of the law of water must die. If he wasn't careful, the entire city would be destroyed by the violent power of law. Wen Yan held his wrist and felt some pain. Ningxu withdrew the law power and held the large saber to cut off Wen Yan's hand again. Wen Yan frowned. After all, this was not his home ground. The suppression was great. Ronghua, don't you want to do something? When the judges come, none of us can escape. Wen Yan asked the sinister young master Ronghua. Young Master Ronghua just said lightly, if my soul-breaking whip appears here, it will be confiscated. I already have a criminal record. When they come, let's deal with it first. Wen Yan said, now that the situation is like this, we can't do anything useless. Young Master Ronghua thought for a moment and took out a dark soul-breaking whip. The soul-breaking whip flickered with a faint luster. It looked daunting and even made people's souls tremble. Young Master Ronghua slightly swung the whip, and the whip burst out a loud sound in the air. Ningxu quickly swung the whip. Ningxu quickly dodged, but the tail of the whip still slightly swept Ningxu's body. Ningxu suddenly felt the pain of his soul being torn apart. This whip was so powerful. Ningxu felt that he should also prepare a soul tool. It was said that fighting was not allowed in the city, but these people would only pretend to obey. If he did not prepare, he would only be killed. Moreover, these people did not seem to be afraid of the judges. Obviously, they had enough cards in their hands. Ningxu touched his arm that was swept by the whip. He felt that his arm could not move. Ningxu snorted, and a whip also appeared in his hand. He swung it and entangled it with the soul-breaking whip. Ningxu and young Master Ronghua pulled the whip. Boom! The whole water city trembled. Everyone was stunned for a moment and flew out of the restaurant. They saw that the auction house had collapsed, and the enchantment was also broken. Of course, when they saw the black-robed man floating above the ruins, everyone could not help but take a step back. F***ck, someone whispered. Young Master Ronghua saw that the auction house had collapsed, indicating that the auction house could not do business here. Ningxu, F***ck, my money, damn, the auction house could not get back what they owed him. Moreover, they had completely offended young Master Ronghua and the auction house. F***ck Ningxu felt that he and this man's 8 characters were incompatible. Nothing good would come out of meeting him. The black-robed grand uncle walked towards the crowd step by step. Who allowed you to do this? Wen Yan spread out his hands, we were just playing around. Was it fun? Grand uncle asked. Wen Yan, it was okay. You, hand over half of your soul force. Grand uncle pointed his gun at Wen Yan, young Master Ronghua, and Awan. Awan helplessly shook her head, got it. Your soul-breaking whip is confiscated. Grand uncle took away young Master Ronghua's soul-breaking whip. Young Master Ronghua's face suddenly turned ugly. He wanted to take back his soul-breaking whip, but he was afraid of the gun in the other party's hand. Wen Yan saw this scene and laughed. Young Master Ronghua looked at Wen Yan with a malicious look. Wen Yan directly said, "What's the use of looking at me? Go and take it. Read a novel." Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. Young Master Ronghua knew what Wen Yan's heart was. He squeezed out a laugh from his throat, and Wen Yan also laughed. Young Master Ronghua's expression was not very good. He pointed at Ningxu, "I accept the punishment, but what about her? She also did it. These two will be completely obliterated." Senior uncle pointed his gun at Ningxu and Hongyu. Hongyu's face was pale, as if she was facing a great enemy. "Why is it only me?" "Awan, she also did it." Hongyu was not convinced. Why? She didn't want to die. It was not easy for her to reach this step, and the road was full of difficulties. The most unbearable thing for Hongyu was that Awan was fine, but she was going to be obliterated. Why? What kind of background did Awan have? What kind of background did she have? Awan was exempted from punishment, just a symbolic punishment. Ningxu tightly pursed his lips. Was she going to be completely obliterated this time? Awan must have built her own world, and there were thousands of creatures with the same fate as her. "Senior uncle, this is our fault. Hongyu didn't mean it. Give me face and let her go." Wen Yan received Hongyu's signal for help and said to Senior Uncle, "You want to die for her?" Senior Uncle looked at him expressionlessly. Wen Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hongyu instantly felt despair. Looking at the high and mighty Awan at the side, Hongyu felt both angry and jealous. The black muzzle was pointed at her, and Hongyu was extremely scared. Facing the threat of death, Hongyu knelt down. "I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Hongyu cried like a pear blossom with tears, and people couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. Wen Yan's heart twitched because of Hongyu's crying. It was his fault that the beauty suffered. Senior uncle didn't even blink. He still pointed the gun at Hongyu. Hongyu's jade-like face was distorted because of fear. Please, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Hongyu walked toward senior uncle. Her figure was graceful, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. Senior uncle shot the gun and directly killed Hongyu, who was walking toward him. He stretched out his hand and absorbed Hongyu's soul force. Wen Yan frowned. A beauty had died just like that. After killing Hongyu, it should be her turn. Even the Law Incarnation had no way of controlling their own fate. Taishu coldly pointed the gun at Ning Shu. Ning Shu's pupils contracted, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. A powerful pressure locked onto him. There was also a strong smell of death. Her entire life was about to come to an end. The surrounding onlookers were all thinking that their water city was going to have a new city lord. Grand Elder directly fired a shot at Ning Shu's forehead. While destroying his soul, he also wanted to destroy the law imprint. The surrounding people sighed in pity. In such a situation, they should have left behind the law imprint, the water law imprint. Ning Shu watched as the power of extermination flew towards him. He could not move. As a soul, he could not feel cold. However, Ning Shu felt a bone-piercing cold. He could even hear the hymn of death. Ning Shu even saw various scenes flashing through his eyes. Ning Shu looked at the indifferent senior uncle and the corner of his mouth twitched. Anyway, she was going to be annihilated from this world. Then, he would use the law imprint for the last time to destroy everyone present. The power of extermination passed through Ning Shu's forehead, but it was only an afterimage. Senior uncle frowned and watched the afterimage gradually dissipate. F***ck. Senior uncle cursed and disappeared in a flash. Dead? Wen Yan asked. Alwan carefully sensed. No, Water City still has a city lord. Fire and water were incompatible. Alwan could feel that the water law incarnation was still alive. He can still escape the pursuit, but he will die sooner or later. Ronghua looked at the ruins of the auction house. I also wasted half of my soul force. I don't know when I can make up for it. Wen Yan sighed. I'll go first. I didn't get anything. Instead, I lost half of my soul force. Also, the beautiful woman is gone. I'm heartbroken. Ronghua looked at Wen Yan gloomily and took the lead to leave. When Ning Shu returned to the system space, his whole person was sluggish. He didn't recover for a long time. His eyes didn't even move. Tears even flowed out uncontrollably. Ning Shu lay on the sofa and cried. Damn, I thought I was going to die. Why are you crying? I'm the one who should be crying. 2333 said tiredly. Ning Shu touched the tears on his face and finally laughed uncontrollably. He laughed until his body curled up. I'm not dead, I'm not dead. 2333, thank you for saving me. Ning Shu said. Besides 2333, Ning Shu didn't know who else would save him. That was the result of snatching people from the hands of the Grim Reaper. In order to save you, I basically sacrificed half of my life and paid a huge price. I don't want to have my memory erased in the future and then have my soul force extracted to start all over again. In the future, stay away from the judge. He's almost the king of hell. This time you escaped, but the next time, you don't know. In short, you owe him a life. 2333 said. Ning Shu touched the tears on his face. I know, when can I kill him? Well, according to your current ability and estimated his ability, the probability of you killing him is almost zero. Before you have the strength, be a dog with its tail between your legs. 2333 said, I don't know if I can save you next time. Oh, I know. Ning Shu poked the corner of his mouth with his finger and made a smiling face. As long as he was alive, there was endless hope. Taishu, haha, Wen Yan and Ronghua, who were also troublemakers, were only punished with half of their soul force. That was the privilege of the strong. Ning Shu hammered his soft and trembling legs. Until that moment, Ning Shu knew how much he wanted to live. He wanted to live very much. He was too unwilling to die like this. If he died like this, all his efforts would be a joke. Ning Shu stretched out his hand, and the peerless martial arts on the bookshelf flew into Ning Shu's hand. The peerless martial arts were getting heavier and heavier. When he opened it, it was no longer a page, but a world. When he found enough world origin, he could slowly form a world. Although he entered a level, Ning Shu found that he was almost the weakest existence in a certain level. It was really not easy to build a world. Ning Shu put the world origin on the bookshelf and lit some agarwood. She was in a very bad state now. She was almost scared out of her wits. She never wanted to taste the taste of death again. There would be a day when she would no longer be controlled by others. Ning Shu curled up on the sofa with his eyes closed. His eyelashes trembled, and he looked frightened. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattacks. She was just too scared. She was afraid of death. There were still many things she hadn't done yet. Ning Shu hugged her knees and curled up her body. She chanted a spell in her heart to calm herself down and fill her timid heart with courage. When Ning Shu woke up, she wasn't in a good state. Her soul was entwined with traces of black smoke. She had gone mad. "You're so scared that you peed your pants?" 2333 said with some annoyance. "When I was imprisoned for billions of years, I was lonely, but I wasn't like you. The strong are tenacious. If you're really afraid, you might as well die. I'll send you to the grand uncle and let him kill you with his spear." Ning Shu took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the sofa, smelling the agarwood while cultivating. The black smoke in her soul gradually dissipated. It was that man's mistake that he didn't kill her this time. When Ning Shu opened her eyes again, her eyes were clear and her eyes were more determined. Ning Shu said, "You have memories. You were imprisoned for billions of years." "Who imprisoned you?" 2333 said hesitantly. "I guess I was some big devil in my previous life. When I became a system, I was locked up." Ning Shu felt that 2333 was lying, but he didn't plan to ask. This time, 2333 was able to snatch her back from the hands of the King of Hell, which meant that 2333 was the King of Hiding. Ning Shu didn't want to know who 2333 was. With 2333's ability, he just went on like this. The chat system rang. Ning Shu opened the chat system. It was a message from Awan. "Are you still alive?" "Yes," Ning Shu replied. Awan quickly sent another message. "This time you went too far. You actually attracted the power of the law outside the city. Maybe the city will be swallowed by the violent power of the law. However, this time Hong Yu is dead and you're still alive. You've profited." Ning Shu forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your help this time." "Thank you." No matter what she did, the situation would always be the same. Don't feel wronged. Don't think that young Master Rong Hua and Wen Yan haven't been punished. Everyone started off weak. In the past, young Master Rong Hua and Wen Yan, including me, had to stagger forward step by step. Even if we fell on the ground, we would still crawl forward. Being strong doesn't give you any privileges. For some unknown reason, Awan said these words to Ning Shu. Ning Shu smirked and replied, "I understand. Thank you." This was the reason why Ning Shu wanted to work hard and become stronger. Only by working hard and sweating, and succeeding, step by step, would he be qualified to speak, to be qualified to decide his own fate, and even the fate of others. If they didn't contribute anything, they would only be at the mercy of others, just like livestock in captivity. They would have food and drink, but when the time came, they would be slaughtered. Ning Shu slightly recovered from the previous incident. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. It's good that you can figure it out. If you can't figure it out, then so be it. Awan was about to close the chat system. Ning Shu thanked Awan again. "Thank you for your help this time." "No need. This is between me and Hong Yu. I'm tired of her." Awan stopped talking to Ning Shu. Ning Shu blinked and suddenly felt that Awan was actually quite black-bellied. As soon as she made a move, Hong Yu would definitely be provoked to make a move. In this kind of city, Awan would at most be punished a little, but people like Hong Yu would definitely be obliterated. Hong Yu was a person with a background. If Awan personally killed Hong Yu, it would only cause discord with Wen Yan. It wasn't worth it. Instead, it was the judge who got rid of Hongyu, this noisy fly. Ningxu clicked his tongue. No one was stupid. Ningxu took a deep breath and said to 2333, if I build a world, will this passive situation be better? Yes, there will always be someone better than you. The path of the strong will never end. When you build a world, maybe there will be a new path, 2333 said. Don't be too anxious. Those task enforcers have been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. Everyone came one step at a time. They face the fate of being obliterated and can die at any time, but it doesn't mean they are invincible. Actually, from the time you became a super task enforcer until now, it hasn't even been 500 years. To be able to become a super task enforcer is already good enough. 2333 probably saw that Ningxu was scared silly and didn't mock him for the time being. Ningxu just grinned. Probably because he wasn't strong enough to meet these people, he immediately showed his disadvantage. The most important thing now was to build a world that belonged to him. Ningxu rested his head on his hands and looked at the white ceiling, deep in thought. After a while, Ningxu opened the chatting system and sent a message to Mei Ziqing, asking Little Flame how the incubation of the two world origins was going. Mei Ziqing replied, I don't know. Probably nothing, no changes, so the incubation hasn't been successful. Is this world origin or not? Little Flame has been holding it, but it's useless. Having just experienced life and death and hearing Mei Ziqing's words, he suddenly felt like a lifetime had passed. It felt so good to be alive. He could hear, see, feel, laugh, cry, love, hate. If he was annihilated, there would be nothing left, not even an afterlife. Once he embarked on this path, there was no turning back. He could only run forward, and when he transcended, he would be able to control himself. Ningxu, are you there? Retard, answer me. Mei Ziqing waited for a while, but Ningxu didn't reply. Ningxu said, I'm here. Maybe the time isn't right. Let's hold up for a while. What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Mei Ziqing asked Ningxu. Mei Ziqing felt that something was wrong. There's nothing that can't be over. Think about my ex-boyfriend. I tore open my own scars to comfort you. We mission enforcers are immortal, but everything has a price, Mei Ziqing said to Ningxu. Ningxu had already recovered. This was not the first time she had been obliterated, but this was the closest she had ever been to death. The amulet was useless. This kind of thing could only be used after the mission failed. Facing the judge directly in her spirit state was like a fish on the chopping board. What happened to you was that your boyfriend died, and I was almost killed, Ningxu said. The one who died was your man, not you. Mei Ziqing said. What did you do this time? Before we have absolute power, we shouldn't challenge authority. Authority can only be challenged with enough power. It's stupid to overestimate yourself. Enough with the novels. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack challenging authority, power, and dignity. If it was so easy to challenge, it wouldn't be called authority. I've never thought of challenging the rules. It's just that sometimes things go beyond my expectations, Ningxu said helplessly. Ningxu's biggest mistake in this matter was having the law imprint. Moreover, it was the ever-changing law of water. It was this thing that brought disaster. There were always people who felt that she didn't deserve to have it, even if the law had chosen Ningxu. Everything that happened in the city of water was because of the law of water. Wealth moved people's hearts, and power intoxicated people's hearts. The law imprint had both wealth and power. Ningxu touched her new imprint. When her hand touched it, she felt a cool feeling. This thing was both a blessing and a curse. Of course, Ningxu wouldn't give this thing to others. Moreover, when the law imprint left her, it meant that she was about to dissipate. This thing would only fall off when she died. The people who came to take away her law imprint were all people who wanted her life. When her world was successfully constructed and she had the right to speak, these grievances could be settled slowly. Ningxu, when it's time to keep a low profile, it's best to make a fortune in silence. Mei Ziqing warned Ningxu, leave some trump cards in your hands, and don't be silly enough to tell others. I know, Ningxu said. People's hearts were sinister. She had to leave some trump cards in her hands. Ningxu originally wanted to go to various cities to find the world's origin. However, after this incident, she had to hide for a while. If she encountered a judge who insisted on killing her, what could she do? This time, 2333 had saved her. Would he save her again next time? He would probably watch coldly from the sidelines after seeing his mission and force her courting death. At worst, he would just start all over again. When her world was successfully constructed, she would definitely float in front of him again and again without any scruples. The grand uncle was colder than Ningxu had imagined. Even though Ryu was as beautiful as a flower and begged him, he was still indifferent. Ryu even wanted to offer herself, but he was still indifferent. He was very calm and decisive as he directly killed Hongyu. Therefore, Ningxu did not plead for leniency because it was useless. An ant was just an ant. After the world was constructed, if possible, Ningxu wanted to deal with him. He was enforcing the law impartially, but that didn't stop Ningxu from hating him. Although 2333 said that the probability of killing him was almost negative, nothing was impossible in this world. There was really no way to deal with this kind of impartial and cold-blooded person. The heavenly Tao was heartless, and he was more or less like this. Ningxu chatted with Mei Ziqing for a while before closing the chat system. She didn't really want to do missions now, nor could she go to the various cities to look for the world's origin. Now, they had to avoid the judges like the plague. His heart was stifled. Ningxu still hadn't gotten used to the fact that the city lord of a city of laws had suddenly become a fugitive. Can I still do missions? Ningxu asked 2333. What if the judges come after me during missions? Why not? Do the mission system? 2333 asked. I'm afraid that person will come after me? Ningxu said. She didn't kill you. That's her mistake. It has nothing to do with you, but that doesn't stop her from killing you if she meets you, 2333 said. Ningxu was speechless. You mean, if I meet her, I'll kill her, and if I don't, I won't care? Ningxu asked. Something like that. Your current identity belongs to the category of being able to kill or not kill, but you're doing missions. There are hundreds of millions of worlds. The chances of you meeting her are very small. 2333 comforted the cowardly Ningxu. Ningxu said, Can I know how you saved me? Oh, I used a bit of my ability, plus 500,000 merit points. These merit points are enough to erase what you did in Water City. 500,000 merit points. Ningxu quickly opened her attribute pane and found that 500,000 merit points were missing. The taxes from before were almost gone now. It was a surprise, a pleasant surprise, and a thrill. Ningxu didn't say anything. 500,000 merit points were enough to exchange for her life. If she died, not to mention 500,000, even 1,000,000 would be useless. Merit points could be saved, but if she died, she would have nothing. Besides, the entire Water City would provide her with a steady stream of taxes. Next time, she would almost earn it back. Ningxu decided to wait and do missions. Until now, her legs were still shaking. She was looking for a weapon that could cause damage to the soul, such as young Master Rong Hua's soul whip. She also needed a suitable soul weapon. Previously, she heard from the silver-haired man that the soul attack ability could be used to transform the soul into any weapon to attack the soul. Ningxu calmed down and then mobilized her soul power. The soul power formed a simple dagger, but it was condensed from the soul power. It was a dagger without any lethality. Only by constantly compressing the soul power could the soul power have some offensive power. Ningxu experimented for a while. Her mind and soul power became very tired. The newly formed sword turned into soul power and merged into her soul. This feeling was similar to the feeling of using a peerless martial art. Practice makes perfect. She could only practice and practice. After resting for a while and continuing to practice, Ningxu opened the system exchange shop to see if there were any hypnosis skills. Although hypnosis couldn't split mountains and move stones, it was a very useful tool for people with weak mental power. Ningxu flipped through the items page by page and finally found a book to learn hypnosis. Moreover, it wasn't a skill. If it was a skill, she could use it as soon as she bought it. But if it was a book, she would have to learn it herself. Xianxia used a bit of faith power to buy a book to learn hypnosis. First, she wolfed down the book in her mind. She didn't talk about how to use it first. She would first memorize it and then slowly learn it. She could even slowly practice it during missions. After buying the book to learn hypnosis, Xianxia looked for any tools that could resist the power of obliteration. If she was really unlucky and encountered an inquisitor, she might be able to resist it and give herself a chance to escape. However, after searching for a while, she couldn't find anything. She felt that these people were very treacherous. They didn't have such a tool. Could it be that they didn't want to waste energy to obliterate, so they didn't even have such a tool? This old lady has plenty of money. Take it out and sell it, bitch. Xianxia felt that the items in the system shop were too expensive. Moreover, they all looked quite awesome, but in reality, they were all useless. They looked gorgeous and dazzling. He didn't know who built the system shop, but it was so black-hearted. He didn't know how many soft and kind-hearted people were cheated. They still believed that there was true love in the world. So much for reading novels. Falling in love with you, Transmigrating Cannon Fodder female supporting character counterattack unable to find a tool to resist the power of obliteration, Xianxia closed the exchange store. To be honest, Xianxia felt that the exchange store was almost useless. Moreover, it was a program that was bound to every mission taker. Who knew how many transactions there would be in a day, especially for those who had just become mission takers? They had no way to enter the virtual space and could only exchange things from the exchange store. Thinking back, Xianxia also thought that this thing was incomparably high. Looking at it now, it was too much of a scam. The chat system rang. Xianxia opened the system. It was a message from Xian, saying that he wanted to buy the auction house, but asked Xianxia to reduce the tax. After all, the auction house had collapsed, and it would take time and money to restore it to its original state. Xian sent a message because he wanted to buy the auction house, and also to test whether Xianxia was still alive. Giving the auction house to Xian was also good. Xian was a person who took care of everything. Everything was done according to the rules. He would not go back on his word. After the incident at the restaurant, not many people would dare to go back on their word. If the city lord went back on his word, no one would dare to go back on his word. Xianxia thought about it and gave the auction house to Xian. It was better than leaving it empty. Xianxia had lost too much because of this incident. Previously, she had been afraid that she would lose everything that the store owed her. Now, she even had a disagreement with young Master Ronghua. She had also lost 500,000 merit points and had become a fugitive. If they met on a narrow road, he would definitely be executed. Xianxia supported his chin. What was the reason that things had developed to this point? Was it because he was too strong? If he did not close the auction house, this matter would not have happened. However, every time he saw the auction house, he would not be able to vent his anger. His heart would be depressed, and he would have to pay the price for his actions. Therefore, Xianxia felt that whether he could bear it or not, he had wronged himself. It was because he was not strong enough, and he did not think about the consequences of his actions. He had indeed used the laws outside the city. If she had constructed her own world, she would only be punished symbolically and would not be killed outright. Hong Yu's death was the same as Xianxia's. Because she was not strong enough, she did not construct her own world. Even if Wen Yan spoke up for her, she still couldn't escape the fate of being obliterated. Therefore, right and wrong were very vague things. Xianxia let out a long breath. His biggest mistake was that he wasn't strong enough. Try your best to build a world. With a world, you won't be easily erased. Wen Yan, young Master Ronghua, and Awan were all like this. Even Wen Yan was the first to make a move. He only punished half of his soul power. There was nothing to be unresigned about. It was just that he was too weak. Xian asked Xianxia some questions to find out about Xianxia's current situation. Xianxia only said that he was fine and that there was no need to worry. Working hard to become stronger was more practical than anything else. Xianxia poured some agarwood into the incense burner and began to train his soul attack power over and over again. It was said that fighting was not allowed in the city, but the rules were for ordinary mission enforcers. Once a mission enforcer broke the rules, he would at most be punished. However, half of his spiritual power was enough to make Wen Yan and the others feel distressed. After all, such a powerful soul power was reduced by half. Even if it was half, it was still more than Ningxu's current soul power. After thinking it through, he didn't feel so uncomfortable. In short, don't resent others because of your own incompetence. You have to adjust your mentality. Ningxu hammered his chest and then straightened his chest. Sister, I will boldly walk forward. However, Ningxu still didn't want to do the mission. She wanted to go to the City of Water to see if there was any problem with the enchantment, but she always felt that Grand Uncle would wait for her to walk into the trap. She was so scared that she didn't dare to go. She didn't need to go for the time being. If something really happened in the city, someone would definitely inform her. She didn't know when these days of hiding would end. Only when she built her own world would she be able to successfully build a world. And not only did she have to build a world, but there was also the damn world of reincarnation. It was so torturous, so hard, and so difficult. Ningxu could understand at once why. Young Master Ronghua and the others could only symbolically punish her. She had endured so much. Why should she die with a weak person? Why should she ask for the same treatment? She had also climbed up step by step. Was it fair to them? Therefore, the greatest fairness was based on strength. If one day, Ningxu was required to accept the same punishment as a primary mission enforcer and be obliterated, why should she? What was fairness? What was right and wrong? If it was fair to herself, would it be fair to others? Forget it, let's not think about this. Ningxu just wanted to build the world quickly. She released some spiritual power into the black hole. The black hole swallowed the spiritual power, but Ningxu didn't see anything. She felt that the black hole was really mysterious. There was a black hole that stored souls, and there was also the black hole in Wen Yan's palm. It seemed that Grand Uncle also had a black hole. In short, it was a very mysterious thing. This black hole made Ningxu a little irritated. He couldn't fuse anything into it, and it was just hanging there. He didn't know how long it would hang there. He really didn't know how long it would take. After redeeming some fasting pills, he was ready to do the mission. It was useless to worry about these things. However, when he was redeeming the fasting pills, he saw that there were fresh fish for sale. It was the kind of fish that was ornamental. He didn't know if it could survive in the system space. Ningxu bought a few small fish and a small fish tank. He put the small fish in the tank and they swam happily. They didn't look like ordinary fish. However, the fish tank looked very monotonous. Ningxu casually took the law stone. He didn't know what this law stone was used for. He only said that it was born in the Sea of Law and was a reward for a trial mission. Now that it was useless to put it here, he threw the law stone in the fish tank as a decoration. He put some water plants in it. With the small fish swimming, the whole space became more lively. Ningxu smiled and said to 2333, "Let's go do the mission." Ningxu asked again, "When I do the mission, I won't be hunted down, right?" 2333. They probably won't come specifically to kill you. You're not worth the effort. There are so many things to deal with. They'll keep an eye on you. At most, when they meet you in the future, they'll remember that they didn't kill this person and shoot you. Who cares about an invisible ant? If you don't do anything wrong, the chances of meeting you are about zero. Ningxu, 2333 had been imprisoned. He must have been too vicious with his words. That was why he was locked up for billions of years. He didn't even have a person to talk to. That's it for reading novels. Falling in love with you, transmigrating cannon fodder female supporting character counterattack. Ningxu's head shook. After a moment of dizziness, he merged into a body. Ningxu felt very strange. It felt like he had merged into a body, but at the same time, it didn't feel like he had merged into a body. Ningxu had never encountered such a situation before. He opened his eyes and felt that his body was floating. He pinched his body, but he felt numb pain. He shouldn't be a ghost anymore. He looked around. This was a dormitory. Ningxu began to receive the storyline and began to cultivate. Ningxu found that the space was distorted. The magnetic field was unstable, and even some things were distorted. Moreover, it was useless when cultivating. There was no spiritual energy, but there was some mean energy. Could it be that he had entered a supernatural world? Ningxu opened his eyes and saw that the other 3 people in the dormitory were sleeping soundly. Of course, under the distorted magnetic field, Ningxu saw his reflection on the surface of the water. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water, causing his reflection to be distorted. Ningxu raised his wrist and looked at the watch. He found that the watch was broken. Moreover, it was moving in the opposite direction. It was as if he was looking at a mirror. There was basically no storyline. There was only a consciousness called me. F***ck, it was this strange world again. The client didn't even know his name. This seemed to be a university dormitory. Ningxu looked outside. Dark clouds covered half of the moon, making it look particularly gloomy. Ningxu began to cultivate. The chaotic magnetic field made Ningxu unable to cultivate. What kind of world was this? There were shallow breathing sounds in the dormitory. It was the sound of the other 3 sleeping students. Ningxu gently got off the bed and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash his face. The bathroom in this dormitory was a large bathroom. Many people used it. The tap was not turned off properly. The sound of water dripping was very strange in this night. Ningxu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and walked to the bathroom door. She saw a person bending over in front of the long sink, holding water to wash his face. Why don't you turn on the lights? Ningxu only thought for a moment when the person washing his face suddenly rushed in front of Ningxu. It was a very strange clown face with a red nose and a face painted with thick colors. Suddenly, he moved in front of Ningxu and laughed. Ningxu was scared stiff by the sudden appearance of this person, and his body felt uncomfortable as if it was filled with lead. His heart felt like it was being pressed down by something. Ningxu couldn't even close her eyes. F***ck, you scared me. Democracy, freedom, prosperity, patriotism, 8 honors and 8 disgraces. Ningxu chanted in his heart. It was as if he had lost control of his body. When he opened his eyes again, the bathroom was already there, and the clown had disappeared. Ningxu was so scared that he had the urge to urinate. Ningxu hardened his heart and went to the toilet. How could a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Ningxu chanted the exorcism scripture in his heart. In any case, he knew that this world was definitely a ghost story. But what surprised Ningxu was that most of the time, she was controlled by a consciousness called me. Even the names of her roommates were blurry. She only knew that they were her roommates. Ningxu squatted down and started to relieve himself. But then he felt his butt itch, as if something was scratching his butt. Ningxu did not even have time to pull his pants up. He jumped up and saw a green hand with long nails. It was this hand that was scratching Ningxu's butt. Ningxu thought, F***ck, isn't this ghost a little too shameless? Is it fun to hide in the toilet? She pooped on her hand. Ningxu quickly pulled his pants up and looked around. Then he grabbed a mop and pressed it on the ghost's hand. Could someone tell her what kind of world this was? It felt like there was no logic or development to speak of. Clown, ghost hand, what's next? Long hair dripping with water appeared before Ningxu. Ningxu touched the water droplets and sniffed them. The stench was unbearable. What the hell, feces? Ningxu slowly raised his head and saw a woman whose face was covered in feces hanging upside down from the ceiling. There were maggots crawling in her eyes. Her face was beyond recognition. Prosperity, democracy, harmony, justice, law, world peace, socialist core values protect you. I can't see. Ningxu used the mop to hit the ghost's face. Then he dropped the mop and ran out of the toilet. He stood at the door and formed a seal with his hands. But there was no spiritual energy in his body, so he could not draw talismans. Dong, dong dong, dong dong dong. The sound of the bouncing ball was exceptionally clear in the quiet corridor. Even his heart was following this rhythm. What is it this time? Ningxu turned his head. Under the dim moonlight, he saw a ball-like thing bouncing towards him. This ball-like thing jumped to Ningxu's feet and let out a baby's cry. Then a headless baby crawled towards Ningxu. The headless baby, was crying heartbreakingly beside Ningxu. Why is there a baby again? A clown, a female ghost, a baby, and what else? Ningxu felt unwell all over. He looked at the baby crawling towards him. The baby's head was rubbing against Ningxu's feet and biting Ningxu's feet. It looked like it wanted to bite through the skin and suck Ningxu's blood. Ningxu kicked the head away. Go over there. Ningxu hurried back to the dormitory. It seemed like the dormitory was the only safe place now. Pung. Ningxu just reached the door. The door suddenly opened and hit Ningxu's forehead. It was painful. There are zombies inside. Zombies, run. There was a roar from inside. Ningxu looked at the zombie with dull eyes. Its eyes were the color of fresh lychee meat. Its movements were staggering as it rushed towards her. Why would there be zombies on the 4th floor? Ningxu did not know why he knew that this was the 4th floor. Anyway, it was the 4th floor. Why was there no logic? Why, whatever he wanted to appear appeared. It was simply unconstrained. Ningxu also hurried to catch up with his 3 roommates. Everyone ran downstairs. But the dormitory's door was closed. The dormitory's auntie was sleeping soundly. Ningxu looked at the lock. He pulled with all his strength. He could not open the lock. How could this world be distorted like this? They did not hear the zombie's voice. It seemed like the zombie just now was just an illusion. But then a swarm of beetles came. These beetles were corpse bugs. They swarmed towards them. One of his roommates was surrounded by these bugs. In almost a second, he turned into a skeleton. Ningxu's face was cold. My mother, my mother. Why would these things appear in the dormitory? Logic was dead. Just read a novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Cannon Fodder female supporting character counterattacks swarms of insects swarmed over, and behind them was the metal door. There was no way out now. Ningxu wanted to know why they were the only ones who encountered such things. Could it be that the others in the dormitory were already dead asleep? Take this. One of the roommates stuffed something into Ningxu's hand. A beetle had drilled into Ningxu's leg, creating a huge bump in her skin and flesh. The beetle was running on her skin. Put some essential balm on your body, a roommate shouted. Essential balm? Ningxu had already been forced to death by Mr. Logic. Why was the zombie afraid of the smell of essential balm? As soon as Ningxu opened the bottle of essential balm, a cold smell immediately spread out. The surrounding zombies did not dare to come close. Ningxu pressed down on the zombie running around in his flesh and dripped the essential balm on his skin and flesh. The skin and flesh were instantly corroded by the essential balm. Even the zombie inside was corroded by the essential balm. There was a special kind of pain. It was cold and seemed to be burning. Ningxu wanted to bang his head against the wall. Was this essential balm? This was sulfuric acid. Ningxu approached the roommate who gave him the essential balm and asked, "How do you know that this thing can deal with zombies?" It can deal with them. The roommate was also very confused. Everyone squatted at the door of the dormitory and looked at the countless zombies. They were also afraid of the smell of the essential balm and did not dare to come over. Ningxu was speechless. Was this really not a joke, essential balm? Ningxu looked at his calf. There was a bloody hole where the zombie had bitten, and another hole was corroded by the essential balm. It was so painful that half of his body was numb. Ningxu looked up at the sky. The sky was still dark, and the frosted glass moon was faintly visible under the cover of the dark clouds. When would the sun rise? The surroundings were quiet, and he felt like he had been abandoned by the world. Ningxu gripped the essential balm in his hand tightly. Ningxu could only use essential balm to ward off mosquitoes. It could stop the itch and refresh the mind, but it was also used to numb his somewhat crumbling logic. Corpse puppets were also insects, so essential balm oil should be of some use. Otherwise, Ningxu would be at a loss. Ningxu smelled the pungent smell, and his head cleared up a little. He squeezed together with his 2 roommates. Ningxu tried to sense the spirit qi, but the distorted magnetic field couldn't even sense the fire sun's power, let alone spirit qi. Peerless martial arts were completely useless. If there was no spiritual energy, how could he draw talismans? What kind of world was this? Ningxu felt a little sleepy and wanted to sleep. He almost touched the divine tool essential bomb in his eyes. Maybe he could develop the Sharingan. Why would something like this happen? Ningxu's other two roommates asked. Did this only affect people who were awake? Those who are asleep don't know anything, so they are fearless. It was really full of nonsense. Ningxu was now waiting for daybreak, and then the dormitory auntie would open the door. Then, these bizarre things would disappear. Otherwise, he would deceive himself and go to sleep. Maybe what he saw was an illusion. However, Ningxu wanted to sleep, but he couldn't. The temperature of his roommate next to him reminded him that this was not an illusion. In a flash, the overwhelming number of corpse puppets in front of him disappeared. Ningxu didn't feel relieved. Instead, he became even more nervous. Who knew what would appear in the next moment? The corpse puppets retreated like the tide. The ground was clean, and there was a dead corpse puppet in front of him. Ningxu, excuse me, where did these insects go? Usually, there are no such things in the dormitory. Where did these insects come from, and where did they go now? Ningxu was about to have a splitting headache from these nonsensical things. There was no logic at all, and it ignored the rationality of the development of things. It was like a dream. Ningxu poked at the corpse puppet in front of him. This corpse puppet was very big, half the size of a baby's fist. This thing seemed to be real. Damn, where did so many corpse puppets go? Ningxu was tangled up with this problem, and he was about to go crazy. Especially when there were zombies on the 4th floor. The zombies climbed in through the window, but it was the 4th floor. The problem was, where did the zombies go? Could it be that they were eating other students? This seemed to be a university setting. Why were there ghosts, children, and clowns? Who knew what other ghosts would appear? Just as Ningxu was thinking about this, she heard screams coming from upstairs one after another, as well as the hoarse roars of zombies. There were sounds of running upstairs. It was obvious that the people upstairs were running in all directions. The desperate screams made Ningxu's heart hurt. His roommate shook the iron door, making the iron door creak, and called for the dormitory auntie. Ningxu rubbed his head. A classmate ran downstairs and saw Ningxu's group of 3. His eyes suddenly lit up. Save me, there are zombies chasing me. Ningxu's group, they attracted the zombies. Now there was no way out. Listening to the approaching roars of the zombies, Ningxu looked for a weapon. He just wanted to know why he had no fighting power in this distorted world. And his aura was all messed up. Ningxu did not find a suitable weapon. Could it be that he could tear a zombie with his bare hands? Is this the world of zombies? Ayo. The girl who ran over twisted her body. She was obviously turned into a zombie. She was bitten by a zombie, and now she turned into a zombie. Ningxu saw that she was about to bite her roommate and quickly grabbed her collar. It took her a lot of effort to pull the female zombie away. Use essential bomb. Ningxu's roommate who gave Ningxu the essential bomb shouted. Ningxu, huh? Ningxu was desperate. He sprinkled essential bomb on the zombie. When the essential bomb splashed on the female zombie's body, it immediately made a sizzling sound, as if it was splashed with sulfuric acid. It actually corroded the zombie. Ningxu, essential bomb? This was sulfuric acid. He was afraid that she would use the essential bomb as if it was a treasure. What is essential bomb? Why is essential bomb so awesome? Logic is dead. Ningxu was on the verge of collapse. It seemed that Ningxu would have to spend the rest of his days hugging essential bomb. After dealing with the female zombie, Ningxu looked at his roommate who gave him the essential bomb. Ningxu felt that he should know this girl, but he couldn't seem to figure out her name. His mind had been in a rather muddled state. How do you know that essential bomb is useful? Ningxu's roommate asked. His roommate shook his head and said in confusion, I don't know. Ningxu, then why did you give me the essential bomb? Then how did you know that it was useful and even brought it with you? Was she in a dream or reality? Such a nonsensical and illogical situation made Ningxu feel that he was in an illusion or a dream. There were bugs everywhere, so much for reading novels. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. Ningxu held the essential bomb in her hand. Why isn't the sky bright yet? Ningxu looked at the sky through the iron gate in front of her. The moon seemed to have shifted a little, but there was no sign of dawn. The sound of howling and roaring upstairs was endless. Didn't the dormitory auntie hear such a big movement? What should we do now? Her roommate asked at a loss. Ningxu didn't know what to do. She could only hold the essential bomb in her hand. At this time, she was powerless. She released her spiritual force and scanned the situation of the entire building. Then, Ningxu saw people who were spinning in circles on the spot. There were also female students whose limbs were torn apart by zombies. There were ghosts and zombies. This building was like hell. Ningxu scanned the small house next to the dormitory building. The dormitory auntie lived there. As a result, she saw the dormitory auntie sleeping in a coffin. Suddenly, the coffin lid flew up. A female zombie wearing a Qing dynasty Xianxia and a flag on her head jumped out and jumped toward the dormitory door. She had a green face, sharp teeth, and blood-red nails. At this time, the moon shone slightly, and the white moonlight shone on the dormitory auntie. Oh my god, Ningxu was about to kneel down. The dormitory auntie jumped in front of the iron gate. Through the gap of the iron gate, she reached out to grab Ningxu and her two roommates. Ningxu pulled her two roommates away from the iron gate. The female zombie who was blocked by the iron gate waved her hands to grab Ningxu and the other two. However, it was very funny that she jumped outside the door, making the iron gate creak. Ningxu held the essential bomb. This thing should be used sparingly. This world is mostly an illusion. Moreover, the space is distorted. There is no spiritual energy, not even the basic rules of the world. This is a crazy world. Zombies, ghosts, what else is there? Ningxu rubbed her eyebrows. She felt powerless as if she was in a fog and couldn't see the direction clearly. Moreover, Ningxu had a hunch that an endless wave of monsters was about to attack. Come on, plant some plants. Shimmy, what do we do now? One of her roommates, Ningxu, shouted. My name is Shimmy? Ningxu asked. What's wrong with you? Don't you even know your own name? His roommate asked anxiously. Ningxu was at a loss. He had been in the same state all this time. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Where am I going? Where did this damn thing come from? What kind of F***king world is this? What kind of joke is an essential bomb? The zombie banged against the iron door, and from the looks of it, the lock was about to be broken. Even the iron bar was bent. Let her knock it. If she knocks it open, we can get out. It was too dangerous to be trapped in this dormitory. He didn't even have a place to hide. The only way was to jump out of the window. What if he became disabled or died? Ningxu held the essential bomb and looked at the green-haired zombie. He wondered if it would be useful for zombies. Ningxu placed the essential bomb on the tip of his nose. It was just an ordinary essential bomb. Why was it so awesome? The setting of this world was really crazy. Could it be some kind of divine weapon? Do you have any more essential bomb? Ningxu's roommate asked. His roommate shook his head. No, I only have one bottle. You're giving it to me with just one bottle? Ningxu looked at her. She was really sacrificing herself for others. She's going to break open the door. The other roommate shouted in horror. Ningxu blocked his two roommates behind him. He held the essential bomb and prepared to sprinkle it on the zombie. Suddenly, a stick appeared behind the female zombie's back. It hit the zombie's head heavily. Then, the female zombie fainted under Ningxu's gaze. F***ck, she fainted. Shouldn't a normal zombie be invulnerable? Then, it would turn around and bite its attacker to death. Ningxu was speechless. It was illogical. Shimmy, I'm here to save you. A boy wearing a white turtleneck sweater suddenly appeared. He didn't dare to put down the stick in his hand. The reason why he could see that the boy was wearing a turtleneck sweater was because the moonlight was so bright. Ningxu silently looked at his own pajamas that exposed his arms. Then, he silently looked at the boy's turtleneck sweater. Brother, aren't we in the same season? Why is he wearing a sweater, but she and her roommate are wearing so little? Why don't they feel cold? Shimmy? Ningxu shouted. Just at this moment, a cold wind blew in. Ningxu suddenly shivered. It was so cold that he couldn't stand it. Could it be that he was so scared that his adrenaline was running wild? He couldn't feel the cold at all. Now that someone had come to save him, he relaxed. Ningxu sucked back his snot and tightly held the essential bomb. He looked at the only normal person who appeared. But what if this was some kind of monster in human skin? Ningxu was so cold that his teeth chattered. He regretted saying something about the weather. He felt that it was because of his complaints that the world suddenly became so cold. "Who are you?" Ningxu asked. This guy looked very gentle. He was wearing a white turtleneck sweater. He had a clean temperament and looked good. "I'm Xianxia," said anxiously. Then, he realized that the door couldn't be opened. He suddenly felt embarrassed. He had the urge to shake the zombie awake and make her hit the door. Ningxu still didn't dare to get close to Xianxia. Who knew what he was up to? There should be a key in the dormitory auntie's room. Go and find the key. Okay, wait here. Xianxia took the wooden stick and went into the house to find the key. But after entering, there was no movement. He didn't come out for a while. There were all kinds of painful roars upstairs. It was like hell. There was the sound of running. With such a big commotion, why didn't anyone come to save her? Only Xianxia came. The female zombie that was knocked unconscious by Xianxia woke up. She immediately jumped up and started to hit the door. Xianxia, who was looking for the key, still hadn't come back. Ningxu couldn't describe his current feelings. In short, F***ck. Why isn't Xianxia back yet? His roommate was worried. It's okay. Let her hit it. Ningxu held the essential bomb. His roommate glanced at Ningxu. I still hope that Xianxia can find the key quickly. I don't know if we can resist the zombie. I'm just curious. Why did something like this happen in our dormitory? Ningxu asked. I don't know. His roommate said blankly. Ningxu's mouth twitched. It was really torturous. There was no logic at all. Xianxia finally found the key and hurriedly ran out of the room. Seeing that the zombie had woken up, he hit the zombie with the stick again. The zombie fell straight down. Don't worry, I'll open the door right away. Xianxia was very nervous. When he was looking for the key, he accidentally dropped the key on the ground. He quickly squatted down to pick it up. Xianxia, behind you. His roommate pointed behind Xianxia. His face was filled with fear. Just read a novel. Ningxu saw many skeletons crawling out from the ground. These skeletons looked extremely white under the moonlight as they crawled out from the ground. How did you get out of the cement floor? Xianxia stiffly turned his head and saw a lot of skeletons behind him. They were approaching him step by step. The skeleton's mouth was still opening and closing, and it was making kacha sounds. Open the door quickly. Ningxu shouted to Xianxia. Xianxia's hands were trembling. Ningxu reached out and grabbed the key from Xianxia's hand to open the door. Xianxia tightly clung to the iron door, watching the skeleton army coming towards him. It was so scary. Ningxu opened the iron door with a kacha sound. She opened the door and prepared to go out. Xianxia wanted to come in, but the two of them bumped into each other. Ningxu directly bumped into Xianxia's chest, causing him to groan. Go in, there are so many skeletons outside. Xianxia pushed Ningxu inside. Ningxu shook his head. Go out, the dormitory is more dangerous. Who knows what will appear in the dormitory, and there is no logic at all. There are zombies in the building. His roommate also came out. Zombies? Xianxia was dumbfounded. The army of skeletons was getting closer and closer. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. Xianxia touched the stick at his feet and swung it at the nearest skeleton. The skeleton was unexpectedly brittle. With just one swing of the stick, it actually fell apart. Nice to look at but useless. Xianxia also felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. He swung the stick and randomly hit the skeletons. Ningxu picked up a thigh bone. This thigh bone was very long. Ningxu thought that when this skeleton was alive, it must have had long legs. Ningxu took the thigh bone and randomly hit the skeletons, trying to open a path. They did not want to be locked in the dormitory. His two roommates also gathered their courage and took the thigh bone to hit the skeletons. Although the bones were brittle and made a cracking sound when they were smashed apart, just like chewing on a crispy horn, there were simply too many of them. Ningxu and the other three were so tired that they couldn't even lift their hands. However, there were still a lot of them, and charging out was a little difficult. Xianxia panted. Ningxu said, "We can't get out. We will be drowned by the skeleton army." Then, back to the dormitory? Subconsciously, Ningxu felt that the dormitory was a safe place. However, with so many things in the dormitory, he felt that this feeling was very unreliable. "Then let's go back to the dormitory," the two roommates said in unison. Ningxu shattered a skeleton. "But there are ghosts, zombies, and undead hags in the dormitory. Who knows what else will pop out?" These skeletons were destroyed by some unknown force. All the skeletons fell apart and became white bones. They lay on the ground in disarray, forming a thick pile of white bones. There was no end to the pile of white bones on the ground. It was horrifying. To go or not to go, Ningxu made a prompt decision. He stepped on the white bones and prepared to run. The sky was still dark. Ningxu raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky. It seemed that the moon was motionless, but it also seemed to have shifted a little. It was a very difficult night. Ningxu felt that he might not be able to wait until dawn. There was no day here. Ningxu stepped on the ribs, shoulder blades, hand bones, leg bones, and other bones to leave the female dormitory. However, as he walked, the bones under his feet vibrated and then the bones flew up. Ningxu slipped and fell to the ground. She quickly got up and raised her head to see that all the bones had gathered together, forming a huge white bone spirit made of white bones. "Oh my God, run!" Ningxu turned around and ran back to the dormitory. It seemed that there was no place to run now. He could only run back to the dormitory. This skeleton was very big. It was even taller than the dormitory. It raised its foot and stepped on the four people. Ningxu swung his legs and ran into the dormitory. He then locked the door with a click. Ningxu panted. Although this dormitory was a very dangerous place, in his mind, he felt that this dormitory was at least safe. It could resist some monsters, such as the skeleton monster. The skeleton monster roared and reached out its hand to shake the entire building. The entire building swayed, and cracks appeared on the walls. Ah! The shrill sound went straight into their ears. It was very uncomfortable. It was as if their hearts were curled together. "Ningxu, behind you!" Xianxia hit the back of Ningxu with a stick. Ningxu turned around and saw a green-faced female zombie with fangs reaching out to strangle him. When did she run in? Xianxia used a stick to hit the female zombie, but the female zombie that could be knocked unconscious before was now invulnerable. The stick had no effect on her. Xianxia's stick was broken, and he couldn't move the zombie at all. Ningxu couldn't breathe because of the zombie's choking. He took out the essential bomb and sprinkled it in the zombie's eyes. The essential bomb splashed on the zombie's face. There was a sizzling sound in the zombie's eyes. The invulnerable zombie was corroded by the essential bomb. The zombie was in great pain. Her face was smoking. She let go of the hand that was strangling Ningxu's neck. Ningxu bent over and coughed against the wall. Her throat was burning and her neck was about to break. The female zombie trembled on the ground. In the end, it trembled violently and died. The dormitory auntie died? Although one of them was killed, Ningxu was really helpless. Why did the essential bomb have such an effect? Ningxu couldn't ignore it even if he tried. How could she face the essential bomb in the future? Sulfuric acid? Xianxia was dumbfounded. A gust of wind mixed with the stench of corpses rushed into Xianxia's nose. Essential bomb," Ningxu said. White Bones was still shaking the building. The building was swaying left and right. In White Bones' hands, the building was like a toy. All kinds of things fell to the ground. This building was going to fall apart because of White Bones. Ningxu picked up the broken stick on the ground and sprinkled some essential bomb on the sharp part. Then, he opened the metal door. He was ready to rush out and kill this thing. What if the building really collapsed? "What are you doing?" Xianxia grabbed Ningxu's arm. I'm going to try. Since the essential bomb was the setting of a divine weapon, why not make good use of it? Ningxu was really embarrassed and out of character. I'll go. Xianxia snatched the stick from Ningxu's hand. Ningxu didn't let go. No need. You look like a weak scholar. Are you sure you can do it? I'll go. Xianxia didn't back down. Okay, you go. Ningxu let go. Xianxia grabbed the stick with both hands and took a deep breath. Her fingers moved and squeezed the stick tightly. The floor shook violently. Ningxu and his group were at the bottom. If they were at the top, they would have vomited from the shaking. If they did not act, they would be drowned in the rubble. Ningxu saw that Xianxia had been mentally prepared, so he snatched the wooden stick from his hand, pulled open the iron door, and rushed towards the huge skeleton. He directly inserted the stick that was coated with essential bomb into the skeleton. As expected, the essential bomb began to corrode the skeleton, emitting green smoke. This was a grotesque world. White bones seemed to be in pain. It lifted its foot and stomped on Ningxu. The huge foot stomped on Ningxu. Even if Ningxu tried his best to run, he was still stepped on by the huge foot. Charmé. Ningxu suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the snow-white ceiling of the dormitory. The large fan in the middle was spinning loudly. Ningxu's body was covered in sweat. His heart was beating rapidly, and his ears were filled with thumping sounds. Ningxu sat up. His head was dizzy, and his head was splitting. He did not have any strength left in his body. Ningxu rubbed his brows. He turned his head and saw the oil beside the bed. A faint smell of camphor and mint surrounded the tip of his nose. The oil had a lot of scenes. Was it a dream? Ningxu's body was sore and weak. His body was so tired that it was more tired than running 5 kilometers. He was really too tired. Charmé, hurry up. Class is about to start. Ningxu's roommate said. This roommate was the one who gave Ningxu the oil in his dream. Ningxu's mind was in a mess. He actually could not remember the name of this woman. Sometimes, he clearly knew someone, but he could not remember their name. Temporary amnesia. I know. Ningxu got off the bed weakly. To be honest, Ningxu felt that he was sleepwalking. In a daze, he washed his face. Thinking of his dream, Ningxu held the basin and looked into the bathroom. There were still many people washing and using the toilet. Ningxu let out a long sigh. Was it really a dream? Ningxu splashed his face with the cold water. The cooling water made Ningxu's mind a little clearer, and his stinging eyes also felt a little better. In any case, he couldn't muster up any energy. Ningxu buried his face in the basin to wake up. After washing up, she hurriedly followed her roommates to class. There was more freedom in the university, but if one was unlucky enough to meet a roll call, he would not want the credits anymore. Although Ningxu wasn't feeling well and he was in a daze, there should be more people around, so there shouldn't be any demons or ghosts. Ningxu followed the crowd to the classroom and found a seat. Before the professor arrived, Ningxu tried to practice the peerless martial arts. Although there was no spiritual energy in the modern world, there was still the power of the sun. Then, Ningxu realized that he couldn't use the peerless martial arts at all. Even if the sun was shining brightly and there were birds jumping and chirping on the branches outside the window, the magnetic field was still distorted. Ningxu? What's going on? It's not a dream. Could it be that I haven't woken up from the dream? Ningxu felt weak all over and had a headache. It was so uncomfortable that he felt like he was going to die. Shimmy. Someone poked Ningxu's back with a pen. Ningxu turned and saw Xianxia. Ningxu asked, "What's the matter? Why are your eyes so red? Didn't you sleep well?" Xianxia asked Ningxu. It's fine. Ningxu turned his head. Xianxia poked Ningxu with the pen again. Ningxu suppressed the irritation caused by the discomfort in his body and silently chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart. What's the matter now? Ningxu asked with a smile. Shimmy, I think your smile is very scary. Xianxia looked at the smiling Ningxu and took out a hamburger for Ningxu. You've eaten. Here you go. Ningshu saw that the hamburger was full of maggots and there was a foul smell. In short, it was very disgusting. Ningshu's heart was beating like thunder, but he said calmly, "I've eaten. You can keep it for yourself." "I've eaten too. You can have it," Xianxia said as he stuffed the hamburger into Ningshu's hand. "Ningshu, I'm not hungry, really." Ningshu hurriedly refused, determined not to eat. "What's wrong with you? You look so haggard," Xianxia asked curiously. Seeing Ningshu's pale face, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Are you sick? Eat, don't be shy. This is your breakfast." "I'm not eating." Ningshu declined. "I'm giving it to you." "No, it's your hamburger." "Okay, don't push it around. Give it to me." A roommate grabbed the hamburger, and then took a bite of the hamburger under Ningshu's somewhat horrified gaze and chewed. Ningshu closed his eyes and rubbed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw that there were still maggots crawling on the buds. There were also maggots crawling on the beef slices inside. Ningshu, is she blind or are these people all blind? But the people around him didn't feel anything unusual. It was as if his roommate was eating an ordinary beef hamburger. Ningshu's roommate, who was extremely energetic, asked, "How's the taste? Is it fresh?" "Not bad. Don't be modest next time." The roommate winked at Ningshu ambiguously. "Don't you see the maggots on it?" Ningshu asked. The roommate looked back and forth at the hamburger. "There are no maggots. Don't disgust people when they're eating." The roommate pounded Ningshu's chest with his small fist, which almost broke Ningshu's heart. Ningshu closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. When he opened his eyes again, he saw his roommate stuffing the last bite of the hamburger with maggots into his mouth. Ningshu deeply suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Moreover, it was a big problem. Ningshu took out a mirror from his bag and hid behind a book to look at the mirror. Ningshu pulled his eyes hard to see if there was any functional problem with his eyes. The things he saw were different from other people's eyes. Xianxia wasn't a great beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. At most, she was a beauty with fair skin. Her skin was very beautiful, and there weren't any messy spots. It was also considered beautiful. Her eyelids were swollen, and there were red veins inside. She looked very haggard, but there was nothing wrong with her. Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? The professor came to give a lecture. It was a female professor. First, she called out the name. Ningshu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the professor called out his name. Ningshu felt that the professor was looking at him with a hideous smile. The flesh on his face fell off piece by piece. It was blood red, and the texture of his muscles was clearly visible. Ningshu didn't know that his eyesight was so good that he could see the skin on the professor's face on the podium. Ningshu, prosperity, democracy, harmony, justice, law, world peace, socialist core values protection, spirit protection, spirit protection, spirit protection, spirit protection, spirit protection, spirit protection without spirit energy. Ningshu found that he had become a fake Taoist priest. What was distorted was the magnetic field, and the chaotic world made Ningshu unable to use some auxiliary means at all. "Xianxia, it's time to hand over your paper to me," Professor Ningshu said. As he spoke, the flesh was still peeling off, and the bloody facial bones could be seen. Ningshu's mouth twitched. Some students have been doing something every day. They arranged it a long time ago, and it hasn't been completed yet. Professor Ningshu grinned. Ningshu closed her eyes and said, "I see. They were all illusory." Illusory. When Ningshu scanned with her mental strength, she found that the professor looked normal again. Her eyes had deceived her. She deeply suspected that it was the aftereffect of last night's dream. Now, everything she saw was disgusting. Ningshu sat down. Her body was very tired and sore, but she had no energy. Listening to the professor's lullaby, Ningshu's eyelids couldn't support her at all and she wanted to sleep. Ningshu pinched her thigh and the pain came. After sleeping for a night, she was as tired as lying in bed for half a month. She couldn't sleep anymore. The horrifying and stimulating images in her brain would consume her energy and make her body continuously tired. However, this kind of sleepiness couldn't be resisted at all. In an instant, Ningshu fell into darkness. After an unknown period of time, she was awakened by someone. "Shermei, are you still sleeping? Get up." Xianxia woke Ningxu up. Ningxu opened her eyes and asked, "Is it over? You can really sleep. You slept from the beginning to the end." Xianxia said. The other 3 roommates were packing up. Ningxu said, "Hurry up, there will be nothing to eat in the cafeteria later." Ningxu felt even more tired. The more she slept, the more tired she became. It seemed that she had to stay up late to cultivate. Cultivation made her happy. When she arrived at the cafeteria, Ningxu looked at the dishes in the basin. They were all spiders, centipedes, and big insects. What a terrible thing. Looking at the people around her eating these things, Ningxu thought, "My eyes, something happened to her eyes. It must be." Ningxu scanned with his spiritual force and saw normal food. It seemed that he would have to eat with his eyes closed in the future. "Shimmy, what are you doing?" Her roommate was speechless when she saw Shimmy stuffing rice into her mouth with her eyes closed. Ningxu opened his eyes and saw the centipedes, worms, and fried scorpions on the other party's plate. He quickly closed his eyes, unable to see, unable to see. This distorted magnetic field was enough to drive people crazy. If ordinary people saw things that were different from others, they would see all of them eating terrifying bugs and familiar faces grinning at them. It was simply a nightmare. Was she awake or dreaming? She couldn't tell the difference between reality and reality. She must be dreaming to see something different from others. Ah! What a familiar voice. Ningxu had a splitting headache. What happened? His roommate asked curiously. Then, a bloodthirsty zombie staggered into the cafeteria. The people who were bitten were soon swarmed by zombies and dismembered. The 3 roommates were so scared that they held their heads and screamed. They seemed to have lost their ability to think normally. They were obviously frightened by this horrible thing. Ningxu kicked one of them and pulled one of them with each hand. "Don't scream, run." The blue veins on Ningxu's forehead were exposed and he felt that his head was about to explode. Ningxu's roommate regained her senses from the kick and quickly followed Ningxu. Running out of the cafeteria, the campus was a mess. There was blood and wandering zombies everywhere. Ningxu didn't think about where these zombies came from. Although it was daytime, the scene of these zombies wandering around the campus, pouncing on and biting people when they see them makes people's hair stand on end. They are so horrified that they suspect that this is a dream. The zombies smelled the scent of strangers. Ningxu and the others rushed over. Ningxu turned out the essential bomb and sprinkled it on the zombies that rushed over, but the essential bomb has no effect. It turned into an ordinary essential bomb. Ningxu didn't have time to think about what is going on. He could only shake off his legs and run. At this time, he should ask for help. How can he beat the zombies alone? Moreover, he didn't have any weapons in his hands. One of the roommates was too tired and slowed down. He was torn apart by the zombies. Several zombies swarmed around the roommate and gnawed on his body. The other 2 roommates were so scared that they trembled. They didn't dare to stay and quickly ran. "Shimmy, where are we going?" The roommate gasped for breath. Ningxu asked. At this time, they were scared silly. Seeing Ningxu calm down a little, they pinned their hopes on Ningxu. Out of the school. Ningxu gritted his teeth. Subconsciously, he wanted to go to the dormitory. It seems that the dormitory is the safest place. So without logic, why is the dormitory the safest place? What Ningxu needs to do now is to expand the area. At night, the area was only limited to the girls' dormitory. Now the area has expanded to the whole school. This is very illogical. Obviously, the situation was so serious, but no one appeared. Only Xianxia appeared, and no school leaders appeared. And Ningxu was trampled to death by a huge pile of bones. When she woke up, everything was normal. It was as if she was dreaming, and now the zombies appeared. Ningxu was not sure if she was dreaming or awake. Or maybe it was a dream within a dream. In fact, she was still dreaming. But now the area of the dream is bigger and more vivid. There are broken limbs and school uniforms in the places she passed by. Ningxu saw the school gate. She pulled her 2 roommates and prepared to rush out of the school gate. Ningxu felt that her heart was about to jump out. The school gate was just a short distance away. Maybe she can get out of this situation. However, Ningxu stopped in her tracks because a few xenomorphs came out from the reception room next to the school gate. Oh my god, Ningxu quickly turned around and ran. These monsters look like dinosaurs, but they are not dinosaurs. The back of their heads is very long, and there is blood and flesh hanging from the side of their mouth. Obviously, they ate the security guards in the reception room. The speed of these aberrations was extremely fast. Ningxu's roommates were all bitten to death. With just one bite, their bodies were bitten into two. Because of the inertia, the lower half of their bodies actually ran for a distance before stopping. Ningxu ran until her lungs were about to explode. She had an incomparable headache. She could not feel the existence of her legs. She can only rely on her instincts to keep running. Why are these things getting more and more terrifying? Every time is more and more frightening. If this continues, her mind will definitely collapse. Is someone creating a dream for her? If they want to create a dream, they should create a warm dream. Why is it always this kind of nightmare? There was definitely some deep hatred between them. When a person is stimulated too much, they will lose control of their emotions. Their mind will be in chaos. If they are not crazy, they will become stupid. Ningxu ran towards the dormitory as if his life depended on it. In his subconscious mind, the dormitory was the safest place. God knows where this subconscious thought came from. The xenomorphs saw a new target and split up to hunt. One of them chased after Ningxu. Ningxu held the essential bomb tightly in his hand, but it seemed like the essential bomb was no longer effective. It must be because the essential bomb was too powerful. It was like a boss. Of course, this place was full of boss. The essential bomb's boss was the most obvious, but it no longer existed. Ningxu looked at the xenomorph that was getting closer and closer. He stopped in his tracks and waited for death. Why don't you King bite me to death? I want to see what you can do to me. Let's see what I look like when I wake up. The xenomorph opened its mouth and bit Ningxu. Suddenly, a person rushed over and pushed Ningxu to the ground, avoiding the xenomorph's attack. Ningxu was pushed to the ground and his body was about to fall apart. Then, he was dragged away. Ningxu looked at Xianxia, who was wearing a white turtleneck sweater, dragging him towards the dormitory. When the xenomorph saw that its prey was gone, it roared angrily and moved its feet. The whole ground shook because of the xenomorphs running. There was a xenomorph chasing from behind and a zombie in front. There were pursuers in front and behind. Ningxu reacted at this time. He must endure, because if he was really eaten by the xenomorph this time, then what would be waiting for him next time? Ningxu ran very fast. At the beginning, Xianxia was dragging Ningxu, but now it was Ningxu who was dragging him. Xianxia was a little confused. Ningxu put his hand on Xianxia's shoulder and used the force to support his body. He kicked the zombie in front of him and then dragged Xianxia towards the female dormitory. Along the way, there were broken limbs and bones everywhere. Some of the internal organs were still steaming. Ningxu felt a little nauseous. After coming to this world, Ningxu already knew that this world should be an illusion or a dream. The client's situation should not be too good. This was to trap people in such a terrifying atmosphere. If it wasn't for Ningxu's tenacious will, he would have been tortured to the point of insanity. However, according to where she was, this place was very real. Therefore, the client should be a modern person and a university student. Even if he was no longer in school, he must have studied in this school. Ningxu's brain was about to explode, but when she reached the dormitory, the door was already closed. She couldn't enter at all. Moreover, there were a lot of zombies blocking the iron gate. They wanted to squeeze in through the gaps of the iron gate, but it was difficult to do so. *CK, what should I do now? Also, the zombies that had been banging on the door smelled the scent of humans and turned around to chase after Ningxu and Xianxia run. Ningxu and Xianxia ran around the school like mad dogs. We have to find a place to hide. We can't run around like this. Our physical strength is not enough, and it's too dangerous. Ningxu dragged Xianxia to the school's laboratory. This place was hidden, and they might be able to find some weapons. Xianxia was being dragged around by a girl who was shorter than him by a head. This feeling was a little complicated. Xianxia bent down, found the key in the classroom office, and opened the laboratory. The laboratory was very big. There were all kinds of equipment, water tanks, microscopes, and cutting tools. Xianxia quickly put away the cutting tools and opened the cabinet to look at some chemicals. Of course, some of the more dangerous things were put away by the school. Now, these things were all harmless chemicals. Xianxia sat on the ground, gasping for breath. He felt that his heart was about to explode. Xianxia looked at Xianxia, who was sitting next to him. This guy really had a lot of scenes. Xianxia jokingly said, "I didn't expect you to be so strong when you usually look so weak." This is the pressure of survival. Under the threat of death, people can burst out with several times the strength. Xianxia gasped for breath. His white turtleneck sweater was very dirty. Xianxia really liked white turtleneck sweaters. This kind of sweater, if worn well, would be artistic. If not, would be a mongrel. Xianxia's temperament was not bad. At least, he would not wear it like a mongrel. Xianxia rubbed his head and asked, "What major did I study?" "A lot of things are vague. Although there is my consciousness, I am very vague." Xianxia looked at Xianxia in surprise. "Are you scared out of your wits? You don't even know what your major is? Then what class did you study?" Xianxia raised the corner of his mouth. "Then what did I study?" "Pharmaceuticals," Xianxia said. "What about you?" Xianxia asked again, "What did you study?" "Biopharmaceutical." Although Xianxia was puzzled why Xianxia would ask him this, he still answered honestly. It sounded similar, so there was nothing wrong with them taking the same professor's class in the same classroom. At this moment, Xianxia's limbs were weak, and his body was weak. His body was shaking uncontrollably. This was because he had used too much strength. The whole laboratory was silent, except for the sound of Xianxia and Xianxia's breathing. The glass blocked out the sound outside. Beep, beep, beep. There was the sound of water dripping. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other, and Xianxia asked, "Do you hear anything?" "I think so." Xianxia stood up and saw that all the faucets in the laboratory were splashing out bright red viscous liquid. It was extremely stinky. The liquid filled the sink and overflowed from the sink. Xianxia was confused. Why is this stuff flowing out? And who turned on the faucet? Is there a ghost in this room? Moreover, the red liquid was also corrosive. It sizzled and produced poisonous gas that made people dizzy when they smelled it. Xianxia and Xianxia flowed over in waves. Xianxia covered his nose and quickly opened the door, but the door could not be opened. It could not be opened. The red liquid flowed to their feet and corroded Xianxia and Xianxia's shoes. The shoes sizzled, and Xianxia immediately felt the soles of his feet burning. It was a burning pain. Xianxia tapped with his finger, trying to see if he could use the law of water, but it was useless. This distorted magnetic field and full of loopholes could not even be considered a world, so how could there be any law? Ah! Xianxia endured the pain of corrosion and picked up a chair to smash the glass of the window. The glass shattered, and fresh air rushed in, blowing away the poisonous gas in the air. Xianxia stood on the bench and flipped over the window. Then Xianxia reached out his hand. "Hurry, I'll pull you." Xianxia's expression was anxious and a little twisted. But all the red liquid in the room surged toward Xianxia, and huge water columns rushed toward Xianxia. If Xianxia was hit by this smelly, corrosive liquid, even his bones would be corroded and become part of the liquid, adding to the energy of this liquid. Xianxia could already feel that there was an evil spirit in this energy. It should have corroded other people in the past. Was this real or virtual? Xianxia was confused again. The disgusting poisonous gas made Xianxia weak all over. Xianxia stepped on the chair, grabbed Xianxia's hand, and flipped out of the window. Ouch! Xianxia was pinned down by Xianxia. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stop breathing. The ground was covered with glass shards. Xianxia shook his head. He was in pain and dizzy. He had inhaled the poisonous gas and was seeing double. "Are you okay?" Xianxia asked Xianxia. Xianxia got up from Xianxia's body. Looking at Xianxia, he suddenly had the urge to kiss him. Kiss him. Xianxia was speechless. What was he doing at a time like this? Ningshu blinked and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. Seeing Ningshu staring at him, he smiled. Ningshu quickly shook his head. Was this a romantic trend? Xianxia reached out and grabbed the back of Ningshu's head. He pressed Ningshu's head down. Xianxia raised his head and kissed Ningshu. Ningshu's heart was pounding. He felt as if he was lying on clouds. It was soft and he didn't feel like he was on solid ground. This dream was a little charming. Ningshu couldn't even control his body. He watched as Xiangxia's lips came closer and closer. He could feel his hot breath with the smell of hormones. Ningshu was speechless. Oh, ha ha ha. Ningshu let out a strange laugh from his throat. Xianxia, the corners of Xiangxia's mouth twitched. As he released Ningshu, Ningshu got up from Xiangxia's body and took off his corroded shoes. His skin and shoes were stuck together, and it was extremely painful to pull them off. He pulled out the tender meat. It was really crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fresh and delicious. Xianxia came out first. Although his feet were not corroded, his back was pierced by glass shards. Don't move. I'll help you get the fragments out, Ningshu said. Xianxia stared at Ningshu, nodded, and turned around. Ningshu looked at the fragments and took out a knife from the laboratory to help remove the fragments. Xianxia was in so much pain that his face contorted. He clenched his fists tightly. Ningshu carefully removed the shards and said, "Should we escape from the school?" If he continued to endure like this, he would only be waiting for death. Something like this should be dealt with weapons of mass destruction. Although Ningshu said that he wanted to leave the school, he knew that he might not be able to get out at all. Xiangxia's forehead was covered in sweat. He wiped the sweat that was about to drip into his eyes and said, "I don't know if we can escape. Let's go to the headmaster's office." Ningshu looked at his bloody feet. Every step he took was like walking on a steel knife, and it was the edge of the knife. Running to the headmaster's office? Could it be that he was an Ultraman who could deal with all these demons and ghosts? Previously, there was an essential bomb, but now there was nothing. After staying here for a long time, Ningshu felt the distortion of time and space. He also felt dazed because he could not tell whether it was reality or reality. This was a very dangerous and painful thing because there was a problem with the mind. It confused reality and illusion. Ningshu suspected that she would have to stay in this twisted place for the rest of her life, being tortured by this horrible thing day and night. Then he would lose his mind and become a lunatic. Is it useful to find the headmaster? Ningshu asked Xianxia, "Are you afraid?" "Of course I am. Everyone wants to live. Don't worry, I will protect you." Ningshu said. Xianxia, "Trust me, we will definitely survive." What was with this conversation between the male and female lead of a disaster movie? Ningshu asked Xianxia, "Why do you think these monsters appeared, and they all appeared in the school? Are there monsters running rampant outside the school? What has our world become? These monsters should only appear in the school." The situation outside the school was a fog because it had not evolved at all. Xianxia frowned. "I don't know. The most important thing for us now is to find the headmaster and ask him for help from the people outside." Ningshu retorted, "The school is in such a big commotion. Does the headmaster not know?" The school was in chaos. The students were all bitten to death by monsters, but the headmaster did not know. Therefore, there was no logic at all. It was completely ridiculous. Perhaps the headmaster himself had not evolved. This was a virtual world. The magnetic field was chaotic and unstable. It was even woven by someone. Perhaps it was the consciousness world of the person who sent it. No matter how unreasonable and ridiculous it was, even if there was no way to explain it, it could be explained. Why do we have to find the headmaster? Ningshu asked Xianxia again. Could it be that there was a side mission? Xianxia rubbed his eyebrows and looked at Ningshu. Other than finding the headmaster, what else can we do? Are we going to wait for death here? Ningshu felt that Xianxia was very irritated. He only said, "I'm not going. My feet hurt. Moreover, monsters are chasing me everywhere. Even if I die, let me rest." Xianxia looked at Ningshu's bloody feet and said, "I'll carry you." "No need. Your back is full of wounds. It's torture for me to press on your back. Moreover, you can't run fast with me on your back. These monsters are very fast. Except for the zombies. But who knew if the zombies would suddenly mutate? Anyway, anything was possible here. Then we're going to wait for death here? Xianxia was a little irritated. Finally, Ningxu said, I feel that the world we're in is not right. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Why do you think so? I don't know. In short, it feels unreal. If we want to leave, maybe the headmaster will have a way? Xianxia said. It's better to act than to wait for death here. Xianxia squatted down and let Ningxu climb on his back. Ningxu thought for a moment. He endured the pain in his feet and climbed on Xianxia's back. Xianxia hissed. Obviously, Ningxu touched the wound on his back and it hurt a little. Xianxia stood up with his hands on the wall. He held Ningxu's feet and started to go downstairs to the administration building. But the university campus was too big. From here to the administration building, they had to pass through the field and the tree-lined path. Damn, it's a big field. Moreover, there were wandering zombies everywhere. The most speechless thing was that there were man-eating flowers on the playground. Even if zombies got close to the man-eating flowers, the man-eating flowers would swallow the zombies in one bite and chew on them. Ningxu was speechless. Plants versus zombies? Seeing such a thing, Ningxu's heart did not waver. No matter what happened now, Ningxu's heart was very calm. After all, this was a place where anything would appear. At this time, there should be pea shooters. The man-eating flower reproduced very quickly. Soon, a bud would break out of the ground and quickly grow into a beautiful man-eating flower. Then, it would chomp on any creature that passed by it. At this rate, the entire school would become the world of man-eating flowers. Xianxia looked at these man-eating flowers and felt a little nervous. She said, how did these things appear? Ningxu held a knife in his hand and asked, are we going to find the principal? Ningxu felt that it was useless to find the principal, but Xianxia wanted to go. The reason was to let the principal ask for help from the outside world. In this illusion, this school was the entire world. Who could they ask for help from? Ningxu felt that it was useless even if they found the principal. Who knew, the principal might be the Demon King. Everything in this school was created by him. Anyway, it was a dream. Anything could happen. It was not that Ningxu did not want to go, but he did not want to do meaningless things. However, Xianxia insisted on going. She endured the pain of her wound and carried Ningxu on her back to find the principal. Put me down, Ningxu said. I feel like there are not many people left in this school. These man-eating flowers appeared to clean up the battlefield and absorb the nutrients of the corpses. And they looked scary. Why did you appear last night? Ningxu asked softly. What last night? Xianxia asked in confusion. Oh, that was her dream. Xianxia appeared in her dream. Xianxia should not know. She was still in the illusion of the dreamland. Nothing. Ningxu looked at his feet and thought about how to break through the current situation. It was endless. Was she going to get lost? Xianxia and Ningxu did not speak. It was very quiet. There were man-eating flowers everywhere, swaying in the wind. It felt like only the two of them were left in the world. Xianxia didn't insist on looking for the headmaster. At this time, finding the headmaster was already a problem. It wasn't easy to pass through a sea of man-eating flowers. In an instant, it was chewed up by the man-eating flowers. Xianxia looked at Ningxu helplessly. Sigh, it looks like the chances of us surviving are very, very low. Even if it's a movie, there should at least be 1 or 2 survivors. After experiencing this and then cherishing life, living happily together and having 2 more children, this is the rhythm of a team wipe. Ningxu was speechless. What was he going to do if he didn't have the protagonist's aura? Was he going to live happily ever after? Was he going to treat this as a fairy tale? According to normal logic, a superhero should not appear at this time to save the students in dire straits. However, he did not appear, so there was no hope for a happy life. Ningxu chuckled. Xianxia's stomach growled, and so did Ningxu's. Ningxu propped up his chin and looked at the man-eating flowers. They had sharp teeth and were drooling. It looked very ferocious. Its appetite is really good. It will eat as long as it's flesh. Then let's find something to eat. Xianxia said. There's a supermarket in the school. Why don't we go there? Yes, but we still have to pass through the field. Ningxu said with a smile. Xianxia looked around to see if he could find a weapon to deal with these terrifying things. Ningxu had a knife in his hand, but it was more like a dagger or a pair of scissors. As long as he approached the man-eating flowers would swallow anyone who came close. Moreover, the saliva was extremely corrosive. A person would quickly be corroded beyond recognition. It was really getting worse. This was forcing people to die. Sooner or later, they wouldn't be able to take it. How could they return to the real world? Even if this was real, and the body's senses, pain, taste, touch, and smell were all normal, this random and nonsensical world was simply illusory. Xianxia was suddenly overwhelmed by a huge mosquito that jumped out from the tree. This mosquito was very big, like a strong fighting bull. Using its long straw, it almost instantly sucked Xianxia's flesh and blood clean. Even the bones were gone, leaving only a soft piece of skin lying on the ground. Ningxu stepped back and looked at the huge mosquito. His face twitched. Ningxu didn't expect the mosquito to become so big. Usually, mosquitoes were a little bit big. Now that it had become so big, it was too scary. Everything was clearly visible, including the mosquito's 6 blood-sucking straws. The mosquito finished sucking Xianxia, who was still very alive before, was now only a piece of human skin. The mosquito's buzzing sound was also amplified. It was like a demon's sound, buzzing, 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 buzzing. The huge mosquito flew towards Ningxu. Ningxu turned around and ran wildly. In the end, he was caught by the mosquito. The straw pierced into his skin. His skin swelled, as if something was injected into his skin. Immediately, it began to itch violently. There was also the pain of a large amount of blood flowing out. His whole body was constantly convulsing. There was no pain. Even his bones began to melt. It was itchy, painful, and cold. Pa! Ningxu suddenly heard a sound in his ear, slapping him in the face. Ningxu, who was in a daze, suddenly stood up, panting heavily. He clutched his heart. His heart was beating very fast, as if his heart was about to explode. It was also very painful. His whole body was dripping with sweat. Because he got up too fast, now Ningxu's head was very dizzy. Everyone in the classroom looked at Ningxu, who suddenly stood up on the podium. The professor looked at Ningxu expressionlessly. What are you doing? Ningxu looked around in confusion. Wasn't this the classroom? Could it be that what happened before was a dream? Was it a dream he had after falling asleep? Some people just don't talk about it. Is my lecture really so boring? I asked you to sleep from the beginning to the end. Sleep is fine, but now you have to disturb other students. The professor was very dissatisfied with Ningxu. Ningxu was still standing there like a fool. Why aren't you sitting down? Do you have any comments on what I'm saying? Ningxu sat down in a daze. Xianxia, who was behind him, used a pen to poke Ningxu's back. Ningxu looked back at him weakly. What are you doing? Xianxia stretched out his hand. In his palm was a mosquito that had been slapped to death, and it was a mosquito that had drunk blood. You fell asleep. A mosquito stung your face, Xianxia said softly. Ningxu, could it be that he had a dream of a huge mosquito because his face was stung by a mosquito? Ningxu rubbed his eyebrows. His whole body was sore and his mouth was dry. The person who died before came back to life again, he couldn't even figure out what was going on. Ningxu's mind was a little confused. Ningxu could no longer make sense of the current situation. Was she in an illusion, a dream, or a dream? Dream? Dream, these people could be reborn indefinitely, just like NPCs in games. If you killed her this time, the next time you came, she would still be alive, but the scene and events would be different. Ningxu's mind was in a mess, and she felt like she was in a space-time disorder. Her body was exhausted, and she felt like she had been cultivating for half a month without sleep. She felt like she was about to break down. Her head hurt. It was so painful that she felt like she was going to die. F***ck, Ningxu took out a bottle of water from her bag and gulped down half a bottle. Her heart was about to jump out. Shimmy, your face is green. What's wrong? Xianxia asked Ningxu. Ningxu said, it's nothing. I just didn't rest well. Thinking of her dream where Xianxia was sucked dry by a giant mosquito, it was horrifying. Now that she saw Xianxia in good condition, wearing a clean white sweater, fresh and warm, Ningxu couldn't help but fall into a trance. She kept feeling like she was floating, and this feeling was really F***king uncomfortable. Ningxu's heart was burning with anger. This was deliberately torturing her, deliberately. No one would be able to stand such a long period of fear. Ningxu took the essential balm and sniffed it. The cool smell made Ningxu's head feel slightly better. Ningxu felt dizzy, and she felt like she was having a heat stroke. In short, Ningxu felt that if her body continued like this, she would definitely not be able to take it. Ningxu felt very hungry now, very hungry. She did not eat breakfast and woke up for class. Xianxia seemed to have given her a hamburger, but the hamburger seemed to have maggots. Was it a dream or was it real? Ningxu couldn't figure it out. Ningxu secretly took out a biscuit from her bag. When she chewed on the biscuit, Ningxu felt that the biscuit was tasteless, and her taste buds were dull. She was too tired and had no appetite. Her taste buds were very dull. Ningxu didn't want to eat, but he was hungry. When he ate, his stomach started to hurt. Ningxu didn't feel too good. This was the most troublesome problem she had encountered. It seemed that the client was trapped in such a consciousness, repeating all kinds of exciting and unexpected things over and over again. It was extremely bloody and exciting, and it would not stop until it drove the client crazy. Ningxu looked at his hand. His skin had turned green, and his blood vessels were obvious. His fingers looked very thin. She must have lost weight. All girls wanted to lose weight. But he didn't expect her to be so thin. He was going to be traumatized. After eating the biscuits, Ningxu's stomach hurt. He was probably too hungry and his stomach couldn't take it anymore. In the end, Ningxu couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and said to the professor, I want to use the toilet. The professor was interrupted and his expression turned ugly. However, when he saw Ningxu's expression, he could only agree in the end. Ningxu was in so much pain that his face turned ugly. He went to the toilet. When he reached the toilet cubicle, he squatted down and pooped out blood. It was sticky and dark red. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and wiped it with a tissue. F***ck, he pooped blood. There must be something wrong with his organs. Could it be that his body was suffering from too much mental stress, but he didn't have a physical body now. She was at most his consciousness now. It must be his period. But it was gushing out like a prolapse. There was even a section of his intestines. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck. Aha. Again and again, ruthless, Ningxu felt that his consciousness was starting to blur. Was he dreaming again? Ningxu pinched his arm and broke it. Water mixed with dark red blood flowed out, bringing with it the stench of microbes. Ningxu was speechless. So this body was a corpse, she had reincarnated in a corpse, ahahaha? Ningxu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The feeling of space-time chaos was even more obvious. This body was dead. He dreamed that he was dead. His body was naked? The previous feeling of exhaustion was because his body had stopped functioning. How interesting. Let's see what will happen next time. Ningxu wiped his hands with a tissue, pulled up his pants, and washed his hands. The faint stench of a corpse lingered at the tip of his nose. Ningxu lifted his collar and sniffed. Indeed, there was the stench of a corpse. Ningxu looked at his face in the mirror. His face was pale and a little green. His lips were colorless. Didn't he look like a corpse? Although he didn't know the reason, Ningxu didn't want to be treated as a monster. He was a walking aphrodisiac. She was now a walking corpse. Ningxu took out some powder and patted it on her face. Then, she applied some lipstick. She also applied some powder on her exposed skin, such as her hands and arms. She applied some blush to make them look rosier and better. The fact that he was a corpse was a rather horrifying thing in itself. Ningxu touched his chest. His heart was no longer beating. The thundering feeling from before could no longer be felt. Ningxu didn't go to class. Instead, he returned to the dormitory. He closed the door and scanned his body with his spiritual force. His internal organs were beginning to tremble. Ningxu put his hand in front of his mouth. He took a breath and smelled it. There was a stench of urine. Not long after, her sense of smell should also disappear. Several roommates who returned to the dormitory after class opened the door and smelled a stench. They quickly covered their noses. What is this? Shermei, what did you do? It's so smelly. One of his roommates, Ningxu, said. Ningxu, was it that smelly? Sure enough, her sense of smell had disappeared a lot. She only smelled a little, but her roommates couldn't stand it. It should be very smelly. Yeah, I've always felt that there was something smelly in the dormitory. It's particularly smelly today. Another roommate said, looking at Ningxu, Shermei, are you playing a prank? It's too smelly. Ningxu opened the window to let the smell dissipate a little. The three roommates were very dissatisfied. Ningxu climbed into his bed and covered his body with a quilt, hoping that the stench could be blocked. In fact, it was useless. His body was covered by the quilt, but it was very fast. Ningxu scratched his head in distress and scratched a handful of hair. When the hair was pulled off, it was wet and smelly. Ningxu stuffed the hair into the quilt and took out his mobile phone. He looked for the contacts in the mobile phone and prepared to call his parents. Ningxu can only expand the dream now. He has been in school all the time. In such a big place, if more people appear, then the dreamer will be more difficult and he will have to work hard to outline the parents of this body. Is there a dead rat in the dormitory? It's really smelly. One of the roommates said. He covered his nose and took out some perfume from his suitcase and sprayed it everywhere. However, the smell made them feel even more dizzy, and they almost vomited. His roommates were looking for dead rats everywhere. Ningxu was speechless. This feeling was slightly embarrassing. It was even more embarrassing than letting out a smelly fart in the elevator. Ningxu found his parents' contact and called them. At first, no one picked up. Ningxu was a little disappointed. It seemed like this dream was limited to the school. When he called again, a man picked up the phone. Ningxu was delighted. Although there was no heartbeat, Ningxu still felt his heart beating faster. Dad, I'm sick. I want to go home. Come and pick me up from school. It's very serious, the man on the other end of Ningxu said. What's wrong? What happened? The man's voice sounded very anxious, but it sounded slightly fake. There was an element of acting in it. Ningxu hesitated for a moment and said, I'm sick. I've been sick for a while and I'm not getting better. I want to go home and see a doctor. I want to go to a big hospital for a checkup to see what's wrong with my body. Okay, I'll come over immediately with your mom. The other side hung up the phone. Ningxu listened to the beeping sound from the phone. The three roommates were still looking for the dead rat because the smell was really too smelly. Ningxu covered his head with the blanket and wrapped himself tightly. He was lying to himself that he could get away with it. This feeling was really unbearable. When a person realized that they were different from others, the fear and panic, the fear of being discovered, the fear of not daring to face other people's strange gazes was indescribable. Especially when he realized that he was a corpse. He was dead. Wow, so scary. It was only because this body's physiological functions had stopped. It wasn't that scary. Ningxu only felt that this body was very troublesome. What if someone found out that he was cremated? Then, he would be burned as a monster, mentally tired without explaining. He felt that some people really knew how to play. They would do whatever they could to provoke him. He asked if it was exciting. Anyway, it had already stimulated Ningxu to the point that his heart had stopped beating. Ningxu wanted his parents to pick him up and leave the school as soon as possible. He hoped that he could leave the school smoothly. There was no point in hiding in the dormitory. Sooner or later, he would find out about the stench on her. Ningxu wrapped himself in a big blanket and left the dormitory under the strange gazes of his roommates. Of course, as soon as Ningxu moved, the smell that he had been hiding under the blanket also spread out, almost making his roommates faint. Ningxu wrapped himself in a blanket and ran as fast as he could. Wherever he went, people would faint from the smell. Ningxu ran to the flower bed at the school gate and waited for his parents. Of course, he would hide in a more secluded place. However, no matter how long she waited, her parents were nowhere to be seen. She took out her phone to call them, but she couldn't get through no matter how many times she tried. It seemed like she couldn't come. She couldn't leave this school. Ningxu looked at the school gate. He couldn't just walk out like this. What was there to worry about? Ningxu put powder on his body to cover the pale areas and sprayed half a bottle of perfume on himself. Ningxu's biggest wish now was to rush out of the school and this strange place. Perhaps he could break this situation. Ningxu moved his neck and prepared to leave the school. Then, he realized that his neck was crooked and couldn't be fixed. Ningxu had no choice but to straighten his head. This was a little awkward. Ningxu didn't do any warm-up exercises. His body couldn't take it anymore. Perhaps when the muscles in his body rotted, he wouldn't even be able to support his body. Ningxu walked to the school gate. There were people coming and going at the school gate. Some went in and some went out. It looked very real. Hey, where are you going? I bought something. Let's eat together. Xianxia carried a plastic bag with a disposable lunchbox in it. He probably went out to buy something. Ningxu pretended not to see him and walked past him. Xianxia was a little surprised and grabbed Ningxu. Ningxu wanted to pull his hand back, but his arm was broken. It was broken. The broken limb was in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia looked at his arm in a daze and then looked at Ningxu. He was so shocked that he was speechless. It was too strange. Xianxia felt that Ningxu was playing a prank. Ningxu, I just wanted to get out of the school. The surrounding people were stunned. Some girls held their heads and screamed. Some even vomited from the stench. Xianxia grabbed Ningxu's arm and didn't know what to do. Seeing Ningxu's expressionless face, he bravely stuffed his arm into Ningxu's arms. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Xianxia almost vomited from the stench of the corpse on Ningxu's body. He almost vomited, but he still asked, "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Xianxia's twisted face and how he couldn't cover his nose, Ningxu felt a little guilty. Ningxu ignored Xianxia and walked toward the school gate. He felt like a world champion who was about to reach the finish line. He was excited, and nervous. However, the gate closed with a crash. Ningxu was pulled back. What the F***ck, no one could stop her from flying. Ningxu couldn't get out. She swung her good arm and threw the severed arm out. The severed arm flew over the gate and landed outside the school with a thud. Of course, Ningxu's other arm was also crippled. He used too much strength and it hung limply by his side. She's a monster. The surrounding students screamed and threw things in their hands at Ningxu. Some male students came over with brooms. Xianxia stood in front of Ningxu and said, "You run first. I'll hold him back." "Brother, you have too many scenes to play." Ningxu couldn't help but say. "Ah?" Xianxia's expression was confused. He didn't know what Ningxu was talking about. At this time, the other party was still talking nonsense. It made the anxious Xianxia feel quite helpless. Ningxu was now an armless woman. When she ran, she couldn't keep her balance. She planted her face on the ground. The skin on her face had been scraped and scraped, but there wasn't much bleeding. Most of the bleeding was caused by the swelling of the tissues in her body. Her skin was pale. Ningxu didn't feel anything when the broom hit the ground. It didn't hurt at all. Ouch, F***ck, with a plop, Ningxu suddenly felt that his internal organs had shifted. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on the floor of the dormitory. She rolled off the bed. "Shimmy, you've been really busy all night. You've been moving and talking in your sleep. What are you doing?" The three roommates sat up and rubbed their eyes. Ningxu rolled down from the bed. Fortunately, she dragged the blanket down with her, so she didn't feel much pain. She got up from the ground and placed the blanket on the bed. Sorry, my body isn't feeling well. I had a nightmare. Ningxu climbed onto the bed and said to her roommate. What nightmare? I think you had a wet dream. You kept calling Xianxia Mo. Please stop abusing single dogs. Her roommate said helplessly. Please consider the feelings of us single dogs. Is showing affection the most harmful thing to do? Her roommate complained about Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. She was the abused single dog. Since when did she abuse others? What do you mean? Ningxu was confused. She and Xianxia Mo were a couple, now she had returned to reality? Ningxu pinched her arm. It hurt so much that there was a red mark. Did she really return to reality? Did she really return? However, Ningxu felt that it was unrealistic. It was a feeling of space-time chaos. She couldn't tell the difference between reality and dreams. Ningxu took out the essential balm under her pillow and smelled it. The cool feeling made her head feel better. Ningxu started to practice her ultimate martial arts. If this world was normal, then she could cultivate. If it was a virtual and distorted world, then she wouldn't be able to obtain energy. Ningxu cultivated for a while and found that there was a small amount of spiritual energy in her dantian. It was so small that she couldn't see it with her inner vision. However, she could feel that her body was more comfortable. Did she really return to reality? Ningxu looked at her watch. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. The sky was still dark in winter. Ningxu got up and washed up. At the same time, she wanted to see if she could bump into a ghost. Ningxu was now taking the initiative to bump into a ghost to test her idea. Ningxu took the basin to the bathroom and squatted down to see if a female ghost would reach out and scratch her butt. Some students had already woken up. There were sounds of washing and talking in the bathroom. Ningxu pursed his lips. It seemed that the chances of encountering a ghost were not very high. Ningxu used the cold water to wash his face. It was so cold that it could freeze a person to death. After washing up, Ningxu squatted in the toilet. He squatted there for a while, but no one scratched him. I actually feel a little disappointed. As expected, he couldn't believe that he had woken up just like that. When he returned to the dormitory, his phone vibrated and buzzed. Ningxu quickly took the phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Xianxia Mo. He called her early in the morning. Ningxu picked up the phone and heard Song Mo's voice. It was clear and warm, similar to what Ningxu had heard in his dream. I'm downstairs. I bought breakfast and came down to eat, Xianxia Mo said. When Ningxu heard this, he looked down the window. Xianxia Mo raised his head and looked at Ningxu's dormitory window. He lifted the bag in his hand. Ningxu put on his down jacket. When he went out, he closed the door and ran downstairs. Xianxia Mo was wearing a white turtleneck sweater and a long scarf. He was a warm guy. Ningxu walked over. Xianxia Mo took the scarf from his hand and wrapped it around Ningxu's neck. The scarf still had Song Mo's body temperature. It was very warm. You're here so early? Ningxu said. Xianxia Mo carried the things to a pavilion not far from the dormitory. There was a man-made lake beside the pavilion. There were willow trees beside the lake. It was winter, so the willow trees did not have a single leaf. Xianxia Mo passed the steaming hot buns to Ningxu. Eat. You have to eat breakfast. Otherwise, your stomach won't be able to take it. Your stomach has always been bad because you are not allowed to eat 3 meals. You are full and hungry. Even if your body is made of iron, it won't be able to take it, Xianxia Mo chattered on. Ningxu thought about how his stomach hurt from eating biscuits in his dream. He guessed that there was something wrong with his body. Dreams were subconscious. Ningxu nodded. He chewed on the bun and looked at Xianxia Mo. Was it because the client and Xianxia Mo were boyfriend and girlfriend? That was why Xianxia Mo had more scenes in the dream than she did and could appear at any time. What's wrong? Xianxia Mo saw Ningxu staring at him and touched his face. Is there eye booger? I remember washing my face. Ningxu chuckled. No, it's very clean. What an awkward conversation. It was awkward the whole time. Ningxu asked Xianxia, "What's our relationship? I got out of bed to buy you breakfast on such a cold day. What do you think our relationship is?" Xianxia looked at Ningxu and said, "Then I can also get out of bed to buy breakfast for you." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "Does this explain our relationship?" "Alright, I'm your boyfriend. We have been dating for 2 months. You were the one who confessed to me." I reluctantly agreed. Xianxia said. Ningxu swallowed the bun in his mouth. "I chased after you?" "Yes." Xianxia said. With a smile. Was that so? It was rare that no demons or ghosts appeared for such a long time. It was very peaceful and normal. Ningxu was not used to it. This kind of peace made Ningxu feel very uneasy. Could it be that he had really gone crazy and could not distinguish between reality and dreams? Ningxu ate his bun and did not speak to Xianxia. The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. Xianxia saw Ningxu eating a bun in each hand and gave the food to Ningxu. Ningxu shook his head. "You eat too. You don't have to give it to me." Chewing in his mouth, the taste felt very real. Could it be that it was so easy for him to return to reality? If that was the case, why didn't 2333 tell him to leave? Could it be that there was still something unresolved in reality? There were many things in Ningxu's mind that were a mess. "What are you thinking about?" Xianxia patted Ningxu's head. It was very light and affectionate. Ningxu asked again. "Was it really me who chased after you?" "Of course. Although I'm not the most handsome guy in school, I'm still the most handsome guy in the department. If you didn't beg me and say that you couldn't leave me, how could I have agreed?" These words were just taken as a joke. He was most likely bragging. Ningxu gave him face and replied with an "oh," ending this awkward topic. Ningxu had a lot of doubts about this boyfriend of Xianxia. He was afraid she was still in a dream. Only this time, it was a warm and romantic love story. It was always exciting. Don't make people go crazy. Give her some soothing flavor and then some heavy flavor. With this kind of stimulation and torment, she would definitely go crazy. Ningxu stared silently at Xianxia, who was wearing a turtleneck sweater. He was so dramatic. This person was definitely related to the client. Even if it was subconsciously, this guy would appear at any time. Who knew where he came from? Sorry, he was suspicious of Xianxia, who liked to wear turtleneck sweaters. Besides, the season here was only winter. Back and forth, the weather did not change at all. Autumn would be better. The two of them ate slowly, looking at the white fog floating on the artificial lake. It was hazy, but it was beautiful. Ningxu pinched herself. It hurt. Ningxu wanted to pinch Xianxia to see if it hurt. "I feel like you're not awake yet?" Ningxu said to Xianxia. "At what?" Xianxia looked at Ningxu in confusion. "Why do I feel like you're different? You're a little weird." "I'm awake, but you're not." Xianxia reached out and rubbed Ningxu's head, messing up Ningxu's hair fringe. Ningxu looked up and combed her hair. This kind of fringe was hard to do. "Thank you for breakfast. I'll treat you next time." Ningxu stood up and prepared to rush out of the school gate. She wanted to let loose. If the structure of the dream was too big, she might not be able to support it. This way, she could wake up. Ningxu had always wanted to leave the school because the structure of this world was always in the school. If she went out and couldn't build the structure of the outside world, the whole dream might be shattered. "You're leaving just like that?" Xianxia looked at Ningxu. "Where are you going?" "I have something to do." Ningxu said. "Call me." Xianxia put the plastic bag in the trash can by the roadside. "Where are you going?" "I'll accompany you. I'm just going to walk around," Ningxu said with a smile. If Xianxia hadn't stopped her last time, she would have rushed out of the school. She only threw her broken arm out of the school gate, but it was useless. Xianxia walked in front of Ningxu. There was a warm feeling mixed with the cold winter air. It entered her nose together with the smell of soap and detergent. Xiangmo's image was the perfect image of a girl's first love. He was polite, gentle, and looked like a good boy. "Where are you going?" I'll go with you. Xianxia looked down at Ningxu and said. Ningxu smiled. No need. I'm just going out to buy some girly things. You don't have to accompany me. It doesn't matter. I can accompany you. It's human nature, Xianxia said directly. Ningxu was speechless. Buying menstrual pads, buying underwear, and even following her around without blushing or panting. She was either an extraordinary beauty or an experienced driver. Why are you everywhere? Tell me, why are you everywhere? Is it difficult? Xianxia asked. Then be careful and come back early. You still have classes later. By the way, what's my major? Ningxu asked. You must be kidding me, or you're still asleep, Xianxia couldn't help but say. You study psychology. Psychology? Wasn't it a potion last time, Xianxia? You're the one who's joking. Aren't I studying pharmacy? Ningxu asked. How did it become psychology? Xianxia was speechless. You'd better not go out and wander around. You look really silly like this. In short, the information Ningxu had now was a mess. It changed from time to time. In short, with too much information, it was hard to distinguish between the truth and the lies. Ningxu asked, what's your major? Xianxia frowned. Her expression was a little strange. She couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you, Shermay? I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. Ningxu was all smiles. Her eyes curved into crescents as she tried to hide the look in her eyes. I study psychology too. Criminal psychology, Xianxia said as she followed Ningxu to the school gate. Last time Xianxia said biopharmaceutical. This time it was criminal psychology. Ningxu, why are you looking at me like that? Xianxia couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. You look very silly. Ningxu chuckled. The two walked to the school gate. When Ningxu saw the school gate, she was so excited that her whole body trembled. You look like a dog who saw a bone, Xianxia said. Ningxu, this Xianxia was slightly different from before. Could it be that Xianxia didn't have such a sharp tongue because the two of them didn't have a good relationship, calling her a dog? This guy should be alone for the rest of his life. Ningxu ignored Xianxia and walked toward the school gate. She stretched out one foot and carefully stepped over the gate. Then, she stepped out with her other foot. There were many cars on the road outside. Because it was morning, there were even people running in the morning. So she came out? So this was the real world? Previously, when she wanted to leave the school gate, she encountered all kinds of obstacles. Now, there were no obstacles and she was out successfully. The world outside the school was very real. Ningxu? She was a little dizzy now and couldn't tell the difference. What's wrong? Xianxia stood beside Ningxu. When she saw the indescribable complicated and confused expression on Ningxu's face, she couldn't help but ask, did something happen to you? Ningxu shook her head. No. Ningxu strolled around and casually bought some things. They were all very realistic. Xianxia accompanied Ningxu and helped Ningxu carry things. Ningxu walked further away and bought more things. She carried bags of various sizes and most importantly, she observed the people around her. Girl, how many more things do you want to buy? Why do you need a big bag of bath towels? Xianxia said weakly. I want to give some to my roommate. You should give some to yours too, Ningxu said casually. She used her mental strength to scan everywhere they passed. Xianxia, giving bath towels to a male roommate in the same dormitory, what's the difference between this and giving soap, bro? I'll help you scrub your back. Then, she found that the female boss of a small shop looked the same as the female boss of a small shop from before. Haha, did this count as a loophole? We've already walked around once and you've come back. Take a break, Ningxu said. Aha, I've come back, Ningxu's mind wasn't on shopping. Instead, she was looking for a loophole in the illusion. She still didn't go out. Although a ghost didn't appear out of nowhere, she still felt that the current world was unreal. Ningxu saw that Xianxia was tired from carrying things. She took the things in his hand and carried them with one hand and the other into the school. Xianxia, girls can't carry things. You're a bit of a violation of your character. You've always been a refreshing girl, Xianxia couldn't help but say. Ningxu, F***CKU. Can you stop criticizing people? Did Xianxia become a criticizing alien this time? I have more important things to do now. It doesn't matter if my character is broken. However, Xianxia wanted to show his boyfriend power. Of course, he wouldn't let Ningxu carry things. He was empty-handed and insisted on carrying things. Okay. Ningxu gave all the bags to Xianxia. You can carry them if you want. The only thing that didn't change about Xianxia was that he loved to show off. Xianxia was speechless. When they finally arrived at the girls' dormitory, Ningxu took the things from Xianxia and gave him a big bag of bath towels. I bought a lot, take it. Thank you, give it to your girls. Xianxia rejected Ningxu's bath towels. This feeling was a little weird, my girlfriend might be fake. Well, here's some water, take it and drink it on the way. Ningxu handed a bottle of water to Xianxia. Xianxia took the water and stood still. Then I'll go up. Ningxu carried the bags and prepared to go upstairs. Xianxia nodded. Ningxu saw Xianxia standing still and asked, Are you going up? There are girls upstairs, it's not good for you to go up. There were also girls running around in shorts, it was not good for a boy like Xianxia to go up. Xianxia looked at Ningxu, I'll be going to class later, I'll wait for you here, come down quickly. Oh. Ningxu carried the things upstairs. After climbing 4 floors, Ningxu didn't encounter anything scary. To be honest, Ningxu really wanted something scary to jump out and tell her that she was still in a dream. But the current situation made Ningxu a little confused. It was real, but she didn't feel confident. It felt like a virtual world, but it also felt like reality, she was still in a dream. This was the feeling of being in a space-time disorder, unable to distinguish reality. Ningxu laughed in his heart, went back to the dormitory, and called his 3 roommates for class. The next part of the schedule was class, eating, reading in the library, and then walking on the road. Of course, he followed his friends to finish these projects. A very ordinary day was about to pass, there were no monsters, no zombies, no bones, no man-eating flowers, nothing. Ningxu had been on guard all this time, but nothing happened. Although there was nothing, Ningxu's mind was still tense. This feeling was even more nerve-wracking than being in a terrifying environment. This feeling of anticipation and fear was the most torturous. Ningxu even felt that such peaceful days were more stimulating than the horrifying scenes. If this was a real world, ordinary people would not be able to distinguish between reality and illusion. They would behave like a lunatic. Everyone thought that this person was crazy, but no one knew what kind of mentality this madman had. Many crazy people always saw things that ordinary people couldn't see. They were clearly tall buildings, but the ground looked very low. They wanted to jump down, and even felt that the floor was going to fall. Their behavior was to hide and hide. Most people would think that he was crazy. Moreover, there was always someone chattering beside his ear, talking to him as if there was a ghost. Ningxu appeared very calm, and Songmodeo did not feel anything unusual. He only felt that his girlfriend might have become rotten. If she wasn't giving him soap, she would give him bath towels, and she even asked him to use it with the boys in the dormitory. Xianxia was speechless. Fortunately, Ningxu's mental strength was strong enough. He chanted the mind-cleansing mantra in his heart, and there were no monsters chasing him everywhere. This was not a relaxing dream, but a dream that made one's nerves more tense. What are you afraid of? Xianxia sent Ningxu to the girls' dormitory, rubbed Ningxu's head and asked, Don't be afraid, no matter what, I will be by your side. Ningxu, oh, I believe you. Because you really have a lot of drama, you're an awesome person who can appear anytime and anywhere. In fact, you're the bug of the whole dream. Anyone can hurt you, but I won't hurt you. You have to believe me. Xianxia rubbed Ningxu's hair until it was messy. Ningxu hated messing up his hair the most. It took a night of curling his bangs with curlers to get such an effect, but Xianxia ruined it in an instant. How difficult was it for you to get a hairstyle? No matter what, I will be by your side. If there's anything you're afraid of, you can tell me. Xianxia grabbed Ningxu's hand. don't be afraid. I'm very afraid, Ningxu said honestly. Don't be afraid, Xianxia said. Really, don't be afraid. Oh, what should I be afraid of? Ningxu asked with a smile. Think about what you're thinking and worry about what you're worried about, Xianxia said. He felt that Xianxia had become a little different. Ningxu blinked and tilted his head to look at Xianxia. What do I have to worry about? What do I have to be afraid of? Xianxia's hand covered Ningxu's eyes. Believe me, don't resist me. Xianxia's palm was a little dry and warm. When it covered Ningxu's eyes, heat seeped through his eyelids. This heat treatment was very comfortable, Ningxu nodded. Can I believe you? Ningxu and Xianxia were more or less aware of each other's feelings. Now, they were talking about things that both of them could understand. Other than believing me, what else can you do? So don't act like a crazy person. Just keep your mind normal, Xianxia said to Ningxu as he put down his hand. What am I doing? Ningxu asked. You've been messing around. And you always implicate others. Ningxu chuckled in his heart. Who the F***ck knows what the situation is now? If I believe you, I'll believe you. Don't die, Xianxia said. Don't let yourself die. Once you die, the dream will change again. If it keeps changing, you'll be trapped here forever, Xianxia said helplessly. Oh. Ningxu finally heard something useful. Ningxu sat on the flower bed and patted the flower bed tiles. Come, sit down and talk. Xianxia sat down and said directly, You're an idiot. I've never seen someone as idiotic as you. Ningxu, you're not my blue friend? Ningxu asked. Who's your blue friend? I just entered the dream to find an identity that you can accept, Xianxia said directly. Here, have you become completely retarded? Ningxu, I don't know what you're talking about. Damn, this idiot is really sharp-tongued. Luckily, you're also quite retarded. Ningxu said directly. What's the situation outside? Ningxu asked. You've been hypnotized. Ningxu, specifically picking on things that she was unfamiliar with. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia. Did I offend someone? The most important thing now is to wake up. You don't seem to want to wake up, Xianxia said. Of course, who would want to be tortured like this? Whether you wake up or not depends on you, Xianxia said. Ningxu stood up. What she said was equivalent to not saying anything. As for what Xianxia said, it was only half believable. Ningxu even suspected that this man, who was constantly making his presence known, had hypnotized her. The human brain was a rather magical thing, but under such intense stimulation, it was most likely useless. Ningxu said, Thank you for telling me. I think it's pretty good here. Maybe I can live forever. Ningxu said. Half-truthfully. But your body can't take it. Xianxia said. Oh, so it's like that. Ningxu nodded seriously. Then I'll have to think about it. Good luck. Xianxia wanted to touch Ningxu's head again, but Ningxu avoided it. You called me a retard. If I let you touch my head, I'll really be a retard. Xianxia turned and left. Ningxu went upstairs, washed up, and lay on the bed. Was she going to start a new dream? Ningxu opened her eyes wide and looked at the ceiling. I just won't sleep. Anyway, Ningxu felt that it would be difficult for her to go out. Xianxia could appear in her consciousness. Xianxia must have hypnotized her and made her accept the role of Xianxia. It seemed that Xianxia was here to help her, but Ningxu didn't dare to completely trust Xianxia. Unable to sleep, Ningxu recalled the content of the hypnosis book she had exchanged. Since she knew it was hypnosis, she had to start learning it. She had just memorized the book and hadn't used it once, but she had encountered such a task. Hypnosis was a substitute state of consciousness caused by various techniques. At this time, people were highly responsive to other people's suggestions. It was a highly suggestible state, and they reacted accordingly in perception, memory, and control. Hypnosis was a special mental state that was similar to sleep but not sleep, induced by human beings to be in a trance. It was characterized by the weakening or loss of the hypnotized person's independent judgment and voluntary actions, as well as the distortion or loss of feelings and perception. Ningxu suspected that not only had she been hypnotized, but she had also been injected with hallucinogenic drugs. That was why she looked like this. Who wanted to harm her? Everyone's subconscious had an unwavering mission, and that was to protect this person. In fact, even in a hypnotic state, a person's subconscious would protect him like a loyal guard. Ningxu still felt that these terrifying dreams were meant to destroy a person's spirit and subconscious. A lunatic had lost his ability to think normally. F*ck, this must be some kind of deep hatred. Ningxu was familiar with hypnotism, but it wasn't something that could be learned in one go. He also needed someone to train him. Hypnotism was used to relax and solve some psychological problems. It was positive. Some people would use it to do bad things. After all, hypnotism could make you spill your secrets. Ningxu took out his phone and looked at the time. It was already very late, and the other roommates in the dormitory were all asleep. Ningxu felt rather sleepy. He tried his best to keep his eyelids open. I'm not going to sleep. Who knew what would happen when he woke up? Ningxu wanted to ensure that he was alive. Every time he died, he was consuming his own hope. In the end, Ningxu fell into a deep sleep. His eyelids were so sleepy that Ningxu felt that someone was pulling at his eyelids. Ningxu slept in a daze. His fingers moved, but his whole body felt as if there was something heavy pressing down on him. He couldn't move, and even his breathing was difficult. F*ck, a ghost pressing down on the bed? Ningxu felt that if she opened her eyes, what she would see would be a terrifying ghost face. It would be as scary as it could be. It would have a bloody mouth, disheveled hair, and red clothes with long nails pressing down on her body. Ningxu moved his eyes and tried his best to move his body. He didn't know if it was a male or female ghost pressing down on him. If he could choose, Ningxu hoped that it was a cute little girl, but would a cute little girl be so heavy? It was most likely a green-faced, fanged female ghost with a bloody mouth bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was as scary as it could be. After experiencing so much, Ningxu was a little numb. His sister was also someone who had received ghosts before. Ningxu struggled to open his eyes. In the end, he realized that he could see the gloomy moon in the sky. Ningxu's face was cold. Wasn't he in the dormitory? Why was he sleeping in the open? Sure enough, it started again. Ningxu moved his hands and found that he was tied to the field. His limbs were tied up with ropes, and his whole body was in the shape of the Chinese character. There was a dense crowd of people around him. They were dressed in black and wore hoods. These people didn't seem to have faces. Their faces were hidden in the hoods. They held torches in their hands and surrounded him. It looked a little scary. Ningxu moved his body. His hands and feet were in pain from the ropes. It was tied really tightly. Ningxu's heart thumped. If he was facing demons or ghosts, he wouldn't be so nervous. At most, he would be swallowed by them or peed his pants. But the viciousness of the human heart surpassed that of demons and ghosts. The most poisonous thing was the human heart. Was he going to burn her alive now? Moreover, Ningxu realized that he wasn't wearing anything. Not even an inch of clothing. The F*ck, it was more and more challenging to his psychological endurance. This time, he didn't even have any clothes. In any case, he should at least put some clothes on her out of humanitarian spirit. Moreover, there were so many people surrounding him and staring at him. That kind of shameful feeling made him want to die. Ningxu couldn't even move his body. Ningxu silently looked at the sky. Was she going to suffer something more tragic? Did he think that he didn't torture her enough? Ningxu didn't believe that Xianxia said that she was hypnotized. Instead, this dream was perfected again and again. It wanted to trap her in this kind of purgatory and never let her out. Right now, Ningxu was a fish on the chopping board. It was up to these people to decide whether they wanted to rape or kill her. Ningxu looked at the moon that was getting brighter and brighter. Bright moonlight shone on her body. Was this some kind of sacrifice? The problem was that they were in school. Was it really okay to do this kind of thing? Ningxu moved her wrist. But it was very painful because of the ropes. F*ck, she was being bullied in her dream. Her self-consciousness should protect her. More and more white moonlight shone on Ningxu's body. F***ck, this feeling was too shameful. She was clearly not wearing anything, but they still shone the searchlight on her body. What was the point? She was being watched by others. Ningxu tried her best to keep her mind clear. This old lady was also born naked. It was just that she had returned to her original state. Ningxu pointed her middle finger at the moon. Stupid moon. What kind of bizarre dream was this? Why did this kind of thing happen? Ningxu tilted her head and saw that Xianxia was actually among the group of black-cloaked people. He was moving towards Ningxu. He actually smiled sinisterly at Ningxu and took out a shiny dagger. Under the cold moonlight, he stabbed it into Ningxu's chest. When Xianxia pulled out the dagger, blood spurted out and splattered on Ningxu's chest, forming a flower of blood. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack Ningxu was stabbed in the heart by Xianxia. It was so painful. F***ck, it's game over again. Looking at these people dressed like the FFF sect, Ningxu felt that Xianxia should be tied up and burned together with him. Why was she the only one tied up? Xianxia was also in the FFF sect. Ningxu was not convinced. Ningxu looked at Xianxia who was smiling sinisterly. F***ck, how can people believe you when you're smiling like that? You look like a bad person. Ningxu felt his body getting colder and colder. He was losing blood. It seemed that he was going to die again. Ningxu did not know how many times he had died. It's better for me to kill you directly. Otherwise, you won't be able to take it. Later. Xianxia stabbed Ningxu's chest again. Ningxu was in so much pain that he took a deep breath. I thank you. I thank your whole family. You're welcome. Xianxia said. What are you doing? Ningxu vomited blood and asked Xianxia. Xianxia said, I'm going to turn you into a mummy. Ningxu was speechless. Why? Ningxu vomited blood on Xianxia's face. I'm so stupid to believe you. It's a ritual. So you killed me wittily. Why didn't you cut the rope? Ningxu was on the verge of collapse. He felt that he was going to die. This feeling of impending death made him feel light but also cold to the bone. Xianxia was speechless. Ningxu woke up. The quilt was hanging by the side of the bed. His whole body was cold. It was like a dream again. It seemed like he could be reborn infinitely. It was like a dream, but time and space were completely messed up. It seemed like one dream after another. In fact, he was always in a dream. It was just that he had lost the ability to distinguish between reality and dream. Ningxu felt that her brain had already been damaged from all the playing. Xianxia was simply a retard. Ningxu hurriedly pulled the blanket up and wrapped it into a ball. It was too F***king cold, however, Ningxu felt something cold under the blanket. It even made a hissing sound. Ningxu opened the blanket to take a look. A huge snake was coiled up under the blanket. At this moment, it was really sticking out its tongue at him. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Ningxu and Thick Arm Snake were confronting each other. Judging from the looks of it, this fellow would probably rush up and bite her. Ningxu woke up his roommate next door and asked, Did you see a snake on my bed? What snake? Where did this snake come from? His roommate was in a daze when he was woken up by Ningxu. He was very unhappy. He glanced at Ningxu's bed. There were no snakes at all. Ningxu was speechless. Was she hallucinating? Ningxu used her mental strength to scan the snake and found that there was nothing on the bed. Her eyes were deceiving her again. She was starting to hallucinate. Ningxu reached out and grabbed the snake's neck. Come and bite me if you have the guts. The snake bit Ningxu's wrist. Ningxu felt a lot of pain. There was venom injected into her skin. Ningxu was just expressionless. Let's see if you can poison me to death. Ningxu threw the snake out and looked at the moon in the sky outside the window. There was basically no change. Some things in this world were fixed. Even if you knew that it was virtual, you didn't know how to get out. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and supported her chin. It was not a good thing to go back and forth like this, so she couldn't go on like this. Every time she died, it was a real feeling. This feeling over and over again would drive people crazy sooner or later. As for that idiot Xianxia, his words were basically not trustworthy. Moreover, his behavior was contradictory. On one hand, he said that he believed her, but in the next moment, he stabbed a knife into her chest. Crazy, she couldn't passively endure torture over and over again like this. She had to take the initiative to solve the problem. Xianxia took out her phone and called Xianxia. She had to find a breakthrough from Xianxia. However, it was still early. Xianxia lay on the bed and thought about this matter from beginning to end. She couldn't let go of any small details. Also, there had to be a reason why the client was trapped here. What was the purpose of these illusions? Xianxia said that she was hypnotized. She was probably not just hypnotized. Xianxia, the Xianxia who had a lot of scenes. Xianxia came and went freely in these illusions, appearing and disappearing. It seemed that she had entered this illusion to rescue her. Xianxia just laughed. Xianxia forced her soul out of her body and floated out of the window in her soul state. She floated towards the sky. The moon in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, Xianxia actually bumped into the moon. It was as if he had bumped into bulletproof glass. Xianxia reached out and touched the sky. There was a layer of something covering the sky, covering the entire world. In other words, there was no way out with ordinary methods. Who the hell knew where this was? Xianxia used his soul power to condense an axe. Raising the axe, Xianxia hacked down at the sky. Although Xianxia used all his strength, giving off the feeling of wanting to split the heavens and cleave the earth, it was useless. Instead, the rebound force sent him flying back into his body. What kind of world was this? Was this the client's consciousness world? But how could she get out? Her soul smashed back into her body. Xianxia vomited a mouthful of blood. Mother ****. Xianxia clutched his chest. His heart hurt. It was as if he had been stabbed twice. The pain was unbearable. Now, his soul was shaken and his whole body was in pain. Xianxia felt that the client had lost herself in this world. She was either crazy or stupid. All the torture was just to break down the client's mind and soul, turning her into a walking corpse. But what was the reason? What was the purpose? No matter what happened, there was a reason and purpose. Xianxia could not figure it out even if he cracked his head. If there was no other way, Xianxia felt that he should solve this illusion with violence. But his soul was in so much pain. It was as if there was a fire burning his soul. It should be because he had touched the boundary of this world. This kind of pain and despair was enough to destroy a person's will and hope. Early in the morning, Xianxia found Xianxia. As soon as he saw Xianxia, Xianxia thought of the grudge she had for stabbing him twice. Although it was fake, the feeling was very real. The pain was also real. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a smile. Seeing Xianxia's fake smile, Xianxia asked, "What's wrong?" Speaking of which, when she was dreaming, Xianxia had stabbed her. Xianxia did not seem to know anything. Xianxia said, "I feel that I need to know something." "Know what?" Xianxia did not understand. She asked, "What's wrong?" Xianxia would pretend to know everything from time to time. Now she did not know anything? Hypnosis, Xianxia said. What hypnosis? Xianxia asked in surprise. Clearly, she was confused by Xianxia's sudden question. Her blank look was very real. Just read a novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. Xianxia was very annoyed by Xianxia's unfathomable behavior. Could it be that someone projected their consciousness onto Xianxia? That was why Xianxia was so crazy. Did Xianxia not know anything now? Xianxia said indifferently, "Nothing." "What's wrong with you?" Xianxia asked Xianxia and passed the breakfast in his hand to Xianxia. "Eat." Xianxia nodded and looked at Xianxia, who was wearing a turtleneck sweater. He reached out and patted Xianxia's face. It felt real. "What are you doing?" Xianxia looked at the baffled Xianxia and was a little confused. Xianxia was a little suspicious that Xianxia's existence was to monitor her. But looking at Xianxia's behavior, Xianxia reached out and pinched Xianxia's face. He pinched the flesh on his face and rubbed it until Xianxia's face was beyond recognition. What's wrong?" Song Yamo asked incoherently. Ningshu closed his eyes and released his mental strength. He carefully examined Song Yamo and did not even let go of Song Mo's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. He scanned inch by inch. In the end, he vaguely discovered that Song Yamo was actually a skeleton. Ningshu was speechless. Ningshu did not check Song Mo's situation before. But Song Mo suddenly received some information saying that she had been hypnotized and had to work hard to live. Once, she had stabbed a knife into her chest. This made Ningshu suspicious of this person's behavior. This situation was nothing more than being betrayed by someone you trusted. It was 2F** King despairing. But Ningshu's heart did not waver, and he would not pin his hopes on Song Yamo. If she did not have any hopes for you, naturally there would not be any betrayal and the pain of having her hopes dashed. Ningshu let go of Song Mo's face and stuffed a steamed bun into Song Mo's mouth. Eat it. Eat more. Song Yamo was choked by Ningshu's rude behavior and rolled his eyes. He drank a mouthful of water before swallowing it down. Ningshu used his spiritual power to check what Song Yamo had eaten. Song Yamo didn't have internal organs, so these things couldn't be digested in his stomach. Ningshu smiled. Then he picked up the chair and hit Song Mo's head. Song Mo's head was sent flying. Song Mo's head hit the wall and fell to the ground. Song Mo's face twisted in shock and bewilderment. Song Mo's body fell to the ground and turned into a skeleton, shattering all over the ground. Song Mo's head was reduced to bones. Ningshu put down the chair and patted the dust off his hands. Did you really think that you stabbed me? I really have to thank your whole family. Who were the people around her, the people in the dormitory, and the students in the school? Ningshu released his spiritual power and scanned the students passing by. They were all skeletons wrapped in a layer of skin and then turned into humans. Still sleeping, get up. Someone woke up Ningshu. Ningshu suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in the dormitory. So, was it a dream again? Song Yamo was a skeleton. Everyone was a skeleton. Ningshu released his spiritual power and scanned his roommates in the dormitory. There were beating hearts and internal organs. They were all alive people. Not skeletons, Ningshu. It was like this, true and false, constantly overturning the guesses in his heart. It seemed like a dream. It was not real. Ningshu's mouth twitched. Not going to class, lying on the bed motionless, it was all fake. What class? Seeing that Ningshu was not moving, his roommates didn't say anything and went to class one by one. Ningshu looked at his busy roommates. Were these people's consciousnesses autonomous or were they being controlled? Ningshu felt that his brain was about to explode. His soul was extremely tired and he thought too much. Moreover, he took the risk of leaving his body and looking at the world in his soul state. Ningshu got out of bed and looked at the sky outside the window. The sun was so dazzling that he couldn't look directly at it. Ningshu quickly lowered his head and squinted his eyes. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Since the sun was so strong, it should be the power of the sun. Let's see if I can cultivate. There was a subtle power of the sun integrated into Ningshu's dantian. Ningshu couldn't help but change his expression. The previous world was distorted and the magnetic field was chaotic. It was impossible to cultivate at all. Now, there was only a trace of power, but it meant that the world was beginning to stabilize. The more stable the world was, the more she couldn't get out. This was not a simple hypnosis. Song Yamo, that dog lied. Ningshu was a little anxious. If he didn't get out, he would be trapped here and experience endless dreams. The person who entrusted him must be dead. He didn't know how he sacrificed his soul to counterattack. Ningshu stopped cultivating. Although there was a little bit of energy, it was useless. He had to think of a way to leave this place. Otherwise, there would be no counterattack and he would lose himself. Dong dong dong. There was knocking on the door. Ningshu stood up and opened the door. When he saw Song Yamo asked, "Are you sick?" Ningshu was speechless. Seeing Song Yamo, Ningshu felt really helpless. He was really helpless. Why did he keep jumping out from time to time? What are you doing here? Ningshu looked at Song Yamo. This is the female dormitory. I asked your roommate and she said that you didn't go to class. I came to see what was wrong with you. I brought you some food and some medicine. They are all cold medicine. As Xianxia spoke, he took out the things in the bag. There was food and medicine. From the looks of it, Xianxia was the best boyfriend. It was hard to tell whether he was friend or foe. Xianxia was simply schizophrenic. No, she was schizophrenic. Every time she met Xianxia, there was something wrong with him. Ningxu thanked him calmly. Thank you. You should leave. This is the female dormitory. Ningxu didn't want to have too much contact with Xianxia. Besides, there was nothing useful every time. Maybe she was still dreaming. In short, Ningxu didn't know if he was dreaming or waking up from a dream. Xianxia nodded and reached out to touch Ningxu's forehead. You're a little hot. You're sick. You're the one who's sick. Ningxu felt that he was in good condition. He didn't have a cold or fever. Feel it yourself. Xianxia took out the medicine and took out 2 pills for Ningxu. Take the medicine. I'm very good. I don't need to take medicine, Ningxu said directly. You're sick. I'm not. You're really sick. F***ck, I'm not sick. Ningxu felt refreshed. How was he sick? Xianxia didn't force Ningxu to take the medicine anymore. He put the pills aside. Take it if you're not feeling well. I'm leaving. Sure Mei, N. Ningxu looked at Xianxia who wanted to say something but stopped. What's wrong? Is there something about me that you're not satisfied with? Your attitude towards me is making me very uncomfortable. Xianxia said. When you chased me, was it because of vanity? You asked me to be your boyfriend to satisfy your vanity. So much for reading novels. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack satisfy her vanity, what the hell, Ningxu was speechless. Huh? What do you mean? Ningxu blinked and asked, just say what you want to say. Why couldn't she keep up with his pace? What was Xianxia trying to do now? Xianxia was simply a troublemaker. You've been acting weird lately and you're getting impatient with me. Are you thinking of breaking up? I seem to be an object that you don't cherish after getting it, Xianxia said with a frown. She was very dissatisfied with Ningxu. Ningxu, are you okay? He was clearly a fresh and artistic person. Was he going to have a catfight now? He was complaining that his girlfriend didn't care about him. What can happen to me? Xianxia said, I'm fine. Xianxia's face said, I'm in trouble. Something big. I'm dissatisfied, very dissatisfied. Ningxu poured some water from the bottle and asked with a smile, then what do you want? What am I to you? Xianxia looked at Ningxu who was drinking water and asked, what am I to you? Ningxu, yes, a friend. When you were chasing me, you were very passionate. My existence only made you proud. Others would say how handsome and good your boyfriend is, Xianxia said. Ningxu, you're here to brag, aren't you? I hate this look of yours the most now. It's as if you don't care about anything. Am I your boyfriend? Xianxia looked at the calm Ningxu and felt her heart burning. There was an indescribable anger burning in her heart. Was I really chasing you? Ningxu asked. In this dream, everything was fake. Was Xianxia real or fake? Yes, you were the one who chased me. I'm human. I can feel your coldness and alienation. Xianxia stared at Ningxu. What do you take me for? Ningxu, a skeleton. A skeleton. Xianxia was confused. Ningxu was now thinking about how to leave this godforsaken place. How could he have the time to talk to Xianxia about whether you love me, whether I love you, and what do you think you are? See? See? I hate this strange expression of yours, as if it's nothing at all, Xianxia said. Suppressing his anger. Oh, Ningxu replied. He reached out and grabbed Xianxia's collar. What do you want? Then let's break up. Xianxia said, I don't want to become a tool for your vanity. Ningxu, who's so vain? She didn't drag Xianxia to show off her love every day, nor did she post selfies from time to time to say how handsome her boyfriend was. So, how could she have the time to be vain? F***ck. Oh, then let's break up. Ningxu was too lazy to argue with Song Yamo. Who the hell wants to be in a relationship with you? Besides, these are all empty words. You. Song Yamo was so angry that his nose twitched. Shermay, is your heart made of stone? Is it that hard? How am I hard? It's because I didn't cry and beg you to stay. I didn't apologize to you. I didn't go in the direction you expected. That's why I'm hard. You're here to cause trouble. Song Yamo was so angry that his face turned red. Song Yamo pushed Ningxu and pinned Ningxu against the window. With a little more force, he was going to push Ningxu down the stairs. Ningxu tilted his head and looked out of the window. F***ck, Song Yamo was going to kill him again. F***ck, Shermay, do you even have me in your heart? Song Mo's arm was pressed against Ningxu's neck. You annoying woman. Even if he was going to be pushed down the stairs, Ningxu's heart did not waver. Pain, fear, struggle, resentment, despair. What had she not experienced before? And this illusion seemed to make people go through all these, to make them completely break down. Ningxu reached out and pulled Song Mo's collar. With the other hand, he patted Song Mo's face. If we die, let's die together. Birth, old age, illness, death, resentment, separation, unrequited love, these were the 5 aggregates. Hungry, cold, hot, embarrassed, crying, and sad, these negative feelings and emotions caused a person to be affected by them was called the 5 skandhas blazing bitterness. Ningxu had experienced all of these. Shermay. Song Mo's face trembled. He shouted in a low voice, look at how sloppy you are. Have you ever loved me? I'm serious. Have you ever loved me? Song Mo's eyes were red. Ningxu was stunned for a moment. Then he said, you're not real. What's not real? Shermay, don't talk nonsense. Song Yamo roared angrily. His eyes were red. It was as if Ningxu had hurt a boy's feelings. Ningxu was speechless. I swear to God, when did she fall head over heels in love with Song Yamo again? Big brother, you even stabbed a knife into my chest last time, and now you're talking about love with me? I don't want to explain. Why are you hesitating? Say it. I knew it. Your feelings for me are just like what your roommate said to me. You treat me as a pretty accessory. When you need me, I'm your blue friend. When you don't need me, I shouldn't appear. Song Yamo complained tearfully. Ningxu was really confused. You're the only one who's in character. I don't feel anything at all, we're not in love. We don't have any good memories. I don't feel anything. No matter how emotional you shout, I don't feel anything. Ningxu looked at Song Yamo, who was trying his best to act. He felt a little tired for him. Are you really okay? You're not imagining things, are you? Song Yamo used his elbow to press against Ningxu's neck. With a little force, Ningxu's body leaned up. If he fell from this height, he would die a horrible death. Ningxu looked down slightly. It was a little high. All death was real. All pain was real. What's wrong with me? Song Yamo sneered. Shermay, you vain woman. Go to hell. Song Mo's embarrassment turned into anger. With endless resentment and despair, he pushed Ningxu down the window with all his strength. Ningxu grabbed Song Mo's collar tightly and pulled him down the window. Ningxu quickly grabbed the window, but Song Yamo was thrown out. Song Yamo looked at Ningxu with an extremely sorrowful gaze. Finally, with a loud bang, his body hit the ground. With a loud explosion, Song Mo's body flowed with blood. He fell into a pool of blood, unable to move. Someone jumped off the building. Someone jumped off the building. There was a scream from below. Ningxu was exhausted. He sat on the ground and panted. Ningxu clutched his heart. He felt like his heart was going to jump out of his throat. He felt like he was going to collapse. This feeling was too real. It was so real that a life disappeared in front of her. But was she going to be pushed down the window obediently? Death was a real feeling. So much for reading novels. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. This feeling was really F***king unpleasant. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia was here to cause trouble and to kill her. Step by step, he cut off all her hopes. Compared to the previous Xianxia who had appeared to save her image, the current Xianxia was full of killing intent towards her. She was going to be trapped in here. Ningxu didn't know how much she had experienced. She had already given up on distinguishing between reality and illusion. Anyway, she couldn't get out of here. She was like a fish trapped in a fish tank, unable to swim out no matter how hard she tried. Then, she kept experiencing such things until her soul couldn't take it anymore. She's the murderer. I saw her push Xianxia down the stairs. The dormitory door suddenly opened. A female student pointed at Ningxu who was sitting on the ground. Behind her were 2 policemen in uniform. The 2 policemen came over and handcuffed Ningxu's hands. You're suspected of intentional homicide. You're now in custody. Ningxu didn't say a word. Her heart skipped a beat. If this was real, then her life would be ruined. If she returned, she would be facing jail time. Really? Fake? Fake? Is this real? The feeling of space-time confusion was that she didn't know if what she had done was real or not. Would she be punished or would she be fine after waking up? Ningxu was brought to the dormitory. Xianxia's body had already been taken away. There was a big pool of blood on the ground. There was a fixed line drawn along the edge of the body. It was the shape of Xianxia's fall from the stairs. Ningxu had a splitting headache. She looked at the people around her who were pointing at her. Even the school's leaders came over. She's the one who killed her boyfriend. Xianxia was such a good person. Why did she kill him? I didn't expect her to be such a person. I heard that she's a 2-timer. Back then, when she saw that Xianxia's family was rich, she pestered him. Now that they're together, she wants to climb up the social ladder again. What a vain woman. Ningxu heard the whispers of the girls around her. When did this happen? Why didn't she know what had happened? What a disgrace to the school. The school leader shook his head and said. He was still so calm after killing someone. There was no remorse at all. His calm demeanor was really frightening. The surrounding people were complaining about Ningxu in low voices. The other 3 roommates in the dormitory hurried over. When they saw Ningxu's appearance, one of them pointed at Ningxu and said, I told you to restrain yourself. Look, something still happened. Ningxu's black face was filled with question marks. What did I do to be vain? What did I do to Xianxia? Could it be that she had returned to reality, where she had killed her blue friend? Ningxu had a splitting headache. This time even the headmaster and headmaster had appeared. It was becoming more and more realistic. Ningxu was shoved into the police car, and the police car drove out of the school. Ningxu looked at the scene outside the car window. Everything seemed very real. The police next to her also seemed very real. They wanted to drag her to the police station and start interrogating her. Ningxu pinched his thigh. It was too painful. Ningxu was speechless. It was completely confusing. The police siren was blaring. Ningxu was dragged to the police station and locked up in the detention center. So, she was in jail. There were many prisoners in the jail, and those who were locked up with Ningxu were all women. Some of these women looked extremely ferocious. Some of them looked soft and timid, and some of them looked like they were cowering in fear. Ningxu stood in the corner, her heart filled with doubt. Had she really returned to reality? Previously, she was in school. But this time, she was in the police station. This world, Ningxu sat in the corner, preparing to try to get Ningxu to leave her body. Every time she tried to force it, it would tire her soul out and hurt her body. But Ningxu had no choice. She had to confirm whether she was in an illusion or reality. Before Ningxu's soul could leave his body was kicked heavily by someone. Ningxu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When he opened his eyes, he saw a few women surrounding him. Ningxu stood up expressionlessly. What? Newcomer, this place is mine. What did you do to get here? The female prisoner lifted her chin and asked Ningxu. Ningxu said indifferently, murder. The female prisoner raised her eyebrows. Who did you kill? I don't know. Ningxu stared at the female prisoner. Her eyes were very indifferent. Is there anything else? This is my place. Ningxu walked away. A prison guard opened the door. Come out, Xianxia. Damn, she just wanted to leave her body. Ningxu was handcuffed and sent to the interrogation room. The police officers interrogating Ningxu were a man and a woman. Name: Xianxia. Age: no way. He was in his second year of university. According to the general age, he should be 22. After a series of ordinary questions, the interrogation began. Why did you kill Xianxia? What was your relationship? What was your enmity? Ningxu: we were a couple. Xianxia wanted to kill me. I was defending myself. Then why did Xianxia want to kill you? Ningxu: F***ck, how was she supposed to answer? Xianxia wanted to kill me many times. The two police officers looked at each other and frowned. This is the statement we collected from the school. You and the victim, Xianxia, are a couple. You were the one who pursued Xianxia before the two of you confirmed your relationship. According to your other 3 roommates, the two of you often quarreled because you were two-timing. The police officer said. This dream was really strange. Why hadn't she woken up yet? Could it be that she had to die for this matter to pass, but if this was the real world, if she wanted to die, then she would really die? Ningxu only said, since I was two-timing, then it was Xianxia who killed me first. Because of an accident, he fell from the building. But there were witnesses who saw you push the victim down the building. The police officer said, and it wasn't a witness. Can you explain the situation at that time? Ningxu thought about it and told the truth. She said that Xianxia wanted to kill her and that she was only defending herself. Ningxu insisted that she didn't kill anyone. Ningxu pinched the back of her hand from time to time. She felt the pain. It was too real. Now, she was a prisoner being interrogated. Xianxia was really dead? I heard that you love branded goods. Many of your classmates, including your roommates, said that you pursued Xianxia because you wanted him to buy branded goods for you. Ningxu, who knows, now, even the settings were set. In the past, the illusion was very rough and full of bugs. But now, she was a vain person. So much for reading novels. The two policemen interrogated Ningxu for a very long time. They kept asking questions and were exhausted. In short, they just kept asking. Ningxu only said that he was defending himself. In a situation where he couldn't distinguish between reality and dream, Ningxu couldn't commit suicide, nor could he plead guilty like this. What if this was real? The interrogation room was very oppressive. The lights were a little dim, giving people a very uneasy and oppressive feeling. Ningxu kept pinching the back of his hand. He could clearly feel the pain. Ningxu pinched the back of his hand until it was bruised. In the end, the two policemen looked at each other and let the prison guard escort Ningxu back to the detention center. Ningxu returned to the iron cage and sat in a corner. He closed his eyes and forced his soul out of his body. When he encountered the iron cage, Ningxu compressed his soul and turned it into a flat paper. He passed through the iron cage. Ningxu left the police station and looked up at the sky. He saw a sun hanging in the sky. Because he was in his soul state, Ningxu saw the sun as a fireball hanging in the sky. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at the sky. His soul floated up and flew towards the sun. The closer he got to the sun, the hotter it became. It was as if Ningxu's soul was going to melt like ice cream. Since he was in his soul state, Ningxu absorbed the heat. When he flew into the sky, it was as if he had hit glass. Ningxu touched the barrier in the sky. How was he going to break through this barrier? Ningxu opened his hand and condensed thin needles in his hand. The thin needles shot into the barrier. With a bang, the thin needles exploded, but it had no effect on the barrier. This world was becoming more and more stable. Ningxu struggled with the barrier. Ningxu's body had already been carried out of the police station. Because there was no soul in the body, he was now in a coma and had to be sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Ningxu watched expressionlessly as his body was carried into the ambulance. If he really couldn't do it, He would wander around this world in his soul state to avoid being scared. It was better that the body was unconscious. This would make the cycle of reincarnation stop. Ningshu stepped on the cloud and wandered around. Looking into the distance, the entire city was in sight. There were tall buildings, but there was a white fog in the distance. This world was getting bigger and more stable. This was probably not a conscious world. Ningshu's heart faintly emitted a sense of joy. Perhaps this would be a beautiful turning point. Ningshu kept flying towards the horizon, towards the edge of the world. She wanted to take a look at the horizon. The soulless body was unconscious and the doctors were trying their best to save it. Although there was a heartbeat, it was unconscious. Ningshu stepped on the clouds and arrived at the horizon. The horizon was filled with white fog. Ningshu gritted his teeth and charged into the thick white fog. There was nothing in the white fog. It was impossible to see clearly. The entire world was a vast expanse of whiteness. Ningshu stretched out his hand and pointed with his finger, wanting to collect the white fog. Although the white fog was fog, it was also a form of water. Ningshu compressed the fog, but there was no end to it. Furthermore, this world had no laws, so Ningshu found it very difficult to use laws. Ningshu kept walking forward. He didn't know how far he had walked, but he probably couldn't walk back. Ningshu felt a little guilty, but there was no point in returning now. He could only walk inside. How bad could the worst-case scenario be? How bad could the current situation be? She didn't want to be a puppet anymore. Her soul was trapped here. What could she do if she couldn't leave? Ningshu kept walking tirelessly. The white fog churned wherever he passed and took the initiative to open a path. When he was tired, Ningshu sat down to rest for a while and absorb some of the white fog. Furthermore, as Ningshu walked, Ningshu realized that the white fog was mixed with wisps of purple fog. Ningshu grabbed a wisp of purple fog. The fog was like purple threads that twisted in Ningshu's hand. Although he didn't know what it was, Ningshu put it away when he encountered it. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Ningshu felt terrible. He definitely couldn't return, so he kept walking. It was better than going back and being tortured again and again. However, Ningshu realized that his soul was slowly dissipating. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before his soul was devoured by the white fog. Ningshu could only brace himself and walk forward. He didn't act before because he didn't want his soul to leave his body and fail the mission. Now that he looked at it, the body might be fake. He didn't want the body. Ningshu walked, and the fog slowly dissipated. He saw a pool. There were lotuses growing in the pool. They slowly swayed and emitted a faint fragrance. What was this place? Was it the center of this world? Ningshu walked into the pool. There was water in the pool. The water was clear and there were fish swimming in it. There were lotuses and fish. It was a beautiful pool. Ningshu reached out and touched the water. The water was condensed from spiritual energy. Good stuff. Ningshu quickly sat cross-legged beside the pool and absorbed the spiritual energy. There was finally spiritual energy in his dantian. Could it be that there was no spiritual energy in this world because of this pool? What kind of world was this? Ningshu absorbed the spiritual energy. Then, he looked at the fish in the pool and the fragrant lotus. He said to 2333, "Keep these things." 2333 said, "Oh. It's just some spiritual energy and spiritual energy lotuses. It's not valuable. But it's beautiful." Ningshu said directly. It was beautiful to keep in the system space. He was in a good mood. Do you know what kind of world this is? Ningshu asked 2333. He saw that the spiritual energy and lotuses in the pool were gone. 2333 kept the things. I don't know. 2333 said directly. Ningshu was speechless. Ningshu didn't put his hopes on 2333. Ningshu continued to walk. He would be able to walk out of this world. But as he walked, the ground started to shake violently. It was like a volcano was about to erupt. It was pitch black in front of him. When he could see light again, he saw a white ceiling. He smelled disinfectant. She was in the hospital. Ningshu raised his head and looked at his hand. There was an 4 drip on the back of his hand. It was swollen and painful. Ningxu pursed his lips. What? She was back again. Was he not going to give up until he played her to death? Ningxu sat up and was about to pull out the 4 drip on the back of his hand. He was about to leave when the door opened. It was a couple. When they saw Ningxu, they cried, "Why did you kill someone? Why? What are you going to do for the rest of your life? You're forcing me and your dad to die." Mother sure cried and said, "Fortunately, you were able to become a university student. You actually did such a shameful thing. How are we going to raise our heads in front of our neighbors?" Ningxu's heart did not waver at the sudden appearance of the couple. They might not even be the client's parents. Ningxu lay on the bed, wanting to let her soul leave her body. She did not want to listen to the couple's endless chatter about how she was an embarrassment and how she had brought shame to her family. She did not even know if these were true. However, Ningxu realized that her soul could not leave her body for a while. What was going on? Could it be that her soul had left her body previously and now her soul was locked in this body? This world seemed to be constantly changing. Fixing bugs, it seemed to be constantly evolving. Was this a human's consciousness world? Ningxu felt that something was wrong. "I'm talking to you. Why are you covering your head? Tell me, what are you going to do now? You've ruined the rest of your life. How are you going to get married in the future? Your father earned money for you to study so that you could fool around with boys in school and even killed them. How are you going to face your father and me?" Mother sure pulled the blanket away and saw Ningxu's fearless expression. She immediately burst into tears. "All right, the visiting time is over," the police officer guarding the door said to the couple. Father sure sighed and turned to leave. His back seemed to be a little hunched, which made people feel very sorry for him. Could it be that her soul leaving her body just now was also a dream? She felt that she really knew how to play. Ningxu felt the spiritual energy in her dantian. She had seen the spiritual energy pool earlier, so her body should have some strength. However, Ningxu saw that her dantian was empty. There was nothing. Not to mention spiritual energy, even her dantian had not been developed. Moreover, there was no spiritual energy in her soul. Ningxu, was she dreaming again? Ningxu was speechless. Then did the lotus in her dream take away? There were water, flowers, and fish. It looked very good in the system space. So far, she had not found any effective way to break through the dilemma in front of her. Moreover, it seemed that she was now in a real world. In the real world, she had killed her boyfriend and became a murderer. If the crime was confirmed, then she would have to face the consequences of being imprisoned. The rest of her life would be over just like that. What kind of counterattack was this? Ningxu rubbed his eyebrows and got down from the bed. He walked to the window and looked down. It was very high. If he jumped down, he would definitely fall into 2 halves. Ningxu would never do such a suicidal thing. What if this was the real world? Afraid of death, some doctors came to check on Ningxu's body. These doctors were very real. They did all kinds of checks on Ningxu. In the end, the doctor informed the police and asked them to take Ningxu to the neurology department because he might have a neurological problem. On the surface, Ningxu's emotions were apathetic, slow, and uncoordinated. He rarely moved, was antisocial, passive, and had the wrong intention to retreat. These were all symptoms of a neurological disorder. Ningxu was probably suspicious of everyone he looked at. The way he looked at people was suspicious, and when he looked at them carefully, his movements were hesitant, his face was expressionless, and he would stand, sit, or stare blankly. He looked like a neurologist. If he was a neurologist, killing people might not be illegal. Ningxu was taken to check if he was a neurologist. Ningxu, she was going crazy now. The feeling of spacetime disorientation made Ningxu feel that she could not recover for a long time. She was constantly doubting whether the space she was in was real or not. Her brain was damaged. The doctor did all kinds of checks on Ningxu, including asking Ningxu some questions. Ningxu did not come back to her senses for a long time. She directly said that the world was fake and that everyone was fake. When a normal person heard this, most of them would be hopelessly crazy. Then, Ningxu was stuffed into the police car. The police car pulled Ningxu to the neurology hospital and directly threw Ningxu there. Looking at the hospital full of neurologist patients, Ningxu was speechless. Whether it was in jail or in the neurology hospital, it was a cage. It was not easy to live. The neurology hospital was in the suburbs. It was surrounded by high walls, similar to a prison. At night, it was eerie and terrifying. Ningxu lay on the bed and looked at the moon outside the iron window. She took a lot of medicine every day. She did not know if these drugs had any effect. She guessed that they were some calming drugs. There was the sound of the nurse's high heels in the corridor. The sound traveled far and there was an echo. It was eerie and terrifying. Ningxu covered his head. Then, his soul left his body. After leaving his body, Ningxu saw many ghosts guarding his body. They all wanted to enter his body. Not only Ningxu, but there were also many other neurologist patients. There were many ghosts beside them. Sometimes, they would stick out their long tongues to lick the sleeping patients. The patients' expressions were painful. Some patients uncontrollably got up from the bed and jumped. Under the control of the ghosts, they were incomparably nervous. This was not only a neurology hospital, but also an evil ghost field. There were many ghosts beside these patients. They chattered in the ears of the patients. They surrounded the patients, looked at them, and licked them. In a place where you could not see, they were watching you. Ningxu's body was occupied by an evil ghost. This evil ghost let out a cackle. Its face was ferocious. It was a neurologist. There were also some evil ghosts fighting for the body. Ningxu frowned. It was fine if he did not have a body. This body was also illusory. Ningxu floated out of the room. In this neurology hospital, there were evil ghosts everywhere. The ghosts floated in the corridors and courtyards. Some of the doctors and nurses were even entangled by ghosts. Black hands were placed on their shoulders. Some even wrapped around their backs. Of course, this was directly reflected in the weight of the people. Their weight was soaring. They did not gain any weight, but their weight increased. Some of the evil ghosts saw Ningxu and even stuck out their tongues for Ningxu. Ningxu even saw the nurses and doctors on the night shift doing that in the office. The doctors and nurses were engaged in an intense battle. Behind the nurse was a red-cloaked ghost. The ghost had a look of enjoyment on its face as it clung onto the nurse's body. It seemed to be enjoying the wonderful feeling as well. When it saw Ningxu, it bit its red lips and let out a seductive voice from between its lips and teeth. Ningxu blinked. Ningxu waved and hummed, inviting Ningxu to join the battle. There were 2 humans and 1 ghost. They still wanted to invite her? Some people who were lustful might have such a beautiful ghost clinging to them. These beautiful ghosts either joined in the entanglement or watched from the side. In short, they watched the scene of people licking each other. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu took a look at this scene and floated away. The romance in the office continued. Ningxu's body floated out of the neurology hospital. The entire hospital was gloomy. The yin energy was so thick that even the moon and stars could not be seen. Ningxu flew into the sky. He passed through layers of dark clouds and saw the huge moon. Ningxu flew toward the moon. Since it was the moon, it should have the power of the stars. Ningxu used his peerless martial art to absorb the power of the stars. However, he couldn't feel the power of the stars. There was the moon and the stars, but there was no power of the stars. Therefore, this world was still fake. Ningxu flew towards the moon and ended up crashing into the enchantment. His soul was almost shattered. The moon was fake. It was as if he had drawn a moon. Ningxu used his soul power to condense a huge axe and chopped at the barrier. However, Ningxu was bounced back by the barrier's power and fell to the ground. His soul was almost shattered. Ningxu got up from the ground. He curled his lips and looked at the wandering ghosts. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Since you're trapped here, I'll let my sister send you to hell. Ningxu sat cross-legged and started to chant the rebirth scripture. He condensed his soul power and started to draw talismans. If these ghosts were real, they could be sent to hell. A black hole would appear and allow these souls to enter another world. If these ghosts were virtual, he couldn't send them to hell. When Ningxu started to chant the rebirth scripture, these ghosts seemed to be summoned. They rushed toward Ningxu and wanted to devour him. They tried to bite Ningxu and tear a piece of his flesh off Ningxu's body. Ningxu grimaced in pain. However, these ghosts didn't have an easy time. After all, Ningxu's soul had some merit. Although it wasn't a golden merit body, it could still restrain these evil spirits. Moreover, he had once obtained a halo that could restrain the blood race and other worldly items. Thinking about it, he wasn't hurt by the ghosts before. At most, he was scared. He was fine. It was most likely his halo's effect. Moreover, the number of ghosts that appeared decreased. They were all zombies and aliens. They either turned into walking corpses or killed people themselves. His conscience was tormented. His conscience was hurting. However, the feeling of being torn apart by these ghosts was quite painful. All of the ghosts seemed to have gone crazy as they charged towards Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. Big sister is trying to send you off to the afterlife. Why are you biting and scratching me? Ningxu didn't stop chanting the Rebirth Sutra, nor did he stop drawing talismans. His ears were filled with the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. She couldn't shake them off no matter how hard she tried. Ningxu's heart did not waver at all. His sister was not afraid at all. The more agitated they were and the more they tried to stop her, the more it proved that his method was effective. And these souls might be real. Ningxu chanted the Rebirth Sutra faster and faster. Not far away, a black dot the size of a needle appeared. It looked like it was about to become a black hole. Then, the whole world began to shake. Ningxu's heart was in a mess. Was it going to start all over again? Ningxu's vision fell into darkness. His ears were filled with the horrifying cries of ghosts. It was exceptionally scary. This time, Ningxu woke up for an especially long time. It seemed that he was pressed down on the bed by ghosts again. His body couldn't move at all. Was he going to be sacrificed again? He was going to King see that dog Xianxia again. It had been a long time since he appeared in front of her. Now, he was going to appear again. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu tried to move his body. There was the sound of water dripping by his ears, drop by drop. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. The water dripped onto his face. When it landed on his face, it brought with it a stinging and itchy feeling. Was it blood? Was it the saliva of a ghost? Or was it the feces of a dead ghost in the toilet? Ningxu struggled to open his eyes. What entered his vision was a strange place. Ningxu moved his fingers. His body was extremely stiff. His head was groggy. It was as if he had slept for a very long time. Where was he now? Ningxu calmly accepted the rebooting process. However, his body was really uncomfortable. His mouth was dry. He was so weak that he couldn't even lift his hands. Ningxu wanted to try to condense a water droplet to drink. Even if he wanted to play, he wanted to keep her alive. Ningxu was just casually trying. With a thought, a water droplet appeared in front of him. Ningxu opened his mouth and swallowed the water. He was just trying to see if he could use the law of water. He didn't expect to be able to condense it in front of him. Ningxu wanted to hammer the ground. What was going on? This world was perfecting itself so quickly, there were rules now. He could use the law now. Ningxu slowly sat up. His nose was filled with the smell of soil, mixed with the smell of decay. He looked around. It seemed like he was in a tomb. There was a coffin in the middle of the tomb. This coffin was placed very high. He needed to step on steps to reach it. The surroundings were filled with mercury. Ningxu's face was expressionless. So, he was going to dig up the tomb now. Ningxu looked around and saw a few people lying on the ground. Some were young, and some were old. Shovels, flashlights, ropes, and various other things were scattered on the ground. Ningxu also saw Song Mo's mutt. He was also lying on the ground as if he was dead. Ningxu, should he bark or not? Ningxu reached out and patted Song Mo's face. However, Xianxia didn't respond. Ningxu sat down and reached out to take Song Mo's pulse. Yes, he was about to die. Ningxu had mixed feelings about this mutt. Ningxu condensed some water, pinched Song Mo's chin, and sent the water into Song Mo's mouth. Apart from Song Mo, there were many people lying here. Were they here to dig up the tomb? Ningshu took their pulses one by one. They seemed to have lost consciousness, like living corpses. Ningshu fed them some water one by one. As for what happened in the end, he didn't know. He also didn't know if this world was real. Anyway, Ningshu couldn't figure out if it was real or fake. Ningshu opened a bag to see if there was anything to eat. If he didn't eat his fill now, who knew what would come out of the tomb? He wouldn't be able to run. There were hardtack biscuits and some water in the bag. Ningshu quickly tore open the bag and ate something. However, his stomach hurt after eating. Upon thinking of this, Ningshu wanted to quickly take off his pants to see if he was going to bleed and become a rotten corpse. Ningshu chewed and swallowed slowly, taking small sips of water while gently kicking Song Mo. Hey, mongrel. Song Mo didn't respond. Ningshu shrugged his shoulders and put away the biscuits and water. In such a place, life-saving items had to be kept safe. Ningshu patted the biscuit crumbs and looked around. He picked up the flashlight, shovel, and some trackers on the ground. Yes, this world was so real. Since this was a tomb, would there be zombies or big dumplings? After experiencing one illusion after another, Ningshu only wanted to say that he could be reborn. Ningshu sat on the ground to rest. His body seemed to have not moved in a long time. His body was aching and sore, moreover he also did not have any strength left. While resting, Ningshu sized up the entire tomb. This tomb looked very simple, but there were a lot of burial items. There were all kinds of books, gold and silver treasures, as well as all kinds of gorgeous burial items. Ningshu slowly moved over. As he took out a book and looked at it, the handwriting was very abstract, and he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Ningshu felt that it was somewhat familiar. The general meaning of this book was to introduce the person inside the coffin. It was a woman who was favored by the emperor, and was buried here after she died. Ningshu, the imperial concubine, died and was not buried in the imperial mausoleum. He guessed that it was the woman that the emperor could not get. Ningshu coughed. As he continued to read, there were some places where he could not understand the handwriting. Moreover, Ningshu also could not understand it. As for the reason why it felt familiar, it should be because the person who commissioned it had studied it. Then one day this peerless beauty died, causing the emperor to be very sad, so he buried his beauty, along with a lot of gold and silver jewelry, a lot of jewelry and clothes. When she was buried, she was even wearing a gold thread robe. Moreover, in order to prevent grave robbers from destroying the beauty's rest, and also to prevent the beauty of the beauty from being seen by the grave robbers, he buried her with a mirage stone. The mirage stone was a kind of magical stone. As long as one approached this stone, even if they did not die, even if they survived, they would still be a madman. No one knew why they would go crazy. Ningshu raised his eyebrows, as his heart thumped heavily. Was it because of this stone, that it would produce endless dreams, again and again causing people to collapse? If they did not die, then they would turn into a madman. Ningshu felt that he might have encountered something more powerful. Ningshu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The mirage stone, the mirage, was a real illusion. So everything that she had experienced before was because of the mirage stone, then everything that she had experienced before was inside the mirage stone, but it was so real. Did that mean that the mirage stone could also replicate a person's memories? Then was she in reality? Did she break away from the control of the mirage stone? Ningshu cautiously approached the coffin. Although the bamboo strip stated that there was no mechanism in here, and only a mirage stone was enough to deal with. Everyone. Ningshu walked up the steps to the side of the coffin. He looked at the place where the coffin was placed. It was surrounded by layers of bones, indicating that many people had visited this tomb. Ningshu stepped on the bone, and it shattered with a cracking sound. In the quiet tomb, it seemed a bit abrupt. Ningshu carefully probed into the coffin. The lid of the coffin was pushed open slightly, and he could vaguely see the situation inside the coffin. Seeing the golden clothes, Ningshu pushed open the lid of the coffin. He saw a skeleton wearing a gold-threaded robe. His hands were placed on his abdomen. His hands had already turned into bones, and there were gemstone rings on his fingers. Around his neck was a long string of beads. There were so many treasures. If not for the credit of the mirage stone, then these things would have already been snatched away by the grave robbers. Moreover, the corpses would have been scattered everywhere. Ningshu's eyes stared straight at the stone next to the head of the corpse. This stone was like a pebble, as if it had been polished by water. It was perfectly round. Its appearance was not outstanding, but its surface had a pearl-like luster, and was faintly a bit colorful. At first glance it looked very ordinary, but looking at it carefully, it was not as good as looking at it from afar. But it was actually tormented by this kind of thing. Ningshu stretched out his hand wanting to take the mirage stone, but he was afraid that he would once again enter into this kind of illusion. Moreover, there were several people lying on the ground, and among them was the dog Xianxia. Although he did not know what kind of relationship Xianxia had with the person who entrusted him, but he could not act rashly. Moreover, Ningshu found that this thing could devour a person's memories, as such the memories of the person who entrusted him with it were basically gone. Those memories that were devoured were used by the mirage stone to evolve into various kinds of illusions. Ningshu retracted his hand. In case he came into contact with this kind of thing, not only would he fall into it, but he would also completely destroy the unconscious people. How could an average person experience such a terrifying thing? Moreover, it was repeated over and over again. Their spirit would have already collapsed. This is a good thing, quickly put it away, world stone. 2333's voice sounded in Ningshu's mind, it can form a world. It really was a good thing, Using this as a carrier, it can also form a world. 2333 Ningshu said. Ningshu was happy in his heart, as he bowed towards the coffin, and then took out the shovel to take out the mirage stone. After all, he was afraid that it was poisonous, and once again pulled her into the illusion. He did not want to go through that kind of experience again. The mirage stone did not seem to be harmful, it was just an ordinary stone, but Ningshu did not dare to be careless. Ningshu took out a pair of gloves from his bag, and after thinking about it, he put on another pair of gloves. Ningshu was really afraid of this thing, he really wanted to kneel down and kowtow to this thing, and then reach out his hand to take the mirage stone. It was just an ordinary stone, he estimated that it affected the surrounding magnetic field, and then made the tomb robbers fall into an illusion. Ningshu guessed that the reason why he came out of the illusion was because the black hole broke the balance of the illusion, that is to say, there were countless illusions inside, and even countless worlds. Xianxia and she appeared in the same illusion, or was it because of the subconscious of the person who commissioned it, that Xianxia appeared so frequently? Moreover, Xianxia's dark transformation was also deliberately done by the illusion. Ningshu looked at the stone with an expressionless face. A grain of sand could be a world, so it was also possible for a stone to form a world. 2333 took away the stone, but these people were still immersed in the illusion. At this time, even if there was no stone, these people might still die. When a person had a nightmare, the most effective way was to give them a big slap on the face. With external stimulation, they would definitely wake up. But rashly waking people up, wouldn't the person who was woken up go crazy? That mirage stone was not to be trifled with. It seems that the people who died in the illusion had their souls absorbed by it. So the ghosts that Ningshu saw were all real. Ningshu had always thought that it was fake, it was all fake, this world was all fake. Ningshu walked to Xianxia's side, looking at Xianxia's face covered with dirt, his expression was somewhat painful. Although he did not know what kind of relationship it had with the person who commissioned it, but the person who commissioned it thought of him. Moreover, this guy always appeared, he was the only person who could be ridiculed during those difficult times. Ningshu condensed a fine needle, and slowly poked Xianxia's fingers with the tip of the needle. Moreover, he was poking it into the nails, as the 10 fingers were connected to the heart, it was quite painful. Ningshu twirled the fine needle, and slowly poked it into the nails. Xianxia's fingers moved slightly, his face trembled, it seemed that he was about to wake up, but Ningshu did not dare to use too much force. Xianxia was in the illusion, if he used too much force, he might go crazy. Ningshu kept provoking Xianxia, but Xianxia did not wake up, he kept struggling, but his soul seemed to be rooted in the illusion. Was it because 2333 put away the stone? Ningshu said 2333. Is it because the stone was taken away, so these people can't wake up? No, the world stone is responsible for creating the illusion, these people can't come out of the illusion, they can only wait for death. 2333 said directly, and then went silent. Apparently he did not care about the life and death of these people. Ningshu then poked Xianxia's fingers, just like Mama Rong, but Song Yamo did not wake up, although his eyes were moving, his fingers were trembling, but he could not open his eyelids, he could not open his eyes. Song Mo's 10 fingers were poked by Ningxu, but such pain did not wake Song Yamo up. Blood was oozing out of Song Mo's 10 fingers. Ningxu sat on the ground, helplessly looking at the dog, and then began to poke other people. Of course, he did not poke anyone awake. It seemed that they could not wake up. It was estimated that the plot included the destruction of the client. Even Ningxu almost could not come out. Again and again, he could not distinguish between reality and illusion, because every time it was very real. He was tired of running. Ningxu sat on the ground, looking at these unconscious people. He found some documents from their bodies. They were archaeologists, they were gravediggers with documents. The client should also be an archaeologist. As for the dream, it was biopharmaceutical, criminal psychology, and hypnosis. It was just a bunch of nonsense. But what if this was also fake? Ningxu, there was no way to wake up from this torture. Ningxu flipped through the book to see if there was any record of coming out of the illusion of the Mirage Stone. He also did not know which emperor did this for the woman in the coffin. Ningxu was not an archaeologist, so he had no interest in these things. Ningxu flipped through the bamboo slips. The bamboo slips were very old. He did not know if it was soaked in medicine, but there were very few insect holes on the bamboo slips, but the thread was very decayed, it would break with a touch. Ningxu carefully flipped through the bamboo slips, but did not find a way to wake up from the illusion. It was estimated that no one knew the way to come out. What should he do now? Ningxu sat cross-legged, to see if he could absorb some spiritual qi. Fortunately this tomb was safe enough. The Mirage Stone was a big killer, no one could come out of the illusion of the Mirage Stone. There was very little spiritual qi. Ningxu, after cultivating for a while, there was only a trace of spiritual qi in his dantian. Ningxu transferred this trace of spirit qi into Song Mo's body, repairing his body. To be honest, she was the only one who was to be alive. It was very likely that they would push the blame to her. Although he did not know the identity of these people, but looking at the situation on their documents, they should be relatively famous people in the archaeology world. After injecting some spiritual qi into Song Mo's body, he began to poke at Song Mo's fingers. Song Mo's fingers were covered with blood. The blood that had just stopped was now being poked again by Ningxu. Song Mo's fingers were slightly moving. Apparently his body was resisting the external body. His fingers wanted to curl up together to avoid injury. He still did not wake up the other person. Would he end up in a vegetative state? Professor Chen, how are you? The voice of a walkie-talkie sounded out from inside the tomb. Ningxu pulled out the walkie-talkie from his body, and shouted in panic, "Help, help, there are ghosts here, there are ghosts, don't come over." Finally there is a response. You did not respond, so I thought that something had happened to you. Let's go down. The walkie-talkie resounded with the voices of the people discussing, and finally hung up the walkie-talkie. Since it was an archaeological team, then it was not just these people. Then Ningxu waited for these people to come down and rescue him. While waiting, Ningxu closed the lid of the coffin, pretending that everything had not been opened. She had taken away the Mirage Stone, and since she had woken up, it was very easy for them to suspect her. Ningxu also did not touch the things on the bones, it was still intact. In short, it was just in case. Soon some people came down, seeing the person lying on the ground, and then seeing Ningxu's stupefied look. Ningxu did not know these people, including the person lying on the ground, other than the dog Song Mo. As for whether Song Mo was called by this name or not, he did not know. The person who came down, Ningxu, asked, "What happened?" Ningxu was at a loss. I don't know anything. Where is this place? Who am I? What am I doing?" The people who went down the tomb looked at each other, and quickly helped up the unconscious people on the ground. Seeing so many funerary objects, they all showed an amazed expression. Some people were responsible for helping the unconscious people out of the tomb, but when they came out of the tomb, they unexpectedly stopped breathing. Professor Chen, who was being carried out of the tomb, immediately stopped his heartbeat. Ningxu's face twisted as he shouted, can't go out. Stop. Ningxu quickly said. It must be the change in the magnetic field, which directly sent these unconscious people to their fate. In any case, they could not leave like this. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing if they should leave or stay. Ningxu looked like a crazy devil, pulling people and not letting them go out. Everyone could only put them down. Anya, you can't do this, you have to let them receive treatment. Professor Chen died because he didn't receive treatment in time. If you delay the others, can you bear the responsibility? Ningxu hugged his head. Can't leave, there are ghosts here, once we go out, we will die, can't go out. The others saw that Ningxu was like a lunatic, and they frowned, not knowing what happened in the tomb. So many people were unconscious, and the only one alive was King Lunatic. This tomb was very simple, there was no mechanism at all, and there was no poison either. It was just a simple tomb. How did it become like this? Ningxu stopped them. Anyway, you are not allowed to leave, none of you are allowed to leave, there are ghosts here, once you leave, the ghosts will kill us, haha. Ningxu's expression was similar to a lunatic's, crying and laughing at the same time. It made people very impatient. They need treatment now, don't bother about them. Someone restrained the crazy Ningxu. There is something wrong with Anya's mind now. Ningxu was speechless. Anya, wasn't it Shimmy? Her identity changed so quickly. He really couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion, the name was so divisive. You really can't leave, there are ghosts everywhere, there are ghosts behind you. Ningxu pointed behind them, his face twisted in fear. Can't go out. Everyone was scared by the crazy Ningxu. Ningxu broke away from these people's control and grabbed Song Yamo, not letting them carry Song Yamo out. You can't go out, you really can't go out. Ningxu shouted hoarsely. Everyone was annoyed by the unreasonable Ningxu who pretended to be a ghost. Moreover, this guy's strength was very big, several people were unable to control him. The rescuers simply ignored Ningxu and carried another person out. Another person was carried out, but his heart stopped and he died. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It was a coincidence that one person died, but what about the second one? Everyone looked at the crazy Ningxu, who was curled up into a ball and mumbling, looking like a crazy person. What the hell is going on? A man asked Ningxu. Ningxu burst into laughter, his face twitching. He pointed at the man's back. Haha, there's a ghost behind you. It's a female ghost in red. She's sucking your essence. It's a beautiful ghost. You must have cheated. You cheated. You, what nonsense are you talking about? The man who was pointed at by Ningxu suddenly blushed. Anya, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I cheat? Red dress beautiful ghost, cheat. Ningxu kept mumbling, and then laughed. Beautiful ghost smiled at me, she said she likes your taste, hee. This man was angered by Ningxu's words, his face turned red. Of course, Ningxu's words were based on facts, the red dress beautiful ghost was definitely fake. According to Ningxu's observation, this person should be wearing a ring on his index finger, but now that he had taken off the ring, there was a color difference in his skin. Moreover, the color difference was not very obvious, which meant that he always took off the ring. If he wanted to hunt for women outside, he would take off the ring on his finger. Then he went home and put on the ring. Moreover, from his facial features, it was clear that he was fated to be in love. A man with a mole in the white of his eyes was born with a strong sense of love. No matter where he went, he would be a powerful generator, and the opposite sex would constantly throw themselves at him. It was easy for him to be unfaithful in love, and he would change his mind at the sight of a stranger, abandoning his wife and children. The dark purplish color around the eyes was generally the reaction of excessive indulgence. Especially the purplish red and swollen eye bags, it was most likely due to kidney deficiency caused by excessive nightlife. Therefore, this man had already cheated on his wife more than once. It was said that a person's heart was unpredictable, but one's face was born from one's heart. From one's face, one could tell a person's temper and even their physical ailments. Although Ningxu was a dabbler, he still knew some things. Ningxu pursed his lips. To think that there would be such a person in the archaeological team. It was said that a person with a body of righteous energy would not be invaded by 100 ghosts. If one were to overexert their body, it would be easy for them to be invaded by evil spirits. Although they had to believe in science now, there were some things that had been passed down by their ancestors. They still had to abide by them. Although the archaeological team was reasonable and legal, they were still digging graves. The surrounding people could not help but stay away from this man, especially when there was an invisible ghost in red behind him. It made people feel a chill down their backs. This man also felt that the surrounding people were distancing themselves from him. He was angry and guilty. She's a lunatic. Why should we listen to a lunatic? What we need to do now is to send them to the hospital for treatment. Xianxia suddenly shouted, "We can't go out, we can't go out. There's a ghost on them. There's a ghost. Then don't go out. Wait for the doctor to come over." The others saw that Xianxia was crazy and seemed to be very serious, so they could only say so. Moreover, the two people who were carried out were already dead, and the one who was not carried out was still alive. Although it was a coincidence, it was better not to act rashly. Xianxia curled up in a corner and fell asleep. With so many people around, he could finally rest. Xianxia was sleeping soundly while the others were cleaning up the burial objects and the corpses in the coffins. Anyway, these things were to be taken back for research. Those that should be sealed would be sealed. The police were sent over to check the unconscious people. They checked their pupils and checked their heads. Although they had physiological characteristics, they did not have any consciousness. They were just like vegetative people. They also woke up Xianxia and checked Xianxia. They said that Xianxia was a bit mentally unstable. In short, these people were basically wiped out. The doctor put several people on infusion bottles, even Xianxia was injected with needles. Xianxia was lying on a stretcher and was carried out of the tomb. The others were also carried out. Unexpectedly, no one died. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Anya was just talking nonsense. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Ghosts did not know why he was fine. Although he was holding on to his life, but whether or not he could wake up was another matter. Xianxia had been staying in the hospital ever since he came back. Every day, he was in a dazed state. The archaeological institution came to ask Xianxia if he had taken away the Mirage Stone. After all, the bamboo slips mentioned something about the Mirage Stone. Xianxia simply ignored them. Of course, he would not say that he had taken it. Moreover, when the person came back, her memory had already been deprived by the Mirage Stone. She did not even remember who she was, let alone who had taken away the Mirage Stone. Even if these people investigated, they would not be able to find out anything, because she simply did not have that thing. After several inquiries, the other people from the archaeological institution gave up. This kind of crazy person did not have any use for them. As for the others, they had been staying in the hospital and had not woken up at all. This thing was really powerful. It could kill people without leaving a trace. They did not know how the emperor had obtained this thing and how he had placed it in the tomb. This thing should have a box. It was estimated that when the imperial concubine was buried, there were many people buried with her. After all, once one got close to this thing, they would be dragged into an illusion. These people who had been trapped in the illusion did not know if they would be able to wake up. Xianxia would sometimes prick his fingers. Only by constantly stimulating them would they be able to wake up. Singing was too gentle, perhaps when it reached the ears of these people, it would turn into the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, scaring them to death. The person's parents also came to see her. However, Xianxia was very cold and indifferent. She was still in a daze and did not speak at all. She would either play with her nails or stare at the wall in a daze. She had already done this. Even if the person who had entrusted her came back, her mental state was not good, so it was reasonable for her to not remember anyone. When the person's mother saw Xianxia acting like this, she immediately covered her mouth and wept. "I told you not to follow other people to learn about history and archaeology. Digging up people's graves is a matter of retribution. You just did not listen. You are a girl, why do you want to learn this kind of thing? Why can't you find a job that would allow you to live peacefully, and then find a man to live peacefully for the rest of your life? What should you do now, what should you do?" No matter how much the client's mother nagged, Xianxia just stared at the wall with an expressionless face, as if he did not hear her at all, and did not respond to the stimulation of the outside world. Xianxia, this nagging characteristic was similar to the one in the dreamland. In the client's heart, her mother was a person who loved to nag. The Mirage Stone extracted the client's memories, and the woman in the dreamland was almost the same as the client's mother. True and false, false and true, it seemed particularly real. These dreamlands trapped people, and they simply could not get out. Coupled with the terrifying things inside, wanting to get out was basically zero. Ningxu suspected that those people might not wake up. Their brain tissue was destroyed, their spirit collapsed, and then they died. Moreover, after examining the unconscious people, their brain tissue was abnormally active, but they just could not wake up. There was no energy that could last forever, and energy was not inexhaustible. With such abnormal activity, it damaged the brain, causing the body and spirit to collapse. Even if they wanted to come out, they would not be able to. She seemed to have obtained a very powerful thing. Ningxu grimaced in pain. The client's mother kept nagging in his ear, and finally the client's father pulled her away. If he did not pull her away, she would have kept crying and nagging in Ningxu's ear. Mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and looked like he was about to sleep, and then said in his heart, "Leave." Ningxu's eyes blurred, and appeared in the system space. The first thing he saw was a pond, and there were fish and lotus flowers in the pond. Ningxu stretched out his hand to water it, and then poured the fish that he had bought before into the pond, as well as several pieces of law sea stones, and threw them all into the pond. It seemed that a new creature had entered. The two kinds of fish in the pond unexpectedly fought with each other, and jumped in the pond. The space rippled with the fresh smell of lotus flowers, making people feel relaxed and happy, and was also full of spiritual qi. This pond was full of spiritual liquid. In such a superior environment, he hoped that these fish could grow into powerful pets. Ningxu looked around, but did not see any mirage stones, as he asked, "Where are the stones?" "Oh, I kept it." The black hole wanted to fuse with him. "I was afraid that the black hole would swallow the world stone, so I kept it." "Do you want it now?" 2333 explained. Ningxu said, wait for me to absorb the soul power." Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to absorb the soul force. After absorbing the soul force for a while, he frowned and said, "There's so little soul force this time. The client doesn't have much soul energy left. After all, he has used up most of his soul energy in the illusion," 2333 said. "Compared to the world stone, this amount of soul energy is nothing." Ningxu only responded with an "oh." He opened the attribute panel to see what the mission was. There was no accepted storyline, no mission, and even the name of the person who commissioned it was multiple. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker. Points card, 167, 10 million points per card. Soul value, 9 HP, 8 Wisdom, 11 Luck, 12 Charm, 6 Mental Power, 9 Martial Power, 10 Aptitude, 8 Faith, 11458880 Merit, 594750 Soul Strength, 57 Authority Ticket, none Law comprehended, Water Law Pure Heart, none Items, Calm Aura, Heart Setting Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet plus 2 Honorary Titles, War God Empress, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Close Combat Technique, Intermediate Martial Arts, Intermediate Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Cooking Skill, Intermediate Embroidery Skill. Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Healer of the Dying, Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty of the Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Communication Between Races, by San Yang's Blessing, Heart of the Brave, Wang Ying's Blessing. Completed Client Anya's Wish, Escape from Endless Torture Mission Completion Rate, 100%. Received Mission Reward, 10 Point Cards, 10 Attribute Points, 80% Soul Power, 7,000 Faith Power, including previous world's accumulation. It was obviously 80% Soul Power, but Ningxu felt that the Soul Power was very little. Although the proportion was large, the total amount was small. Fortunately, he obtained the World Stone from this torture. It was better than nothing. What was more depressing was that he didn't obtain the world's origin. Ningshu felt that he hadn't obtained the world's origin for a long time, except for two things that he didn't know if they were the world's origin. Whether or not they could be hatched was another matter. Ningshu let out a long breath. Now, there was a shadow in Ningshu's heart. She was a fugitive. If she met the judge, she might be killed. Killing her with one shot. This feeling was like having a big knife hanging over her neck. She didn't know when it would fall. It felt very uncomfortable. If the Grand Elder was determined to kill her, she would be a beast that could be slaughtered. *CK, there was nothing she could resist. She didn't even have a tool to resist. She didn't want to explain. Ningshu added the attribute points. Name, Ningshu age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Point card, 167 plus 10, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul Power, 9 plus 1 health, 8 plus 1 wisdom, 11 plus 1 luck, 12 plus 1 charm, 6 plus 1 mental power, 9 plus 1 martial power, 10 plus 1 aptitude, 8 plus 1 faith power, 114, 5880 plus 7000 merit, 594750 soul power, 57 plus 3 authority ticket, none law comprehended, water law pure heart, none items, calm aura, heart setting pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary title, goddess of war, selfless. Ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, intermediate martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, intermediate embroidery skill. Aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend for life, Meow Meow Meow's blessing. Life-saving hand, Zhu Xunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty-in-law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, cross-race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing. Ningshu said to 2333, give me the world stone. Be careful. If you get close to this thing, you will be sucked into the illusion. Even your soul will be the same. 2333 said. Then, the world stone appeared on the coffee table. With just a flash of merit, Ningshu found that his system space had become gloomy all of a sudden. The roses and the lotus flowers in the pond had all wilted and withered. The fish in the pond also became hideous. It was as disgusting as it could be. It was as scary as it could be. The illusion appeared again. Ningshu reached out and grabbed the world stone. The black hole that had been leaning against the wall floated over. It swallowed Ningshu's arm that was holding the world stone. It broke Ningshu's arm and swallowed the world stone. Ningshu looked at his arm. He was speechless. Then, he used his soul power to form an arm. The black hole was slowly changing. The entire system space shook. Cracks appeared on the walls. It was such a big scene. 2333 quickly used energy to repair the cracks on the walls. He said to Ningshu, the black hole is changing. Now, you need to imprint your consciousness into this world. Hurry. Ningshu closed his eyes and released his power of the will. He sent his power of the will into the black hole. The changes in the black hole were very shocking. Mountains rose from the ground. The world was expanding infinitely. It was boundless. It was still expanding. But this world was always gray. There were no living things. It was darkness. There was nothing. Ningshu could faintly see a mountain inside. It looked like Nine Palace Mountain. Ningshu wanted to imprint his consciousness into the black hole. But he couldn't find a way. It was rejecting him. Extract a bit of soul origin. 2333 said. Soul origin was different from soul power. It was the foundation of the soul. Soul power determined the strength of a soul. Soul origin determined the completeness of a soul. Ningshu split a bit of golden soul origin from his soul. It floated into the black hole and became one with the black hole. Then, Ningshu's black hole became a part of his body. He didn't have to worry about the black hole devouring his soul power. Ningshu was overjoyed. He pointed his finger and a black hole appeared in front of him. Ningshu walked into the black hole and disappeared from the system space. This space was filled with boundless fog. It was very, very large, as if there were mountains and rivers. The ground was covered with black sand and stones. It was desolate, without a trace of life. It carried a gloomy power. Ningshu stepped on the sand and kept walking. Every place here seemed to be the same, and there was no change. A world with nothing. Thinking about it, this thing had swallowed a lot of things. The Soul Pearl and the Master who could summon creatures from any plane had fused together to form a black hole. Finally, it had swallowed some things. As Ningshu walked, he encountered a few wandering souls. These wandering souls were walking aimlessly, and it was unknown where they were going. Ningshu thought for a moment. He seemed to have used the Soul Pearl to absorb the souls. Could it be that these souls were still there? These souls could only rely on their instincts to walk. It was unknown where they were going. Ningshu squinted his eyes. He was afraid that this world hadn't evolved its laws yet. This was very big. It was so big that Ningshu couldn't see the end. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a world. At most, it was a space. Ningshu came out of the black hole. The black hole closed. Only Ningshu could enter the space. How is it? 2333 Ningshu asked. It's okay. It's just a big space. There's no water or air. There are a few wandering souls and nothing else. It will probably expand in the future. Ningshu thought for a moment. He remembered the purple thread-like thing from the world stone. He threw it into the black hole. If there were benefits, he would absorb it. If there weren't, he would just treat it as trash. Although he didn't know what this thing was, Ningshu seemed to have found a way to dodge it. He hid in the black hole. Ningshu swayed in front of the judge to see if he could avoid being obliterated. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. He couldn't do something like that. Nozwa, no die. If he didn't fulfill his wish, he would die. God was too cruel. If you want to be killed, I can test it. Let's see if you can dodge the virtual killing power. 2333 Ningshu said. Will I die? Ningshu squinted. She was afraid of death. It's a simulation. How can I die? I won't die. 2333 said. A powerful force came towards Ningshu. Ningshu took a step back and entered the black hole. The black hole closed. Ningshu disappeared from the virtual space. The force hit the wall like a bullet. A black hole appeared in the air. Ningshu poked his head out of the black hole. He looked around and said to 2333, "Can you dodge it?" "It's a bit difficult. If you really need it, you will be killed before you can hide in the black hole." 2333 said, "Your chance of dodging it is about 20%. It's less than 50%. Ningshu, so if he saw that person in the future, he had to run. But 20% was not a small chance. Maybe he could escape. It was better to have hope than no hope. Ningshu came out of the black hole. In short, he had one more life-saving thing. It was worth celebrating. Should he go and eat? Ningshu looked at the fish swimming in the pool. He exchanged some fish food from the system and scattered it to the fish. It seemed that the fish didn't care about the food at all. They didn't even touch it. It seemed that little fairy could drink enough spiritual energy water to fill her stomach. Ningshu patted the residue on his hands. Then, he took out the ultimate martial arts book from the bookshelf. This was the medium for her to build a world where life could live, only the earth, water, light, and darkness attributes were left. These two attributes were hatching now. Ningshu hugged the ultimate martial arts book and sat on the sofa. He opened the chat system and sent a message to Mei Ziqing, asking if it had hatched yet. Mei Ziqing was annoyed by Ningshu's question. No, your message came the moment I came back. Can't you stop for a while? I'm in a hurry. Ningshu said, "How's the hatching now?" "It's still the same. Nothing has changed." "Why don't you take a look?" Mei Ziqing said. "Ningshu, I don't dare to wander around now. What if someone finds me in the city of water?" Mei Ziqing, I think you're thinking too much. Who would be so free as to wait for you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Mei Ziqing felt that Ning Shu was thinking too much. That's right. Wait for me in the restaurant in the City of Water. Bring Xiaohua with you. I'll treat him to food. Ning Shu also felt that he wasn't important enough to make someone wait for him. There were so many planes and so many mission enforcers. They wouldn't care about a small ant like her. Ning Shu asked Mei Ziqing to bring Xiaohua to the restaurant in Water City. Before they left, Ning Shu prayed that they wouldn't meet the judges. Then he said to 2333, let's go to Water City. Ning Shu felt dizzy as he stood on the street in front of the restaurant. Mei Ziqing and Xiaohua were standing at the entrance of the restaurant. He walked over and looked at Xiaohua. You've become smarter. Xiaohua wasn't as confused as before. He was always in a state of confusion. It was right to read more. That's because I taught you well. Mei Ziqing said. Ning Shu, the three of them walked into the restaurant and found a place to sit down. Shubai saw Ning Shu and came down. She smiled at Ning Shu and said, I'm relieved to see that you're fine. I didn't believe it when Tian said you were fine. Ning Shu nodded. Thank you for your concern. Give me the menu. Okay, I'll give you a 50% discount this time. Consider it a celebration of your survival. Shubai was generous and knew her limits. If she didn't give him everything for free, he could at least get his money back with a 50% discount. You order. Someone's treating. Order something good. Ning Shu passed the menu to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it and ordered a lot of food. Shubai squinted her eyes. You escaped from the judges. City Lord, you're amazing. It's nothing special. I just have some secret methods. To be precise, it was 2333's methods. 2333 seemed to be getting more and more mysterious. Shubai fanned herself with a round fan, looking very charming. She was a gentle and well-educated woman. Shubai, congratulations, City Lord. The next tax collection should be able to reach a new high. The Directorate of Heaven has already opened the auction house. Is that so? That's good. Ning Shu drank his tea and said, just follow the rules. Shubai smiled reservedly. You're done eating. Shubai walked away. Just by looking at her back, one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. She was the kind of woman that could make one's heart flutter. She was filled with a scholarly aura. This boss sure knows how to conduct himself, Mei Ziqing said as he sipped his tea. Ning Shu just said, we're just acquaintances. There's not much friendship between us. In their eyes, I'm just the city lord. Their relationship was at the level of friendship. At most, it was because of benefits, and the friendship between gentlemen was as indifferent as water. There wouldn't be a life and death situation, nor would there be a friendship where they could say anything from the bottom of their hearts. Mei Ziqing poured tea for Xiaohua. Of course. Xiaohua, let me see it, Ning Shu said to Xiaohua. Lil Flame removed the sachet from its neck. Ning Shu opened the sachet and saw that it was still the same thing. There was no difference. It seemed that it would take some time for it to hatch. It might even take a long time for it to hatch. In the end, it was not the world's origin. That would be King cheating. Ning Shu tied up the sachet and put it on Xiaohua. He said, I'll have to trouble you to help me incubate it. Oh, okay. Xiaohua put the sachet in his collar and wore it close to his body. Ning Shu looked at Xiaohua and said to Mei Ziqing, have you thought about his future? Mei Ziqing shook her head. I don't know what to do with him. Xiaohua couldn't become a mission enforcer, but being locked in the system space every day was also a form of torture for Xiaohua. Although he could read, Xiaohua might not like this kind of life. Xiaohua, what do you think? Mei Ziqing asked the little guy. Xiaohua blinked and said, I'm okay. I can live anywhere as long as I'm with Ziqing. Ning Shu wiggled her eyebrows at Mei Ziqing and smiled cheekily. Mei Ziqing rolled her eyes at Ning Shu. Do you want to go somewhere else to have fun? Or follow Panchen to other planes to see what's out there? Ning Shu shook his head. Panchen is a lawless person and has no karma on him. He's also not weak. If anything happens, he can protect himself. But Xiaohua might not be able to do the same. Ningxu felt like he had become an old woman. He stopped worrying. The dishes they ordered were served. Ningxu picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Meiziqing said, "Let's wait for Xiaohua to mature." Meiziqing kept putting food in Xiaohua's bowl. It felt like she was raising Xiaohua like a child. Ningxu bit his chopsticks and thought for a moment. "Isn't the auction open? Let's go take a look." Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief when she didn't meet any judges. It seemed like they wouldn't stop her here. She hoped that the judges would be too busy. It would be best if they died of exhaustion. Then she wouldn't have to be chased anymore. She wouldn't be a fugitive. "I'm a little afraid of the auction now. Ever since I bought Xiaohua, I haven't been going there. Impulse spending is scary." Meiziqing shook her head quickly. It seemed like she didn't want to go to the auction. Ningxu said, "We're just going in to take a look. We're not buying anything." "Forget it. I say this every time. But when I see something, I can't control myself." "You overestimate your self-control," Meiziqing said directly. "That doesn't matter. I have money anyway," Ningxu said smugly. After eating and paying the bill, Ningxu and the other two went to the auction. When they entered, they paid 500 merit points. Ningxu swiped his card and helped Xiaohua swipe 500 merit points. Meiziqing swiped another 500 merit points. They took their seat numbers and entered the auction. "Why do I feel like you treat Xiaohua better than me?" Meiziqing raised her eyebrows. Ningxu tilted his head and said, "If you can help me hatch the world's origin, I'll help you swipe your card." Meiziqing pursed his lips. "If I remember correctly, you're still on the run. Is it really okay for you to appear in public like this? Moreover, the people who come to the auction house are not simple people. If someone notifies the judges, you can just wait for your death." Ningxu smiled. "I'm already prepared." Ningxu took out a veil and put it on her head. The veil covered her face. "This way, people can't see my face." "It's even more eye-catching," Meiziqing complained. Ningxu found a seat and sat down, waiting for the auction to start. He didn't know how Xianxia managed the auction. If she managed it well, she would definitely get a lot of taxes. The auction started. It was a female auctioneer. She was quite pretty and looked better than the dry old auctioneer from before. The items were all strange and rare. Ningxu hoped to see a world carrier again. Last time, he missed the world carrier of the world tree. Ningxu would regret it for the rest of his life. He hoped that there would be something good this time. At the very least, there should be a world's origin. The atmosphere of the auction was very lively. Ningxu saw that Xianxia was watching the auction from upstairs. Xianxia was personally overseeing. She was probably afraid of accidents. He just didn't know if the people from the previous auction would come to cause trouble. There were many things in the auction house, but Ningxu had no use for them. What Ningxu wanted the most was a carrier of a world. Next is the reincarnation source from the world of reincarnation. The starting price is 1 million faith power. The auctioneer said. Ningxu was speechless. 1,000,000 source? Could it be the source of a world? 1,000,000 faith power was probably enough to shock everyone. Ningxu's taxes only amounted to about 1 million. The reincarnation source is the source energy obtained from the world of reincarnation. Everyone knows that the world is divided into day and night, and the planes are divided into yin and yang. Mirrors have two sides. One side is for living people, and the other side is for souls. Living people in the world of reincarnation can't survive, so 1 million is not expensive at all. The auctioneer said. But many people were still hesitating. After all, 1 million faith power was something that ordinary people didn't have. Someone tried to bid and added another 10,000. 1,010,000, is there anyone else who wants to bid? The auctioneer asked with a helpless expression. It seemed like this item couldn't be sold for a high price. For those who needed it, 1 million was not expensive at all. This item was too difficult to obtain. Xianxia frowned. This item was too high-end. It couldn't be sold. Tian rubbed his brows. The world of reincarnation. The silver-haired man said that it was a real world. There were creatures in the world that could reincarnate. Since there was reincarnation source, they should get it. Ningxu raised his card, 1,020,000. The mission enforcer who bid earlier heaved a sigh of relief. It was a little difficult to get a world source for 1 million. He would have to spend all his money. The auctioneer laughed and said loudly, 1,020,000. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This item might not appear again. After all, it's very difficult to get something like this from the world of reincarnation. An ordinary world source only costs 50,000 to 60,000 merit points. This item is indispensable to the world of reincarnation. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The auctioneer tried her best to promote it. No matter how good this item was, it was too expensive. Even if one wanted to get it, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Just like last time, Ningxu had encountered a world tree, but because he was poor and had no money, he had missed it. Thinking about it now, Ningxu wanted to beat his chest. In fact, there weren't many people who built the world of reincarnation. Most of them built a world where living beings could live, not a world where souls could reincarnate. The beautiful auctioneer said a lot of good things, but there weren't many people who wanted to buy it. Moreover, even if it was to construct a world, the other world origins added together wouldn't be as expensive as the reincarnation origin. Therefore, no matter how much the beautiful auctioneer bragged, no one responded, even if the auctioneer was very beautiful. The auctioneer helplessly said, 1.02 million going once, 1.02 million going twice, 1.03 million, 1 million. Tian made a bid. He really couldn't bear to see his family's treasure being sold off just like that. If someone raised the price, he could earn more. Ningxu was speechless. How could business be so successful? Ningxu expressionlessly shouted, 1.01 million. Tian looked at Ningxu's position. Because Ningxu was wearing a veil hat, he couldn't see Ningxu's face clearly. Tian narrowed his eyes and shouted, 1.12 million. Tian didn't dare to raise his bid too high in fear of scaring people away. Ningxu was speechless. Mei Ziqing said, forget it. It's just a world's origin. It's not worth spending so much. It didn't matter whether it was worth it or not. Anyway, the money came from taxes. Even if they used it, they could just treat it as returning to the time before liberation. Things that could be bought with money didn't need to spend time looking for. Very good. Ningxu liked this method. Looking for the world's origin really broke Ningxu's heart. Ningxu made a bid. 1.15 million. This was the last price she could bear. If it was higher, she wouldn't be able to take it out. Tian narrowed his eyes. He knew when to stop. 1.15 million going once, going twice, going thrice. Congratulations to this customer. The reincarnation origin is yours. The auctioneer heaved a sigh of relief. Ningxu got the reincarnation origin. As for the other things, Ningxu was a bit strained. Not long after, Ningxu used up 1.15 million faith power. During the last crisis, he used up 500,000 merit points. As expected, he was back to the time before liberation. When the auction ended, Ningxu went to get the reincarnation origin. Tian was waiting for Ningxu. He handed the reincarnation origin to Ningxu. The reincarnation origin was a cloud of black mist. It felt like holding a universe in his hand. Ningxu put away the reincarnation origin, lifted the curtain, and said to Tian, "You're not very honest when doing business." Tian smiled and said, "After all, it's a good thing. A good thing has to be worth a high price. Also, this thing can't be lost. I have to make a little profit and sell it to people who really need it. People who really need it will bid. It'll be interesting to see if you play it out." Ningxu said expressionlessly. Tian knows what to do. Congratulations to the city lord for surviving. Tian cupped his hands towards Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Thank you. Are there any other world origins? No. Tian shook his head. There's none in the inventory? Ningxu raised his eyebrows. An auction house actually didn't have ordinary elemental world origins. It was impossible. City Lord, Ction really doesn't have any. Ordinary world origins don't meet the standards of an auction. However, these things are very popular. Many people need them. There's also very little of them, so there's very little of them in the market. Even Ction is collecting them. Ction said. Ningxu was a little disappointed. It seemed that although ordinary world origins were cheap, there was a lot of demand. Since he didn't get what he wanted, Ningxu didn't bother with Ction. As for the extra 100,000 faith power that Ction made her pay, Ction would return it sooner or later. When the time came, the money would return to her in the form of taxes. The three of them left the auction house. Mei Ziqing said, "The owner of the auction house must have made a lot of money in this auction. You can take the taxes." Ningxu only nodded. Of course, the auction house didn't open every day. They had to collect good things and hold an auction every once in a while. Ningxu carefully sensed the city's enchantment. Then, he repaired and strengthened the enchantment. Before he was caught by the judges, he repaired what needed to be repaired. Then, he hid for a while and didn't come out. In short, he had to keep a low profile. Ningxu said to Mei Ziqing, "I have to go. I'm a fugitive now. If I'm caught, I'm done for." "Oh, get lost. I'll bring Xiaohua around." Mei Ziqing didn't care. Mei Ziqing knew what Ningxu's situation was like. He was like a rat crossing the street. He didn't want to see the light of day. Therefore, he didn't say anything and let Ningxu leave. Ningxu tiptoed and patted Xiaohua's head. "It's been hard on you. Incubate for a while more." Ningxu's actions carried a sense of doting. After all, this was only a child. Xiaohua nodded, "I understand." Xiaohua's silly appearance was like a gentle large dog, obedient and cute. However, such a big son was enough to annoy Mei Ziqing. Ningxu felt dizzy and returned to the system space. He said to 2333, "Is my black hole going to form a reincarnation world?" "Yes." 2333 said, "With the world origin, it will form a reincarnation world. With the existence of the world stone, it might form many reincarnation worlds. Because the world stone has the ability to replicate, it will replicate many reincarnation worlds. Of course, if you have enough life planes, you can also replicate more reincarnation worlds." Ningxu was overjoyed. He took out a black fog of reincarnation origin. A black hole appeared in front of him and sent the reincarnation origin into the black hole. The black hole swallowed the reincarnation origin. Ningxu walked into the black hole and the black hole disappeared. Ningxu disappeared from the system space like a living person. Although the black hole merged with the reincarnation world, there were no visible changes. Ningxu stepped on the sand. He clearly wanted to build a world first, but he didn't expect to build a reincarnation world first. It was an unexpected surprise. He didn't expect the black hole to develop like this. Although he spent 1,000,000 faith power, it was worth it. Moreover, money was useless in his hands. It couldn't be used to strengthen himself. The most important thing now was to build a world with the peerless martial art. The world origin made Ningxu despair. He started to doubt his life. Ningxu walked slowly. It was as if he was walking in a boundless black desert. Moreover, it had an indescribable power. If a living person came to this world, their body would be corroded by this power and become a soul. Only souls could survive here. Compared to ordinary planes, ghosts could exist. However, only souls could exist in this world. It was good. With such a big reincarnation world, even if there were no souls, it could be used as a space. It wasn't bad to hide in it. A black hole appeared in the system space. Ningxu walked out of the black hole. From then on, this world of samsara followed her like a shadow. Ningxu 2333 asked, "Can my world of reincarnation also contain souls and allow them to reincarnate?" "That's not possible. Your world of samsara is not connected to the trillions of planes and is considered illegal. Moreover, your world of samsara is not a place of reincarnation recognized by the Sea of Law. In other words, the souls that enter your world of samsara are unable to reincarnate. Unless it's your own world, the living beings of the world that you created enter your world of samsara and reincarnate the living beings of your world. 2333 was a little tired after speaking for so long. To put it simply, don't do something so strenuous and unrewarding. Even if it's the world of reincarnation, it still has the ability to endure it. Could it be that you want your world of reincarnation to explode? Xianxia said, "Oh, I understand. My world of samsara is the configuration of my world. Just like a data cable that could charge multiple mobile phones, the mobile phone was the world of construction, and the data cable was the world of reincarnation. No matter how many worlds she constructed, these souls would enter her world of samsara." Xianxia did not expect to construct many worlds now. He only hoped that he could successfully construct one so that she would not be erased so easily. Xianxia stretched and sat on the sofa. It could be considered that she had taken another step forward. She now had the water law attribute and the world of samsara. She could hide in the world of samsara. If mission enforcers came to provoke her again, she could directly lock them up in the world of samsara. She had one more life-saving method. This was really something worth celebrating. However, when Xianxia saw the merit and faith on her attribute board, she was speechless. However, these things were all used to exchange for resources. She had gotten what she wanted. It was simply awesome. She had forced herself to be awesome. Applause. 2333 said, "Congrats." Same to you, same to you." Xianxia laughed. "I didn't expect you to be able to reach this step." 2333's voice was a little emotional. "I thought you would vanish. Yeah, if I don't push myself, I will never know how much power I have. Hurry up and compliment me." 2333, "They all said that you can't go on. Some people are also lame." 2333 said ambiguously. "Who are some people?" Xianxia asked 2333. "Nothing." 2333 did not say anything else. 2333 did not want to say any more. Xianxia did not ask any more. Some things were better not to know. Run forward without any distractions and then control your own destiny. When you can control your own destiny, everything would not be a problem anymore. It would not be worth worrying about. Xianxia wanted to see how the mission enforcer went back, so he tapped on the screen. The mission enforcer went back in a state of confusion. She did not remember anything about her past. She was in a state of amnesia. She did not even recognize her own parents. She did not even remember how she came out of the tomb and what happened. She only vaguely felt something terrible. Even if someone asked about the Mirage Stone, Anya did not recognize it at all. She also did not remember seeing this kind of thing. Even the doctor said that she had amnesia. It was estimated that she had encountered something painful, so she forgot everything. Now Anya was a new person. She needed to slowly adapt to this society. She needed to accept that her parents did not know anything. She did not know anyone around her. Compared to their daughter who was crazy, their daughter only had amnesia. They could barely accept it. Anya's parents took the child home. They rebuilt their daughter's memory bank and told her about the things around her. They also told her about their daughter's life story. They hoped that one day Anya would be able to remember everything. But Anya's memory was taken away. She would never remember. It was like drinking mango soup, forgetting her past and present life. The other unconscious people still did not wake up. They were in a vegetative state. They relied on medical treatment to maintain their body's nutrition. Anya also did not dig the tomb again. After all, she did not remember anything. She had to start her life all over again. This kind of feeling was slightly strange. Although she did not know why she could wake up, but the others could not. Anya cherished the chance to start a new life. Her parents told her that everyone had an accident while digging the tomb. Anya often went to see these people, but her mind was always empty. There was nothing. She could not remember anything. The doctor said that she had a chance to remember the past. But her mind was empty, so how could she think of anything? Over time, Anya gave up on trying to remember the past. It was useless to be conflicted. She might as well give up. It was not too late to start over, especially since she was the only one alive. The others were either dead or lying unconscious on the bed. She was a very lucky person. Ningxu closed the system space. The souls of those people were not in the world of reincarnation, but they were immersed in the illusion and could not come out. When their bodies could not bear it, they completely collapsed. Ningxu lay on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, he began to practice the attack method of soul power. He was proficient in using soul power. In addition to the dangers encountered in the mission, the world of the mission enforcers was also very dangerous. He had to have a way to protect himself, and soul power was the best way to attack the soul. After practicing for a while, Ningxu felt quite tired. He then sat down and closed his eyes to rest. When he had enough rest, he continued to practice and strive to cultivate to the point of perfection. With a ding-dong, the chat system rang. Ningxu stopped practicing and opened the chat system to see who had sent him a message. It was from the Xianxia man, the city lord of time. The content was quite interesting. He asked Ningxu if he wanted to fight for Hongyu's city tax. Hongyu was a law incarnation and controlled a city's tax. If he could fight for it, he could get a share. Ningxu had just spent 1 million faith power, and now there was a side income. However, Ningxu was more vigilant. After all, she was now a fugitive. If the judges met her, they would kill her. Although she now had the world of reincarnation, Ningxu could not guarantee that she would not be killed. Why me? There should be a lot of people coveting this. Ningxu directly asked the doubts in his heart. If she was called over and bumped into the judges, she would not be able to escape. Before she had absolute control over the situation and before she could guarantee her own life, Ningxu could give up on these small benefits. Nothing was more important than her life. If she had constructed a world now, she would have rushed over without a second thought. It would be a waste not to take it. This was a city's tax, and it would be divided among a few people. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Hongyu was killed. Many people don't dare to act rashly, especially since you survived the judge's attack. Many people don't dare to act rashly, the Xianxia man said. It's fine if you don't want to come. Ningxu blinked his eyes and asked, is it safe over there? What? Are the judges here? Ningxu asked directly. Yes. Redistributing the taxes of a city requires his approval. Otherwise, it would be unseemly if we fight. If we distribute the taxes ourselves, the distribution will be uneven. If we fight, we will be obliterated in minutes, the Xianxia man said. Ningxu was speechless. I don't want it, Ningxu said resolutely. I don't want it. You really don't want it? The Xianxia man asked in surprise. You're afraid of being obliterated. Ningxu was speechless. Why did he say that when he knew? Ningxu said, no, I haven't settled the matters in my own city yet. I don't want to care about the matters in other cities. Trying to look impressive. The Xianxia man didn't force Ningxu. He was just informing him out of friendship. If Ningxu didn't go, it would give others a chance, and there would be one less competitor. No one would complain about having too many resources. Ningxu turned off the chat system and patted his chest. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. However, that little bit of food wasn't enough for Ningxu to take the risk and be obliterated. She wouldn't do such a thing. You're too cowardly. Maybe they don't even care about you. You're just an ant. You ran away last time. If they see you again this time, they might not even recognize you, 2333 said. Ningxu chuckled. Now that I'm considered a relatively strong ant, it's time for me to recognize you. When I see you, I'm reminded of the ant that escaped last time. To think that an ant escaped. How embarrassing. You'll definitely shoot me again. You're thinking too much. Don't use your level of thinking to measure the thoughts of people at another level. They won't deny an ant a place to live. 2333 said. Open your eyes. Oh, I still don't want to go. Ningxu still didn't want to go. The difference was too big. There was no such thing as wealth and danger. If she had built a world, she would have gone without thinking. There was no need for 2333 to say that. I didn't ask you to go. 2333 said. Ningxu continued to practice using the power of the soul. She turned the power of the soul into various tools that could cause damage to the enemy's soul. Ningxu's heart was bubbling with joy. It wasn't easy to get to where she was today. She had the world of reincarnation. It was a world and space that belonged to her. It was a very, very big space. The heavens really took pity on her. She didn't add luck for nothing. After all, Mei Ziqing became a mission enforcer before her and entered the space of laws before her. However, she had the imprint of laws and the world of reincarnation. After practicing for a while, her soul was exhausted. Ningxu stopped and looked at the fish in the pool. They looked like goldfish. They were colorful and swimming in the spiritual energy pool. The lotus was still blooming. She didn't know if it could bear lotus seeds. Something that could grow in spiritual energy must be good. Ningxu saw the red roses in the vase on the tea table. The red roses were tender and beautiful. She took out the red roses, poured out the water in the vase, scooped some Reiki water from the pool, and then put the red roses in the vase. Ningxu didn't know if it was an illusion. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, the roses were even more tender and beautiful. They had the fragrance of roses. There were roses and lotuses. Ningxu suspected that her system space would become a garden. When she didn't practice soul attacks, Ningxu kept practicing using the power of laws. She familiarized herself with the power of laws and discovered how to use the law of water. She was the embodiment of laws. She could use the laws with a thought. However, the extent of the use of laws depended on her understanding. The law of water had a myriad of changes. It was amazing. Ningxu originally wanted to learn the law of time and space. However, she shouldn't bite off more than she could chew. She had to make good use of her own laws. Mastering one law didn't mean that she couldn't master another. However, the same law could only be suppressed when it met the embodiment of the law. For example, Ningxu learned the law of space. However, she was beaten up by the embodiment of the law of space. However, when someone used the law of water in front of Ningxu, the result was the same. This was the power of the embodiment of laws. However, different embodiments of laws depended on the strength of their respective laws. Ningxu practiced the power of the soul attack and the use of the law. He kept going back and forth. He wanted to go to heaven. Ningxu practiced for a while and rested for a while. He got more and more familiar with it. Let's go and do a mission now. Ningxu said. I can meet the client now, right? Yes, you can. 2333 said. But you have to be careful of your world of reincarnation. If you suck the soul away, you can just wait for death. Huh? Ningxu raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The world of reincarnation swallows souls. You have complete control of the world of reincarnation. What if you swallow the client's soul? 2333 said. Ningxu, that can't be right? Ningxu said uncertainly. He felt that he could control the world of reincarnation, alright, he wasn't too sure. He didn't seem to have complete control of the world of reincarnation. Wait for me to completely control the world of reincarnation. Ningxu entered the black hole and disappeared from the system space. 2333. Crazy, Ningxu walked in the black desert. He released his mental energy to check the entire world. But the world was a little big. Ningxu had to check it one by one. It was a little difficult. And it seemed like this world was still slowly expanding. Ningxu took out a few strands of golden soul source from his soul. He was afraid that just a strand of soul source wouldn't be enough to control such a big world. He might as well get more soul source to control. He wanted to make the world of reincarnation a part of him. Ningxu opened his hands. A few strands of soul source floated up and flew into the sky. They merged with the world of reincarnation. This world was too big and empty. There was nothing. There should be plants that could survive in the world of reincarnation. He wanted to see if he could exchange for such things to grow in this empty world. If it really didn't work, he would sell the flowers in the world of reincarnation. The flower of the underworld could drink human blood and produce hallucinations. Xianxia exited the black hole and opened up the system exchange store. He exchanged for some fasting pills and medicine. After that, he browsed the page to see if there were any seeds or flowers that could be planted in the world of reincarnation. In the end, Xianxia really did see some seeds in a corner. There were also pictures of fresh flowers. They looked a little like spider lilies, but they were bloodier than spider lilies. They looked very interesting. Don't do these things. Creatures will fight for the energy of the world. Besides, it's not certain whether your world will merge or not. So, don't plant flowers. It's best if nothing can affect the merging of the realms. 2333 reminded. Of course, you can treat it as if I'm talking nonsense. Oh, bullshit. Xianxia didn't buy any flowers. Let the world of reincarnation slowly reincarnate. And evolve. Then let's go do the quest. It didn't matter whether or not he could meet the quest taker in advance. What was important was that he could complete the quest. Oh, are you doing a system quest? 2333 asked Xianxia. Do a system quest? This was 2333's catchphrase. What if he did it? Xianxia thought for a while. Let's do something simple. The previous world was too tiring. My legs were broken from running. So, I don't want to be too tired in this world. Doing system quests was more tiring because he had to fight against the system. This was a huge cheat. 2333, oh, do a quest, simple. Before Xianxia could finish, 2333 violently sent him flying out of the system space. Xianxia, F*CK, it was obvious that this was revenge. This was revenge. He wanted to send 2333 to the world of reincarnation to reflect. He wanted to face the wall and reflect in the black desert. Big senior brother, be careful. Xianxia's soul had just entered his body when he heard a crisp female voice. Xianxia opened his eyes and saw a snow-white sword piercing towards his face. Reflexively, Xianxia raised the sword in his hand. With a ding sound, the two snow-white swords made an ear-piercing sound. The two figures brushed past each other. Xianxia kept his sword and looked at the girl in front of him. His eyes flashed with surprise. This girl's skin was smooth and her eyebrows were picturesque. She didn't wear any makeup and her hair was tied up with a ribbon. She was wearing a light green shirt and holding a sword. She looked very beautiful. It seemed like she had a weird personality. Big senior brother, take this. Big senior brother? Oh, hee. Xianxia quickly cupped his hands. Junior sister, you win. Big senior brother, you did it on purpose. You let me win again. The girl in green couldn't help but stomp her feet. I don't want to fight with you. I'll go fight with other senior brothers. The girl in green's qigong was very good. She flew away in an instant. Her figure was graceful, like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Beautiful girl. Xianxia inserted his sword. It seemed like he was in a wuxia world this time and was playing with a sword. Xianxia sat in the pavilion and began to accept the plot. The client was called Xianxia, the eldest disciple of the Wanjian villa. The one who had just competed with Xianxia was his junior sister, Xianxia. She was one of the top beauties in Jianghu. It was just a glimpse of her beauty. She was indeed a beauty in Jianghu. The name Xianxia was because Xianxia's mother died in childbirth when she was giving birth to her. Qin Song, the head of the Wanjian villa, gave the child such a name to mourn his dead wife. Qin Song never married. The client, Xianxia, was the most outstanding person in this batch of disciples. He was the most outstanding swordsman in the Wanjian villa. He was also handsome. His hair was slanted to his temples, and his nose was like a hanging gallbladder. He looked like a gentleman. Xianxia was Xianxia's fiancé. If there were no accidents, Xianxia would be the head of the Wanjian villa in the future. In addition, he was also Xianxia's fiancé. However, Xianxia seemed to be a little infatuated. No matter how much Xianxia protected her, she had no romantic feelings for Xianxia. At most, they were brother and sister. Being in Jianghu, how could one not explore? Chong Xiefeng wanted to leave the villa and explore Jianghu, but the strange Xianxia insisted on following. She insisted on going. Alright, let's go then. This trip was King difficult. Xianxia was the kind of person who liked to fight for justice. However, the matter was resolved by Chong Xiefeng. When she encountered a prostitute, she would be generous with money. In the end, she was targeted. She even wandered into a brothel. Did she really think that no one would recognize her if she wore men's clothes? In any case, the entire journey was in chaos and chaos. Chong Xiefeng followed behind to deal with the aftermath. That was until she met Situ Sun. This Situ Sun was both righteous and evil. He was a very charming person. He found an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Xianxia. Xianxia was simple. The more she chatted with Situ Sun, the more they got along. She even dragged Chong Xiefeng into becoming sworn brothers with Situ Sun. It was fine if she was fooling around, but she also dragged Chong Xiefeng into it. Chong Xiefeng was going to inherit the Wanjian villa in the future. How could becoming sworn brothers be so casual? The Jianghu was a code of brotherhood. If something happened to the other party, they would help even if they had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. Otherwise, they would be disloyal. How could they survive in Jianghu? Xianxia didn't even know the background of the person she wanted to become sworn brothers with. Xianxia just thought this person was interesting. Giving him an ambiguous identity was too suspicious. Xianxia's father had asked Chong Xiefeng to leave the matter. He wanted Chong Xiefeng to wander the world and make a name for himself so that he could inherit the Wanjian manor in the future. Situ Sun followed them all the way and did all kinds of exciting things. He robbed the rich to help the poor and made fun of corrupt officials. Xianxia insisted on becoming sworn brothers with him and insisted on being the boss. Situ Sun agreed right away and called him boss, which made Xianxia feel comfortable all over. Chong Xiefeng felt a headache when faced with such a naughty Xianxia, but he was used to it. Chong Xiefeng was also wary of this man. When this man got closer to Xianxia, and Xianxia got closer to Situ Sun, Chong Xiefeng began to worry. Xianxia seemed to be his fiancée. Not to mention whether the man could accept her being so close to a man, but more importantly, Chong Xiefeng was afraid that Xianxia would be deceived by this man. Xianxia had always been ignorant about love. This man's attentiveness made Chong Xiefeng instinctively hostile and vigilant. He repeatedly asked Xianxia to go back to Wanjian Villa with him. But Xianxia always said that it was rare for her to come out, so she begged senior brother not to send her back so soon. Chong Xiefeng didn't agree at first and insisted that Xianxia go back. The world was dangerous, and a girl like Xianxia could easily get into trouble. How would he explain it to his master? It would be like putting his heart in a pot of oil. But Xianxia ran away alone, and Chong Xiefeng was worried sick. He didn't even know where Situ Sun ran off to. In the end, he found Xianxia in the brothel. Xianxia made a scene in the brothel to save the poor girl who had fallen into the brothel. Those who opened brothels were all people with powerful backgrounds. Otherwise, how could they control people from all walks of life? As soon as a few masters appeared, they subdued Xianxia. She was almost humiliated and sold into prostitution in the brothel. From time to time, Situ Sun would act out of line with Xianxia. Usually, he would hug her, or he would almost kiss her. The heartbeat game was very interesting. However, Xianxia said that she had a fiancé, but she didn't say who her fiancé was. In short, she made it sound very mysterious. It gave people the feeling that this fiancé might or might not have a fiancé. Basically, the fact that Chong Xiefeng was a cuckold could not be washed away. Meanwhile, Chong Xiefeng also felt that his fiancée might have fallen in love with a man who appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, this man was deliberately flirting with his sister. What the F***ck, Xianxia was also confused. She wasn't sure if she had fallen in love with Situ Sun, but she also knew that her father was doing this for her own good. Her eldest brother was a very good person. Both his character and martial arts were top-notch. Moreover, they had grown up together. He had loved and spoiled her. Even if the sky fell, Xianxia knew that there was a tall figure in front of her, because this was her senior brother. However, Situ-sun gave her the feeling of excitement and freshness. It was the taste of love. It was that wonderful and irresistible heartbeat feeling. Xianxia hated herself. She felt that she was a greedy woman. Why did she hurt her eldest brother like this? Why was she so obsessed with Situ-sun? In short, Situ-sun's flirting skills made Xianxia lose her heart. Perhaps Chong Xiefeng was not Xianxia's cup of tea. Chong Xiefeng was thunderstruck. What was going on? Chong Xiefeng and Situ-sun were fighting in private. No man could tolerate this kind of thing. The villa master, Qin Song, let Chong Xiefeng and Xianxia return to Wanjian Villa. Xianxia and Situ-sun separated. Xianxia wanted to give up this thought and be with her eldest brother. When Chong Xiefeng and Xianxia returned to Wanjian Villa, the villa master said that he wanted the two children to get married. The reason was that his body couldn't take it anymore. Ever since his wife had a difficult birth, Qin Song had been a little obsessed. These years, his martial arts had not improved at all. So he wanted Chong Xiefeng to marry his daughter. Xianxia felt like she had been struck by lightning. Although she had made up her mind to not be in contact with Situ-sun, she was still against marrying her eldest brother so suddenly. Xianxia was unwilling. She said that she did not want to get married, so she was directly locked up by her father. They would get married in 3 days, regardless of whether Xianxia agreed or not. Xianxia, who was locked up, was always thinking of ways to escape. Chong Xiefeng saw Xianxia like this and could only let her go. However, Chong Xiefeng's decision made the villa master furious. He directly locked her up, fed her poison, and suffered heart-wrenching pain. Ningxu was speechless. Was this her own master? Xianxia, who was running halfway, thought of her youth with her eldest brother. The days when they held hands when they were young, and heard that her eldest brother was being tortured when she was young, so she ran back. Chong Xiefeng was pleasantly surprised. However, he had probably been tricked by his unreliable junior sister too many times. Chong Xiefeng asked again, "Do you really want to stay and marry me?" Really, really, really? Important things had to be asked 3 times. Xianxia nodded affirmatively. Only then did Father Qin give the antidote to his prospective son-in-law. Sure enough, the son-in-law and the father-in-law did not see eye to eye and did not hesitate to poison each other. Chong Xiefeng might have met a fake father-in-law. Then the word she was plastered everywhere. The bride even wore a phoenix coronet and robes. However, when it was time for the wedding ceremony, Xianxia saw the signal flare that Situ-sun sent her. This signal was only known to the two of them. So Xianxia hugged me and wanted to cut off all ties with Situ-sun. She went alone to find Situ-sun. She said that he was from the devil sect, and I was from a righteous sect. We can't be together, blah, blah. Situ-sun's real identity was the protector of the devil sect. In reality, he was the leader of the devil sect. One person played 2 roles. Situ-sun directly said, "I want you to come with me." "Come with me." Xianxia said, "I can't be with you." I can't. After the wedding ceremony, they found that there was no bride, so they looked everywhere for a bride. In the end, Chong Xiefeng saw the two of them in the back of the mountain in a corner. Her heartbroken expression showed how heartbreaking it was. Situ-sun brought many people and directly beat up Chong Xiefeng. Situ-sun said, "If you don't come with me, I'll kill Chong Xiefeng." How could that be? In Xianxia's heart, Chong Xiefeng was as important as Situ-sun. If either of them died, she would be in so much pain that she wanted to die. Xianxia said, "You're going to hurt my senior brother. I hate you. I hate you to death." Situ-sun still threatened, "Come with me, or else I'll kill Chong Xiefeng." Xianxia said to Chong Xiefeng with tears in her eyes, "Senior brother, you have to live." Then she said to Situ-sun, "I hate you." Xianxia left with Situ-sun for Chong Xiefeng's life. She had sacrificed a lot for Chong Xiefeng and sacrificed herself to save Chong Xiefeng. Helpless, he shouted at Chong Xiefeng, "Eldest senior brother, you have to live well." Xianxia was brought to the demon sect by Situ-sun, but she was in a cold war with Situ-sun. She was unwilling to forgive Situ-sun. It was mainly because of Xianxia's heart. She wanted reason, but she also wanted love. To put it bluntly, she wanted to be a whore, but she also wanted a monument to her chastity. She loved Situ-sun, but she also felt sorry for Xianxia. In short, it was a mess. Yes, both men are equally important in my heart. All the sects came to attend the wedding, but the bride ran away with someone else in a wedding dress. The handsome swordsman, Xianxia, became a joke. Of course, the entire Wanjian villa became a joke. Old man Qin almost vomited blood. His body swayed, and he pulled Xianxia to apologize. Xianxia didn't know why, but he felt sick. Qin Yanji left to save him and didn't want others to hurt him. But that was the little sister he had doted on for more than 10 years, so it was already a habit. So he took people to save Qin Yanji. Qin Yanji was pregnant? Fine, let's get married again. Qin Yanji refused. Senior, I'm already very sorry. I can't treat you like this. It's not fair to you. Also, this child isn't yours. Xianxia thought, I'll be the one to take over this child. Fine, Qin Yanji wanted to marry Xianxia in despair, but Situ-sun brought people to steal the bride again. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. He started fighting with Situ-sun at the wedding. Qin Yanji kept shouting, stop fighting, stop fighting. Then she pulled out a sword and put it to her neck. She was about to commit suicide. Both men had feelings for Qin Yanji. Seeing Qin Yanji like this, they could only stop. Blue Empress, under Situ-sun's threat, this time threatened her father-in-law, Old Man Qin. She said she would drag Old Man Qin's wife out of the armory and whip her corpse. This time, in order to protect his mother's body from being destroyed and to prevent his father from being too sad, he decided to do this for his mother. Qin Yanji knelt in front of her father and complained about how unfilial she was. She also complained about how vicious Situ-sun was. She wanted to kill herself with a sword, but Situ-sun saved her. He carried the unconscious Qin Yanji away. Xianxia really didn't understand what he had done wrong to Qin Yanji. Why did he have to humiliate him like this? He even said that he was the one who had wronged him the most in this life. In the next life, he would definitely choose to be with him. Ningxu, what a confusing plot, she had nothing better to do, or she was spoiled. After that, Old Man Qin's health deteriorated and he passed the position of manor lord to Xianxia. He sighed incessantly and finally passed away without saying anything. After Xianxia became the manor master of 10,000 Swords Manor, he gathered the various sects and clans to attack the Devil Sect in the name of eliminating the Devil Sect. These sects also had their own selfish motives, they wanted to take some gold from the Devil Sect. People weren't united, so the team couldn't be led. Everyone was a scammer. During the attack on the Devil Sect, Qin Yanji stood on Situ-sun's side again and asked Xianxia to let Situ-sun go. He said again that if anything happened to any of them, he would be in pain. They were all equally important in his heart, because Xianxia's people weren't united and didn't help in various ways. Xianxia's body was pierced by Situ-sun and he fell in a pool of blood. Qin Yanji crawled in front of Xianxia and hugged his body. She wailed loudly and called out eldest senior brother at the top of her lungs. She looked like she was in so much pain that she really looked like her lover had died. Xianxia's wish, haha, Ningxu, what did haha mean? Xianxia was obviously the tragic second male lead. He was full of resentment, but what did haha mean? Who was she mocking? It felt like these clients were getting more and more unique. After Ningxu accepted the plot, he felt that it was really a sad drama. In the first half, Qin Yanji was a little princess who was loved by everyone. Although she didn't have a mother, she had a father who loved her. She had a good fiancé and didn't have to worry about food or clothes for the rest of her life. In the second half, she was sandwiched between two men. It was so sad. She was an eccentric girl who liked to cause trouble and had a chivalrous heart. Although it was always others who cleaned up her messes, she was basically going to cry until she went blind in the end. It could only be said that Mary Sue was really too scary. It was also a sad Mary Sue who felt that all the pain in the world was on her. It was so painful and so difficult. She was obviously loved by everyone, but in the end, she made herself look like that. Perhaps Qin Yanji thought that this was love. It was only considered love when one's heart was torn apart. A love that didn't involve death wasn't called love. Ningshu picked up the teapot on the stone table and poured a cup of tea to drink slowly. It wouldn't be long before he went to the Jianghu to gain experience and make a name for himself as the jade-faced swordsman. When the time came, he would inherit Wanjian. It would be similar to inheriting a company in modern times. He would become a tall, rich, and handsome man and walk to the peak of life. Ningshu stood up and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed and tested the spiritual energy in this plane. The spiritual energy was okay, but the rules were very suppressed. Moreover, Ningshu felt that even if he cultivated ultimate martial arts, it was impossible to cultivate it to be very powerful. It was possible to leap over roofs and vault over walls, but to fly in the sky was impossible. This was a martial arts world. There was internal strength, but it couldn't be compared to the cultivation world. The suppression was very strong, so you had to use mediocre martial arts. The more powerful masters had to have more profound internal strength in the end. Ningshu didn't care so much and directly began to cultivate. He had some ability to protect himself and had the ability to resist the extremely talented Situ-sun. Not only was Situ-sun a martial arts genius, but he was also an expert at flirting with girls. He had stolen Xianxia's soul. Xianxia, who had been waiting silently for the cabbage that he had been waiting for more than 10 years, was suddenly plucked and eaten by someone else. This feeling was really unbearable. Moreover, this fresh little cabbage was constantly being stabbed with knives. It couldn't be said that Xianxia was a white lotus. Perhaps she was really kind. To be precise, she was a woman like a magnolia. She had a faint fragrance, white and moving. The fragrance was enchanting, and her beauty was attractive. Don't blame me for being beautiful. After cultivating for a while, there was some spiritual energy in his energy center, but it wasn't much. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and Ningshu stopped cultivating. A disciple's voice came from outside the door. Senior brother, the villa master wants you to go over. Okay. Ningshu got off the bed, put on his shoes, and tidied his clothes and hair. Then he walked out elegantly. Ningshu went to the main hall and saw a thin middle-aged man. This was Xianxia's father, Xianxia. The space between his eyebrows was a bit dark. It seemed that he was depressed. He couldn't forget his wife who had died in childbirth. He was a love-struck fool. After Situ-sun abducted the pregnant Xianxia from the wedding, Xianxia's health deteriorated. When he died, he entrusted someone to be his son. Xianxia didn't appear. Of course, she had no choice but to do so because she was locked up by Situ-sun to nurse the baby. When the child was born, Xianxia found out that her father had passed away. Ningshu walked into the room and saluted Xianxia. Master. When Xianxia died, he sighed. He probably thought of the outcome. But he was about to die, and there was nothing he could do about the living. Xiafeng, go out and experience the world. Let people know that you're the eldest disciple of Wanjian. People are sinister, so you have to be careful. Xianxia reminded Ningshu. His expression was gentle. He had Chong Xiafeng in his heart. When he poisoned her, he probably wanted Xianxia to come back. No one knew a daughter better than a father. But he still miscalculated. After all the trouble, Xianxia still left, although she compromised for Chong Xiafeng's life. It made Chong Xiafeng and Wanjian a joke. Marriage kidnapping, marriage kidnapping, marriage kidnapping again. What a joke. Xianxia and Situ-sun were telepathic. Situ-sun always found something to threaten Xianxia. Xianxia was always forced, wronged, or sacrificed to lead with others. You can't blame me. I was forced. Even if you blame me, I'll just bear with it. Ningshu suddenly understood Chong Xiafeng's laughter. If it were Ningshu, he would also laugh. I'll remember. I'll be careful to protect myself and do my duty as a righteous disciple. Ningshu said respectfully. I've always trusted you. Go back and pack. Pick a day to leave. Xianxia said gently. Ningshu grunted. Master, please take care of yourself. Xianxia was mentally ill. Xianxia's mother was also a beauty. Just look at Xianxia, and you can see how beautiful she was. Ningshu left the room and headed back to his own. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Ningxu turned around and saw Xianxia smiling sweetly. Little junior sister. Ningxu greeted her and walked towards his room without stopping. Xianxia strode forward. Her footsteps were light and graceful, like a beautiful butterfly dancing gracefully. Xianxia, who hadn't fallen into a bitter love drama, was still a playful and cute girl. When she fell in love, her style suddenly changed. She was all kinds of fragile and sad, like a resentful wife running between the two men. Ningxu felt tired just thinking about it. He had a lot of time to live a carefree life, but he used it to do these things. Senior brother, are you going to travel the world? Can you take me with you? Xianxia begged Ningxu. No, this is my training. It has nothing to do with you. Ningxu rejected him directly. She rejected him very coldly. Xianxia pouted. She probably wasn't used to Ningxu's cold personality. Senior brother, just take me with you. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. I've never left Wanjian Villa. Can you take me out to see the outside world? Xianxia whined to Ningxu. Ningxu opened the closet and packed her undergarments. She was poor, so she had to bring enough money. You can talk to Master about this. If Master allows me to take you, then I'll take you. But if Master doesn't allow you to go, then there's nothing I can do. Ningxu said. Xianxia pouted. She was very dissatisfied with Ningxu's attitude. If Father agreed to let me go, then I wouldn't have come to you. Father said that girls can't go out. If I don't go out once in my life, then I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Also, Father wants me to embroider a dowry. My hands are used to hold swords, not needles and thread. Ningxu's hand paused. There was a hidden meaning in this sentence. If you take me, then I'll marry you when I come back. After all, she even said something like embroidering a wedding dress. If she didn't go out to explore, then she would regret it for the rest of her life. Ningxu only said, if Master agrees to let you go, then I'll take you. Senior brother, how can you be like this? Father won't agree. Can you take me? I want to see what the world is like. You have to ask Master about this. Xianxia said. Senior brother, can't you say something else? A teacher for a day is a father for life. Such a big thing must be approved by Master. Ask Master. Ningxu said with a smile. I'm a nice guy. Xianxia frowned. She pouted, snorted, and left. Usually, Xianxia would compromise in this kind of situation. Ningxu ignored Xianxia. He packed some poisons. There were knockout drugs, special poison in the world, and the kind that would kill you if you didn't use it. There were also some antidotes. In short, everything was taken care of. They were going to go on a trip at public expense and fight for justice. Ningxu was stupid to take such a troublemaker with him this time. She caused trouble everywhere he went. He would be kneeling if he didn't cause trouble. One moment, she cared about the world, and the next, she was like a saint. It was a headache. Kindness was a kind of ability. If you didn't have the ability, then don't be kind. Not causing trouble for others was a virtue. Some people used kindness as an excuse to cause trouble for others. No matter what happened, they would say that they were kind. What could he say? It was hopeless. Every time Xianxia cleaned up Xianxia's mess, he spent all the money he had. He was almost broke to the point of robbing. He couldn't let Xianxia sleep on the streets. Xianxia was so busy that he was often in a state of who am I? What am I doing? Xianxia went to find her father and said that she wanted to go on an adventure with senior brother, but her father rejected her directly. There was no room for negotiation. This daughter was naive and didn't know anything. Xianxia only had 2 hands. How could he take care of her? Xianxia was speechless. Was he still her biological father? Xianxia angrily went back to her room and waited for Ningxu to comfort her. When the time came, senior brother wouldn't be able to resist and would take her with him. However, Xianxia waited and waited, but Ningxu didn't come. Ningxu carried a bag and a sword in one hand and left while it was dark. Xianxia looked at the empty room and was so angry that she almost cried. Her father was a big bad guy, and senior brother was also a big bad guy. Without senior brother, she could go on an adventure on her own. Her martial arts weren't bad either. Even if she couldn't win, she could run. Also, without senior brother controlling her, she had more freedom. Xianxia was over the moon. She immediately went back to her room to pack her things. She wore men's clothes, but her chest was still full. Her ears were pierced, she didn't have an Adam's apple, and she was short. As long as one wasn't blind, one could tell that she was a woman. How blind could one not see that men and women had different bone structures and mannerisms? Xianxia sneaked away and shouted, "I'm coming to the world of martial arts." Ningxu set off from Wanjian Villa and rode away on his horse. He didn't care about Xianxia at all. He randomly chose a direction and planned to go to a more prosperous city. It would be a waste not to go on a public trip. As for Xianxia, Ningxu felt that she would definitely wander around the world. Otherwise, how would she have met Situ Sun? Ningxu thought that Situ Sun was a poisonous person. He seemed to have come for Xianxia. He bumped into Xianxia as soon as he got close to her and wanted to become sworn brothers. Ningxu suspected that this guy had long been thinking about the client's fiancé. After all, Xianxia was a beauty on the Jianghu beauty list. People in the Jianghu didn't care about trifles. These beauties were all drawn on paper. It was also possible that Situ Sun had seen Xianxia. On the public trip, Ningxu searched for the world's origin while making a name for himself. After fighting for justice, Ningxu gave some money to let people leave here and find a new place to live. Those who could kidnap women were either powerful or rich. She could fight for justice for a while, but once she left, those people would still be unlucky, or even more unlucky. They would blame it on the people who were bullied. Fighting for justice and chasing away a few hooligans was called chivalrous. Then Ningxu shamelessly gave himself the title of Jade-Face Chivalrous Lord. People in the Jianghu called him Jade-Face Chivalrous Lord. Sorry, I'm so good-looking. If he encountered someone who was sick and needed treatment, Ningxu would help. This kind of treatment that didn't need to cause any trouble was something that Ningxu was willing to do. At most, he would pay for some herbs. Sometimes, Ningxu could treat some illnesses with silver needles. Ningxu ate wherever he could. The ancient delicacies were also very good. He would enjoy them if he could. However, Ningxu didn't find the world's origin. The water attribute, when would he find it? These things were really hard to find. She was rich, but these things really couldn't be bought with money. There weren't many things, but the task takers who built the world needed them. Looking for them made him feel hopeless. Waiter, the best dishes. Ningxu sat in a restaurant and heard a familiar voice. Ningxu, she had clearly avoided the plot route and chose the opposite direction. Why did they still meet? Ningxu was speechless when he saw Xianxia in men's clothes. It was a girl, and there was a man standing next to Xianxia. This man was a little flirtatious, but one could tell at a glance that he was a man. If the client walked the path of a gentleman, then Situ Sun walked the path of an evil man. Women were more seductive, yet full of masculinity. Male fox demons were more or less the same. This kind of person was indeed more popular than an honest and well-behaved person like the client. Women don't love bad men. She said that she hoped that her boyfriend would be a warm man who loved her and tolerated her. But when she met such a bad man, her heart couldn't stop beating. Ningxu opened his folding fan and used it to cover his face. Situ Sun narrowed his phoenix eyes and looked at the entire restaurant. He saw Ningxu sitting by the window. There's a seat over there. Let's go share a table with the brother over there, boss. Situ Sun said boss very tactfully. His voice rolled between his teeth and came out with a mesmerizing ending from his red lips. It made people's hearts tremble. Okay. Xianxia walked over to Ningxu and saluted Ningxu. Sir, can we share a table? Ningxu generously closed his folding fan to reveal his face. He glanced at the flirtatious Situ Sun and quietly called out to Xianxia, little junior sister. Senior brother. Xianxia was very surprised and immediately said, Senior brother, I'm Tang Yuan. Are you blind? You called me little junior sister. Xianxia's back was facing Situ Sun, and she kept shooting looks at Ningxu. Ningxu curled his lips and lightly tapped his head with his fan. Look at me. I'm tired from traveling. Tang Yuan, why did you leave the village? Did master have any instructions? Master said to let me travel to Jianghu with senior brother. Qin Yanji said with her hands on her hips. Her girlish posture was off the charts. If a man had done this, he would have been cursed as a pervert. Ningxu narrowed his eyes at Situ-sun. Situ-sun ignored Qin Yanji's girlish posture. It was as if he didn't see it. Situ-sun had long known that Qin Yanji was a girl, but he didn't expose her. He had always gotten along with her like a brother. Brothers were like that. You're Tang Yuan's senior brother. Sorry for the disrespect. I'm Situ-sun. Ningxu saluted Situ-sun, and when their eyes met, there seemed to be sparks crackling. Brother Situ, where are you from? How do you know my little junior brother? Ningxu opened his folding fan with a swish and asked Situ-sun elegantly. Situ-sun narrowed his eyes. I was born into a wealthy family. The only reason I know little brother Tang Yuan is because I traveled to Jianghu. You were born into a wealthy family, but brother Situ's parents allowed you to travel far? Traveling in ancient times was the most inconvenient and dangerous thing to do. If one's parents didn't travel far, who knew when they would return? My parents are open-minded people, and it's good to come out and see the world. This time, I'm going home to inherit the family fortune. I can't come out and see the world again in the future. Situ-sun smiled ambiguously. Can I sit down and talk? Brother Situ, please sit. I'm Xianxia of Wanjian Villa. This is my little junior brother, Tang Yuan, Ningxu said. Okay, you guys don't need to exchange pleasantries. I'm so hungry. Can we eat first? You guys won't be able to finish talking until it's dark. Qin Yanji interrupted the two men's probing. Ningxu smiled slightly and said gently, then little junior brother can order. You can eat whatever you want. Okay. Qin Yanji wasn't polite to her senior brother and ordered whatever was expensive. Ningxu didn't even bat an eyelid. Qin Yanji ordered a table full of delicious food, chicken, duck, and fish. In order to pretend to be a man, she deliberately wolfed down the food. Ningxu drank a little wine and was silent. Even men didn't have to eat like this. Situ-sun looked at Qin Yanji with interest in his eyes. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of Qin Yanji's mouth. Qin Yanji was flustered by Situ-sun's affectionate expression. She quickly looked at Ningxu, but Ningxu was only sipping her wine. Ancient wine was like modern beer. It didn't have much alcohol content and couldn't make people drunk. Seeing that Ningxu wasn't paying attention, Qin Yanji sighed in relief and took the handkerchief to wipe her mouth. I'll wipe it myself. Men should eat like this. Big mouthfuls of meat and big mouthfuls of wine. Too much was as bad as too little. Qin Yanji's acting was a bit too much. He wondered if Qin Yanji had some misunderstanding about men. Who said men were rude? Was Xianxia a rude person when she was with her fiancé every day? Ningxu put down his wine glass and said dryly, Tang Yuan, go back to Wanjian Villa after dinner. You're still young, so it's not suitable for you to wander around. Senior brother, I'm following the master's orders to accompany you on your adventure. Are you going to disobey the master's orders? Although Qin Yanji spoke fiercely, she looked at Ningxu with a pitiful and pleading look. Ningxu said, then what should I do? I'm afraid you'll get into trouble and get cheated. People's hearts are sinister. In this world, there are hungry wolves in human skin who specialize in biting people. Situ-sun smiled flirtatiously, but it was unclear if he understood the subtext in Ningxu's words. Don't worry, I won't be cheated. I have you and a new follower. Situ is a very smart person, and his martial arts are good. He even chased away hooligans and cheats. He's following me to help the weak. Qin Yanji looked at Ningxu pitifully. If you want me to send you back, I won't talk to you anymore. She was acting like a little girl again. Ningxu couldn't help but facepalm. As long as you're happy. Thank you, senior. I know you're the best. Qin Yanji suddenly smiled and said, Senior, let's become sworn brothers. I promise you, Situ is a very, very good person. Qin Yanji patted her chest and promised. I'm your senior. If we become sworn brothers, wouldn't I be the boss? That won't do. I want to be the boss. Xianxia quickly shook her head. She wanted to be the boss. She wanted to taste the breeze of being the boss. Usually, when she saw her senior in the villa, the other senior brothers were all respectful to him. He was very impressive, and Xianxia was very envious. Xianxia had the temperament of a child. Ningxu fanned himself and didn't say anything. Of course, they would be staying at the inn tonight. Ningxu booked 3 rooms, 1 for each of them. Everyone knew that Xianxia was a girl. Ningxu watched Citizen and Xianxia playing around in the courtyard of the inn. It was a game of rock, paper, scissors, where the loser flicked his forehead. It was very childish, but Xianxia was very happy playing. Ningxu walked over to the 2 of them and said, "Little junior brother, I have something to tell you. Come with me." All right then. Xianxia didn't have enough fun. Usually, no one played these things with her at Wanjian Villa. Those senior and junior brothers only gave her some masks and candy figurines. It was really boring. This new little brother of his was too interesting, and he knew a lot of things. Ningxu took Xianxia to the room and said, "You must go back. Citizen's identity is not ordinary. You will be deceived if you walk with him." "How can that be? Citizen has never lied to me." "Senior brother, you are too suspicious." Xianxia said unhappily, "Why do you have to send me back?" "I don't want to go back. You all want to lock me in a cage. I just want to come out and see." Xianxia was a bit annoyed. "Senior brother, you love me the most. Let me follow you. I promise I will do whatever you say." Ningxu said expressionlessly, "No one wants to lock you up. It is just that it is not suitable for you to have any contact with Citizen right now. Senior brother, it is my business who I want to be friends with. Are you trying to stop me because Citizen is a man?" Xianxia looked at Ningxu stubbornly. "My relationship with him is just that of a boss and a little brother. As your fiancé, of course I know your temperament. But I don't trust Citizen. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to Master." If something happened to Xianxia, there was no guarantee that Father Qin wouldn't take his anger out on her. She was going to inherit Wanjian Villa, become a tall, rich, and handsome person, and walk to the peak of life. She had done everything she could, but if Xianxia wanted to die, then she had no one to blame but herself. "Citizen is a good person," Xianxia said with certainty. Xianxia said with certainty. "He's really, really nice. He even gives money to beggars so that they can find a way to make a living, get married, and have children." Xianxia was trying hard to make Ningxu accept Citizen. Ningxu grinned and asked, "How much money did he give?" "This beggar wanted to take advantage of me before and stole my purse. It was Citizen who helped me get it back." "Don't you have martial arts? How did a beggar steal your purse?" "Was she disabled?" Xianxia was a bit embarrassed. "At first, I thought the beggar was pitiful and gave him some money. Then a lot of beggars surrounded me and my purse was stolen. Citizen helped me get my purse back and also gave the beggar 2 ingots of silver. He told him not to do such things and to be a good person," Xianxia said. Ningxu's expression was a bit strange. Looking at Xianxia's expression, it seemed like she really thought Tian was a good person and that everyone in the world was good. There was no darkness, no evil, and no bad intentions. Ningxu didn't know if that was good or bad. Ningxu pinched his feet and calculated that this was a conspiracy. Citizen had obviously borrowed 2 ingots of silver to kill someone. If a beggar had so much money, other beggars would definitely covet it. Moreover, this much money was more than a beggar could earn in a lifetime. They definitely wouldn't let it go. When the time came, who knew what the outcome would be? No one would care if 2 beggars died. At most, they would be dragged to a mass grave and thrown away by the Yamen runners. As for the silver, why would they give it to a beggar so easily? He even won the title of a good person in front of Xianxia. Ningxu, I am so desperate, she really was a bad person. She thought everyone was a bad person. Xianxia thought everyone was a good person. I don't care what kind of person Citizen is, whether he is good or bad. You came out without Master's permission. Master must be very worried at Wanjian Villa. So you have to go back and not let master worry. Time was peaceful, but she had to make a fuss. Send a letter back to father and say that you will take me with you to gain experience. Is that okay? Senior brother, I beg you. Qin Yanji grabbed Ningxu's sleeve and shook it like a little girl. Qin Yanji acting cute like this really made people's hearts tremble. No. Ningxu's heart didn't waver as he rejected her. Senior brother. Qin Yanji paused. Seeing that Ningxu had no intention of compromising, she immediately turned and ran out of the inn in anger. Ningxu's spiritual power kept tracking Qin Yanji until she ran out of the range of his spiritual power. Ningxu couldn't be bothered to care where she went. According to the plot, she should have gone to a brothel to rescue a pitiful woman who had fallen into the dust of prostitution. She beat up the madam and the slave. Ningxu was determined to teach Qin Yanji a lesson this time, and it was within reason. He couldn't let Father Qin blame her for being protective of his child. Ningxu leisurely washed up, then sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. However, the suppression in this world was very strong, so Ningxu's cultivation progress wasn't very fast. Situ's son, who was next door, wasn't in his room at all. He didn't know where he went the whole night, but he didn't come back until morning. He even snuck in through the window and pretended to have just woken up to open the door. Ningxu ordered breakfast. Situ's son squinted his eyes and sized up Ningxu. This man looked very upright and reliable. He was the eldest disciple of the 10,000 Swords Matter. Qin Song didn't have a son, so if nothing unexpected happened, this man would inherit the 10,000 Swords Matter. The main business of the Wanjian villa was to forge swords, and all kinds of famous swords. Every time they were forged, people in the martial arts world would fight over them. Ningxu looked up and saw Situ's son standing at the door. He curled his lips and said, "Brother Situ, do you want to eat together?" "Sure." Situ's son didn't hesitate at all. He stepped into the room and sat down. "Where's Tang Yuan? Why don't I see him?" "He's probably still sleeping in. When he's at home, he likes to sleep in. The other disciples have to get up early to practice, but he sleeps until noon," Ningxu said. "I see." Situ's son saw that this man was focused on eating. He chewed slowly and only had eyes for these few dishes. He was really a handsome man. This man was Qin Yanji's fiancé. He was steady and reliable. No wonder Qin Song wanted to give the position to him. "Brother Situ, aren't you going to eat?" Ningxu turned around and smiled. "It's a bit strange for you to look at me like that." "Haha." Situ's son stood up. "I'll go get my boss to eat. He hasn't eaten yet, so how can I, as his subordinate, eat first?" As Situ's son spoke, he observed Ningxu's expression. He was testing Ningxu's feelings towards Qin Yanji. He was even deliberately angering Ningxu. Ningxu was just eating and casually said, "She can't be woken up. She has a bad temper when she wakes up. When she's sleeping at home, no one dares to disturb her." Situ's son frowned and felt a bit surprised. Was he not afraid that he would suddenly barge into Qin Yanji's room and find out that Qin Yanji was a woman, with Qin Yanji's disguise? As long as one wasn't blind, even a blind person could hear that she was a woman. Or did Situ's son not care about his fiancée at all? "My boss is so naughty." Situ's son went to the room next door to call Qin Yanji, but found no one in the room. A sinister look flashed across Situ's son's face. What was going on? Where was he? Could Chong Xiefeng have hidden her? Situ's son quickly ran over and said to Ningxu anxiously, "Brother Xiefeng, my boss is missing." "Missing?" Ningxu was a bit surprised. He put down his bowl and chopsticks. "She woke up so early? That shouldn't be. Could she have gone somewhere to have fun?" Ningxu picked up his sword and said to Situ's son, "Let's look around. This guy really makes people worry." Situ's son looked at Ningxu suspiciously. Wasn't he the one who had hidden her? Ningxu left the inn and pulled people around to see if they had seen a short boy with a sword in his hand. No matter how he asked, there were no clues. Situ's son saw that Ningxu was so anxious to find Qin Yanji, so he thought about it and realized that it probably wasn't him who had hidden her. That girl had run off somewhere. Situ's son's figure flashed and disappeared into the crowd on the street. When he arrived at the alley, he called out his men and asked them to look for Xianxia. They had to find her. Along the way, Citizen knew that Xianxia was a very simple and gullible person. What if she was deceived by someone? That stupid girl could only be bullied by her. Moreover, she still had to avenge her adoptive father. Nothing could happen to that girl. Under Ningxu's spiritual power, Citizen's movements were clearly seen. He should have walked further away and not been within her spiritual range. Ningxu walked to the front of a brothel. Because it was daytime, not many people went to the brothel. It would only be lively at night. Ningxu released her spiritual power and scanned every corner of the brothel inch by inch. She could see everything clearly. The spiritual power detector was much more powerful than the spiritual power detector. With a sweep, all the scenes appeared in his mind. She wasn't here. Ningxu changed to another brothel. He scanned. Nothing. He changed to another brothel. There was nothing. After scanning many brothels in a row, there was only one brothel left. This brothel had guests even during the day, and there were many guests staying the night. Ningxu scanned and found many scenes that were not suitable for children. It was probably early morning practice. Then Ningxu saw a battered Xianxia locked in a room in the backyard. The room looked abandoned and unoccupied. Xianxia was tied up and her hair was disheveled. She was in a very sorry state. A few slaves were guarding her, as well as the procuress. The procuress pointed at Xianxia with her hands on her hips and cursed endlessly. "Do you know who I am? My little brother, my eldest brother, found me. You'll suffer." Xianxia puffed himself up at his own cost, hoping that this would scare the other party. Yesterday, she saw a woman being thrown out of the brothel. Because this woman was sick, and it was syphilis, she was directly kicked out of the brothel. Xianxia couldn't stand by and saw injustice on the road, so he pulled out a knife to save her. He fought with the brothel, wanting to get some money for this poor woman. However, the procuress was a person who mingled in brothels. Her eyes were like poison. With one eye, she could see that this was a girl, and a heaven-grade beauty. The procuress, who had a business mind, immediately came up with several business plans in her mind to create Xianxia to ensure that Xianxia was turned into a money tree. The procuress didn't care about the women in the brothel who were sick with syphilis. She ordered people to catch Xianxia. Xianxia had martial arts, so ordinary people couldn't get close to her. She almost made the entire brothel a mess. In the end, the procuress had no choice but to call out the masters stationed in the brothel. The masters made a move and captured Xianxia. Xianxia's martial arts were more than enough to deal with people from all walks of life. However, it was very difficult to deal with masters, and there were several masters. In any case, this brothel wasn't simple. Xianxia was caught and locked up there. The procuress was going to grind her hard bones. Every woman who sold their body in the brothel was unwilling at first. No woman wanted to be turned into a brothel, but the brothel had ways to torture these women. They took out the women's hard bones, cut off their thoughts, and made them obediently work and serve their customers. The madam was now training Xianxia and carrying out all kinds of training. She wanted to train Xianxia into an obedient girl. Even a chaste woman would be trained into a coquettish prostitute. There were all kinds of methods. "You'd better know what's good for you, or you'll regret it," the madam said in a deep voice, "or I'll get someone to take your virginity." Speaking of taking her virginity, the madam was very distressed. The first night of such a beauty was simply sky-high, and it was worthless to be taken by a slave. This was the last way to break a woman's backbone. When a woman was defiled and thought she was unclean, some people wanted to die, and some people had nothing to lose and obediently received guests in the brothel. These women felt that they had been defiled from the bottom of their hearts and had no right to happiness. Destroying a person from the bottom of their heart. Xianxia was dumbfounded and immediately sneered, "What a shameless old witch. Do you know who I am? You'll get it from me. I don't care who you are. When you go to the Piaxiang courtyard, even if you're a princess and have your virginity taken, you'll still have to obediently receive guests. It's best if you don't take the easy way out." The madam wouldn't be scared by a little girl. Besides, the Piaxiang courtyard was not to be trifled with. there were plenty of masters. Ningxu climbed over the wall of the backyard and went to the woodshed to observe the situation inside. Ningxu found Xianxia, but didn't immediately rescue her. It was good to let Xianxia suffer a little. It wasn't that Xianxia was a detestable person. Her biggest mistake seemed to be kindness. She couldn't bear to hurt two men and wanted to have the best of both worlds. One was her fiancé who had grown up with her. He had sacrificed a lot for her and couldn't bear to hurt him. The other was the man she loved. Therefore, it was even more confusing. On a deeper level, Xianxia coveted the taste of love and Cheng Xiafeng's warmth. It seemed that in order to save Cheng Xiafeng, she had compromised time and time again to leave with Situsun. It was really tiresome. Why was this kindness called kindness? It wasn't kindness at all. I won't listen to you, old witch. How many women are you afraid of? Xianxia despised the madam, as if the madam was a disgusting thing. The brothel keeper's face twitched, and she chuckled, in my brothel, there are people like you who are unwilling to be a prostitute, but there are also people who are sold here and can't survive. They are here to earn a living, and they are doing the prostitution business. So what? Xianxia looked at him with disdain. I'm not afraid of you. My senior will find me soon. Let's just say that your eldest senior brother is here. There are plenty of experts here. By the time your eldest senior brother finds this place, everything will be too late. You don't want to beat up a tortoise slave, do you? The brothel keeper pointed at a few burly and fierce-looking thugs. These people are here to serve you and let you experience the pleasure of a man and a woman. It's a wonderful feeling. You're shameless. Xianxia's face was red with anger. She didn't want to become a prostitute. You'll regret it. What's there to regret? I'll ask you again, do you agree or not? The brothel keeper asked. If it really doesn't work, I'll get someone to break your tendons and make you lie in bed to receive customers. Your face is enough anyway. Xianxia's face was pale, and she kept calling for her senior brother in her heart. If her tendons and tendons were broken, her martial arts would be crippled, and she would become a cripple who would have difficulty walking. Just thinking about it scared Xianxia. Do you want to become a beauty with all your limbs intact, or a cripple who eats, drinks, and pees in bed? Think about it carefully. The brothel keeper threatened Xianxia. Xianxia kept praying in her heart that someone would come quickly to save her. Senior brother, Situsun, save me. Ningxu still stood there without moving. Xianxia was completely fine now. At most, she was frightened. The brothel keeper couldn't bear to leave a scar or blemish on a beauty's body. How could a defective product be sold at a good price? It was good to scare her a little more. If she wanted to become a naive child, she could only be raised in captivity and not be allowed to come into contact with the outside world. Otherwise, it would be a scene of chaos. If she wanted to travel outside, there were some things that she had to know. Ningxu didn't understand why people tried to avoid and deny the darkness. There was black, white, and gray. Such naivety really made people feel helpless. Ningxu leaned against the wall and used her spiritual power to pay attention to the situation in the room. She definitely couldn't let anyone really hurt Xianxia. If that happened, it would be her responsibility again. Father Qin would probably feed her a bottle of poison. Although Xianxia was afraid, out of her trust in her younger brother and senior brother, she felt that these two people would definitely find her. She had some faint hope in her heart. The brothel keeper pursed her lips and directly said to the thugs, break her body. At worst, she would make less money. Although she lost her virginity auction, she could remove this girl's spine. Xianxia was fed something like bone-softening powder and had no strength in her body. She saw a few burly and ugly thugs rubbing their hands and walking towards her. One by one, they looked at her with disgusted eyes. Xianxia had never experienced such a thing, and it was a few men against her. Xianxia was so scared that she cried, but her mouth was immediately covered. The men's hands were rough and rubbed the skin on her face until it hurt. There was also an unbearable stench of sweat on their hands. Several people touched her body and tore her clothes. The brothel keeper watched from the side with a sneer on the corner of her mouth. It made Xianxia feel so ashamed that she wanted to die. She was so scared and terrified that tears flowed out of the corners of Xianxia's eyes. She felt that she was inexplicably locked up here. The development of the situation was simply beyond her expectations. How could she have to be naked to such disgusting men now? Rip. Xianxia's clothes were violently torn apart by the thugs, revealing the peach-pink doo-doo underneath. It made the men's breaths quicken. Her skin was as white as snow, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. However, these thugs weren't in a hurry to make a move. They knew that the boss was scaring the woman, so they were familiar with this kind of thing. They tore Xianxia's clothes into pieces. Every time there was the sound of cloth being torn apart, Xianxia's body couldn't help but tremble, and the look of despair on her face deepened. "Senior brother, Situ-sun, where are you? Save me." When they were about to take off Xianxia's pants, Xianxia's psychological defense completely collapsed. She looked at the brothel keeper standing to the side and began to cry. The brothel keeper ignored Xianxia's gaze. At a time like this, people still had hope. Only when all hope was completely extinguished would they be obedient. Rip. Xianxia's pants were torn apart by the thugs, and her face was distorted with fear. Xianxia, who was in the room, was so scared that she cried loudly. Her fear made Xianxia lose all hope. She hated the procuress and the disgusting thugs. She wanted to tear these people into pieces. Why did they treat her like this? Why didn't they come to save her? Even the oldest brother she trusted didn't come to save her. Why didn't they come to save her? If she lost her virginity, it wouldn't look good on the oldest brother. Would he stop caring about her because of that? Even if Xianxia was a gangster and didn't care about trifles, she valued her chastity very much. If she lost her virginity to such people, she wouldn't let them go even if she became a ghost. Feeling the coldness between her legs, her exposed skin shivered and goosebumps appeared one after another. These men's touch made Xianxia so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. Xianxia felt extremely wronged. Ning Shu, who was outside, didn't feel anything. Afraid of being discovered, he jumped onto the tree next to the room. The indecency in the room continued. 3 thugs took off their pants and unbuckled their belts. Their pants slid to the ground. Xianxia was forced to look at these people. Her eyes widened and then she desperately closed them. She probably saw something that hurt her eyes. These naked thugs approached Xianxia and rubbed against her body. Xianxia felt that these disgusting men actually stood up and were about to attack her. Xianxia was sandwiched in the middle by these men and was stripped naked. What a shocking thing this was. Xianxia was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. These men were walking around in front of her. The procuress watched from the side with a cold smile on her face as she looked at the struggling and terrified Xianxia. She was indifferent to such a scene. After all, the procuress was an experienced and knowledgeable woman. Many of the customers even had a heavy taste. This was nothing. However, Xianxia was an innocent child. She had never experienced such a thing. Not to mention Xianxia, even normal girls had never experienced such a thing. A few disgusting men were walking around naked in front of her. Disgusting, so disgusting that she wanted to explode. Xianxia's face was ashen. She wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide. Why didn't anyone save her? Even when she was fighting for justice for a brothel girl, this girl didn't appear and didn't even think of saving her. Xianxia was angry and aggrieved. She was too ungrateful. She was trying to save people and uphold justice, but these people had let her down. She gave the beggar money, but the beggar took away her purse. She wanted to seek justice for a poor woman who was infected with syphilis, but she fell into this demon's den. But that woman didn't come to save her, nor did she plead with the brothel keeper. Xianxia felt defeated and resentful. Everyone hoped that they would be treated gently by the world and that their deep feelings would not be let down. Xianxia felt like she had been let down. The senior brother who loved her so much didn't appear at this moment. Also, why didn't the little brother she had just acknowledged appear? Xianxia wanted to bite her tongue, but she gave up after trying twice. One time, she bit the tip of her tongue, and it hurt a lot. Xianxia looked at the madam with pleading eyes, but the madam ignored him and wanted to add more fuel to the fire. The bouncer's hand caressed Xianxia's private area and even pinched a sensitive spot. It made Xianxia's body tremble. Her skin flushed red from anger. Xianxia was so ashamed and angry that she bit her tongue. Biting the tongue was very painful, and Xianxia almost fainted from the pain. However, biting the tongue wouldn't kill her, and Xianxia had been drugged with bone-softening powder. Her body was weak to begin with, so even if she bit her tongue, it wouldn't be too hard. Boss, she bit her tongue to commit suicide. The bouncer let go of Xianxia's hand, and blood gushed out from the corner of Xianxia's mouth. The madam frowned. This woman was really stubborn. The other bouncers scattered and didn't dare to touch Xianxia anymore. They covered their penis with both hands and stood to the side. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and used his mental power to check Xianxia's injury. Her tongue was broken, and the bleeding was a little scary. The wound was actually not big. The madam reached out and pinched Xianxia's mouth open, and blood came out. Put on your pants and get a doctor, the madam said to the bouncers. The bouncers immediately put on their pants and were as obedient as cats in front of the madam. 2 of the bouncers went to get a doctor, leaving 2 people to guard Xianxia. The madam looked at Xianxia, who was covered in sweat. You really think you can die here? She couldn't live or die. Ningxu gently jumped down from the tree. It was time to move, or it would be troublesome to bring a doctor when she got her hands on her. Ningxu wasn't afraid of being intercepted. After all, Xianxia ran away this time because she wanted to send Xianxia back to Wanjian Villa. Xianxia didn't agree and chose such a wayward way. Those who couldn't get were in an uproar, while those who were favored were fearless. Xianxia knew that eldest brother would compromise. After all these things happened, the person who entrusted her had to suffer the consequences. He indulged his fiancée and protected her, but in his fiancée's heart, he could do whatever he wanted. Perhaps Xianxia didn't think that way, but she subconsciously felt that way. Even if she wanted to leave with Situ-sun, she used Chong Xiefeng as an excuse. It was because he threatened her with your life. I only left with him for your sake. I was forced. This was the most disgusting thing, and she left with Situ-sun every time. The trauma in Chong Xiefeng's heart was unimaginable. She knew that eldest brother loved her, and that was why he was like this. She felt sorry in her heart, but she also thought that eldest brother would forgive her. He even promised her in their next lives. She met him in this life, and she would meet him again in the next. Perhaps God had some deep hatred for Chong Xiefeng. After such a commotion, Chong Xiefeng was scared out of her wits. She didn't dare to mention sending her back and giving Xianxia another chance to be with Situ-sun. They could go on the road together and do interesting things together. This time, she was the hero saving the damsel in distress. Ningxu used his spiritual energy to condense thin needles and shot them in through the window. One of the brothel owners and 2 of the hired thugs fell to the ground. Ningxu climbed in through the window and took off his clothes to cover Xianxia. Eldest brother. Because Xianxia's tongue was injured, she couldn't speak clearly. Blood mixed with saliva flowed out. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Finally, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Ningxu carried Xianxia. Using his spiritual energy, he jumped over the wall and escaped from the brothel. He carried Xianxia to the inn and ran into Situ-sun on the way. Situ-sun was irritated because he couldn't find Xianxia for a long time. Now that he saw the unconscious Xianxia being carried by Chong Xiefeng, his expression immediately turned ugly. He asked, "What did you do to her?" "What do you mean what happened?" Ningxu carried Xianxia back to the room and placed her on the bed. He covered her body with a blanket. "What happened to her?" Ningxu questioned Situ-sun. Ningxu was impatient. "Don't bother me. How would I know what happened? She's been locked up in the Piaoxiang courtyard." "Piaoxiang courtyard?" Situ-sun froze, then turned and ran out of the inn. Ningxu had the proprietress of the inn help Xianxia bathe and freshen up. After all, she was now a man, and there was a need to be careful between men and women. Although they were engaged, they weren't married yet. Situ-sun arrived at the Piaoxiang courtyard with a terrible expression. He took out a sign and asked to see the procuress. The procuress had been knocked unconscious by Ningxu. When she heard that the boss was here, she didn't care about anything else and went to see the big boss behind the scenes. Every sect had a business that they relied on to survive. This brothel was the business of the demon sect. Brothels were the most profitable, and they could gather all kinds of information and turn it into intelligence. Normal martial arts sects wouldn't do this kind of business because of their reputation. However, the demon sect didn't care about hypocrisy. They did whatever could make them money. In modern times, the demon sect was equivalent to a gang. They dealt with things simply and crudely. Citizen changed his playful and innocent appearance in front of Xianxia. He pretended to be an ordinary rich man, but now his expression was gloomy. The masters stationed at the brothel all came to pay their respects to Citizen. When they heard that these people were the ones who had captured Xianxia, they each gave them a slap, causing them to spit out blood. They clutched their chests and knelt on one knee to thank Citizen. "Thank you for sparing our lives, sect master." "Get lost. Why isn't the procuress here yet?" Citizen said with a sullen expression. His originally flirtatious face was now full of sternness. He was like an Azura, and it made people shiver. The brothel keeper scrambled over, kneeling on the ground with a plop as she gave Citizen a grand salute, prostrating herself on the ground. "Did you capture a girl dressed as a man?" Citizen asked in a low voice. The brothel keeper pondered in her heart, could it be that the cult master has taken a fancy to that girl and is now here to ask for her? But that girl has been rescued by someone else. She immediately trembled in fear and said that she was no longer here. "Tell me the specifics of the matter." He mainly wanted to know if Xianxia had already been defiled by a man and lost her chastity. The brothel keeper did not dare to conceal anything and spilled everything out like beans. Cult master could crush her to death with just one finger. When Citizen heard that Xianxia had actually been groped by the slaves and had even taken off his pants, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was flustered and exasperated, so he directly ordered people to chop off the hands of the 4 slaves. He chopped them into minced meat and made them into meatballs for the 4 thugs to eat. Citizen thought of Xianxia as his woman. Seeing his woman being touched by such a man, Citizen was furious. He cut off the hands of the 4 slaves, pressed his hands on the head of the madam, and twisted her head off. Citizen threw the head of the procuress onto the ground and ordered his men to drag the corpse out to feed the dogs. When the brothel lost its procuress, the cult would send a new procuress over. After finishing these things, Citizen bathed and changed his clothes to wash off the smell of blood on his body. Then he returned to the inn. Ningxu used a silver needle to prick Xianxia awake. When Xianxia woke up, she closed her eyes and screamed. She waved her arms and did not let anyone near her. Ningxu watched silently by the bed. He was not going to eat a fist, nor was he going to shake Xianxia's shoulder. When Xianxia finally stopped making a fuss, she opened her eyes and saw Ningxu. She immediately burst into tears and threw herself into Ningxu's arms. "Senior brother, I'm so scared. I'm so scared." "It's good that you know to be scared." Ningxu patted Xianxia's back. "What?" Xianxia looked up at Ningxu with teary eyes. What did he mean by it was good that she knew to be scared? How could eldest senior brother be so cold? "I'm saying it's really scary." Ningxu said, "Don't run around again next time. No matter what, you have to return to Wanjian Villa. Otherwise, this kind of thing will happen again." Xianxia was a bit hesitant. She still had lingering fears from what had happened before. Looking at Chong Xiefeng's handsome face, she couldn't bring herself to say that she was already dirty. Ningxu said considerately, "Don't worry. I rushed to save you at the last moment." Xianxia was both embarrassed and relieved. She bit her lip and said angrily, "Eldest senior brother, did you kill those despicable people?" Xianxia trembled with anger at the thought of those dirty hands wandering around her body. Her stomach churned, and she felt like vomiting. Ningxu only said, "At the time, I was focused on saving you. I didn't care about those people. They were doomed to destruction. Naturally, someone would take care of them. Those people hadn't provoked Ningxu, so Ningxu wouldn't do anything. Those people had bullied Xianxia, not her. Therefore, those people had nothing to do with her. Their existence was reasonable." Xianxia's hands were tangled together. Her fingers were twisted together, and her face was pale. Eldest senior brother, why? I was just saving people, Xianxia said to Ningxu. Even if you want to help someone, you have to see what they need. That woman might have just been kicked out of the brothel. But after you caused such a scene, the brothel suffered losses. They will definitely vent their anger on you and that woman. Maybe that woman is already dead. Ningxu said each word slowly. His voice was so low that it made Xianxia tremble. I'll take you back to Wanjian Villa. Ningxu patted Xianxia's back. If something like this happens again, how can I explain it to master? You were almost defiled by a group of hooligans. Don't say it, eldest senior brother. Don't tell father about this. Father's health isn't good. Xianxia quickly reminded Ningxu. Every time she thought about it, Xianxia wanted to skin herself alive. Moreover, someone had touched her sensitive place. Xianxia was ashamed and angry. She wanted nothing more than to chop those scumbags into pieces. How could there be such evil people in the world? Citizen came back and saw Xianxia leaning into Xiafeng's arms in women's clothing. Xianxia was beautiful in women's clothing. Boss. Citizen immediately entered the room and looked at Xianxia suspiciously. Are you boss? Xianxia withdrew from Ningxu's arms and said to Situ-sun, I'm not Tang Yuan. I'm Xianxia. Situ, I'm actually a woman. Oh, so you're a woman. But boss, you're so beautiful in women's clothing. Where have you been? Brother Xiafeng and I have been looking for you. Are you okay? Situ-sun looked Xianxia up and down. It's good that you're okay. Brother Xiafeng and I have been looking for you like crazy. Boss, don't run off alone next time. When Situ-sun found out that Xianxia was a girl, his face was full of disbelief. Then he looked like he couldn't believe that his boss was a girl. Ningxu was speechless. Pretend, keep pretending. Start your performance. Seeing Situ-sun like this, Xianxia's gloomy heart suddenly felt happy. Seeing Situ-sun's shocked expression, Xianxia couldn't help but say, you really are an idiot. Situ-sun chuckled. Boss, you're not hurt, are you? No. Xianxia didn't know what she was thinking, so she didn't tell Situ-sun about the brothel. Perhaps it was because they weren't familiar with each other, so she could vent in front of Xiafeng. But she didn't say it in front of Situ-sun because she subconsciously wanted to maintain her image. She was afraid that Situ-sun would look down on her, so she wanted to maintain a perfect image. It was just like in front of someone she liked. Brother Situ, I'm taking sister back to Wanjian Villa. What about you? Are you going home? Ningxu asked Situ-sun. Sister and I are engaged. Situ-sun's expression darkened for a moment, and Xianxia was also unhappy that Ningxu revealed their identities in front of so many people, and in front of Situ-sun. Situ-sun's expression was a bit sad as he said to Xianxia, you have a fiancé? Brother Xiafeng is very outstanding. Thank you for the compliment. Ningxu accepted Situ-sun's insincere words. We're leaving tomorrow. Xianxia bit her lip and looked at Situ-sun without speaking. Situ-sun smiled and said, I haven't been to Wanjian Villa yet. I don't know if you'll welcome me. Xianxia was about to speak when Ningxu interrupted her. Of course you'll be welcome. But when I go back this time I'm going to marry sister. I might be a bit busy and won't be able to take care of you. Situ-sun's expression darkened, and he finally said, I wish you happiness. Thank you. Ningxu smiled and said, come to the wedding. Of course. Situ-sun then said to Xianxia, boss, when the time comes, I'll definitely prepare a big present for you. Xianxia's face was a bit pale. Situ-sun had actually said something like that. She had some unclear feelings for Situ-sun in her heart. Seeing Situ-sun like this made her feel disappointed and sad. There was a feeling of rejection. Was he heartbroken? Then, boss, let's part ways here. When the time comes, I will definitely attend your wedding. You have to wait for me, your little brother. Situ-sun turned and left. Xianxia suddenly felt a little pain in her heart. She couldn't help but ask Ningxu, why did you say that in front of Situ? Ningxu's expression was a little confused. Why can't I tell you? We're already engaged, and we'll get married sooner or later. What's wrong with that? Why are you angry? Xianxia was even angrier, but she couldn't say it out loud. After all, she was engaged to Xianxia. She couldn't control her own heart, and she couldn't help it. She felt sorry for her fiancé, Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia could only sulk on her own. She was angry at herself and also angry at Ningxu for revealing their identities. Ningxu didn't seem to know that Xianxia was angry at all. He packed his things and took Xianxia back to Wanjian Villa early the next morning. On the way, Xianxia was listless, as if she had been hit by frost. She was either looking around, hoping that Situ-sun, this little brother, would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Ningxu didn't care about Xianxia's abnormality at all. He hurried on without stopping. Even when they arrived at Wanjian Villa, Situ, who Xianxia was thinking about, didn't appear. Old man Qin called Xianxia over and scolded her for being immature. Xianxia was heartbroken and feeling terrible. She felt like the world had lost its color, and she didn't care about anything. "We'll get married in 3 days," old man Qin said. "Before you came back, I already sent out the invitations." Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at old man Qin. Old man Qin's face was a bit pale. There must be something wrong with his body. When Xianxia heard that she was really going to get married, and that it was going to be in a hurry for 3 days, her heart instantly exploded. "I don't want to get married. I don't want to." Ningxu looked at Xianxia and asked, "Why?" "Little sister can give me a reason not to get married." "Could it be that you've really been bewitched by Situ-sun?" Ningxu's sudden words exposed Xianxia's hidden thoughts under the sun. It made her feel embarrassed and angry. I didn't," Xianxia said. Old man Qin felt that something was wrong and immediately asked, "Who is this Situ-sun?" "This Situ-sun is little sister. When she escaped from Wanjian Villa, she met a man on the way. He said that he was from a rich family and wanted to see the world. He and Nianji had similar interests, so they became sworn brothers." Ningxu and Qin Song cupped their hands and said. When old man Qin heard this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. "You have feelings for this Situ-sun?" I didn't. I didn't. We're just in a normal relationship," Xianxia retorted. Ningxu continued, "Your disciple bought some information from all-knowing man in Jianghu. I learned that this Situ-sun's true identity is that of a protector of the demon sect. He's also the leader of the demon sect." Xianxia's mind seemed to be in a knot. Situ-sun was actually a member of the demon sect and the leader of the demon sect. But his actions didn't seem like a member of the demon sect at all. He didn't act as recklessly as a member of the demon sect. He's not a member of the demon sect. Xianxia shook her head in denial. Old man Qin's face was a bit pale. He gripped the armrest of the chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He said in a low voice, "From now on, you're not allowed to have any contact with members of the demon sect, especially Situ-sun." "You." Xianxia's eyes were brimming with tears. She turned and ran out of the room, wiping her tears as she ran. Old man Qin stopped her and locked her in the room. The wedding was in 3 days. Old man Qin said to Ningxu tiredly, "Nianji is young and doesn't know any better. You have to teach her more in the future. Don't let her have any contact with members of the demon sect. Our Wanjian Villa is a prestigious sect. We can't collude with the demon sect. Otherwise, we'll become the target of public criticism." Ningxu nodded. "Don't worry, master. Your disciple understands. Go and prepare. The wedding is in 3 days." Old man Qin waved his hand. Ningxu cupped his hands and left the room. Ningxu went to Xianxia's room. There were people guarding the door. Ningxu was stopped. "The villa master said that no one is allowed to enter." "Let me in. I'll be out in a bit," Ningxu said. The disciple guarding the door was a bit hesitant. After all, this was the future heir of the villa. "I'll be out in a bit. I'll take responsibility if anything happens," Ningxu said. The guard opened the door. Xianxia was sitting in the room with her back to Ningxu. He knew she was angry just by looking at her back. Damn it. If anyone is angry, it should be me, okay? How infuriating. Ningxu said, Situ-sun isn't just the leader of the demon sect. Do you know whose business the brothel that arrested you is? It's the demon sect's business. Qin Yanji's body trembled. She turned around to look at Ningxu. What do you mean? You mean Situ-sun ordered those people to arrest me and humiliate me like that? I didn't say this in front of Master because I didn't want Master to worry. I don't know if this matter was instigated by Situ-sun, but Situ-sun is a very dangerous person. You can't have any contact with him. Based on the current situation, he deliberately approached you and used a fake identity to get close to you. Ningxu ignored Qin Yanji's increasingly pale face and continued, what do you think his motive is? Qin Yanji's heart was in a mess. When she thought of the flirtatious and interesting Situ-sun, she felt uncomfortable and resentful. This was the first time she had such feelings for someone, but the other party was a member of the demon sect and had come with a motive. Why are you telling me this? Qin Yanji was angry that Ningxu was telling her this. Senior, can we not get married first? My heart is in a mess right now. Don't worry, I will marry you, but not now. Qin Yanji felt the world was dark. She was heartbroken and in pain. Ningxu said dryly, the invitations have already been sent out. In 3 days, all the sects will come to attend the wedding. This concerns the reputation of Wanjian Manor. Master, your reputation and mine. You don't want Wanjian Manor to become a laughingstock, do you? Before Qin Yanji could finish speaking, tears fell first. Senior, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to get married. We are engaged. We will become husband and wife sooner or later. After so many years of preparation, you're still not ready? She just didn't want to get married. Senior, my heart hurts. My heart hurts so much. Qin Yanji cried and apologized to Ningxu. Senior, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm the one who should be upset. Ningxu was indifferent to Qin Yanji's tears. Little junior sister, rest well. We'll get married in 3 days. Ningxu wouldn't let her go because he cared about Qin Yanji. He wouldn't let her go, only to be fed poison by old man Qin and be in excruciating pain. Senior brother. Qin Yanji looked at Ningxu in shock. She hadn't expected Ningxu to be so indifferent. Senior brother, you've changed. You've changed too. Ningxu left the room, and the guard closed the door. Qin Yanji's cries could be heard in the room. Ningxu said to Qin Yanji through the window, little junior sister, I will be good to you. Qin Yanji kept crying. In the following days, Qin Yanji went on a hunger strike and refused to eat until she was released. Grandfather Qin was determined this time. No matter what Qin Yanji did, she couldn't change the fact that they were going to get married in 3 days. Ningxu didn't care about her and continued to cultivate. Qin Yanji, who had been loved by everyone before, was now in a situation where no one cared about her. Qin Yanji was so hungry that she lay on the bed, but no one cared about her. Ningxu saw that it was about time. He should go take care of her. Otherwise, his father-in-law wouldn't be satisfied. You don't care about my daughter? I can ignore her, but you can bear to let her starve, so Ningxu brought some vegetables and porridge to see Qin Yanji. He did go, but whether Qin Yanji ate or not wasn't his business. Of course, Ningxu also ran to grandfather Qin and said, Master, why don't we forget about the marriage? Little junior sister doesn't want to get married now. She's not even eating now. I feel bad seeing her like this. No, now all the sects know that you're going to get married, so we can't forget about it. She's feeling bad now, but in the future, she'll know that I'm doing this for her own good. You're the man she can entrust her life to. Grandfather Qin shook his head and didn't intend to compromise at all. Ningxu's face was full of helplessness. 3 days later, Qin Yanji was dressed in a wedding robe and was about to get married. Wanjian Villa was bustling with noise and excitement. All the sects and clans came to the wedding banquet with lavish gifts. Ningxu received them at the door in a red robe, his face full of smiles. Seeing a signal flare go off in the direction of the back mountain, Ningxu smiled and said to grandfather Qin, Master, I'll go take a look somewhere else. Okay, go. Grandfather Qin was also dressed very jubilantly today and had a smile on his face. Ningshu went to the bride's room. As expected, Xianxia wasn't there. She had run to the back mountain of Wanjian Villa. Ningshu chuckled and didn't say anything. He took his sword and went to the back mountain. In the original plot, Chong Xiefeng let Xianxia go and was drugged by grandfather Qin to force Xianxia to come back and get married. Chong Xiefeng's combat power was reduced by half, so she was defeated. Citizen used Chong Xiefeng's life to threaten Xianxia to leave with her. This time, it was still unknown who would win. In the forest, a woman in a wedding dress shouted angrily at a man, "You're from the demon sect." "You lied to me." Citizen nodded. "I'm from the demon sect. I want you to leave with me now. I like you, so you're mine. Come with me." "No, I'm getting married, and you lied to me." Xianxia's heart was in a mess. She was happy to see Situ-sun, but she was also angry at being lied to. There was also the matter of the brothel. Xianxia wanted to ask but couldn't. Was it Situ-sun's orders? "Don't you like me? Do you dare say you don't have any feelings for me in your heart?" Situ-sun's face was full of confidence. He was certain that Xianxia loved him. This demon, where was his underling from before? The big bad wolf revealed his true colors. It made Xianxia feel very hopeless. She did have feelings for Situ-sun. "Then come with me." Situ-sun reached out to pull Xianxia, but Xianxia shook his hand off and took 2 steps back. "You liar, liar. Brother Situ, why didn't you take the proper path? Why did you come to this corner to see my wife?" Ningshu walked out of the forest. He was wearing crimson clothes, and it made Ningshu's face look like jade. Situ-sun saw Ningshu appear and curled the corners of his mouth. "Brother Xiefeng, I'm here to take my wife, my lover." Situ-sun grabbed Xianxia's hand and lowered his head to kiss the back of it. He even looked at Xianxia with lingering eyes. It made Xianxia's heart thump like thunder. She was embarrassed and embarrassed. She wanted to shake off his hand, but he held on tightly. Ningshu was speechless. F***ck, 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 Ningshu's expression grew cold. "If you're here to attend the wedding banquet, then I welcome you. But if you're doing this, then you're going too far. Your wife isn't here." "Only my wife is here, sect leader. Come with me, or I'll kill him." Situ-sun smiled wickedly and pointed at Ningshu. "No, I'm going to marry senior brother, and you're a liar." "I don't want to see you again," Xianxia shouted directly. Situ-sun waved his hand, and many members of the demon sect appeared around them. Judging by their auras, they were all experts. Ningshu looked at the martial arts masters who had appeared around him. He grinned and said gracefully, "Don't you think you're being a bit arrogant in Wanjian Villa's territory?" "Of course, you can also let us go," Situ-sun said as he grabbed Xianxia's hand and refused to let go. Ningshu saw that the world was green. Of course, he chose to forgive her. Ningshu said, "Nianji is my wife. We will be wives who will spend the rest of our lives together. You can step aside." Situ-sun chuckled seductively. "Are you sure that this woman in a wedding dress loves you and that she has me in her heart?" Ningshu smiled and said, "I don't care. She will be my wife from now on, and her body will be mine. We will share the same bed in life and the same cave in death, so it doesn't matter who she has in her heart. You get the heart, and I get the body. In terms of size, I'm bigger than you." Situ-sun was speechless. This man was crazy. He could actually tolerate this kind of thing. Situ-sun sneered, "I really pity you. You're so petty." "Yes, those who are loved are all ancestors. I'm used to it," Ningshu said nonchalantly. "You can't imagine how good I am to my little sister." "Brother." Xianxia looked at Ningshu with tears in her eyes. "Brother, I've let you down." "It's okay. It wasn't the first time." Situ-sun saw that the situation was developing in a strange direction. He pulled Xianxia's arm hard and said in a low voice, "Come with me, or I'll have someone kill your dear brother." Xianxia bit her lip and said hatefully, "You're shameless." "I can be even more shameless. I said that when you got married, I would give you a big gift. This is my big gift. You are the woman I have taken a fancy to. How can you marry someone else?" So you must come with me obediently, the seductive Situ-sun said domineeringly. I don't want to. Xianxia resisted Situ-sun. Was this still the Situ-sun she knew? This Situ-sun was an evil person. He was very dangerous. He was like a devil's snare from hell. He was beautiful, attractive, and full of fatal attraction. It made people want to throw themselves at him like moths to a flame. Even if they were burned by fire, even if they were smashed to pieces, even if they did not have a good ending, they would have no regrets. This was a demon. Xianxia tried her best to resist Situ-sun in her heart. She struggled in her heart and wanted to tear her heart in half. On one side was her fiancé, and today was their wedding day. On the other side was a man who would break her body and break her bones. He was a man who would not have a good ending. He was a man who could even predict a tragic ending. Xianxia's head was about to explode. She screamed at Situ-sun, I don't want to go with you. You're a liar. There's nothing between us anymore. Situ-sun sneered, you have to think this through. If you don't come with me, he will die, and your beloved senior brother will become a ghost under my sword. The wedding will become a funeral. What I want is for you to agree to come with me willingly. What do you mean willingly? You're threatening me. Xianxia was extremely angry. Her bright eyes glistened with tears. You dare to say that you don't love me and that you don't like me? If you say no, I'll immediately take my people and leave. Say it. Situ-sun looked at Xianxia with a devilish charm. Xianxia bit her lip. She did not deny or admit it. In fact, she was silently admitting it. See, you have me in your heart. Come with me, Situ-sun said. Even if I have any feelings for you, I'm going to get married now. I'm going to marry my senior brother who loves me. Senior brother will be my husband in the future. He is the most suitable person for me, and not you. From the beginning, you've been approaching me with ill intentions. Xianxia would not leave with Situ-sun. Ningxu, the audience, was speechless. Why did you ignore my existence? Shouldn't the two love rivals be tearing each other apart at this time? How did it become these two people's home field? Ahem, it's time for the wedding ceremony. Leader Situ, please let go of my wife. We're going to perform the ceremony. Ningxu said calmly. He did not become angry out of humiliation. He was calm and collected, as if he did not care about Situ-sun at all. Situ-sun chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the martial arts masters around them surrounded Ningxu. They were prepared to attack Ningxu as a group. Senior brother. Xianxia was a bit anxious. These people were obviously masters. How could senior brother fight them alone? Situ-sun, you're despicable. I am despicable. As long as you leave with me, I'll let him go. I'll let him know who is the one for you. How can such a weak person be with you? Situ-sun's tone was very disdainful. You're shameless. You're shameless. Xianxia was so angry that her body was trembling. Situ-sun gladly accepted Xianxia's praise for himself. He did not care at all how angry Xianxia was as long as Xianxia did not marry Xianxia. His woman had to belong to him completely. She could not be owned by another man. Ningxu glanced at the masters surrounding him and pulled out his shiny sword. Go. The group of people attacked Ningxu. They were going to fight one against many. They wanted to crush Ningxu in terms of martial arts. Ningxu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped up. Sword chi surged out and swept towards these people. He kicked them one by one and sent them flying. Who would want to exchange blows with you? Ningxu flew in front of Situ-sun and Xianxia. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and carried his sword on his back. He said to Xianxia, Junior sister, I've defeated them all. You don't need to compromise with him for me. You don't need to be threatened by him. All the abusive relationships were because they were not strong enough. Xianxia looked at the masters lying on the ground in shock. They were all clutching their chests and vomiting blood. He had defeated all these people in just a few rounds. When had her senior brother become so powerful? Xianxia had already planned for the worst, which was to leave with Situ-sun in order to save her senior brother's life. As long as her senior brother was alive, it was more important than anything else. But the current situation was really beyond Xianxia's expectations. She did not need to be threatened by Citizen anymore. But why did she feel so conflicted? Xianxia did not expect this, and neither did Citizen. They did not expect the senior disciple of the Wanjian villa to have such strength. The people who followed him were all masters of the devil sect. They did not expect these masters to be defeated. Ningxu extended his hand to Xianxia. "Junior sister, come here." Ningxu smiled slightly. His red clothes were like fire, and he held a sharp sword in his hand. His eyes were like a painting, and his eyebrows flew into his hair. He extended his hand to Xianxia. He was a handsome man who had walked out of a painting. Xianxia stared blankly at her senior brother like this. He was leisurely and lofty. His eyes seemed to be smiling as he looked at her, but there was also a bit of coldness. There was also an indescribable feeling. It made Xianxia feel that her senior brother seemed to be a bit taller. Senior brother, who always prioritized her, walked to her side, but their relationship was like a broken lotus. Perhaps it was broken, and there was no relationship at all. Perhaps the thread was strong and would not break. In short, Xianxia felt that she could not control senior brother like this. She didn't know if senior brother liked her or not. Some of her previous impressions were shaken. "Little sister." Ningxu smiled at Xianxia and called out to her. Even though there was a cloud of green above his head, he still smiled. If Xianxia was a man, she would have been scolded a long time ago. Logically speaking, Xianxia should be on Ningxu's side now, and that was exactly what Xianxia did. After all, she had a fiancé who had been with her since she was a child, and her father didn't approve of her having any entanglements with the demon sect. Xianxia's heart was numb. Ningxu walked over step by step, but was pulled back by Citizen. "You're mine." "Where are you going?" Xianxia's heart was in a mess. She was going to get married if she went back with her eldest brother. She didn't want to go back, but if she didn't go back and left with Citizen, she would be letting her eldest brother down and disobeying her father. Xianxia couldn't give up on either side, so she was so conflicted. Ningxu looked at Citizen indifferently. "Are you Zabi?" "What?" Citizen sneered. "Xianxia, we haven't fought yet. Let's spar." Ningxu didn't say anything and stabbed at Citizen with his sword. Citizen pushed Xianxia away and pushed her out of the fighting ring. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and the leaves on the ground were flipped. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. As expected, Citizen's martial arts were very high, and his internal energy was profound. Citizen's expression was a bit ugly. His godfather said he was a rare martial arts genius, but this Xianxia seemed to be about the same age as him. How could he fight with him and not lose? Some of the information seemed to be outdated. Xianxia saw that both of them were fighting with their lives on the line. If anything happened to either of them, she would be sad. They were both important to her, and she couldn't let anything happen to either of them. "Stop fighting. Everyone stop. Stop." Xianxia shouted. Her voice was so loud that it broke the wind. However, the two of them simply ignored her. Ningxu released a stream of energy to launch a sneak attack on Citizen. Citizen was struck, and for a moment, he panicked. Ningxu raised his sword, and with a cold expression, he stabbed it towards Citizen's heart. Xianxia saw that Citizen was about to be killed and was shocked beyond words. Before she had time to think, she threw herself in front of Citizen. There was the sound of a sword piercing flesh. Ningxu's sword had pierced Xianxia's collarbone. It had originally been aimed at Citizen's heart, but Xianxia wasn't as tall as Citizen, so she blocked it and stabbed below her collarbone. Seeing this, Ningxu poked her a little deeper. Xianxia grunted, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Time seemed to stop. Xianxia's face was pale as she said to Ningxu, "Senior brother, don't kill him." Xianxia softly fell to the ground, and Ningxu pulled out his sword. Xianxia's wound quickly began to bleed, staining her wedding dress. Citizen hurriedly caught Xianxia, but Ningxu kicked Citizen's shoulder. "Get lost. Don't touch little sister." Ningxu hugged Xianxia's body, no, her body, and headed towards Wanjian Villa. Citizen rubbed the shoulder that Ningxu had kicked, and various expressions flashed across his face. There was malice, worry, and a bit of confusion. He clearly hadn't expected Xianxia to block the sword for him. "Let's go. You're all useless," Citizen coldly said to the masters on the ground, his eyes full of hostility. He stood on the mountain rock and stared at Wanjian Villa, then turned around and disappeared into the forest. This matter wouldn't end here. He would still be back. Ningxu carried Xianxia back to Wanjian Villa and put her on the bed. He quickly went to find the Wanjian Villa's old doctor. This was one of the more famous miracle doctors in the Jianghu. He was now a guest at Wanjian Villa. If anyone in the villa fell ill, they would go to the old doctor. Then Ningxu went to find Old Man Qin. Old Man Qin was greeting guests with a smile. Seeing Ningxu's anxious expression, he cupped his hands. Ningxu walked over and asked, "What happened?" "Something happened to little sister. She's injured, so she might not be able to go through the wedding ceremony," Ningxu said quietly. "This is all my fault." Old Man Qin's heart skipped a beat. As he quickly walked to Xianxia's room, Ningxu scolded, "What on earth happened? How could something like this happen at such an important time? All the clans and sects came to the wedding banquet. What are we going to do now? How did Nianji get injured? Shouldn't she be in the bridal chamber?" Ningxu concisely explained the situation clearly, then said, "At the time, I discovered that little sister was missing. In order to prevent anything from happening and cause gossip to spread and make Wanjian Villa a laughingstock, I went alone. The others didn't know that little sister was injured. We can tell everyone that little sister suddenly fell ill, and the wedding was postponed. This is all my fault. I stabbed little sister." Ningxu apologized sincerely. As soon as Old Man Qin heard this, the veins on his forehead were about to explode. When he heard that Xianxia had blocked the attack for Citizen, he sighed heavily. "It's not your fault, Xiafeng. You did well. Your disciple was worried about little sister's reputation. Little sister was only temporarily bewitched by Citizen. Little sister is innocent, so it's inevitable that she would be attracted to interesting and dangerous things," Ningxu said. Old Man Qin narrowed his eyes at Ningxu. "How did you defeat so many masters?" Your disciple actually used some medicine. It was the cultivation dissipation powder. Those masters were poisoned, so they couldn't be considered masters anymore." Ningxu said, "Although it was a little despicable, your disciple couldn't just stand by and watch Citizen take little sister away." Qin Song sighed and quickly walked into the room. He saw his daughter lying on the bed. Her face was pale, and the wound on her chest was bleeding nonstop. He washed it with a handkerchief, and the blood in the basin looked particularly frightening. "Dr. Wu, how is my daughter?" Qin Song anxiously asked the old doctor. He only had one daughter, and his late wife had risked her life to give birth to her. "The bleeding has stopped. Her injury is a little serious, so she needs to rest. Her life isn't in danger, but she needs to be careful at all times to see if she has a fever. She needs to be careful. Otherwise, it will leave a lasting illness." The old doctor said, "I will do my best to not leave a lasting illness." Ningxu was shocked. His face was pale, and his eyes were dull. He felt regret and fear. He blamed himself. "It's all my fault. I hurt little sister." Ningxu knew what she was doing when she attacked. Although it was an accident, if something really happened to Xianxia, Qin Song would definitely kill her. At that time, she wouldn't care if Xianxia blocked the sword for someone else. His daughter was already dead. What was the point of telling him the truth? Could it bring his daughter back to life? Therefore, Xianxia would only suffer a little but wouldn't die. Ningxu wouldn't let her die, either. After all, she was the one who stabbed her. Qin Song looked at her lifeless daughter on the bed. She was angry and distressed. She was angry that Ningxu had assassinated her daughter, but she couldn't blame her disciple. Her daughter was about to get married and was entangled with another man in a wedding dress. She almost eloped. She was the one who was too ashamed to see her disciple. Qin Song clutched her chest. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The internal energy in her meridians was in a mess. She was going crazy again. There were too many things in Qinsong's heart. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Father Qinsong, swallowed the blood in his throat and said to Ningxu, "This isn't your fault. You don't have to take it to heart. Go send away all the sections I need to look after Nianji." Ningxu cupped his hands and said yes. Then he went to tell the guests that the wedding banquet would be postponed because the bride had suddenly fallen ill. They would inform them when the wedding would be held next time. Ningxu's attitude was good. He apologized profusely. These people muttered that they had come all the way to the wedding banquet, but now they were going back. In order to apologize, Ningxu said they could buy weapons at Wanjian Villa's weapons workshop at a discount. Although they didn't know if it was true, Ningxu's words made them feel comfortable. After sending the guests away, Ningxu wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked at the red lanterns hanging everywhere with the red Shi character pasted on them. It was especially glaring. Imagining the client doing it 3 times in a row, he felt like a dog. However, Qin Nianji was enduring it for Chong Xiafeng. It seemed like she was trying to save Chong Xiafeng's life. "I cheated on you because of you. Chong Xiafeng, haha." Ningxu ordered the servants to change out all the festive things. He felt irritated just by looking at them. He couldn't really get married, so these things were just there to remind him. After doing all this, Ningxu went to Qin Nianji's room. No matter what, she was the one who had stabbed Qin Nianji. She couldn't run away. She had to consciously run over and guard him until Qin Nianji woke up. "They all left?" Old man Qin asked Ningxu tiredly. Ningxu nodded. "I've sent them all away. Is Junior's sister feeling better?" "Xiafeng, there are some things I want you to know. When I'm gone in the future, I still need you to take care of Nianji. I only have one request, and that is to not let Nianji get too close to the devil sect," Father Qin said sternly to Ningxu. "You have to swear to me, promise me." Ningxu felt like he was about to hear a huge revelation. He cupped his hands and said, "Master, I will definitely take good care of Junior's sister. She will be my wife. I will take good care of my wife and fulfill the responsibility of a husband. Speaking of which, I have some connections with the devil sect." Back then, Nianji's mother was a famous beauty in the underworld and had some entanglements with the previous leader of the devil sect. "Nianji's mother married me, but the leader of the devil sect kept pestering her. Nianji's mother was worried about my feelings, so she found an opportunity to poison the previous leader, causing him to go crazy and die. After giving birth to Nianji, she also died of blood loss," Qinsong said slowly. "So, Nianji can no longer have any entanglements with the devil sect." Ningxu was speechless. This feeling was exactly the same as mother and daughter. However, Qin Nianji's mother was much more ruthless and directly poisoned her to death. Qin Nianji certainly couldn't do that. So, Citizen's motive for getting close to Qin Nianji was probably to avenge the previous leader. No wonder Citizen wanted to drag Qin Nianji's mother out to whip her corpse, and Qin Nianji chose to leave with Citizen in order to protect her mother's corpse and reputation. What a sadistic relationship. The grudges of the previous generation were being entangled by the next generation. First, there was the opposition between the two sides. One was a righteous sect, and the other was a wanton and unrestrained devil sect. Then there was the grudges of the previous generation. Let's just ask you if you're sadistic. If it wasn't for the tense atmosphere, Ningxu would have rolled his eyes a long time ago. The previous generation stole a woman. In the previous lifetime, old man Qin stole the leader's daughter. Now Citizen was doing the same. The problem was Chong Xiafeng. Chong Xiafeng was simply dumbfounded. What did this have to do with him? Why was he involved in this feud? Ningxu's face twitched. He said to old man Qin, "I'm afraid Citizen won't let it go so easily." Ningxu was now wondering whose daughter Qin Nianji was. Sure enough, since ancient times, beautiful women were often ill-fated. One needed to have the ability to protect one's looks. That's why we can't let Nianji get entangled with the devil sect. I'm a bit tired. Look after Nianji. Old man Qin looked tired. The space between his eyebrows was blue, and he staggered a bit when he walked. Ningxu cupped his hands. "Master, rest well. I'll tell you as soon as Junior's sister wakes up." Old man Qin grunted. Ningxu glanced at Xianxia, who was lying on the bed. He poured a glass of water to drink. He was dying of thirst. Earlier, he had argued with Situ-sun, and then he had persuaded the guests to leave. His throat was almost smoking. Ningxu asked the maid to bring some food for him. He was very hungry. Since he had to watch over Xianxia, he had to watch over her until she woke up. After Ningxu finished eating, he cultivated while watching over Xianxia. Old man Qin might be watching from somewhere. Even if his daughter had 1,000 faults, he couldn't allow others to bully her. However, he couldn't be without a temper. So Ningxu's face was always sullen, but when it came to taking care of Xianxia, he did it personally. Xianxia, who had been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights, finally woke up. She opened her eyes weakly, and her gaze was blank. When she focused on Ningxu's face, she called out, "Elder brother." Xianxia struggled to get up, but she pulled on her wound. Her face was even paler, and her brows were in pain. "Don't get up. You're still injured." Ningxu pressed Xianxia down. "If you pull on your wound, it'll bleed." "Elder brother, I want to drink water," Xianxia said. Ningxu grunted and poured warm water. He used a spoon to feed Xianxia mouthful by mouthful. Xianxia's face was completely pale. Even her lips were pale. She was extremely haggard, but even though she had the foundation of a beauty, she was now a sickly beauty. Xianxia opened her mouth several times. She wanted to ask Situ-sun how Situ-sun was doing. However, Ningxu pretended not to see Xianxia's face. He had someone inform the manor head that the young lady had woken up. "Elder brother," Xianxia called out to Ningxu. Ningxu grunted and tucked Xianxia in. Xianxia smiled hesitantly and said, "Brother, she said softly, don't worry about anything right now. Take care of your body." When Ningxu said that, Xianxia thought something had happened to Situ-sun. She asked excitedly, "Brother, did something happen?" Ningxu asked calmly, "Do you want something to happen?" "Our marriage has been postponed." Xianxia wanted to ask about Situ-sun. Had he been arrested? Ningxu purposely didn't mention Situ-sun's situation. It made Xianxia's pale face flush with a sickly blush. "Senior brother, you know what I'm talking about, senior brother," Xianxia's voice trembled. Ningxu said calmly, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Sister, you scared me to death this time. Promise me you won't do something like this again, okay?" Ningxu didn't say how Situ-sun was doing to make Xianxia anxious. "You're awake. You can't do something like this again." Father Qin walked into the room and interrupted their conversation. Xianxia didn't know how Situ-sun was doing. She had a feeling that Situ-sun wasn't killed by Brother Qin. In the situation at the time, Situ-sun wasn't Brother Qin's match. He was either locked up. Xianxia's wound hurt, and blood seeped out. Xianxia looked at her father. "Father, it hurts. Weren't you very brave when you blocked the sword? You're making your enemy happy." Father Qin felt helpless when he saw his daughter's pale face. He also felt bad. "Father, how is Situ-sun?" Xianxia was more confident facing her father than facing Ningxu. She asked, "Father, where is Situ-sun? Have you seen Situ-sun? You're talking about this when you wake up?" Father Qin was a bit shocked. She was talking about this in front of her own fiancé. What would Xianxia, her disciple, think? There was a saying that if you wanted to destroy a family, you had to spoil your own daughter. Then she would harm other families and successfully take revenge. He didn't know if this disciple of his would hate him or not. Even old man Qin, the father, felt very stifled, let alone Xianxia, the fiancé. "Father, what happened while I was unconscious?" Xianxia asked. Old man Qin couldn't help but say, "What do you think we did to Situ-sun? Your senior brother only cared about your injuries and didn't care about Situ-sun at all. He should have returned to the demonic sect by now, so don't think about it." Old man Qin wanted to tell her the truth, but considering that Xianxia's body couldn't take the blow right now, and that his daughter seemed to have fallen in love with the cult leader of the demon sect, he decided not to. Devil sect, it was the devil sect again. These bastards were really annoying. They caused him to lose his wife, and now they were pestering his daughter. They really deserved to die. When Xianxia heard that Citizen was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. After he let out a sigh of relief, he realized that he had hurt Xianxia like this. He found an excuse and said, "Senior brother, I was afraid that the demon sect's hierarch would die in our 10,000 Swords Villa's territory. It wouldn't be good if it caused a war between the two sections." Ningxu only said, "You are very considerate. Master, I want to go back and freshen up." Ningxu saluted Old Man Qin and left the room. Old Man Qin also knew that his disciple was in a bad mood right now, so he didn't say anything. Chong Xifeng was the son-in-law and heir that he had chosen, but his daughter was a disappointment. In the future, he still had to rely on Chong Xifeng to bring 10,000 Swords Villa to greater heights. Your senior brother is your fiancé. You talk about another man in front of your fiancé, and you care about another man. What do you want him to think? How can you face the person who has cared for and cherished you since you were young? Old Man Qin naturally sided with his daughter. He didn't want her to miss out on such a talented young man with good character and martial arts. But if she had to get involved with the demon sect, she would be like a moth to a flame. Seeing his daughter like this, Old Man Qin thought of his deceased wife. She had also died young because she had gotten involved with the demon sect. Old Man Qin's heart throbbed with pain. When would this kind of ill-fated relationship end? Xianxia was helpless. She didn't know what to do. Her heart didn't seem to belong to her anymore. That Citizen was a big villain. The big bad guy was a big liar who had cheated her of her heart. At the critical moment, she couldn't care about her senior brother's feelings. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, how can you face your senior brother? Xianxia wanted to tear herself in half right now. That way, she wouldn't have to let down either side and wouldn't have to suffer so much. But her heart didn't belong to her anymore. She couldn't control her heart. What should she do? Recover well. Don't let your senior brother get hurt again. Because of the delay of the wedding this time, there are a lot of rumors about your senior brother, Old Man Qin said helplessly. Xianxia didn't speak. She felt very pained. If she hadn't met Citizen, she and her senior brother would have naturally gotten married, had children, and spent the rest of their lives together. Moreover, her senior brother would have definitely treated her well. But was this the kind of life she wanted? After meeting Citizen, Xianxia realized that her future path was like stagnant water. There were no waves. She would have to follow the path she had set. Could she endure this kind of life? If she hadn't met Citizen, she would have thought that this kind of life was natural. But now, she rejected this kind of life from the bottom of her heart, even if she felt extremely guilty towards her senior brother. She also didn't want to hurt her kind senior brother. She didn't want to. But if she wanted to be with Citizen, her father didn't agree to it, and no one thought highly of it. These things were in Xianxia's heart. God, could someone tell her what she should do now? She wanted to have both affection and loyalty. She wanted everything. A threesome's love would definitely hurt one person, but Xianxia continued to let it continue. Originally, it was better to have a short pain than a long pain, but Xianxia kept hanging. From time to time, she would stab the other person, and when she couldn't wait, she would stab the other person again. This kind of repeated torture, and each time, she was in a wronged and sacrificed position. She had entered a state of extreme torture. To put it bluntly, she caught one and hung the other. Only a broken car needed so many spare tires. Ningxu returned to her room and sat cross-legged on her bed to cultivate. No matter when, strength was the most important. All the conflict and pain was because she didn't have enough strength. The reason Xianxia had compromised time and time again was because she didn't have enough strength. If she had enough strength, she didn't need to sacrifice herself at all. Thinking of Xianxia's expression when she defeated those demon sect masters, Ningxu couldn't help but smile. She had already decided to leave with Citizen, but the result was unexpected. Xianxia was a very hypocritical and selfish person. The injured Xianxia didn't have time to make a fuss, and her father didn't seem to be in good health. He had been in seclusion and hadn't appeared. He asked the doctor to take good care of his daughter. Ningxu cultivated hard and occasionally went to see the injured Xianxia. Ningxu withdrew his power and checked his dantian. There was some spiritual energy, but not much. The suppression was very strong. Even if he used the power of the sun, there was still suppression. This was a pure martial arts world, so you could only play with knives and sticks, or work hard to cultivate internal energy and become a master of a generation. Ningxu got off the bed and prepared to go see Xianxia. Xianxia had been very quiet since she was injured. This was a bit abnormal. Even if Xianxia was injured and wasn't in the mood to make a fuss, Citizen actually didn't do anything. This was a bit abnormal. Ningxu arrived outside Xianxia's room. A maid came out of the room with a piece of paper in her hand. When she saw Ningxu, she stuffed the paper into her sleeve. It was a bit intentional to let her see it. "How is the young miss?" Ningxu asked the maid. The maid immediately bowed and said, "The young miss is fine. She just thinks it's bitter when she takes medicine every day." "You may leave," Ningxu said indifferently. The young maidservant almost imperceptibly breathed a sigh of relief and strode away. Ningxu looked at the maid's back. No wonder the two of them didn't make a fuss. It turned out that there was a messenger. Ningxu pretended not to know about this. "You can do whatever you want, even if you want to go to heaven." Ningxu knocked on the door. "Junior sister, it's me." "Senior brother, come in." Xianxia's weak voice sounded. Ningxu pushed the door open and saw Xianxia leaning on the bed with a pillow. Ningxu's sword had injured Xianxia. After all, she was a girl. Losing so much blood was detrimental to the body. Now Xianxia's face was pale and without any color. Ningxu walked over and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Xianxia forced a smile. "Senior brother, it hurts. It's my fault. It's all because of my carelessness that you were injured. However, this was originally a battle between me and Citizen. With you suddenly charging over, I was simply unable to stop my momentum. That's why I stabbed you. In the end, this is all your fault. Do you really think that you're in the right just because you're injured? Just because others will feel sorry for you, you've blurred the essence of this matter." When Xianxia heard Ningxu's words, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. Senior brother was blaming her. "Eldest senior brother, I'm sorry." Xianxia bit her lip and said, "I really can't bear to see Citizen die in front of me. I know I'm a bad person. I've let you down, senior brother. I'll give you a chance. If you really love Citizen, I can let you go and be with Citizen. You don't have to be so conflicted." Ningxu looked at Xianxia and asked, "I'm telling the truth. If you say that you want to be with Citizen, I can think of a way to make the two of you be together." Ningxu wore the green hat righteously. He was like a textbook example of a hero of the green forest. Xianxia stared blankly at Ningxu. Tears immediately fell. She said bitterly, "Senior brother, you're really suffering. I've let you down. If you really feel that you've let me down, then give me a straightforward answer. How the two of them wanted to love each other in the future was their own business. Don't drag her into this." The most annoying thing was that Xianxia felt sorry for him. He couldn't bear to hurt her, but he was using a blunt knife to torture her. "Eldest senior brother." Xianxia's expression was conflicted. "Eldest senior brother, I can't abandon everything and leave with Citizen. I can't abandon you. I can't abandon father. I can't abandon 10,000 Sword Villa." People were greedy. They wanted everything and didn't want to make a choice. Ningxu looked at Xianxia expressionlessly. "Then can you break it off with Citizen?" Xianxia bit her lip. The corners of Ningxu's mouth twitched. He couldn't bear to part with her. He couldn't bear to part with either of them. Chong Xiefeng should have left early on such a girl. However, they had been together for more than 10 years. They were originally engaged and were about to get married. Suddenly, someone came out of nowhere. Who could tolerate this kind of thing? Just ask any man. More than 10 years of protection couldn't compare to a man she had just met. Love was domineering. There was no distinction between before and after. There was no reason. There was no right or wrong. Love was love. However, Xianxia's attitude made this dispute prolong. In the end, one of them died. Only then could the love between the three of them end. Then what do you mean? Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Senior brother, tell me. What should I do? Xianxia asked Ningxu. Ningxu, who the hell knew what to do? No, even a ghost wouldn't know what to do. Senior brother, you're very important to me. I don't want to hurt you, but my heart isn't mine anymore. Xianxia sobbed. Are you thinking that even if you fall in love with someone else, I should still silently protect you? Ningxu asked directly. This was too domineering. She didn't have the right to happiness. It was fine if he enjoyed it, but he still wanted her to protect him. Can't you be a little more kind? You can't bully people like this. Senior brother, I never thought of it that way. Xianxia stared at Ningxu, dumbfounded. She was so angry that a layer of red appeared on her face. In senior brother's heart, am I such a person? Am I such an evil person? If senior brother has someone who likes me, I will definitely give you my blessings. Oh, you mean I should give you my blessings now? Ningxu asked. You don't want to marry me, and you don't want to break off the engagement. Yet you're still in contact with Situ-sun. I can't understand your attitude. The things you've done are really inconceivable. Eldest senior brother, I will definitely marry you. There is no future between Situ-sun and I. I know that you will definitely become my husband. Xianxia frowned even more. I'm just confused. I just can't control my heart. Senior brother, I'm in so much pain. Ningxu was speechless. She really had to be crazy to come and tell Xianxia this. Xianxia was now a young girl in love. She was so sad that it made people speechless. She was in pain, but it was just a difficult choice. She couldn't bear to give up on anyone. Ningxu didn't want to discuss this topic anymore, but Xianxia begged Ningxu. Senior brother, can you give me some time? I will definitely take care of it. I will marry you. Oh, she said it like it was a great gift to marry someone. It was like she had to marry someone else. Ningxu pursed his lips and said, so you still want to marry me? Senior brother, I will definitely marry you, but my heart is with Situ-sun. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu was really speechless. Was marrying him such a grievance? If she didn't want to marry him, then forget it. She still had to think about it and give him some time. She didn't want to marry him, yet she had to give him such a promise. She resisted marriage in her heart, but she said that she couldn't hurt his eldest senior brother. But my love has already been given to someone else. Isn't this the legendary saying, you have my body, but not my heart? How could it be so humiliating? Those who were loved were all ancestors. Looking at Xianxia's attitude towards Situ-sun and Xianxia, it was obvious at a glance that in front of Xianxia, she said whatever was on her mind. It seemed that she didn't have to worry about the other party. She didn't care because she didn't love them. But it was different with Situ-sun. She was cautious, sensitive, shy, and melancholy. So everyone hoped that they were loved. Ningxu looked at Xianxia seriously. Do you really plan to marry me? Are you serious? I'm serious, eldest senior brother. I know that it's impossible for Situ-sun and me. We have no future. Ningxu was speechless. Young lady, what kind of conversation is this? Why did you end the conversation? Why do I feel like I know that I can't be with Situ-sun, so I've decided to marry you, but I'm not willing in my heart. Really? Ningxu asked again. Really, eldest senior brother. Believe me, we are engaged. We will definitely get married. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu looked at Xianxia coldly and said with a smile, okay, I understand little sister's feelings. Eldest senior brother, it's good that you believe me. Ningxu walked out of Xianxia's room and chuckled. Just as they were talking, Ningxu used a spiritual power to discover that Xianxia had letters under her pillow. It had only been a month, and there were a lot of letters. It was like talking on the phone. It was really hard on the messenger to go back and forth. There was probably one letter a day. Ningxu completely gave up on certain things. Who the hell had the time to play with them? I can't afford to offend them, but I can't hide, as the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. However, Xianxia had only recuperated for 2 months. She was able to get out of bed and walk, and her complexion was slightly better. Then, her father urged her to get married. Father Qin called Ningxu and his daughter in front of him and said, "Let's get married in 3 days." Another 3 days had passed. What had happened during these 3 days? These 3 days were enough for Citizen to prepare. Xianxia's face was a little pale. Her face, which hadn't been rosy to begin with, was even paler now. Ningxu cupped his hands and said, "Master, I have no objections. I just don't know if Junior's sister has thought it through." Has she thought it through in 2 months? In the past 2 months, rumors had been spreading all over the country. Chong Xiefeng's marriage to Xianxia had attracted a lot of attention. Originally, all the guests had already arrived, but the ceremony was not completed. Could there be some secret behind it? There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. Even the Wanjian villa was not an iron plate. Naturally, there were rumors that Chong Xiefeng had been cuckolded, and the bride was going to elope with someone else, someone from the demon sect. The bystanders couldn't help but talk about what had happened more than 10 years ago. Xianxia's mother and daughter were both involved with the demon sect. It was a mess. What a joke. As the manager of the Wanjian villa, Father Qin definitely knew about this. That was why he had allowed his daughter and Xianxia to get married before her body had even recovered. The invitations were sent out one after another. It was unknown how the people who had attended the banquet felt when they received the invitations again. They probably thought it was their second marriage. You have to marry Xiefeng, and you can't interact with the people of the demon sect. Do you want to end up like your mother? Citizen only got close to you to avenge the previous leader of the demon sect. The previous leader of the demon sect was poisoned by your mother. Citizen only got close to you to avenge his mother. You were just a tool for his revenge. Old man Qin told Xianxia the truth. Xianxia was speechless. What was this? Did Citizen get close to her with ulterior motives from the beginning? Xianxia was devastated. She felt like she had lost all hope. The sword wound in her heart hurt again. Is this true? Xianxia asked Qin Song bitterly. The truth was too cruel. Xianxia felt like she had been hit in the head with a heavy hammer. It made her dizzy and her body staggered. It's true. Everything I said is true. Otherwise, why do you think the leader of the demon sect would notice you? You are not a peerless master, nor are you a famous person in the Jianghu. He just happened to run into you when you left the Wanjian villa. Nianji, wake up. Father Qin, who had been painstakingly persuading her, was extremely tired. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a lot. Ningxu also felt that his breathing was uneven. As an internal energy master, this meant that Father Qin could no longer control the breathing in his body. He had gone mad. Ningxu felt that it was necessary for her to understand the truth of what had happened all those years ago. What had made Father Qin so angry, to the point of going mad? However, Ningxu immediately thought about it. What was the use of understanding this? She didn't want to care about the Wanjian villa anymore. These people could do whatever they wanted. Xianxia was devastated. Perhaps it was because she was angry that Citizen had lied to her, but Xianxia immediately agreed to the marriage. Father, I agree to marry eldest brother. Ningxu, the eldest brother, was speechless. It was a very stifling feeling. Ningxu was finally able to understand Chong Xiefeng's feelings. She was disgusted, extremely disgusted. And it was not only towards Xianxia, but also towards Xianxia and her father. In short, Ningxu was rolling his eyes in his heart. This feeling was really King annoying. Ningxu and Qin Song cupped their hands and left the room with Xianxia. Ningxu's heart towards this woman who was going to marry him again was really, moreover, Ningxu knew that Xianxia would definitely not marry him. How could they get married if they didn't even love each other? Eldest brother. Xianxia called out to Ningxu. We are going to get married in 3 days. I will definitely forget Situ Sun. Just give me enough time. Ningxu smiled and said, he is someone who truly appeared in your life. How could you forget him? Eldest brother, you have to believe me. I will definitely be able to forget Situ-sun. I will forget that big liar. Really? Eldest brother, you have to believe me. Xianxia anxiously promised Ningxu. Ningxu said, I'm not asking you to forget Situ-sun. I just hope that when you think of him one day, it will be normal. If you don't care, then you will have really let him go. Forgetting someone isn't realistic. It wasn't like she had lost her memory. Eldest brother, you are so good to me. Thank you, eldest brother. I will definitely try my best to forget Situ-sun. I will never have anything to do with Situ-sun again. I will be a good wife to eldest brother. Xianxia was crying and laughing at the same time. Ningxu didn't believe a single word Xianxia said. He didn't even believe a single punctuation mark. Now, she was saying, eldest brother, you're so nice. But as soon as Situ-sun appeared, she threw him to the back of her mind. Actually, there was nothing wrong with love or not, but Ningxu felt that Xianxia was insulting him again and again. Since we are husband and wife, we are one. I don't want there to be any deception or concealment between us. Situ-sun doesn't have good intentions toward you. Are you still in contact? Ningxu asked Xianxia with his eyes locked on her. Xianxia's eyes flickered, then she pursed her lips and finally said, we don't have any contact anymore. I see. If Situ-sun has anything to do with you again, you must firmly refuse. Since he wants to avenge the former demon sect leader, then he will definitely hurt you. Ningxu said without changing his expression. I know, eldest brother. I will definitely not have anything to do with Situ-sun. He lied to me. He is a liar. I will never talk to him again in this life. Was she making up her mind? She was clearly acting coquettishly. Okay, Ningxu really couldn't help but want to hit his chest. You will be getting married in 3 days. Prepare well. Tell Situ-sun that you are getting married and have him quickly come to steal the bride. Even if Xianxia broke off all ties with Situ-sun in the letter, with Situ-sun's shamelessness, he would definitely come to steal the bride. Just like in the plot, if Xianxia was pregnant, would Xianxia let his woman take his child and marry someone else? Xianxia decided to marry Xianxia for the sake of Xianxia's reputation. In fact, Xianxia was asking for humiliation. 3 days later, Wanjian Villa was full of jubilation again. After 2 months, Wanjian Villa was going to have a wedding again. Ningxu put on a red wedding robe again and tied up his long hair. He looked dignified as he welcomed the guests. Xianxia wore her dowry and covered her head with a veil. With the help of a maid, she slowly came to the main hall. It was time to start the ceremony. Ningxu and Xianxia each held a red silk concentric knot as they walked into the main hall. Old man Qin sat in the main seat with a smile on his face. He looked relieved, as if his daughter and son-in-law would be free from the entanglement of the demonic sect. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your parents. Husband and wife, wait a minute. A voice interrupted the MC's speech. Everyone looked at the entrance and saw Situ-sun leading many members of the demonic sect over. Xianxia heard Situ-sun's voice and immediately lifted the veil. She looked at Situ-sun and said in a sobbing voice, Situ-sun, why did you come? I've already cut off all ties with you. Please don't come and bother me. I'm already going to marry my senior. Ningxu was speechless. If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Really, what are you doing? Ningxu was almost speechless. Wasn't this saying that she was in cahoots with the demonic sect? Anyone with a little brain wouldn't put their marriage partner in such a predicament, especially when her father was sitting in the main seat. There were so many people from the Wanjian villa. Almost all the sects in the Jianghu were gathered together. Girl, you have to choose the occasion to speak. From tomorrow onwards, she was afraid that the title of cuckold would spread throughout the Jianghu. TSK, sure enough, Xianxia only had Situ-sun in her mind. How could she not feel sorry for her senior at this time? Ningxu hugged herself with heartache. Old man Qin stood up and said indifferently, if sect leader Situ is here to attend the wedding banquet, please sit in your seat. Don't disturb the wedding ceremony. Old man Qin's attitude towards Situ-sun was neither servile nor overbearing, but one could see his disgust for Situ-sun from between his brows. Situ-sun smiled slightly. He looked at Xianxia, who was wearing a wedding dress, and said, "Last time, you also wore a wedding dress like this and fell into my arms. This time, I brought you a big gift." When Xianxia heard the big gift, she couldn't help but tremble. Last time, he said the big gift was to force her to leave with him regardless of everything. What about this time? Was he also forcing her to leave this time? Xianxia looked at Ningxu. This time, she couldn't leave. She had already let down her senior once. This time, she couldn't let him down again. Xianxia had a premonition that if she really tangled with Citizen again, her senior would definitely be very, very disappointed. She couldn't hurt him anymore. The corners of Citizen's mouth curled up. He looked abnormally evil, and there was also a deep sense of malice. He clapped his hands, and his subordinates immediately brought up an ice coffin. This ice coffin was chiseled out of a huge block of ice, and there seemed to be a person sleeping inside. The ice coffin emitted white cold smoke under the sunlight. Old Man Qin's expression changed drastically when he saw the ice coffin. Citizen said to Old Man Qin, "This thing looks familiar." Xianxia didn't know who was sleeping in the ice coffin. She even thought that it might be Citizen's lover. "Who is it?" Xianxia asked. "It's faster to ask your father." "What do you think, Villa Head Qin?" Citizen looked at Old Man Qin and grinned. Xianxia looked at her father. Old Man Qin glared at Citizen darkly and was furious. "Where did you find this?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows. This should be Xianxia's mother's coffin. Old Man Qin actually didn't bury her and had frozen his beloved wife in the ice cellar. It must have been very difficult for him to do this for more than 10 years. Back then, it was this woman who caused my godfather to go crazy because of this vicious woman. She caused my godfather to die at a young age, so I decided to give her a big gift. That is, I will whip her corpse at her daughter's wedding. I believe this gift will be unforgettable, Citizen said with a smile. Citizen said with a beaming smile. His expression was flirtatious, and the words that came out of his mouth were exceptionally chilling. Whipping the bride's mother at someone's wedding and whipping someone else's wife. This was a very good idea. Xianxia stared at Citizen, dumbfounded. Was this Citizen the Citizen she knew? How could Citizen be so evil? Xianxia also didn't think that her mother had died and hadn't been buried. Her father had always kept her in the ice cellar. Although he was her father, Xianxia still felt a chill run down her spine. He didn't let her mother rest in peace and had always tried to find ways to preserve her body. Her father really loved her mother dearly. But her father had never told her, and she had never seen what her mother looked like. There wasn't even a portrait at home. She originally thought it was because her father was afraid of being reminded of the past. In short, Xianxia's heart was in a mess. Citizen had come and wanted to whip her mother's corpse. It made Xianxia feel very painful, very painful. End of chapter 1995. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.